remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Recurve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
something, you have to forget something else.
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's a Tolo Tuesday edition of Sean and RJ live here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt with OTAs taking place again today at the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back. And, of course, we are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube as RJ Choppy is instantly eliminating two teams in the NFC. Cowboys' interest, of course, going up against them in this conference. Eagles, Lions, you say are out.
Well, the Lions are out for one reason. They got some pretty rough news yesterday, and that is that Frank Ragnow is retiring. Okay, now Ragnow has been he's an interior offensive lineman, one of the better ones in the game. But a couple things here with that. One is obviously offensive line's big. Two, no quarterback has a bigger discrepancy in QBR when pressured versus not. Jared Goff was number one in the NFL last year in QBR when not pressured. Like 22 when pressured. But the third reason is, when do you need offensive line? Like, most importantly, I would say road games. Road games, most important of the schedule for the offensive line to be at its peak, especially the center. Of their 9 road games, 7 of them are against playoff teams from last year. There is not a tougher road slate in the NFL. They play 7 playoff teams, including both Super Bowl participants, on the road. And then the other 2 that didn't make it, one is Chicago at the very end of the year, so it'll be minus 78 degrees. And Jared Goff with his, Sean Sharif fans, won't work. And then the other one is Cincinnati, who, that's a playoff team. So it's a brutal schedule. They might make the postseason because they're really, really good. But, it's a big knock.
So the Lions lose their 29-year-old All-Pro and Pro Bowl center, Frank Ragnow, abruptly retiring. And then we have the cover of a video game.
We do. It is all done for the Philadelphia Eagles. They get the Madden curse as Saquon Barkley and his little reverse hurdle are getting the cover of the Madden. Did you see the video of them taking the shot, replicating it? It just goes to show you it's not that impressive. If he was able to do it again, it's not like some crazy athletic feat. If you can do it on a movie set, I'm not buying it. But this is something where we've kind of brought the Madden cover jinx back in recent years. Christian McCaffrey last year only played 4 games. Look at Aiden with the video of the recreation of it right there. You already had Christian McCaffrey 4 games. 49ers totally sputter. Josh Allen was the cover athlete, had a career high in interceptions, probably his worst year since he kind of came into his own. You had Patrick Mahomes and Tom Brady shared it in Madden 22. Mahomes ended up losing the AFC title game at home to Cincinnati that year, and then Tom Brady's marriage fell apart not long after that. And so, I don't know, Saquon Barkley either needs to watch out for his football team or his personal relationships.
Well, you can say what you want about the Eagles. You can hope for the curse. This, by far, though, is the coolest action shot maybe in the history of the game with a cover.
It's very cool.
I'm going back and looking. You get Mike Vick rolling out, Brett Favre not paying Mississippi, Gronk with his Gronk spike. The old school Madden was pretty cool after John passed away, but everyone else, Pat Mahomes is flexing on here. Breeze in his natural throwing motion. Antonio Brown was the cover guy back in 2019. Nothing special with McCaffrey. This easily is the coolest action shot with what Saquon did.
Yeah, for sure. It is cool. And if you look at the only other ones that even look kind of like something's really happening, you've got the Eddie George one from back in the day. He's got the stiff arm out. And that's that's a real shot from a game that they used. And then the other one was the Odell Beckham, reaching out and palming the ball. But other than that, this doesn't even compare. This is clearly the best from that front.
Nothing comes close. Nothing comes close.
You believing in the curse?
A little bit. I mean, not necessarily the curse. It's just
you started with the Lions, so we started the show with the Lions center, and you didn't disqualify Philadelphia like I thought you were going to.
Well, look, it's there have been teams that have done it, right? There have been teams over the last 10 years. It's Gronk and Mahomes. So those are the 2 that were on the cover, and I think win the Super Bowl that same year. Everybody else, they don't win. They don't win the Super Bowl. That doesn't mean he's going to have a bad year, because that part of the curse is over. McCaffrey had a good year. A lot of guys have had good years since they've been on the cover.
McCaffrey last year? McCaffrey only played 4 games. He barely was out there.
Was it last year? Okay, so I thought it was 2 years since he was on. There have been guys, though, that have had decent years the year that they were on the cover. So I don't think that part of the curse is over.
Stephon Diggs showed up to Buffalo New England OTAs, so he's out there after the purple murple or the pink stink, whatever the heck the substance is called. So Stephon Diggs is out there and not cut, as our buddy Scott Zolak on the Patriots broadcast suggested.
I didn't know the pink stink was one of the ones.
Yeah, maybe not that one.
I like it. I'm going to start calling it that.
You're going to start calling it that one?
Look, it's good Diggs showed up. This definitely feels like it's already off to 2, but I can't remember any relationships that have started off like this in sports, and then it's like, but it worked out. Like, it calmed down eventually. Like, even him showing up makes me feel like, all right, that's great. He'll get a year through this probably at most, and then New England's going to go, yeah, we're tired of this. He needs to go.
Tim McMahon making it more difficult to have him back here on this show. He goes in a Mike Florio category where Mike will come up with some good stuff and he'll text behind the scenes, but then he'll go and take up this cause, or he'll be this little irritant, or, many people think this know-it-all attorney, and it's like, Mike, like, help us with the audience a little bit. Tim McMahon did not do that when it came to discussing the Dallas Stars playoff run on the Hoop Collective podcast.
Here's the thing. I'll just tell you real honestly, like, Texas folks who are hockey fans, it's because they don't know anything about real sports.
Oh, my God.
Like, they don't know crap about football. They don't know crap about basketball. They don't know crap about baseball. And so
Toronto
like,
better not make it back to the finals anytime soon, because if McMahon is at the finals in Toronto, he's going to get taken down.
Hockey's like this newfangled hipster thing down here in Texas.
They've been there 25 or 30 years.
Okay, that's fairly newfangled to me. I was a teenager when they started bringing these stupid hockey fans.
Well, that was a long time ago, buddy.
Okay, well, I have not grown up since then.
And just looking at the comments, did not go well for Tim, just like his immediate coverage after the Luka deal.
Hockey fans are very protective. It's very soccer-esque. Very soccer-esque. You can't get around the World Cup and poke fun at soccer. Soccer fan will get into their feels. It's just the way it is. Very, very protective. They're almost collegiate. Where, like, you make fun of their conference or their team, and they're going to get into their feels. And this is one that have actually really fired back at McMahon.
I feel like hockey fans in general are like the fan of the up and coming band. And what happens is you've got like half the fan base that goes like they're gatekeeping and they're like, stay away. You're not allowed in here. Don't come in here with your bad takes. And then the other half is like really trying to get you to like the band. Like, I'll show you all the music. I'll take you to a concert even. I'll pay for you. It's okay that you don't know any of their songs. Just stand there. Like that hockey fan I've run into, either somebody's really open and trying to teach me about the game, or there's somebody else just going like, you're an idiot. Don't even bother.
He wasn't really joking. Like, I watched the video on this too. He wasn't totally like just having a laugh.
Yeah.
Take the 3 biggest hockey fans that you know closest to you. Do they know football? Let's start there with McMahon's insult. The 3 closest hockey fans to you, do they know football? I would say Rietma, yes. Spittle, yes. He kind of has to. He listens to Sports Talk 24/7, and I'm trying to think who the third person would be. I mean, I don't know how savvy is on the gridiron.
I mean, Stars are number 2 for Wolchuk. That's his second favorite team. He's really obsessive with it. So, I mean, when we had Joey here back in the day, one of our producers, Joey, was really big into football. He knew it. Most everybody I know, at least here, I don't know about in other cities, but here in Dallas, like, if you are a hockey fan, you're usually a fan of the other teams.
Now, if Tim wanted to say bandwagony, yes, we're guilty of that as well.
Sure.
Hopping on, everyone's seeking out these tickets, glitterati, trying to be seen at the AAC, but he just said they don't know any other sports.
Yeah, I mean, look, you're for your diehard, and I mean you're people who have like hockey as their number one. All right, now I've got some friends who have hockey as their number one, and they don't have any interest in some of the other sports, and then some have plenty of interest in the other sports. The ones that have interest in it know about it. The ones that don't. That's the normal way of life if you don't have anything about it.
Yeah, those gatekeeper fans I was talking about a second ago, those are the ones typically that I feel like don't even want to know the other sports.
They have no interest.
Yeah, it's like nope, this is mine. Don't even touch it.
Choppy, you mentioned college, and the World Series is taking place for the fellas and the ladies. You talked about Texas A&M going down. We have more negative Texas news. We got news all over the place with eliminations.
Texas and Vandy had both lost. They lost on Sunday, so they are out. They were the number one.
Pour one out for Brian Schottenheimer today.
And number 2 teams in the nation. Ranked number 1 in the tournament, ranked number 2 in the tournament. Vandy lost to Wright State, and Texas lost to UTSA. I mean, they twice. Just down the road. I mean, just the embarrassment. Now, Schlossnagle, I thought, he was really classy in the post, which is kind of something new for him sometimes. But
I'll tell you what, these college baseball coaches are scary.
Yeah.
They're scarier than even college football coaches. And they all have that same look,
They do. Very gruff look. They got a very gruff look about them. But Texas and Vandy are both out. Meanwhile, Texas Tech beat Oklahoma yesterday in the Women's College World Series, and Texas beat Tennessee in the Women's College World Series. So those two will meet starting tomorrow, a best of 3 for the national championship. So it was basically those 4 teams were the Final Four, and now we have moved on, and we will see Texas and Texas Tech. And the Texas Tech pitcher is fun to watch. Very fun. She's a dominant force.
Bobby, cover your ears, because Schlossnagle said winning an SEC title during the regular season is harder than winning a national championship. We want to win a national title, but this is a test of endurance and grit. And we obviously, have a good team. I'm really proud of our players, but the SEC championship is really what it's all about.
Yeah, and why did Jim Schlossnagle say that? Because that phony came from Texas A&M. He had already been indoctrinated by the 2 most cultish places you can, the SEC and Texas A&M. And so he's already had his brain warped by everything, and he no longer realizes that it's not even about that.
The Florida Gators coach is in the news, Kevin O'Sullivan, because their game got pushed back.
Their game got pushed back by an hour, and he went and he absolutely there's video of this. It's far away, so the audio I didn't think was playable.
Yeah.
But there's video of him berating the site rep and like the commissioner of the tournament or whatever. He's berating him. He's so upset. He goes, it's not like they played at 2 a.m. They played an 8 o'clock game, and we got to push this game back an hour. And it's like, he goes, I got to deal with my bus. I got to deal with all this stuff. You're really worried about a 1 hour move? Kevin O'Sullivan, you're a national championship coach.
Yeah.
He won a natty a couple years back.
Well, one of the opposing coaches decided to respond sitting up there at the podium.
This is Coastal Carolina's Kevin Schnall. My buddies were saying, you met this guy in San Francisco, Arthur. He's like, we played against him in high school. He grew up he went to Notre Dame High.
The coach?
The coach did. I don't remember this. But this guy went off on Kevin O'Sullivan.
One last thing I have is I have to say this, and I don't know if I'm supposed to say this or not, but I believe in standing up for what's right, and what transpired this morning on our field. Another coach disrespected our associate AD, who works as hard as anybody in our entire program. He disrespected our field crew, who are the salt of the earth. These guys would do anything for our program. It's not okay. And this needs to be brought up. Absolutely disrespectful. As a coach, it's our job to mentor young kids. And the way he treated the 2 site reps, the way he treated our associate AD, the way he treated our field crew, is absolutely unacceptable. That's what I'm most disappointed about. This is a national champion coach who thinks he can come in here and try to bully people around. Disappointed. Disappointed, somebody that a lot of coaches look up to. For him to act that way, really disappointed. He disrespected a Hall of Fame coach who's the site rep here. That's all I got to say.
O'Sullivan was asked if he felt like he needed to apologize or address what he did.
Coach, could you address the situation before the game?
I don't want to address that right now.
Nothing there, apology or anything like that?
I handled it properly.
You handled
at the end of the game, yes.
I handled it properly.
And this brought out all the youth sports message boards of you have no idea how often this happens, this going down, people being berated left and right.
Berated. People who are just like, I mean, half the time, especially at youth sport level, a lot of times it's volunteers being berated, and which makes it even worse. I mean, it's bad enough when it's somebody who is just trying to help out.
Why is Michael Irvin already in love with the change from Mike McCarthy to Brian Schottenheimer? Hear from the playmaker himself on the home of the Cowboys next.
Very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron what?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika.
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron?
Out-of-pocket costs, they only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to contract attorneys in Dallas.
Let's take you inside the Star here on your home of the Dallas Cowboys with Sean and RJ. Our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt going to be at the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco today with the Cowboys back out on the field. Michael Irvin has already been there under the new regime. So has Rocket Ishmael. So has Drew Pearson as they conducted a Legends Day. And Tony Casillas, friend of the show, was part of that. And Tony will join us at 8 o'clock.
Man, it'll be good to hear from Tony again. I hadn't talked to Tony in a little while.
Great guest.
Yeah.
Great guest. The Bachelor, I don't think, is on, so we won't have that to talk about with him.
I don't think so. He hasn't gotten a hole-in-one in about a year. So that's...
Did he have a hole-in-one?
Yeah, very disappointed in that one. Very disappointed.
But Michael Irvin was also there, and he is glowing.
Yeah, and he wasn't glowing back in January. When Brian Schottenheimer was first hired, it kind of caught some people off guard, I think, how critical he was of more the process. I don't think he was targeting Schottenheimer specifically, but just like a lot of us was talking about, is this the best way to go about picking your head coach?
Well, and he had a big question of having someone in the building who was, what's the word for it? Someone not in charge. I don't want to say someone not important, but someone who was an assistant, all of a sudden being your boss.
Yeah, like is that gonna? It's like the buddy boss or the coworker getting elevated. And it's like, do they have the respect anymore? Well, Michael Irvin now has respect, or has the respect for Brian Schottenheimer, and he talked about on his podcast the other day getting to visit the Ford Center and how he's come around on Schotty.
It was amazing. It was simply amazing. I mean, it's so interesting how much you first miss being in that big meeting room. Coach brought us all in, all the guys, and we were in the meeting room with the players. Hadn't been in a big team meeting room in a long time. Not like that. And I love what Coach Schottenheimer's trying to do, I must admit. And I came down hard about this on this decision, but I must admit there's some things I told you that are winning me over. Like I told you about him understanding how important it is to have the right culture and set the right tone. The one thing I would always say the key card in winning championships in every place that I've won championships, it was always an understanding of how we do things here.
And it's something where you consistently hear that from guys who come from that era. Like Nate Newton will talk about it. Obviously, Michael talks about it. Darren Woodson, different people. They talk about that these things that Schotty's talking about with the culture, to them they believe it absolutely carried them in a lot of ways and separated them from other people. You had talked about this yesterday, Sean. This will be cut 3, Peyton. You talked about hearing Michael Irvin.
By the way, this subject is a very difficult one because now I think Choppy's been coming around lately to culture and all the intangible type stuff, whereas maybe it was an eye roll before. It's easy for the 90s Cowboys, right, to say, yeah, our culture. Well, you had some badass freaking players. So it's hard to separate. Right. And it's hard to also know what culture-wise can carry over to different generations and decades.
Yeah.
Although Irvin and Emmett and Aikman would probably tell you, no, there is no difference over decades. Hard work is hard work. Little things are little things. Connecting is connecting. And it doesn't matter whether it's a radio station or a football team. Those things remain the same. But I always try to be respectful of the differences over generations and talent versus intangibles and what led to your dynasty.
Right. And I do think hard work changes over time. Like what's considered hard work in one era might be considered not as hard from others. Like I think if you grew up in like the 1920s, you living in Missouri, your life may be a little bit more difficult wherever, than it is today.
What's asked of you is different. I think effort is universal. I think, are you giving the effort that's asked of you is universal.
Your threshold for quitting may be different.
The CBA doesn't ask these guys today to practice like they did back then. Yeah. And so there's a limit to it. But one thing that they are doing today that Michael Irvin didn't do, and you talked about this yesterday, Sean, was he was floored watching the coaches run the receivers through whiteboard work.
Coach starts calling out 2 players, 2 guys, Lamb, Mingo, both hit the board. And then he goes out, 3 jet scat, right, X, whatever, calls the play. Both have to draw the whole damn play. Do you understand that? In front of all of us watching. And I'm talking about everybody's route and responsibility. All I knew was my triangle. I'm going to know what what I got to do as a wide receiver. I'm going to know what the secondary is playing. I didn't study the running backs like that, the linemen, I didn't study those setups. I studied my triangle. I'm going to corner, safety line, inside backer. I see them jokers because those are the closest jokers to me. They'll do it. You know what I mean? But they had them drawing up because it's so interchangeable now. And again, I loved it because it keeps you engaged. Not one mug brug was on their phone.
Not one was on their phone, which is something that people worry about these days, is how locked in are you in those meeting rooms and how locked in are you to the process and what they're getting at.
Are they allowed to just have, I guess they're allowed to have phones next to them?
I think in maybe the past 5 years, they were allowed to have some distractions at times, or maybe distractions weren't cracked down on all the time, is what you hear sometimes coming out. It's just what you hear coming out of there. I mean, let's be honest, that is some of the stuff that you hear coming out of there.
The 3 words and phrase that Michael uses the most in this podcast is competition under pressure. He kept looking for it in phases and found it with Brian Schottenheimer, whether it be ping pong, whether it be the little basketball hoop in his office, whether it be drawing up the plays. He talked about them having this huge free throw competition out there. Not the most damning of consequences if you lose.
Yep.
Not going to embarrass you to the nth degree, but there is competition, old school, new school players, with some pressure.
Yeah, and Michael, I think a lot of people, when they hear basketball hoop or ping pong ball, it depends on your perspective. A lot of people hear that and go, they're cutting up, they're not focusing. Michael took the different angle from that and said, no, he's creating competition throughout the day, so they're juiced up and ready to go.
He's like, all this is before practice.
Yeah, so they're ready. They've already built a competitive environment for themselves all throughout the day. And he said they went out there to practice. It was good, enjoyed it. They got a little break. He said when they came back out, and the biggest question I think a lot of people have had about Brian Schottenheimer, other than just what's the play calling going to be or whatever else, has been, can he be the disciplinarian? Can he be the guy that, cracks heads when he has to? And Michael Irvin said when they came back out for practice, he learned that he absolutely can.
After the break, we came back and started off a little slouchy. He brought him back up and got back on that butt. What is going on? I gave you credit. I gave you a little bit of a break, and you come back out and I see slouching. dude, I know what I'm talking about. I saw guys looking around like, who's slouching? What's going on? What's going on? That's competition under pressure. I'm telling you, everybody was looking around. You know why? Because that ain't what we're doing, and we need to hold everybody accountable. And they're like, who? And nobody said anything, but that's how you build champions. Because now nobody wants to be the one to let everybody down. And if everybody looking around saying, who did that? Who took it easy? Who went, who? Then you get some answers around here. And you get some more of them championships around here. Because that's how you create the right, what they call culture.
He seems like a full convert in this video when you hear him talking about it.
To be fair, it doesn't
take a lot.
It doesn't take a lot with Mike and the Cowboys. Okay,
it doesn't.
They gave him a little VIP necklace. We got to be fair now.
Yes.
Michael, if they start off 2-0, they upset Philadelphia. He's going to be making Super Bowl reservations.
Yes.
All right. So Michael's a homer.
100%. He's always going to be a homer. I will say this. He's never like, I didn't hear, and again, not a slight to McCarthy, but Irvin never talked like this specifically about what he saw from McCarthy. I don't remember him talking about this when he would go look at Garrett's practices either. I don't remember him saying that it was like this. He feels
the one
like
thing about Garrett, we always commented how Garrett wanted the players competing.
Yeah, I just don't think that it's not. I don't think he views it as the same thing. I think he views it as a fully orbed thing that didn't necessarily exist for Garrett. Like in terms of, at least in a way that he didn't ever testify. Now, Tyler Smith got asked about this exact comparison the other day in the locker room. They said, it was Edward who was talking to him, and he said, hey, you've talked a lot about the shoddy culture. He said, how is it different? How is this culture different from going from Mike McCarthy to Brian Schottenheimer?
I think the energy of the building is really just something that I've really noticed. Like, guys are just, generally coming in excited to compete. Like, there's just competition everywhere. I mean, we got a full room. There are a lot of full rooms across the board of guys who are playing at an extremely elite level. And so I think that's ultimately going to push us to just be better for each other, better with one another. So he started off hot. Like, the first thing we did was went paintballing. Like, we went paintballing the first day of like optional team activities or whatever. So it was just like, I thought that was like a crazy thing because that's never happened before. And then like we just kind of we did like a little field day on the second day or whatever. And so I thought that was just really cool to start things off on like a fun note, like instead of just getting right into the meeting room and just going through X's and O's and stuff like that, just getting to know each other, like talking to each other and stuff like that.
There's a reason Pat Doney has Tyler Smith at his broadcasting camp. He didn't take the shot towards McCarthy, just talking about the positives for Schottenheimer. Now, look, as RJ will tell you and has told you forever, and this is all getting set up to be made fun of and mocked. If the Cowboys struggle, none of this matters without this. The quarterback in football is the salt on a dish. You can have the best steak, and you can have the best sides, and you have the best vegetables. You need some damn salt. Otherwise, it's not going to taste as good. And if you don't have the salt and you don't have quarterback play, all these things are not going to matter. They're going to get mocked, and we're all going to get made fun of for talking about this C word as much as we have in the offseason. The quarterback is the salt to it all.
Quarterback matters. It's the only one that matters. Like, because you could go back and there were, in the however long I've been working in radio since 2002.
Well,
Bill, players hated Bill. They played well for him. Players loved Wade. They played well for him. They respected Jason. They played well for him. They liked Mike. They played well for him. Maybe they love Shoddy. Who knows, right? But at the end of the day, it's the same. It's the same crap that's gone on. It's been a lack of meeting expectations for 25 years, 30 years.
So there it is, a little inside the star on your Home of America's team. Last word, Bobby.
Yeah, I think going back to what Michael said really quickly about how you get to like competition, guys holding each other accountable. Nate Newton had talked about that last year. Nate pointed out he didn't become a Pro Bowler till year 10. And it was when stuff like this got implemented and he felt like, all right, I got to play for these guys now.
We got some audio of media battles, media pettiness, media fights. We love talking about other people's drama, and a mental health warning to everyone after the story that happened yesterday that you may want to hear. That's next. We got a Rangers Royals ticket giveaway during the 720 Expressway. It's all coming up with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
thing, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen.
My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All price to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is text. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's a Tolo Tuesday here on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys with Sean Sharif and RJ Choppy. Got our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt, Peyton and Aiden in the back live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And both of you guys sent a story last night out of San Antonio with a lot of incidents that have been happening surrounding this guy.
Yeah, so this is from King of the Hill. Is it Joss or Jost? Jonathan Jost?
Joss.
Joss. Either way. So he was on King of the Hill, and he was the voice of Johnny Redcorn.
Yes, old John Redcorn, who famously, it's one of the most
layered
love this
show.
I love it. It really is great. It's one of the most layered plots there is, and they've got this Dale Gribble character who's just ignorant to the fact that John Redcorn is not a spiritual healer. He's actually sleeping with Dale's wife is the thing. And I think we've actually got a clip from it.
I know what you're here for.
Dale, this isn't how I wanted you to find out.
Quit screwing around with my mower.
You've got to be kidding.
I don't kid about my mower. Now get inside and start massaging my wife.
He's taking some of the fun out of this.
It's a great show.
He was Dale?
Yeah. No. So Dale, that was Dale. He was the other guy talking to him, John Redcorn, who was the spiritual healer and was it's It's a great show, and this was awful news that he had been shot to death in San Antonio over the weekend, and it all comes with weird timing because he had been melting down over like the last month with the King of the Hill cast.
So there was a panel that was a week before, and he was escorted out. He wasn't invited to be a part of the panel. Now, the guy who shot him is arrested, charged with first-degree murder, currently behind bars, bond set at $200,000. A neighbor shot him. Days before the argument that allegedly led to his death, he was removed from the theater by security during the panel at the ATX TV Festival. And the incident caught on camera happened at the Paramount on May 30th. They told the outlet that he was in the crowd. He walked up to a microphone that's supposed to be used for Q&A and began to speak before it was time for the audience to interact with the panel, right? So that's what he did. That's what led to him being escorted out. Now, the shooting is obviously tragic, but there's a lot of layers to it. His husband says the killing is a culmination of a long saga of frightening homophobia the company endured on their street, alleging neighbors spent years threatening to burn their house down. Now, the house did burn down. There have been 40...
What?
The police have been to their home 40 times since January of 2024, according to My San Antonio. Complaints ranging from mental health situations, neighbor disturbances, and welfare checks. There was a fire in February. Neighbors told TMZ that he set himself by trying to heat his home with a barbecue pit after its services were cut off because the house had been deemed uninhabitable.
Oh, my.
So his husband says they were threatening to kill him, homophobia. This is a hate crime. Residents are saying that he was erratic. He would just walk to the street yelling that he was God and screaming. They ignored him. And then this culminated on the June 1st murder of him, basically in his front yard.
He had mental health issues, it seems like, because this was 3 days ago. He's just breaking into the Paramount in Austin and screaming and taking the microphone, and they're like, dude, you can't do this. And then 2 days later, he gets shot for another dispute. It's like something was clearly not right with him anymore, which is sad, but it's a bummer to hear he was gone because that was one of my favorite shows growing up.
Another mental health warning, John Brankus. Now, Peyton, were you familiar with sports science when we were talking about this yesterday?
Yes, on ESPN. Yeah.
Yes. Mm-hmm. So John Brankus is the guy who broke down all these sports videos. He ended up selling it to ESPN and apparently took his own life with that news that was coming out yesterday. Well, a video surfaced of him talking about his past mental health issues with Marcellus Wiley, and I just found this very, very eerie and hopefully helpful for anyone going through it.
City, Utah, and I fell into a very deep depression. I had come off of selling my company, selling sports science, ESPN, and you're kind of living in Park City, trying to feeling like you're retiring, and oh my God, I made it. And the isolation that you feel living in a mountain town, the cold weather, injuries, things not going right. I spiraled into a deep, deep depression, and I was flat out suicidal. So much so, I had a noose tied around my neck. I was ready to do it, and my dog, Zeppelin, came to my rescue, literally pulled on my pants, on my jeans, and literally was going crazy, wouldn't leave me alone. And I, in my suicidal funk, was like, what am I doing? I literally picked up my phone, called my mom. I said, there's something wrong with me. I am mentally lost. I then went through a battle. I'm telling you, a battle to get out of it. I went to 6 different psychologists and psychiatrists. Finally found my answer, finally found the way, and never since that day where I found Dr. Sendy, who is actually in Virginia, he led me down the right path. We found a solution, and I have never been depressed a day in my life from that moment forward.
Wow. So just when you think it's all figured out, he talked about where you live with isolation in Utah, the weather. A lot of people who deal with mental health issues and depression say when it gets darker outside or the sun is gone earlier or it's colder, it's a rougher time for them. So I just wanted to play that audio. John Brankus, dead at the age of 54, 6 Emmys. 6 Emmys. This is a young, good-looking, successful guy who said, I figured it out, didn't deal with depression. A day after I met this, miracle healer in Virginia, passing away.
Yeah, it's a lot like, people talk about it a lot like alcoholism or something, or addiction, where it's like, if you were that far down the path and you were struggling that bad, it is one of those things where you kind of have to be on guard like the rest of your life as to something happen. I had a friend who had something similar happen. He told us about a suicide attempt that he didn't go through with, and then everybody was, he's fine. This is 15 years ago. Everybody's, he's fine, it's whatever. They talked about how much happier he was. A year later, he ended up killing himself. And that's the thing, is that it's you've got to keep an eye out for that. The rest of your life, basically, once your brain gets to that spot.
Which media fight would you like to delve into, RJ Choppa? You want to go into the ring with the Nature Boy or on the beach with Bill Belichick and Airplane?
Oh, let's do the Ric Flair one. I got that thing pulled up here.
All right.
So Ric Flair is catching a little bit of heat for comments. So last week, Jim Ross, JR.
Friend of the show.
Yeah, absolutely. Great guy, great friend of the show.
Incredible guest.
Shared that surgery for the cancer that he has. He's been diagnosed with colon cancer, undergoing treatment. He's 73. Revealed that surgery for the cancer was a success, and he is now undergoing rehabilitation. Obviously, support universal. Now, Ric Flair goes on Twitter, and this was on the 31st, and he says, Jim Ross will always be Jim Ross, seeking attention. Focus on your recovery at JR's barbecue. And it didn't last long on social media. He did delete it quite quickly. And then he responds with another post on X, Twitter. If you can't, and this is every word is capitalized in this. If you can't take a joke from a 76-year-old man, then you're living life too seriously. It was all harmless, lighthearted fun, just trying to make people laugh and smile. And then he did another very long one. Said, how can I hate Jim Ross? I have him on my Mount Rushmore of broadcasters, along with Mean Gene and Jerry Lawler.
But I do think the internet dug up past Flair comments on a podcast saying that, Jim Ross likes to make everything about himself.
Yes, that is true. He did.
So he's trying to say the joke was, oh, you got cancer? Way to make it about you, Jim.
About yourself. Yeah, this was
dark humor joke, if that was the intent.
Right. He did say in 2022, all Jim is starving for is to be relevant.
Right.
That's what he said in 2022.
I don't know if that was serious. I don't care enough to go listen to the podcast for the context.
So that is the story with Ric Flair and Jim Ross. Look, as somebody who loves dark humor, all things considered, objectively, quality joke objectively. Probably the wrong time.
If he says this in front of a camera into a microphone with a friend, nobody even blinks at it. Like when you read the words, it just reads harsh. But like if he were to be like, Jim, always being Jim, seeking attention, you got to focus on your recovery, buddy. Like, I mean, it's a totally different tone.
Right. So there's the Nature Boy catching a little heat for Jim Ross. Bill Simmons, Bobby's boy, going at Pablo Torre, the man who's been on a media tour after getting inside the relationship of Bill Belichick and Jordan Hudson.
Yeah, so Bill on his podcast, they weren't even talking about this.
Yeah, it was like a movie review podcast.
And he made a side swipe at Pablo Torre.
Pablo Torre would have done a long podcast about Leo Farnsworth trying to practice with the team and then done a media tour about it afterwards. This guy, bro. I've never seen anybody dying on the stupider story for a week and a half while pretending you're a journalist. What the was that?
Whoa!
Seriously.
What the
Belichick's dating a girl. Oh, let me do 9 shows about it.
I can't tell. Are you
settle the down?
If this was about Jeffrey Lurie, though, would you be like, we got to get Pablo Torre on the thing, right? Like, why are you getting him?
All right, you don't need to do a media tour
it was
about
a story
a podcast.
Everybody was talking
That's
about.
Fine.
To be fair.
Maybe do 2 shows about it.
This reminded me that Bill Simmons is a Boston fan.
Oh, yeah.
And my hatred came back out.
That's where it started from.
It went away, NBA podcasts and the Book of Basketball, and I loved all his articles just like Bobby, but Dude, shut the hell up. Shut up. Pablo Torre's story was about North Carolina banning her from the facility. Yes, it got into maybe Blue Chew and other things that are still waiting to come out. And yes, he took advantage. Pablo Torre is no longer at ESPN, so he took advantage, hopping on every national show that he could. But all of us were glued to it. But here's masshole Boston fan, Bill Simmons rolling his eyes at negative Patriot coverage.
I love Simmons. If Boston stuff comes up, you have to turn Simmons off. You can't listen to it. He immediately flips from being super analytical and smart and really good at explaining it to. As soon as Boston comes up, he loses his mind.
Yep.
And so it's like, all right, it's Belichick as a topic, so he's going to lose his mind.
Pablo on Twitter said, "Dear at Bill Simmons, since you have such strong public opinion about my work, I happen to have a few questions for you specifically. Unless you're afraid of at Pablo finds out and someone just pretending to be a journalist, of course.
Oh,
Thanks, comma Pablo."
I hate when people do that, too. So he's trying to continue the media. Skip Bayless always did that. Unless you're too afraid to come out first take. Unless you're too afraid to sit down with me so I get all the benefit from you with my own TV ratings. That stuff is corny.
We got to try that more. Let's start just tweeting unless you're afraid at everybody that we want to have on.
Right at the Dak.
Yeah, unless you're afraid.
877-881-1053. Franklin and Frankel injury attorney text line. We have a Rangers-Royals ticket giveaway, a loaded first hour for the 6 a.m. club during the Tolo Tuesday. A baseball insider says maybe we should be focusing not on Jacob deGrom, Mahle, or Leiter like we did yesterday. What about this Rangers pitcher to try to bring some bats back in return? We got some Rangers Diamond Cavs on the home of your favorite baseball team next.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has both.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Krd.
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Sapphire Squad?
Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball. Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
So yesterday we floated. I took the brunt of it on Facebook with some of the unhappy Ranger fans. But I floated the idea of trading Jacob deGrom. Hey, let's take advantage of the 36-year-old pitching very well, trying to trade him, not to sell as a team, to get some firepower back offensively to go along with the staff of Eovaldi and everybody else. Do you want to have some conversations about Jack Leiter? We can do that as well. And some of the angry Facebook response was, stupid idea, keep deGrom, what the hell, why aren't you talking about a closer? I just want you to know that I screenshotted all of your names for the next time deGrom gets hurt. I'm trying to go ahead and take advantage of maybe the final opportunity not to pay him $40 million a year at the age of 37, 38. Entice another team, another contender to give up something in return so the Rangers can try to score some runs. Now, maybe it wouldn't go like that. Maybe it wouldn't be for win-now bats. Maybe it would be for prospects. But that was some of the response. I just want to remind you, all of your names are going to be read the next time you're cursing Jacob deGrom because he suffers another injury, which hopefully does not happen, knock on wood. But I ran it past Sandler. I sent Jared the podcast. He did not tell me it was a stupid topic.
Hey, here you go.
Or a question. And I'll just kind of go through what Jared said in reaction. I think the biggest challenge with deGrom is the money. I doubt a team takes on all of the money. So at what point would the Rangers be okay with paying him to play elsewhere? How much would the Rangers be willing to pay? Toronto is a team that makes sense financially. They have plenty of money. GM who is GMing for his job. Then there's the no trade. Someone in the know, I won't say his name to out him, he may not care, but someone texted us yesterday and said, and you even added to this, so I'll just make you the source.
Sure, blame me.
Jacob deGrom would not want to go back to New York and the tabloids. A team like that.
Yeah. He left there once. Now, that doesn't mean...
Yeah, he
anything?
left because we wrote him a big fat check that others may not have been willing to write.
But, like, it wasn't... we got the sense around the sport that he wasn't, like, enamored with the intrusion. It's not even so much like the New York media is hard on you as a player. Players, they get heat all the time. It's the constant intrusion. There are 50 beat writers for the Yankees and for the Mets. Like, every paper's got like two of them.
Yeah, it's like when a Cowboy player comes here.
It's just completely different. Baseball's very big up there, so there's a lot of publications. So I don't think he wanted the intrusion. And I don't think he wants to go back to that.
The access is different, too, in baseball. Like,
Yes.
baseball typically, I think baseball's the most access that media gets to players before games.
It used to, I don't know if it still does. The clubhouse used to open at about 3 o'clock for media. The game's at 7.
Yeah.
What are you doing in there? We're just hanging out, just chatting? You know, can I get a bite of that sandwich?
I think deGrom's, I think his family is in Florida, so he likes this DFW hub of being able to fly back there, and going to a place like LA would make that more difficult. So keep that in mind when it comes to a Jake no trade. Jared says, I think Leiter has the best value just from a business standpoint. He's the cheapest with the highest future value projection of any of them. He has not had Tommy John yet, even though, as Bassick would say, it seems inevitable. Eovaldi has the playoff dog component plus the culture piece.
Yeah, and he's got 2 years left on his deal. The thing about Leiter that's interesting, and that's an interesting word to use, the value, the projected value. If you ever go look at, like, Kylie McDaniel puts out his prospect ranking list, and he'll put out, each team's prospects, and next to it, he has the projected value that your farm system has on it. So that's one of those newer, like, analytical type things where these nerds, they try to put a dollar amount on your farm system, which I never heard of that until a few years ago. I don't know if you heard about that. I don't remember ever seeing that. Maybe they used it in the sport and it just wasn't available to us commoners. But yeah, like, it would make sense that, his projected value for the years ahead, because he's got 15 years. DeGrom's got 3. Evaldi's got 3, so I would absolutely make sure it makes sense that he would have more value.
This is Diamond Cavs, where you get all your baseball info on the home of the Rangers. We got a Rangers-Royals ticket giveaway coming up during the 720 Expressway. John Morosi is a baseball insider for the MLB Network, focused on us and the deadline and these 3 pitchers.
When you see a team that's below 500 and has outstanding pitchers who are in the final year of their contracts, especially Mahle and Corbin, those are the ones that I'm looking at right now. Mahle, a 1.64 ERA, Lauren. For me, he would be one of the prizes of this year at the trade deadline. And we certainly just talked about a team like the D-backs, as Burns is out. A team like the Dodgers. The Dodgers right now, Lauren, with all the injuries they're going through, they're looking for this year's version of Jack Flaherty. It could be Mahle. It could be Corbin. Corbin is someone who we know was a key member of the Nationals pitching staff when they won the World Series back in 2019. You've got to credit him for finding the right spot to go back and pitch for the Texas Rangers and become a really valuable mid-rotation starter. You could certainly see Patrick Corbin starting a Game 3 or a Game 4 of a postseason series because of all the experience he's had and the way that he has found that next level again with the Texas Rangers. So Chris Young is a very competitive guy. I promise you he's not ready to make trades right now. But this is more of put a pin in this conversation here. We're in the early days of June. If they're still in the same position at the All-Star break, get ready for a lot of conversation about Mahle, Corbin, and Milner.
Was Milner, I think.
Yeah, Hobie Milner.
Yeah, he threw him into that. So the way he was talking about Patrick Corbin, it kind of got me a little excited. I was like, oh, could Corbin have more value than maybe, because we're talking about some bigger dogs that try to bring back more ammunition. But here he is talking about Corbin as a Game 3, Game 4 playoff starter for someone that's the best of both worlds, of not having to get rid of DeGrom, not having to get rid of Evaldi, not having to get rid of Leiter, keep holding on to Mahle, and maybe a team loves Corbin out there.
Let me tell you something. If Patrick Corbin's got value, you might want to be one of those early adopters on the trade market this year and do it now. Because, go look at his last handful of years. Do any of us trust that Patrick Corbin is going to continue this?
Probably not.
So maximize that. Especially, you could sell to a team. Hey, there's nobody available right now. The trade market hasn't even shaped itself yet.
Yeah,
we still got a month and a half for that.
He's going to give you innings. We know that as an almost near guarantee.
Yeah. So now you're buying him not for 2 months, for 4.
Look, you've mentioned before. You want to see how much is in bold on your baseball reference page. How many times did you lead the league in something if you want to make the Hall of Fame? Patrick Corbin can make the Hall of Fame. He's led the league in losses 3 times in his career. He's led the league in hits 3 times in his career. Earned runs 3 times. He's led the league in home runs once in his career. So a lot of that last 5 years. Probably not sustainable what he's doing, but he's pitching well right now.
Pitching well, and maybe this is an opportunity to maximize it. Because let's be fair, when everyone's healthy, do you really need him?
Sandler on Mahle. Some teams could love him because he gets weak contact and there's no financial commitment. The strikeout numbers and velocity have dropped a little, and there's no playoff track record. Rocker value is not great, but he would get you more than Corbin. That surprised me that Jared texted that.
Youth. You're getting youth. You're getting upside.
And what have you said Rocker's been doing?
His 2 rehab starts so far, he's been dominant. So he's had 7 innings pitched. He's allowed 2 hits, walked 1, and struck out 8. No runs allowed.
Teams are obsessed with the unknown. They're obsessed with the upside. And if you get a pitcher who's young versus one who's older, who you have obviously team control, and then you could maybe look. Garrett Cole, when he went to Houston, they were like, you need to do this. You need to throw a 4-seamer more, right? And I mean, it wound up working really, really well for him, and he got paid. Now you see this. You see this around the sport. Players go to different organizations. They develop another pitch. They develop whatever, and it takes off. Kumar Rocker's got an elite skill you can't teach. I mean, he's got size. He's got a good arm. Like, you can't teach that.
Takes a lot for me to feel bad for an Astro, and this is an earmuff warning for the Tolo kids in the car. Little 30-second earmuff as Lance McCullers had to go to the police, or the police been in contact with Lance after a drunk bettor overseas threatened him and his family over one of his recent starts.
I understand people are very passionate and people love the Astros and love sports, but threatening to find my kids and murder them is a little bit tough to deal with. So, just as a father, I think there have been many threats over the years aimed at me mostly, and I think actually one or two people from other issues around baseball actually had to go to jail for things like that. But I think bringing kids into the equation, threatening to find them, or next time they see us in public, they're gonna stab my kids to death. Things like that is tough to hear as a dad.
No charges had been filed. The man admitted he had been gambling on an Astros game, lost money, and was frustrated and inebriated when he sent the threats to Lance. He apologized and asked that his apology be relayed to McCullers and his family. The case remains ongoing. And then he's got his 5-year-old coming home from school saying, "Daddy, what is threats?" He's on the phone. His wife is on the phone talking about this. "Daddy, what are threats? Who wants to hurt us? Who wants to hurt me?" The Astros hired 24-hour security for the family after this.
Man, that's an awful story. And look, McCullers has had a brutal last 3 years professionally.
Yeah, I think with this outing, he came out and gave up 7.
Yeah, well, he had, so prior to May 4th of this year, he hadn't pitched since 2022. In June of 23, he had surgery, had a flexor strain, so he didn't pitch that previous year. And then he came back and he tried to rehab, go back last year, and he got shut down. So, he had been out since 2022, finally comes back, and obviously you're back after 3 years almost. And then you have to deal with something like this, some knucklehead who thinks that this is more important than it actually is.
It used to be fantasy sports guy was the one harassing players all the time. This JB Bickerstaff went viral last year talking about this, that he's like, I've never been threatened more than by somebody who's lost money on betting.
Yeah.
And the Athletic did a piece with NBA players earlier this spring, I think, where a ton of them were just talking about it's nonstop. Somebody who lost money on the game is always sending you something and chirping.
And inviting and partnering up with gambling as a league is going to do this.
Yeah.
Of course. Yeah. And it's more
But
accessible.
never one time with all the gambling I've been doing recently have I thought about tweeting Chet Holmgren.
No.
Because he didn't get the extra rebound, or going at Tyrese Halliburton because he wasn't aggressive enough offensively in the game. Mike, but you have a bunch of losers.
You do. You have a bunch of losers. And gamblers know the inherent risk that goes into it. We know that
Getting tracked by the FBI?
Well, yes, we know that it is a losing proposition at times. You have to accept losses. You just got to accept it. It's going to happen. You got to be able to deal with it and move on and not chase. And that's why it's not for everybody, but it's for us.
We have a hockey report. This guy looks pretty credible.
I think he's NHL Network.
Okay, his name is David Pagnotta, and Sirius XM and NHL Network. Noise out of Dallas regarding Pete DeBoer. Per multiple sources, players are not pleased with how he handled several situations during the Western Conference Finals, along with post-Game 5 and exit media remarks. Told players voiced their concerns during internal exit interviews. DeBoer has 1 year left on his deal. So, again, for those that were also chirping, that were trying to make something out of nothing, the turnover in hockey, DeBoer's history with goaltenders, listening to Ottinger's tone the other day in the presser, Pete not talking with Jake in between. We just got to go ahead and put it out there, and this hockey insider is saying some Stars players are not happy.
Culture matters. We've said it in the last hour with Brian Schottenheimer. Culture matters. Look, you can't have bad relationships with your players, and it feels right now like Pete DeBoer just has a bad relationship with Jake Ottinger.
I posted this morning. Every coaches can survive anything except losing a locker room.
Why is Troy Aikman pumping the brakes on all of our Cowboys off-season love? The Hall of Famer, hear from him next with a Rangers-Royals ticket giveaway for you. Turning it on, leaving it on. That's what TOLO stands for. We go commercial-free with the Expressway, plus Ask Reddit. All of it after this.
has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it, Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts, and the HOV lane of the Expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
We are your official home of the Dallas Cowboys. Remember that when football season officially gets underway. We always consider it underway here on Sean and RJ with our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt, who will be out at practice again today. Ford Center at the Star in Frisco. We're also the Texas Rangers flagship station, so we have tickets to hook you up with coming up momentarily and every day the rest of the week. Ask Reddit at 7:40. Tony Casillas to talk about Brian Schottenheimer at 8 o'clock as he participated and was invited to Cowboys Legends Day. But another legend, Troy Aikman, is saying pump the brakes just a little bit as NBC5 caught up with Aikman while promoting his beer. And here's what he had to say about all this Cowboy optimism.
You know, there were a lot of people just kind of scratching their head a little bit when he got named as the head coach because of his age and the fact that he hadn't had an opportunity yet. But, you know, now it's he's going to be judged by the same things that everyone else is, whether he can win games or not. And sounds like right now, of course, there's 32 teams right now in the league that are really optimistic and feeling good about what they did this offseason and how OTAs are going. And, you know, I always kind of laugh a little bit when I read the articles of what's happening this time of year and how positive everybody is. And the reality of it is that there's going to be a lot of teams that aren't very good. And who those teams are going to be, we'll find out. But I'm pulling for him and hoping that he does well.
And Aikman, he sounds pretty like he likes Schottenheimer. So he got to know Schottenheimer. He mentioned it. I've heard him mention it in a couple different places. He got to know Schottenheimer when he was the Seattle offensive coordinator because they were doing a lot of production meetings. He said the first time he ever interacted with him was years ago when he was on staff at San Diego, and they were starting to do some things that the Cowboys had previously done. So he just called Aikman for advice, like, hey, how did you guys do this and this? And so Aikman so he said, I like him a lot, but clearly Aikman's just like, I think Aikman is just not going to be as easily swayed by like that practice visit that all the guys had the other day. That's not going to be something to him that's like, a lot of people feel happy right now. Let's see what happens when adversity hits.
I get it. I understand it. You know, pretty reasonable take, but I'm defensive now. I'm defensive. Anyone that comes at Brian Schottenheimer or this happy place that we're building, I'm going to attack. And what I'll say back to Troy Aikman and anyone worried about Troy Aikman's statements, Troy Aikman was a humongous Mike McCarthy fan. So I think if Troy had his druthers in choice, Mike McCarthy would still be here. If you listen to this show, I know you already know Bobby's opinion, but I share that opinion, not as strongly. Mike McCarthy needed to go. He was not the answer to win a championship. So Troy Aikman would have kept McCarthy here. He was wrong, is wrong. So that's my rebuttal.
Yeah, and I think...
But he's right in terms of we have totally forgotten, flushed, and glossed over. I mean, I'll never forget leaving Hurtado Barbecue. The news broke. CA put me on the show, half buzzed. We're ready to burn the city down. This is one of the most surprising, ridiculous, laughable hires in the history of the National Football League in the moment and leading up. We can't forget that. We got to hold ourselves accountable. If this ends up working, right now, we're just so in love with the microphone and all the little things we're hearing behind the scenes. At least I am.
Yeah, look, I mean, I had I went and clipped something the other day. I had gotten killed when this news broke, and I was like, the more fans hear Schottenheimer, the more they're going to like him. It may change in September, but by the time the season rolls around, everybody's going to be pretty positive about him. And I had somebody tweet at me that day. They went, "You're a puppet just like the rest of them." And then I went and I was curious. I was just like, 2 weeks ago, I was like, let me just look up that guy. I just want to click on his account. So
Jesus first, right?
7 minutes before I had clicked on his account, he had tweeted, Brian Schottenheimer might be him. And it was just loaded with the shot. I was like, there you go. See, This is exactly what I'm saying. Everybody forgets. Right now, it feels good. There's literally nothing to feel tension about or anything else. So to be fair, it's either going to be neutral or positive. He can only go up from here. And so far, though, he's checked every box to go up.
A Cowboys practice preview for today from their website.
Yes, Tommy Yarish, Mr. Suit and Tie, who heard this and was not out there wearing his suit last week when I saw him.
See, I love being able to peer pressure somebody.
But he screwed up. No, he was happy about it. He's like, it was kind of freeing. We put it out there in the open a little bit, and now maybe I can just walk in and just be a little more comfortable. Problem is, he went with the quarter zip. Long sleeves in burning sun, and he's like, I am sweating to death now in this. So this wasn't a great choice. But Tommy Yarish with the
what
ride
if he
up.
was like just on the edge of a promotion in Frisco, and they're like, "You're not taking it as serious. Your effort isn't there. Look at you're all of a sudden getting lazy with your attire, and we cost Tommy a promotion."
Yeah, fashion tips from me probably isn't going to help him in the building. But he has his 5 things that he's looking out for at today's OTA practice, the media portion available. Number 1, can Miles Sanders make a push for running back 1? So this is something we talked about last week, a little bit into this week. Miles Sanders looked as good as you can look in this sort of setting. He looked like, okay, he's moving well. You were a little concerned. He's 28 years old. Carolina didn't put him out there a whole lot. There's a concern a little bit about, okay, is he the same sort of guy? Does he have that same juice, that same burst? But he's looked really good to this point. He talked about, Tommy did, he said, being the elder statesman in the room gives Javonte Williams and Miles Sanders an advantage compared to some other running backs available, but they'll both still have a lot to prove before either can earn the running back 1 job. One aspect to keep an eye on is catching out of the backfield, which would be an edge to Javonte Williams at this point. Number 2 on his list, who emerges as the green dot linebacker on defense? So that's not totally clear or settled yet. Eric Kendricks obviously isn't here. DeMarvion Overshown has been injured. He's still rehabbing on his way back.
What's his timeline? Like, what's his expected date?
It's hard to say because it was a really devastating injury where I think a lot of people have said he might be out the whole year. And then Overshown's talking like in a way that says maybe I could be back in the middle of the year. And then I think
meet the schedule.
Yeah, I think the more optimistic timeline from people, while still being realistic, said December. Like maybe beginning of December is when you could get him.
Kendricks is still a free agent.
Yeah, it's not playing. He's been all over. He's become Instagram influencer guy. Like you watch him, he puts up all these different captions now and does like TikToks. But the name that maybe we should be watching out here for, talking to Tommy is Kenneth Murray from the Titans, the linebacker that they brought in. And Kenneth Murray's flashed out here at practice a couple different times, and he is.
This is the guy I want to hear more about.
When you talk about culture, this was the dude who, when he was coming out of Oklahoma, was like the culture player in that draft when he was coming out 3-4 years ago, whatever that was. But he's somebody who's flashed out there at practice, has leadership traits, is a higher IQ player. It's just been a matter of executing. He hasn't executed consistently, but he's somebody who I think we should probably keep our eyes a little closer on as we get closer to training camp. Can Brevin Spann-Ford make a push for tight end 2? Ooh, are things that bad? As we get to number 3 in Tommy Yarish's 5 things he's looking out for OTAs. Is it that bad with Luke Schoonmaker? Tommy mentions here with Luke Schoonmaker having his fair share of struggles early in his career, and that also bled into last week's practice. He had a drop during team period. This is setting up to be a critical offseason for both Schoonmaker and Spann-Ford for an important position in the offense. Brevin Spann-Ford I haven't noticed a ton out at practice, but it's somebody that they liked a lot last year. They gave him, I think, the highest bonus of any of the guys that they signed as undrafted free agents. He got some play later in the year, is a good blocker. There's a lot of things there that they like about Brevin Spann-Ford. But, man, if you're already talking about...
I thought he was getting a lot of OTA love last week.
No, like, I mean, he was out there, he's catching passes and different things like that, but it's not like you're seeing it. You're
to the point.
But you're okay, all right. We're talking about passes.
He's beating defenders everywhere. He's scoring touchdowns.
No. We're talking about Witten passes. We're talking about, all right, leak into the flat and they're throwing the ball over there. Okay. And so it's like, all right, you catch and run, but how much are you catching and running in a non-contact practice? Number 4, where does Wanye Thomas fit in the secondary? He says, with Donovan Wilson spending time with the rehab group, that's opened up opportunities for Wanye Thomas to take some reps with the first-team defense opposite Malik Hooker at safety. He's also, when they've been in base and they come out with 3 receivers, he's been the one taking the nickel a lot of times, like coming down and then taking the slot. But Wanye Thomas is a big culture guy. He's somebody who has contributed on special teams, a little bit on defense. He's got an incredible backstory. But Wanye Thomas is somebody who I still think there's a question of, does he have the skill set to consistently play at the NFL level?
Let me go back to Schoon for a second. Which Wolverine gives you more of an NFL career and production between Mozzie and Schoon?
Mozzie. Probably.
Really? Dang.
Mozzie last year.
This is approaching bust territory.
Yeah, this is a massive swing and miss on my part too, because I really liked Schoonmaker coming out. I thought Schoonmaker was going to play a much bigger role. He just has not done anything to click into where he was supposed to be.
And he was taken right after Laporta, right?
Laporta's taken in the first round, I think, and Schoonmaker was taken mid-second, something like that. But Schoonmaker was they loved Laporta when he was coming out. It's just Schoonmaker was the guy that they ended up taking after a couple others went. And then the last thing he's looking for here, and this is a name we have not talked about at all leading up to the season. What does Hunter Lipke's role look like? He says the Swiss Army knife that is Hunter Lipke can serve in a lot of different roles for the Cowboys offense, and that's been on display early in OTAs and his overall time in Dallas. He's played running back, fullback, and tight end along with special teams. So which spot does he settle into best? Is it all of the above, or does Brian Schottenheimer find a permanent home and role for him in his offense? That's one of the things I will be interested to see, kind of the side periphery things, not the main topics of a starting position, but what role does the fullback play in what Schottenheimer's trying to do versus what the role has played for Mike McCarthy over the years? Mike McCarthy's always been more of a fullback type of guy. Schottenheimer at various spots has used one really prominently, and then there have been other times he hasn't used them much at all. So I think it just kind of matters on what his personnel is. But Lipke is somebody who was a favorite of Mike McCarthy and within the Schottenheimer offense, and it'll be interesting to see how exactly he transforms with Schottenheimer here.
He had some moments, and then he had some bad moments.
Lipke?
Yeah. At the goal line in Miami was a bad moment.
Yes.
Yep. But other time, I mean, he had other big first downs that he converted.
I mean, he was not a fullback coming into the NFL. He was a running back. They've made him this, and so now he's kind of playing fullback, tight end. It's a little different.
What other type of audio gold are we going to get from the brand new head coach? Last week, Todd Archer asked him about RJ Choppy's biggest shoddy problem. Why the visor?
It actually is a little bit of a ode to Coach Spurrier. So for you guys that don't know, 96 national champs, Florida Gators. When I went down there, I transferred from the University of Kansas. And the reason I went to Florida was I wanted to kind of learn about offense. And at the time, he had just started the fun and gun. He'd come from Duke to Florida. And so I wanted to get down there and kind of learn from him. He was great. He actually gave me the opportunity to wear a headset on game days. I had to sit out for a year with the old transfer rules. But he told me that if I went there, that he'd let me wear a headset and be involved and be the signal caller, which was great. What I didn't realize was that what that also entailed was anytime he threw his visor, which was probably 5 to 7 times a game, I was responsible for picking it up. And I can truly, this is a true story. So we're playing a game, I'm signaling plays, and something happens. He's mad, he's pissed off at Danny, throws his visor, and for some reason I was caught up in something, I didn't go pick it up, and he literally looks at me, he's like, I was like, oh. So I went and I picked it up, and he's like, so honestly, that's where I first noticed it. I think I look better in a visor than a hat. I mean, I'm losing my hair a little bit, at least up front, but it does go back to Florida.
There it is, Choppy. There's your answer.
Man, it's because he's very, very likable. It's just a very disappointing.
If you're losing your hair, don't you want to wear the full cap?
Yeah, you would think so.
The visor is just leaving you more exposed.
I think
it would. It would leave you more, absolutely.
I think what he's thinking is if he's losing his hair, does he want the friction from the hat potentially like causing more hair loss? Whereas if he's got the visor, everything's just kind of kept intact.
Interesting. Y'all
should be wearing visors.
It's a
nope, too late. It's already gone for me.
Yeah, we gotta wear you wear the high ones though. It doesn't even touch the hair. I just can't do it. I can't do the visor.
Yeah.
And there's two different kinds of visors. He wears the short face visor. That's the one. It's a little bit narrower on top. Then you get the ones that are like the big flat ones.
Yeah.
Like your Larry Mize.
Yeah, like you're like handing out blackjack cards.
Yeah, that's a big one. And so that's the worst one. So the one that he's got at least is the more stylish.
Schottenheimer did tell us to be on the possible lookout for the backwards visor. So RJ, I'd like you to power rank Dan Quinn backwards hat, front visor, backwards visor.
We're talking from a head coach.
Yes.
Or just in general on the street?
Whatever you want.
Okay. So
how do they differ?
Well, I think head coach backwards hat, regular hat. That's the worst. That's the most offensive one.
Okay.
That's the most offensive because he's trying. Yeah. So Dan Quinn is the most offensive. The front visor. I think the front visor is second worst. I think the backwards visor upside down, especially upside down. Little Malibu's Most Wanted looking. That's the best one. If you're gonna rock a visor backwards,
that's the best.
Yeah, the best one is the backwards because now you're completely making a joke out of it. Now you're like you're committing to the bit.
Okay,
that's the best one.
This all makes sense though. It hadn't really clicked for me until hearing Shoddy say right there, 1996 national champions, and then thinking back to how his beloved Peyton Manning couldn't do anything against Florida. That's why you hate the visor. It's literally just it's what you couldn't beat, and you hate it.
You know, I wasn't at UT in '96, so I don't care. I don't care.
The visor beat the hell out of you the next few years, though.
Well, the next year, and then the following year, '98, we won. We did okay. I think I was 3-2 against Florida in my career.
Let's hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on, the home of the Rangers.
All right, Tolos, right now, that's right. Call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a 4-pack of tickets to see the Rangers take on the Royals on Tuesday, June 17th at Globe Life Field in Arlington. And you'll want to get there early, Tolos, because the first 20,000 fans in the gate will also receive a 2023 World Series Final Out bobblehead. That's call number 10 at 877-881-1053.
The electric Tony Casillas will join us at 8 o'clock this morning to talk about the new regime at the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco. Right now, it's time for Ask Reddit.
Do you have a question, Kelly? Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
That is right. We're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. We do it every Tuesday around this time. We get the most viral questions being asked over on the Ask Reddit forum over the past week, and we kick them around the studio, and we get your thoughts on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053, and we also get your thoughts on the Twitch and on the YouTube, and we'll start off with RJ Choppy.
All right.
RJ, what's something you keep seeing in movies that no one actually does in real life and annoys you every time?
I feel they hang up the phone without saying goodbye. It's just they just hang it up. Let's see. Oh, the people who get in the shower and then turn it on.
Oh,
that never happens. Hey, unless you want to have a nip that could cut the glass.
Yeah, I do both. I will do both. Typically, when I was younger, I would just turn it on because in my thought process growing up, I was just like, oh, well, I gotta. If the door potentially is unlocked or whatever, I don't want to be like somebody opens it right as I'm getting in the shower or whatever. So I would usually get in the shower, throw off the boxers, and then turn the thing on. Is how I would.
In
do
the
it
cold
typically.
water,
I would just turn the shower head away until it kind of warmed up after 3 seconds. And then do it. So that's what I would do. The answer to this for me that I hate every time. I despise this in movies. It ruins movies for me. The dialogue that gives you the unnecessary background that no one would ever give you in real life. So, like, think of the example I use. It's a kid's movie, actually. Big Hero 6. In that movie, one of the characters goes, "No, mom and dad died. Remember?" It's like, he knows.
Yeah, right.
That's how you got to introduce it to find an easier way to tell me that their parents died than to just have dialogue of, "Remember, our mom and dad died?"
Yeah.
He knows. You guys all should know. Don't explain to me. That never happens in real life.
I thought you were going to say cars, flying literally.
That could absolutely happen.
Off of buildings.
Yeah, very realistic.
This might be a very old man boomer take from me. I'm not watching a movie with intricate fight scenes anymore. Anytime they break into this choreographed practice fight scene,
yeah,
I'm out. I can't take anything seriously. Maybe it's funny if it's Jackie Chan doing it. Otherwise, Mission Impossible or after The Matrix, I was done with the crazy fight. Jack Ripper. I don't know. What's his name?
Jack Reacher.
Jack Reacher.
Yeah.
All these Jason Bourne. I've never seen one of them. All these crazy scripted out fight scenes. I can't do it.
915 calmly walking away from explosions.
When you get knocked out. They get knocked out.
That doesn't annoy me, though. That's cool.
Yeah.
It's cool, but I guess it's just it never happens. 210 says people kissing right after waking up with 5 exclamation points.
Oh, this is Amanda's pet peeve.
That they do that in TV shows and stuff?
And the TV shows, movies. It's like, actually, it's a great poll question. How many of you wake up without brushing your teeth and kiss your significant other? It never, ever happens in my house.
Oh, yeah. We every day.
Oh.
Yeah, but you do a lot of things even without showering. So, I mean,
we do. I mean, so if you're going to have morning relations, do you always get up and brush your teeth first?
A lot of times.
Oh.
But I'm also not needing to kiss.
That's true.
for the morning relation.
That's true. That's true.
You kiss in the morning?
Rarely. If it is, it's like maybe like if we're just laying there. But I usually get up and I immediately brush my teeth. It's like in the morning, like I'll wake up obviously earlier than Mackenzie, so I get up, brush my teeth, everything, then I kiss her goodbye.
We're never up at the same time. I'll wake up, I'll kiss her on the forehead, and then I'll walk out. Like she's asleep usually.
So
but yeah, and then I go in and
How
get
does the
ready.
morning breath not drive you all crazy?
I mean, I don't know. It doesn't. I don't really notice that. My nose doesn't really work anyway.
Okay.
Peyton, what
Big
is
deviated septum here?
Peyton,
She's
what-
trying to get me to get surgery on that. The deviated septum. Like my voice will change. I can't.
Oh yeah, that's right. It's your moneymaker.
Peyton, what's something you keep seeing in movies that no one actually does in real life and annoys you?
It annoys me so much. So after people are done making love, they just get up and they get dressed and they walk away. No one does that. Like the guy puts on their
That's
jeans.
the dream scenario.
Yeah, it's like a lot of people have done that. I feel like.
No. People they shower, they lay there. No one just gets up, puts the jeans on, and goes about their day, goes to work. It drives me insane.
Okay, all right. I think that's actually true for a lot of people. That's the way that they operate. But we're doing Ask Reddit here
Leaving
on
the Cape Cod house.
We're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. Peyton Russell, at your age, what instantly pisses you off?
It's construction. It's everywhere now. I swear, I don't know, maybe I was just naive to it growing up and not, driving obviously until I was old enough, but like I never noticed it as much. But now it's like every left turn you take, there's construction. It's like just finish the road you're on and then focus on something else later on. But it's like every highway, every side street, it's just construction everywhere. And you're never going to get it all done.
Man, especially for you though, because you're Rockwall and Rockwall continues to build. Like that's the like Rockwall and anything you get further, east of
land.
Dallas, like they start building up more, and so they haven't fleshed everything out yet. I remember the most irritating thing this may have been before you got to Dallas, Sean. You remember when 635 they were expanding, they were building the underground, they were expanding to the
like
5
10
lanes,
years.
and they had those Mario Sinicola and Sons trucks out there. And I just remember every time I'd see that truck, I would shudder. I absolutely hated it. Chop, what's your answer for this?
Slow people in general, people with no purpose, like especially driving is one thing, but I'll take this to the walkers. If you're on the street, or if you're at a mall or the store or a ball game, and you're walking 3 or 4 wide, and you are going at your own pace with no regard for the listen. When we're on foot, we are all training for Olympic speed walking. That's how I operate. I'm fast paced. Let's go.
Bobby, he leaves his family in the dust.
I want people to walk with purpose. I want them to know where they're going.
The person at the crosswalk who is so they think they're showing off their swag, and they look back at you like, do it. Seriously, like I'm rooting for you to get hit. Like and they're looking at you like you're not going to do it, and I'm not picking up my pace whatsoever in crossing this street.
Yeah.
I know I'm not supposed to be. I know I'm jaywalking, and they're just like not a care in the world,
man.
And it makes me root. 2 points.
So this is the slow walkers one I thought of, but I'm gonna go with it's the line cutters in general. I don't like anybody line cutting at a bar.
You're not a
or
car
an event.
line cutter?
No. I'm not talking about in the car. I'm talking about like you're in line somewhere.
Okay.
Anybody who jumps line,
we're in
goes
line on the highway.
I'm talking about like if
Why
you're,
is that fine?
Somebody cutting you
do
off.
it.
No, somebody cutting you off I don't like in general. But I'm talking about you're in line, you've been waiting in line, and then somebody just goes up like, well, my friend was holding the spot for me. It's like, no, go to the back. But like this is a big problem. I don't like the holding a spot for Kristen. But even that's more justifiable. She was standing up there, walked away, came back. This is like, I didn't get there in time, and now after you've all been staying in line for an hour, I'm just going to jump up here. Or you're at the bar, and somebody just kind of slips in where you're supposed to be, or at the grocery store if they're a big line, somebody slips. I
do that with the airplane, like Group 4. But I feel like I'm not really cheating anyone. When they call Group 3, I wait for the initial rush, and then I stay in the back of them.
Yeah.
Before they call the Group 4. Amanda's like, no, they have to call the Group 4. I'm like, no, the people we're going to be the first ones in line for Group 4.
Let's do it.
Yeah, that doesn't bug me like as much nearly as I'm waiting for a drink or I'm trying to get back to my seat if we're at a game or something. It's like you're taking a whole lot of time. That annoys the hell out of me. We're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan.
Mine is Saturday traffic, and I said it yesterday also, when the traffic doesn't have an accident.
Yeah. That's
If there's a miserable collision, at least I can be like, okay, they're going to be calling the Frankos here in a second. When it's just to separate onto 35 and it's just to get the bottleneck and solve that problem. And then just Saturday, you cannot go into Dallas at any hour on a Saturday.
Nope.
It's awful.
Yeah,
I told Amanda the other day. I was like, "We're moving when I retire. We're moving. I can't deal with it."
You just got to adhere to the zipper rule when you're merging. Every other, when you got to merge, every other, each lane. My lane, your lane. My lane, your lane. My lane, your lane. It makes it so much easier.
Should be that easy. We're doing Ask Reddit here on 105 through the Fan. Sean, you are Mr. Pizza. You're a bit of a pizza snob,
This
I feel
is
like.
a great question.
What is the superior frozen pizza brand? And there is an easy answer to this.
I can't remember. I'm such a snob with it now. I can't remember the last time I had frozen pizza. Amanda doesn't know Elio's. Maybe that was an East Coast thing. It was basically frozen box pizza.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted whatever, and I don't know what school pizza they had here while growing up. I just want that. I want to replicate. Did y'all have Joe Corby's pizza? It was kind of like your delivery. What are the meals? Swans, like.
Schwann's, yeah.
It kind of be like Schwann's, like that. Way back in the day, you'd sell it for the school credit and all that stuff. So it used to be Elio's Pizza. Hit me up if you know. I guess I would say a DiGiorno Rising Crust.
DiGiorno's good. A lot of people like Freshetta. The Freshetta and DiGiorno, I remember when I was a kid, those came out around the same time, were like the competing Rising Crust brands. There's a bunch of people on the YouTube who are wrong right now that are saying Red Baron. You've got Totino's, all these different ones.
I like Red Baron. But Julian, that's all he will eat. It's all he will eat.
I could never.
All he will eat is Red Baron. Now, I'll tell you what a good one is that we've found recently is that Motor City.
Is it like Detroit style?
It's like rectangular.
Thicker, a little thicker.
All
right, that's.
I don't adhere to styles of pizza. There's one pizza, red sauce, and then there's that casserole crap they use in Chicago.
Okay,
so that's a really good one.
DFW Dad says Motor City is solid over on the Twitch. Like I said, a lot of people on the YouTube saying Red Baron, 214 Tony's, $1 frozen pizzas. The answer to this is it is Tombstone. Tombstone is still.
I totally forgot about
just
that.
like and I know it's like the old school, like just thin crust. Yeah. It doesn't rise or anything else.
Cardboardy.
But it's like the crunch and like it's so
cheese
good.
distribution. I gotta have enough cheese. I gotta have enough sauce. It can't just be. You know what's the most overrated thing? Is pizza rolls. I love the concept of the pizza roll, but I can never get a pizza roll that I feel like has enough filling in it. You and I are sauce people.
Yeah.
I need extra sauce on my pasta, extra sauce on my pizza. I got to be able to taste the filling. I want a ton of stuff in there. Pizza, I just feel like pizza rolls should be better. I love the idea of the pizza roll.
You know what I haven't had in a long time that I love is pepperoni bread.
Pepperoni bread?
Haven't had that in.
What is that?
I don't know what that is.
Oh my god, it's a loaf of bread just shoved with pepperoni and cheese.
A loaf?
It's a whole
like
loaf
a regular
of
bread loaf.
Stuffed
or like sliced and then put on top.
Well, you slice it eventually, but the way they make it is it's just stuffed with pepperoni and cheese.
Oh, I'm gonna have to look for
it. And
this.
you just dip it in marinara.
Peyton, your favorite frozen pizza?
My one seat is DiGiorno, and then the 214 brings up a good one, California Pizza Kitchen. They have some good choices as well.
We got people. I wouldn't qualify this, but it is great. The bagel bites still are fantastic. I'll kill some bagel bites.
That's too much bread. Too much bread for me. Not enough sauce.
I get it. Because I mean, it is very dense.
Yeah,
but
I think the bagel bite is actually more bland tasting than the pizza roll.
Ooh,
it's just too much bagel.
It probably could use a better distribution, but I mean, there's probably something nostalgic about it for me. We're doing Ask Reddit here on 105 through the Fan. RJ Choppy, who's a celebrity you dislike, but you just can't deny their talent, other than Steve Spurrier?
I mean, all of them.
All of them?
Like they're celebrities for a reason. Like they've got talent somewhere. Like, and I generally hate them all. Wow. So like, I mean, every musician. I mean, they got hits. They're generally pretty good.
See,
You don't hate them.
Well, I don't hate them all, but like, I'm sure.
Give us two or three you dislike.
I mean, look, I don't really like Morgan Wallen, but I mean, I can't deny how great he is.
Most of the people I don't like who are celebrities, I don't like them for their like undeserved level because I don't think they have the talent to match where they're at. That's why I usually dislike them.
I always thought that Russell Crowe came off as a jackass, but when he acts, And I don't know how often he does act. Like, I still have to watch him, even though I feel like he's really mean. He's a mean person, it seems like.
Like, it sounds like, so I was reading a lot about, like, Brad Pitt and, like, the relationship that he has with his kids. Like, is Shiloh the one of those?
All 12 of them?
Yeah. They've all dropped his name from the Jolie Pitt. They've all dropped the Pitt.
Oh.
So, like, it sounds like he's not, like, the dad of the year. Can't deny, first of all, I mean, he's scrumptious looking. Second of all, I mean, he makes banger movies.
I dislike everybody in Fleetwood Mac. I really do. They're all
random.
No. That their entire band is built on being like toxic backstabbers. That is their whole career.
And swingers.
But they're great. Like, they're all great, and their toxicity created something fantastic.
Yeah.
But like, they're all awful when you listen to their backstories pretty much. Other than like Mick Fleetwood's kind of fine.
I could also say the Paul brothers, like Jake Paul.
Yeah.
Like, I have to respect Jake Paul as a content creator and anything he does that makes millions and millions and millions of dollars. And I've come around to knowing it's an act. Like, I like Jake Paul more now than I did last year. But I respect his talent. I think Jake Paul could be my 1 seed.
Knowing it's a character, yes. I respect their marketing brain and their business acumen and different things like that, because I thought it was all an accident for a long time, but I still think they're kind of jackasses. Johnny Depp on the 972, Taylor Swift 972. We got 214 Christian Bale's a jackass, but very talented. Peyton, celebrity you hate, but you can't deny their talent.
Yeah, Sean Stoll. It was Jake Paul for me. I mean, like he's such a douche, but the dude can fight. And I don't know if it's just because, him, being involved obviously with Logan Paul, his brother, but like him being the YouTube guy early on, then just making it look easy in life and just, I'll just be a fighter, and then actually succeeding in it as well. So Jake Paul's up there for me.
How about DiCaprio? He's a creeper. He seems like someone he would never look at you in public, but he's an all-time stud.
You want to talk about like kind of self-important, self-righteous? The guy who also fits that, you just reminded me of Sean Penn.
Yeah.
Gosh, Sean Penn is insufferable.
Yeah.
But when you watch him movies, it's like, holy cow, he's awesome.
Yep, I agree.
But he is just insufferable to listen to talk.
It's another Tuesday of Ask Reddit, commercial-free with a Rangers ticket giveaway. We'll do it again tomorrow. Congrats to the Tolo who won that. PP in the Morning is coming up at 8:20 after Tony Casillas invited the Cowboys Legends Day as he is hyped as Michael Irvin about the new regime. Our buddy and the former Cowboy, Tony Casillas, joins us next.
Hey, if you missed any of the fan this morning, we've got you covered by Chapter.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on your home of the Dallas Cowboys with Sean and RJ. Choppy clapping because we're seeing some Whataburger being delivered in the next room. Yes.
Oh, yeah, that is absolutely the reason.
How you going to eat it in front of us right there through the window, man?
Joe just sensually eating that delicious Whataburger.
That's torture, Joe. Tony Casillas is set to join us. He was invited by Brian Schottenheimer to Cowboys Legends Day, along with Rocket Ishmael. You had Drew Pearson, and you had Michael Irvin, who on his podcast talked about Schotty's respect for Cowboys history.
Coach comes in and he says, all right, guys are here on a good day. I want to introduce all the legends, and he introduced everybody. And he said to the players, this is what we're a part of. This is what they do. This very building we are in, they do. He said, I want you guys to spend as much time around them to get whatever you can from them so we can hold up and honor and do what they've done. I was like, okay, that's a good start because he's connecting. Remember, you're not going to do great things without that connectivity all the way around, all the way around. Everybody in the building has to be connected, and everybody in the building has to know the importance of what we are doing to build a championship.
Tony Casillas was also there, and friend of the show is back on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, brother. How you been?
I'm doing good, Bobby. How you doing?
Oh, yeah, that's it. The Bobby and everyone show. And Sean and RJ, not about it.
All right, Tony, thanks for the time, man. Appreciate it.
Hey, I'm sorry, but RJ, I have to refer to Bobby because for some reason RJ never reaches out to me. So sorry about that, man. It's not a good way to start, but it's going to get better.
Look, I'm a little bit jealous. You have a hole in one, and I don't. And that's why. I still, as that video still pops up every now and then on my feed. And I'm very, very bitter about that one. But it's good to hear your voice. The greatest number 92.
Hey, it's great to be with you guys.
The greatest number 92 in college football.
Tony, what was it like out there with Brian Schottenheimer and Legends Day?
You know what? It was. I think the word for this going this season would be culture, because I think that you've heard a lot of people talk about it, and I got to tell you, I was blown away. To me, he just seems very magnetic. He reminds me somewhat of a Pete Carroll, Matt LaFleur, kind of a hybrid, but. I mean, Coach Schottenheimer is excited. He's got this vibe when you walk into a room. We had a chance to spend a lot of time with the players and their team meetings, individual meetings, and you could just tell this was authentic. This was energy of a guy that's obviously come from a football family. Marty Schottenheimer, legendary coach for the Cleveland Browns and the Kansas City Chiefs. So I was just surprised at how you just seemed like there was a focus in that room, and I think that you really kind of you try to judge people as far as, what they're trying to accomplish and, kind of feeling your way out and see what the environment is. And, all those players are locked in. And I think that that's something this team is really going to show up this year, because I think everyone saw that, from the Randy Whites to the Bob Lillies to the Thomas Hollywood Hendersons to the Michael Irvins. That was the narrative, is that this guy is really, really injecting a lot of energy, a lot of positive vibe, and more importantly, culture, because that's something that you have to find. All a bunch of guys believe in the same thing. And really, that's, I would say, totally different than the Mike McCarthy era, and that's kind of what I heard. And I was really surprised when I heard that, because I thought Mike McCarthy, you look at him on the sideline, seems like this players coach, but it's totally different than what Mike McCarthy had when he was on his coaching staff, and that's what I've heard. And you could see it and sense it in that building.
Tony, did all the previous regimes welcome you guys in like this, or was this something kind of new?
Well, Sean, that's a great question, because I think that that's really I think that was Coach Schottenheimer's. I think he really wanted to instill, what was the, first of all, if you guys walked in the Star, obviously, and you're just blown away by the facilities. And so what came before these guys on the team now? And I think that he really wanted to see players connect with that different eras. And really just understand this is what it's about. These guys before you, they won championships, and this is where we want to be, and we want to include those guys. And I think that's very important. It made us feel really at home. It felt like, that family coming back and that family reunion. These guys weren't even born, were playing, and so they're very young. But, I think that they were very respectful. And I think that for older players, and you go back, it's just being remembered and being part of what they're trying to accomplish. And I think that that's very important. And I thought the best thing about it is they're very attentive to what I think one of the greatest questions, we were able to stand up, and Coach Schottenheimer wanted to, give our take on what advice would he give ourselves at their age. And we all, ran around the table, and you guys got up, and we talked about communication. We talked about work ethic, staying together, not just in that building, but out of the building. And that's very important. So I think that we felt really, it was a great feeling to be back in that type of team environment. And it just seemed to us that it was very authentic, and he wanted us there. He wanted us to see, hey, guys, this is what you're trying to go after, what these guys have done before you, because that's always the precedent. It's a narrative, for a lot of teams. And I think that he's really trying to make that well known this year.
Tony Casillas joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. Tony, you mentioned, how culture is going to be a big part of this. That was one part that we heard Michael Irvin talk about the other day on his podcast. But the other thing he kept underlining over and over again was just competitiveness and a competitive atmosphere. Did you feel that? Did you get that same sense while you were out there that, hey, this stuff that people may think of ping pong tables a distraction, or, oh, you're not focusing on work? Did you look at it like Michael did and say, no, this is just a very competitive environment consistently throughout the day?
Well, I can say that honestly, I don't think it's been like this. And Michael saw it just like everyone else, and myself, is that I noticed the tempo, the energy, the enthusiasm from moving throughout meetings and through the walkthrough, through the team drills on the field, individual drill. These guys are working, and there's a tempo, there's an energy that, from this moving and flowing really fast, and this sense of urgency. Let's get out here and work, and we're always going to have this high tempo. And I think once you instill that, and granted, it's OTAs, so I totally understand that, but that's where it starts. It starts now, because obviously the game has changed so much. It's more of a mental game now, as far as what the NFL allows you to do as far as hitting. So I sense that right away, and it's a great question, because I think that that's really encouraging, because you see a lot of teams that don't have that urgency. And I think it comes from Brian Schottenheimer. His philosophy is, look, we're going to go fast, 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 tempo, 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 focus, focus, focus. And that's going to be our narrative going into the season. So I'm just like Michael and everyone else. I was blown away of the detail and the individual drill and the sense of urgency of work and a technique and really just understanding. And it's the mental aspect of it, because all these guys are physically, they can play in the NFL. It's like, what are they going to do to really get to the mental aptitude of it? And I really thought that really stuck out. And Michael, as you mentioned on his podcast, it's pretty evident that that's going on now.
Tony, can you tell if a coach is a good coach based just off of practices, or do you need to see the game for that?
Well, I think obviously it's the end result, RJ, but, you can tell if someone, and I think we've all been around people where it's like this false enthusiasm, this false authenticity. And I think when Brian, when Coach Schottenheimer, when you watch him work with people, I think that shows up. And like you walk in the room, you say, "Hey, this guy's for real." Like he makes you feel like that you're important, that he cares about you and your players, and it's a business. But I think that's how you have to be able to communicate with players and really just understanding what that franchise is all about. I think everyone's tired of hearing what hasn't happened in the last 30 years. We don't even need to talk about that anymore. We want to start our own narrative and see what we can accomplish, and I think that we'll find out. But certainly the difference between Mike McCarthy and Brian Schottenheimer has shown up. I mean, from everyone that's involved in that organization, of what they have said about what Brian Schottenheimer, it's just like this new spark of energy. And I'm thinking, well, that's one of the most important things, is to have this energy, to have this really have a positive environment. And I think that he exudes that. And so we'll find out. But I think that's very, very evident. It's very obvious that that's what he's trying to do. And it's not something he's you have to force him to do. I think it's something that comes with the way he communicates with people and what what his goals are as a coach and his players. And, I think that's what that's what people respond to. And I think they'll hopefully respond to that as they go into training camp and obviously this season coming up.
The Super Bowl champ, Tony Casillas, here on the home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Did you notice any player performances, or was there anyone you were trying to keep a particular eye out for out there?
Well, let me tell you something. Solomon Thomas, that kid, he's the real deal. And there's a lot of guys, from Sam Williams to Mahle. I think, Mahle Smith is trying to really focus on his technique. And I think that, with the defensive line coach has done a tremendous job with working with these guys. But I think Solomon Thomas, he was at San Francisco with the Jets, and then with San Francisco, and then with the Jets, and then came here. But inside, guys, this guy is a leader. He's the real deal, and you can just see that his presence in the meeting rooms. He's shredded. And I think you need to watch out for him. He's going to be a great technique in this particular defense. As far as overall in the defensive line room, I think that there's a lot of guys that that they're going to have to make some decisions, obviously. But I really like the way that their work ethic was, their technique, watching film and the technique of that. I don't want to get into X's and O's, but I think the guy that stood out that I watched for 6 or 7 years in the NFL is Solomon Thomas. I think he's got a good chance to be a great leader on this defense, especially his defensive line. And he's the guy that you really want to mentor. He's smart. He's a great player. And more important, he's a leader. And to me, I was really, really blown away by that skill set that he has.
Did you participate in the free throw contest?
No, but that was funny. It was great. So it's awesome when you go into the team meeting room and they're playing music, and they got the basketball goal in the team meeting at the front, and so that was pretty cool because I think that creates a lot of team unity and a lot of competition. At the end of the day, you got to try to be loose, but whenever it's time to go out and play, that's another story. But I just like that. I think it was Brady James. So he had two guys. It was Brady James and I believe it was Joe Looney, and I think Brady hit one free throw, and then, Brady had no idea. It's the legends, two legends versus each other. But I thought that was pretty cool to be able to watch and guys going into competition. It's just something that you have to really just kind of keep it real. And I thought that was pretty cool to watch them compete. And I think Brady, he made one free throw, so. But I don't think he had much practice. But that was, that's just part of the stuff they're doing out there. But it's a great environment, and I was just to build those type of those culturized and bring those guys together, and just any competitiveness, because we're all competitive. I mean, we compete in everything, and so it's just another indication of what the environment's like.
What was the big side game that y'all had back in the day, and who was the king of it?
Well, I didn't really participate. I think we played ping pong, but dominoes. I think dominoes was the best. We didn't. That's the thing. Also, as old guys, we just talk about Valley Ranch, and I don't think you guys have ever been to Valley Ranch.
Oh yeah.
It's been so long ago. You guys have been out there, so you can see the difference between the two facilities, but. I think it was dominoes. I think it was Emmett was probably the one that usually won the most, or he talked a lot of smack about it. I don't know if he won or because everyone always talks about how much you win. It's like someone goes to a casino and they'll send a picture of them hitting a jackpot, but they don't ever send you what they lost. But I think Emmett and Michael, and I think Charles Haley, those cats played. But I think it was more on the road trips when we did the card game. That's when the pots got pretty big.
Great to have you back on the Bobby Belt Show. Thank you, brother.
That's right.
And we appreciate the time. We'll do it again.
Hey, wait. I did not do that on purpose, Sean. You guys are the greats. And I appreciate you guys having me on anytime. You guys take care.
You're the man, brother. We love you. The great Tony Casillas on the home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. It's time for PP in the morning. Are you in danger of sleep divorce? And Peyton says short men will soon be extinct from the earth. PP in the morning after this.
lady. Those are legs. Nutmeg maidens? No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Cell Phone Squad?
Two contract attorneys in Dallas.
Well, congrats to Peyton Manning. He has found himself on the most toxic show on The Fan, and there's no number two.
He put together the single worst 30 minutes in live radio history.
That is right. It is Tuesday, 8:20 PP in the morning. And how about Whataburger in the morning? My goodness, the feast they just brought us here. Oh my goodness. I was about to say, you know what, let's switch below the belt and PB in the morning so I could feast on these taquitos, and we got a Pico de Gallo burger as well.
Brand new.
My goodness. What did you guys
actually,
choose?
it's back. The Pico de Gallo burger. Honey chicken biscuit. Bobby looks like he's got a breakfast taco.
There's nothing better on this earth. Seriously, I don't know that I've ever consumed any one item in my life more than a Whataburger bacon taquito.
And the banana pudding shake. As my household has been consuming banana ice cream as of late, so I'll be taking home for little man with the ear infection a banana pudding milkshake.
And you know what? You can have some of this.
No, the girl had it.
Oh, the girl had it.
Now the boys has it. Nothing but coughing all night. I had to sleep upstairs at 2 a.m. Fun night.
But is Ollie the one talking about the tubes?
Ava is.
Ava.
Yeah, Ava's talking about it.
But we also
topic conversation
at one year old.
You can try some of this free Whataburger at any one of our Firehouse locations too, because Whataburger's always coming through at the breakfast. We'll be in Arlington later this month.
Bang. Well, Sean, you just mentioned that you were sleeping upstairs last night. Is that the only time? Because you might be in danger of sleep divorce. Apparently, this is happening. More and more couples nowadays are sleeping in separate beds. Have you guys talked about this with your wives, or have you known anyone that actually does it?
My parents right now, a lot of times my mom, now look, they're 90 and 70, but my mom will sleep in the room I grew up in a lot of times, and I always am checking on their marriage. I'm like, why? How many nights a week do you sleep in the bed with dad? Because that stuff bothers me. I'm like, why aren't you sleeping in the bed? Two things. My mom likes it freezing cold. My dad now has the 90-year-old thin blood running through his veins. So my mom cranks up the AC in my room, and they have for some reason my brother and his wife don't keep their dog during the week. My parents have the dog.
It's so weird.
It's so weird. So instead of the dog sleeping in the bed with my parents, my mom has it sleep in that bedroom. So other than that, I don't know people, unless they're in major trouble, who are sleeping in separate beds or separate rooms.
I know a stunning amount of couples that don't sleep in the same room together or same bed together. It blew me away. Like, I used to think of that as that was strictly a problem of people who were on the rocks. the number of people who it's like, he snores, I can't sleep. If I didn't separate, we wouldn't sleep, or this or that, or like, oh, I need something specific. It's blown me away how many couples I would say it's maybe like a third of adult couples I know don't sleep in the same bed.
I get the snoring thing.
The snoring thing. My parents were like yours, or my, the heat. My dad was a snorer. My mom, so she would always go upstairs. They never slept together after pretty much after we got out of the house. My neighbor, he always says he sleeps in the front room. He just falls asleep on the couch watching TV, and he never winds up going in there. Not for us. It's not for us. I don't like.
Hey, you guys got to breathe in each other's faces when you wake up.
Absolutely. Got to have my hand on, squeezing something at all hours of the night.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that I could have sworn that Mackenzie and I would try, when we first moved in, was because, obviously the sleep schedule. I go to sleep a little earlier than most people. I'm trying to be in bed by 9:30 at the latest.
But are you closing your eyes at 9:30?
No. I'm closing my eyes, but I'm not asleep. I'm trying to go to sleep.
Okay.
Then. But yeah, if something pops up on the phone, group text lights up, I might be on there for a little bit. But yeah, and then I would get up at 3:45. She gets up a little after 6:30. So, I thought maybe that would, because when my alarm goes off, she says she normally will wake up, but she goes back to sleep immediately.
Okay.
So most of the time, but I thought maybe that would have been a huge issue moving forward. But this was a survey done in Australia where nearly 1 in 3 people were struggling to stay asleep, which sparked a rise in couples who go through this sleep divorce, they call it. 61% of Australians have said that sleeping in separate beds have improved their sleeping life, and 26% said it improved their relationship, and a shocking 16% said it improved their love life as well. So how about that? I know it's something that maybe you got to try. Trust the survey, Sean.
When you talked about scheduling relations the other day, I had a Tolo DM me swearing by it.
Dude, the people
we schedule it.
The people who do it, they're like, oh, it changed everything for us. It made it all better. And it's like,
you got to have spontaneity, right?
Right.
Something about that, Pick
That's
a
my
flight
thought.
and then, make up.
So I'm just interested because Mackenzie's parents have done this for years now. So that's where I first learned about it. Then I saw this story. So let us know on the fan text 877-881-1053.
Now, why do they sleep separate?
I think it has to do with his work, her dad's work schedule, and then also he snores as well. So I think it's just they found get 2 different beds, and then they go about there. But they've done it for many years now, so something they've always really done. But yeah, it's PB in the morning every Tuesday at this time. Height matters, guys. Size matters here because Tinder, we talked about last week, the app was changing a lot lately. Last week, we had the story of the CEO of Tinder changing from being just a hookup app because Gen Z didn't like to just hook up with people. They wanted long-term relationships, and now they're changing it again for the short kings. So pour one out here for the short kings all around the world.
The 2 people you always say are still discriminated against?
You're allowed to discriminate against 2 groups of people.
2 groups.
Short and bald men. Those are the 2 that it is still socially acceptable to be open about it.
Yeah.
So you can be open about it. You cannot openly say that you will not date this, or this. But you can say, I will not date short and I will not date bald.
Didn't we move off?
Nobody bats an eye at it. It is wild.
Didn't we move off of the bald thing? Because Sean, didn't you have the story a couple weeks ago that bald men were considered more attractive now or what? So I don't know.
Well, I think you got to go all bald. Balding.
Oh, balding. Okay, there's a difference. Yeah.
Well, but you just have the hat, that covers it up. Like you guys, like Bobby, RJ. You guys wear the hat every day. Let's see it. Bobby, show it. Wow.
The problem with the shaving it completely bald, it's too much work. I mean, you have to constantly shave it.
Yeah.
You got to shave 3-4 times a week.
Oh, I knew a guy. He did it every morning.
Oh, no.
Every morning he would take a razor to his head.
I do my face once a week if I'm lucky.
Yeah. But this is my theory on accents. You can impersonate an Italian accent. You can't do a Chinese one. You can impersonate sometimes an Indian accent. You can't do others. So we're fine with some impersonations.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You can impersonate a Russian accent.
Yes, you can.
No one looks at you sideways. No one gets mad or upset.
No, that's very true. I mean, short and bald men, you can still discriminate against them.
Yeah, and this is a story for the short guys here. They will
because if you say something about a tall woman, you can catch some backlash.
Yeah.
You know?
I feel like this is a Curb Your Enthusiasm episode right here.
This is Tinder for those guys who are on the dating app Tinder. They are now testing out the new feature that you can filter the height for your potential matches. So you can go and you say, and this is mainly for the girls here. It can obviously work both ways, but the girls will be like, I don't want to date anyone under, it's like 6'5" nowadays. It's like
6'5".
Dude, it gets so crazy. I mean, you got girls who are like 5'5" and like, well, I want to date like a basketball player height. It's like, dude, be realistic here.
So I saw this study, like the amount of women want like 6 foot tall and over 100K a year. Like, do they realize that's like 2% of the population? That's like 2%. The average height is like 5'9".
I mean, look, I get a little bit of the sorting the height thing a little bit, because I had a family member who told us to be, not like a sibling, but like a cousin who told me, she was like, I wouldn't want to date anybody under like 5'10". Yeah. She's like, it's not for anything other than just like how tall I am, and like, she's like, it's just about like logistically how feasible is it for us to walk around as a couple.
I think the move is you're the shorter guy, you lie about it, and then you get to the restaurant first for the first date. You sit down, and then you try to win her over with the personality and everything else. Don't go to the bathroom, and then she realizes how tall you are, and maybe she is willing to overlook it. Pun intended.
I'm curious if everybody's honest here. How tall is everyone here?
Currently, or
I'm 5'11". I won't even take the inch the doctor gives me.
I'm like 5'10" now. 5'10". If they soda had me at 5'10 and a half, that's
I don't know that you're 5'10" and a half feels like a stretch shot.
It feels like a stretch to me.
I was going to say 5'10". I like to say 5'10". Choppy might have me by an inch, so I say he's 5'10" and a half. Otherwise, I would be 5'9" and a half.
Look, my license says 6 foot. Now, I might have shrinking just a little bit, but I can't be lower.
No, you're a legit 6.
You think I'm a legit 6? Okay,
yeah.
Mackenzie says I'm 5'11".
Is he? I don't think he's taller than you.
Yes, he is.
Is he?
Aiden, I think Aiden's the tallest of all of us, though. I think Aiden's like 6'1", I would guess.
Well, he's skinny.
Yeah.
So this is
what?
Well, the weight hasn't brought him down yet.
Oh, okay.
Discrimination against skinny people. So this is something that's funny here that they brought this up. Of course, this feature is not free. It will cost you $40 per month when you subscribe to Tinder Platinum there on the app. So, but funny story here, I actually kind of maybe lied a little about my height on the dating apps. I put myself as 6'1" because I knew the extra inch mattered. 6 foot. Again, you're basically 5'9" at that point.
What's Mackenzie's height?
She's 5'10".
Okay.
Yeah, so she's tall, and I was obviously still taller than her, but I put the extra inch on there, 6'1", because I was like, oh, are they really gonna tell from a distance? But she was able to. I think after we officially started dating, this was like the week later, she brought this up. She was like, I noticed that you lied about your height on your profile.
Well, she could tell. Someone that's 5'5", 5'6",
right?
Not going to be able to tell,
right?
Because she can judge all 6 footers because she's 5'10".
Yeah, but lying helped me there. So if you guys are on the dating app, maybe you have to lie a little bit.
Go.
So life's all about lying, apparently.
Yes, it is. I agree.
All right, last story here, guys. We talk about bees, and you better believe this story here. This incident should have warranted a state of emergency in Washington a couple days ago, where an 18-wheeler of carrying over 250 million bees tipped over and all the bees escaped. This is worse than what happened in New Orleans the other week with the prisoners escaping. When you have bees escaping,
this is worse.
This is awful. Do you killer bees? 250 million?
They're not killer bees.
They're bees. Enough will kill you. Enough will kill you. But this is my worst fear. You guys know how much I hate things with stingers. I tell Mackenzie, there's a wasp nest over there in the corner in the backyard. Go kill it. And she'll go spray it. But this is my worst nightmare. And why are we?
Well, he is becoming Chop Nightmare.
Oh my gosh!
Did I say mirror?
Yeah, boy.
Dang it! But why are we still driving these bees around? Shouldn't we be flying and putting them on a boat or something like that? Because this happens every year. A truck. Because if something happens on the boat, the bees they're stranded out there, right? They can't go very far. They'll eventually die. If you're flying them in a plane, they can't go anywhere. They're thousands of feet up in the air.
The worst part of the story. I'm out on bees now. I'm out on bees.
Yes. No more save the bees.
I used to be fine with bees, right? Bees don't bother you. The wasps, the yellow jackets, they're the bad. But the bees are just doing their bee things. What a soft species this is. Soft. Do you know they closed the road for 2 days so the bees can find their queen bee so they could be a colony again?
What roads get closed?
This road where the truck overturned. It's like a 2-mile stretch of road. They closed it. They're closed it for 48 hours. So the bees can gather themselves and find their queen so they can survive. Are you that? You need to find a queen to survive? You're that soft?
That's the ants. I bet you won't go mess with some ants. And I
I
bet you
don't
won't go
touch
mess
ants.
with some bees
No,
either.
I will light a ant pile on fire. I tried to pee on it once, didn't work.
What state was this in?
Washington.
Makes sense.
The Northwest, man.
Yep.
We found out, we asked ChatGPT previously if bees could kill a gorilla, and they told us that a bunch of bees could do it, so they're tougher than us thinking with 100 men we could do it.
That's fair.
PP in the morning every Tuesday at this time here on Sean and RJ, one of the brand new segments on DFW Sports Station. What is Bobby looking forward to? What's he on the lookout for when it comes to Cowboys OTAs today? He tells you next in Below the Belt right here on the Fan.
After we get you over to
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, it is personally. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean it's your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's not your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt. Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Man, what can't Jonathan Mingo do? What a stud. That's what I'm finding out after
Play
hearing
football.
Michael Irvin talking about his great whiteboard work earlier. We've seen him show up at practice a couple times, making some good catches. The Jonathan Mingo hype train is starting to toot a little bit, guys. And we're going to talk about that here in just a sec in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by D&M Leasing. You can check them out at dmautoleasing.com. I just made reference to the Michael Irvin podcast, which we played clips from a couple different times today from when they had Legends Day out at Cowboys practice last week. We just got done talking to Tony Casillas about 30 minutes ago on his trip out there as well. This is the last clip we haven't played yet, and this is the one where Michael Irvin is so bought in now to the Brian Schottenheimer experience that he says, I know there's Washington. I know there's Philly. I hear everybody talking about how tough this schedule is, but you guys are going to have to drop those as excuses now.
What y'all are trying to do when you're saying all of that is create this fear and anxiety. But what I saw today was what I needed to see so I can tell you that shit ain't going to work. Because I saw a man that's trying to grab all of this opportunity that he has. And he's changing that culture. And he's done one thing that I hold true. You must make people comfortable with them two things. Competing like a mother, brother. And then pressure.
Boy, it was nice watching Michael talk about this. Hey, he gets hyped up, whatever else. It was really cool. And I know we played the clip earlier. We had to cut some of it out, but he got a little emotional talking about being back in a team meeting room, like him being present around players and in that culture.
I would think he's there 5 times
That's what
a
I'm
year.
saying.
Colorado, the U.
That's what I'm saying. I would have thought he would have been in there. He made it sound like even though he visits these facilities, nobody's brought him into a team meeting room with players in a long time.
Sounds like they didn't have a whole lot of team meetings in Colorado.
This seems like something obvious, right? It's a nostalgic thing for fans as well to invite the legends back. How many teams don't do it? That would really surprise me if a brand new head coach takes over and they're not trying to connect the past with the present.
I mean, how many teams have legends?
Well, I mean, they don't have to be Michael Irvin legends.
Right, yeah. I mean, I'll tell you this.
No offense, Rocket Ishmael, he's not a Cowboy legend.
No, I get you.
Old school guy.
Yeah, I'll say this. So when Parcells got here, there's a big problem. The former players, the Haleys, the Irvins, the guys from before that. Bill did not invite any of them back.
Oh.
You know what he did? He brought in Pepper Johnson and Mo Carter and Lawrence Taylor. He brought those old Giant players back. Oh, did that hack them off?
Not just that, not just invited old players back. Severely damaged at the time the relationship that the organization had with Larry Allen. Severely damaged it. Really bad. The late Larry Allen. It was something that I think had gotten improved, but and Broadus has even talked about this, that's something that Jerry had regret about, that he didn't intervene more into the way that Parcells treated a guy who was a legend here and was still in the building. Let him just pick on Larry Allen at the end of his career, where it was like, dude, come on, not that guy. That guy has been through everything with us. That's not the guy that you treat like crap. But yeah, this isn't totally common. To give Mike McCarthy credit, or not credit, I guess just a pass, you also got to remember when Mike McCarthy got here, the world shut down instantly. And nobody could even go in there for a year.
Yeah.
Once a year passes, maybe it's just kind of an odd time. But I mean, the Cowboys are really good. They have every Wednesday night during the season, we do Cowboys Crosstalk, where we have a former player come in, sit down. So they've got really good outreach efforts to their former players. But it feels like the first time that former players have gotten such a direct, here, be out here and practice and be a sounding board for our players, and how to coach really encourage that. So it's something that clearly I think the players are big fans of. I'm going to be interested today to, while we're out there at OTAs, talk to some of the players and just get their thoughts on what did you think of the guys coming out here? Who did you talk to? Did you glean any knowledge from this? What was this like for you guys?
As they all give their fake nice answers.
For some of them, probably. I think there's. I bet for the receivers.
When Charles Haley goes out there I don't know how many are like, come here, Hall of Famer, teach me. Especially with the way Charles does it.
I bet the receivers still love Mike. Because Mike, having been on TV this whole time, and just being the guy that he is.
Yeah. Or if Dez had gone out.
Yeah, exactly. Same sort of thing. All right, I got 5 things that I'm looking at here at OTAs as the Cowboys practice in front of the media for the last time before minicamp, mandatory minicamp. We'll see if Micah Parsons is present for that. And then we'll have roughly 6 weeks off or so. And then it'll be off to Oxnard, California, which you can hear full coverage here on 105 through the Fan. All right, the number one thing I want to see starting out, I want some George Pickens highlights. That's what I want.
Not getting enough production on the field.
It's not a necessity. Just the first 2 weeks, they're working on steps and precision and a lot of details. So this is more a little selfish. It's not like I need to see it, because right now he's getting caught up. It's not a necessity to see it at an OTA practice, but I'd like if we can come on the air tomorrow morning and go, holy cow, what George Pickens did yesterday down the sideline.
Yep.
Because you want to see some of that. You want to see it clicking into place.
Instead of just push-ups next to CD.
Exactly. You don't want to you don't want to just stare at the present under the tree for like 3 weeks.
Yep.
You're like, can we just let's open it now. Let's see what's in there. So that's a big one for me. I want to see a George Pickens highlight today. 2, Joe Milton. I want to see him build on last week's practice, because last week we were looking at, can he rebound? Because he had a really rough practice the first time. The second week, he was much better. A lot of the processing stuff still happens really fast for him, but when you watch him moving around and when the athleticism takes over and you can see his arm on display, when he's confident in what he sees and he just rips it, it's really impressive watching him throw the football. And there were 2-3 times that over the middle of the field just sent a laser through traffic that nobody could get their hands on but the receiver.
Football Chuck Norris. Football Chuck Norris.
That's your big commitment to him this year. We're gonna have to have Milton either before training camp or at training camp sit down and have him.
No, you have to do the Chuck Norris lines to him at training camp. You just go up to him and do all the Chuck Norris is Joe Milton lines.
When Joe Milton does push-ups, he pushes the world down.
Yes. See, that's perfect. He'd love all those. All right, number 3. This is a little niche, but I think this is actually pretty important. I want to see Elijah Clark. Anybody here know Elijah Clark?
Nope,
you wouldn't.
Wait a second. No.
Elijah Clark is an undrafted free agent, a safety that they signed out of Syracuse. And he was somebody who, when you heard about him and the type of player that he could be, it's like, okay, his skill set, and when you watch him, he looks like the kind of guy that fits into what Eberflus generally wants in the secondary with safeties, which is interchangeable skill set. He doesn't want traditional strong, traditional free. He wants you to be able to be flexible and how they can disguise things by having you do different responsibilities. But Elijah Clark was a guy who last week out at practice, keep in mind, Marquise Bell is working with the rehab group, Donovan Wilson working with the rehab group. But Elijah Clark, as an undrafted free agent, was getting work with the first team players during the 7-on-7 drills in the secondary. When I had kind of asked around and tried to figure out, all right, who's an undrafted free agent that could stick on this football team, this was the name that had come up as it's probably the crown jewel of the class for the undrafted free agents, because that's somebody who very easily could have been drafted, somebody who can fit in at a position that they've kept undrafted free agents consistently over the years. They could use probably an upgrade, and so if he comes in here and performs well, he could be here. I don't know that he makes the roster. I don't know that you cut Marquise Bell, who just got a deal for this, or if you cut some of the other guys that are on there. He may just be practice squad early on, but that's somebody who I think they've got a lot of focus and attention on as a guy that they really like, and I want to see how much work he gets. Number 4, Jonathan Mingo. Can we get another great practice, or a good practice? A practice where I notice him. Can we stack another good practice on top? I'm curious.
Remind us of his game again, size-wise, and then ability.
He is a prototypical, possession receiver. He's a big-bodied type of receiver. He's not a super precise route runner. He's not a super technician, but physical guy who you think of as, can make a difference in contested catches or in some of the intermediate zones. Obviously did not have a great year last year, has still not played with Dak Prescott. Really, I mean, this has been a Cooper Rush show with Jonathan Mingo. But showed some stuff in the blocking game, which they like at receiver. That's something Schottenheimer won out of the receivers. But how much he can actually show as a contributor remains to be seen.
So he's a blocking receiver who's not very fast, doesn't run great routes, and isn't a technician.
Yeah, which fits the mold of
game break
possession receiver. No, he's not going to stretch for you at all. the cap for him, which he runs faster than you would think of a normal possession receiver, like time speed.
What's his size, you said?
He's like 6'2", 220. But he ran, I think he ran in the 4.4s when he was coming out. But he doesn't play with that sort of speed. He's a little more lumbering. But Jonathan Mingo, to me, I think their upside for him is, all right, the kind of guy he can be is a reliable chain mover. That's a possession receiver who is going to get us first downs consistently. When they projected him coming out, you don't project stats when you're scouting a guy, but I would imagine that if you were to ask somebody what type of a player can he be, they're probably thinking more 90 catches, 1,000, 1,100 yards, like literally moving the chains, but like red zone threat, somebody who's going to consistently catch the football for you in tight areas. 3rd and 5, you need a first down, you throw to Jonathan Mingo. That's what I think they would assume would be the ceiling for him, which if you can get that, fine. I still don't know if at any point you're going to say that was worth a 4th rounder. But I think if you remove what value is already sunk into him, there might be a chance that you look at him and say, I can feel good about him being in the rotation. That's possible, but he's still got to put things together more consistently.
We need to go back to the day when the trade news broke and get Bobby's tone then versus Bobby's tone now. It's magical.
No, he was
everything's changed.
No, Bobby, there's nothing to run from there. He was not a good football player when they traded. He was bad. He was the worst. Statistically, efficiency-wise, he was the worst receiver in football.
And what's the difference? A half a season, he's magically...
four catches.
No, I'm not saying... literally, I just said he wasn't good yet. Like, I'm saying you need to see him put it together. I want to see positive outcome. The biggest
you said
thing...
when they traded for him, which was having me assume that something happened developmental-wise, improvement-wise since he's been here.
When they traded for him, that's what he was. We haven't seen him play with Dak yet. We haven't, he's getting into the offseason program. It remains to be seen what clicks into place for him. He's looked good out at camp or out at these OTA practices, which are not physical, but we see this all the time. We get out to training camp, we say, what are you when the pads get on? Who falls as soon as the pads get on? And then the last thing here, number 5, that I'm looking out for today, do they finally settle on somebody between Kyer Elam and Andrew Booth? They've been rotating them at corner while they've had some injuries there. Who ends up taking more reps at corner, and do they kind of settle on one to fill in?
Below the belt on the home of the Cowboys. Our insider will be out there as practice takes place Ford Center at the Star in Frisco with the full recap tomorrow morning. There is a new report out that Pete DeBoer may be in trouble, and RJ has come up with a Stars trade to help get them over the hump. Final hour, Tolo Tuesday next.
No.
Nutmeg maple.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it sometimes good?
and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. New season of Jersey Shore out. Hoping for a little bit of drama with all the boring parent life that they have. Aiden is getting it. Peyton is getting it. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy, along with our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt.
Work and kids. I mean, that's what really gets in the way of being able to live like the party lifestyle. Kids especially. I mean, kids really put a damper on it.
Age and aches as well.
Yep.
Can't go back to back on the Friday, Saturdays, Saturday, Sundays, at least in my world. We have a report from David Pagnotta. He is on the NHL Network, Sirius XM NHL as well. He's got 128,000 Twitter followers, so he seems credible and legit. Here's what he wrote 16 hours ago. Noise out of Dallas regarding Pete DeBoer. Per multiple sources, players are not pleased with how he handled several situations during the Western Conference Finals, along with post-Game 5 and exit media remarks. Told players voiced their concerns during internal exit interviews. DeBoer has 1 year left on his contract.
Well, if you were to go back and you were to look at Pete DeBoer's career, right? You go look at Pete DeBoer's previous stops and how they ended. He missed the playoffs his final year in Vegas. He had gone to the conference finals in back-to-back years. He missed the playoffs. He got fired. San Jose, he lost the Stanley Cup finals his first year. His fourth year, he lost the conference finals. The following year, he started 15 and 16, and they fired him midseason. And I don't know the intricate workings of what happened, in each of those stops. But, most coaches can survive bad mistakes. They can survive coaching miscues. They can survive whatever. It's very difficult to survive a lost locker room. And once you lose now, I'm not saying he's lost the locker room, but it's apparent by these comments that at least you could see the exit from where you are. And it's like, I can see maybe that it might be starting to lose it a little bit, at least with these comments, at least in the interim. He's going to have to do some repairing in the offseason.
And did Stars players with these internal interviews tell this to Pete? Or did they tell this to Jim?
Correct. Or higher than Jim, even, right? They go up to Gilardi, right? So, yeah, and how much of this, were they just voicing their displeasure about the move or the comments, too?
We also need to put this in other sports terms, right? You've gone to 3 straight conference finals. What would we have done if Mike McCarthy went to 3 straight conference finals, lost them all, got blown out in the last one? Because in my mind right now, right, like not being as big a hockey person as football and the other sports, I'm like, hey, this is a good accomplishment. The Stars are fighting for attention here. And Western Conference Finals, hey, they're the most successful team in the Metroplex. But then you got to switch it to what Stars fans may be thinking, and many of them may be thinking, you're not going to get a better coach. Don't get spoiled. Don't sit there and bite the hand that feeds you. Or Mike McCarthy gets to 3 straight conference championship games, loses all 3, gets blown out in the last one. What is the percentage and ratio of the Metroplex and Tolos saying we need someone to get us over the hump versus, hey, we're right there. Let's not take a risk of moving backwards. Because that's what we're talking about here with Pete DeBoer.
Right. I think that so Cowboy fans are a lot like Yankee fans in the sense that there's a entitlement to them. Yeah, Joe Girardi went to Game 7 of the ALCS, and he had won a World Series, and he got fired. So he had won a World Series, and he went to Game 7 of the ALCS, and then as soon as that Game 7 was over, a couple days went by, they fired him. They want to fire Aaron Boone every year. He just went to the World Series. So, yeah, I think that the Cowboys, after 3 straight conference championship games, first time, no, hadn't been there in 3 decades. Second time, no, hey, look, we're cool. Third time,
I agree.
Things happen. Now, listen, I don't think it's going to happen. Like the Lions are kind of in that spot. Like if Campbell fails again in the playoffs, like, are they going to move on from him? No, I don't think so. I think they're just generally happy to be there. Cowboys are different. Cowboys operate under a different set of standards and such. Stars, man, they're the first team ever, right, to go to 3 straight conference finals and not even make a Stanley Cup?
I think they're the first team to go 3 straight conference finals and not win. Like, they didn't even just make it, but I think they're the first who didn't even win one.
Look, I don't think I would not fire him. I would. I think he's right. My response to this is, and it's generally like this with a lot of coaches. You want to fire him? Fine. Or you replace it with somebody better. Like, otherwise, you just replace him to replace him.
I just wonder if, and it's.
I wonder what other situations they're talking about as well during the Western Conference Finals.
Yeah, I'm trying to think.
What
if
else
there was,
besides Ottinger?
Yeah, I mean something.
Maybe lineup changes. The
Donoff. Yeah, I don't know how they felt about that.
I just the way that I look at this right now is, and it's the comparison I made the day after, and it's the best one that I can come up with right now, given how much I understand hockey. It does remind me. It does seem like when you talk about his trajectory and the things he's done other places, how it is like a Buck Showalter or a Jim Harbaugh or somebody like that, who it's like they've shown a track record of they get you to a point. They surge you back pretty quickly. They take over something that's struggling and they jump you up and you're having a lot of success early. He did it with the Yankees. He did it with the Diamondbacks. He did it with Texas. He did it with Baltimore. He did it with the Mets. First year, they won 101 games after being, I think, below 500 or whatever they were. But pretty quickly, like the Buck Showalter experience rubs people the wrong way.
It wears on you.
And I wonder if it's just Pete DeBoer is a guy where it's like, you've got an expiration date. If you don't get it done in 3 to 4 years with Pete DeBoer, people are going to start losing patience with it and they want to be done. And I think at this point, you got to look at it and say, something probably needs to push you over the edge that isn't Pete DeBoer.
All right, now 3 things for DeBoer in defense of him. First off, he won a lot of games without Miro and without Robo in this postseason. They probably shouldn't have even have gotten past the first round.
Yeah.
Not because of
not
DeBoer,
because of,
though,
not
that
because
they
of
got
DeBoer.
past.
Not because of DeBoer. And then also, like, the Rope injury in this series was big. And, even though he only missed a game, like, he's playing on a fractured foot.
Yeah, but they lost game 2.
They lost game 2.
So that's 1-1.
They lost game 2.
Yeah.
Yep. So it was tied at 1. And look, tied at 1 it's still anybody's series.
Yep.
So there's a couple of extenuating factors that kind of went into that.
Here's Twitter reaction to this report. Get ready to learn Russian Pete. Man, Pete is great at getting to the conference finals, but only seems to have a 3 to 4 year shelf life. You can't name 4 better coaches in the NHL. Just saying. Who can you find that's better on the street? Pulling Ottinger was not ideal. Same thing happened in Vegas. What are the Tolos saying on the text as well?
Sean, the 214 says you have to also address the roster disappearing and lack of defense late into the postseason. 214 says, is he the Doc Rivers of the NHL?
Oh.
And 254 says it's just time to say goodbye to Jamie Benn.
Okay. 877-881-1053 is the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line.
Well, let's address the roster. They got to get tougher. That is apparent. Is having a large number of European players who are just a little bit more finesse. Finesse may be the word. Finesse has a connotation of soft. They're not soft. Problem is they play on bigger ice. They grow up playing on bigger ice. It's like 15 feet wider, right? It's just a different game over here. A different game. So maybe you got to make a move. And we saw Florida was in the same. Florida's going to be playing tomorrow night, and they're in the same position. They were in the same position the Stars were in a couple years ago. They were a really good team that just didn't have the toughness. And they wind up making a few moves, and one of the guys they got was Matthew Tkachuk, and he changed the thing. Sam Bennett, too. And there's another Tkachuk out there whose name is all over trade rumors this summer. The Rangers want him. The Sabres want him. This team wants him. That team wants him. I mean, everybody wants him. Of course you would. He's tremendous.
Yeah.
Anaheim wants him. I mean, everybody wants him. The Stars should want him. Florida might want to get him, for crying out loud. So I was throwing some names out to friends, to Stars fans, to hockey inside, the hockey hawk.
Who's
Robo. I was like, who would say first? Who would say no first? And they're like, Ottawa 100% would say no, a Robo Kachuk deal. They would absolutely say no. They've said they don't want to trade him. There's rumors that he wants out. He has publicly denied it. Or how about Wyatt Johnston? How about Wyatt? Okay, Wyatt and what is that's the kind of player we're talking about here. So if you want to get somebody like this, and this is a guy they need. Like they need a player of this like toughness. You're gonna have to pay, and you're gonna have to pay with Robo and a pick, or Wyatt and something else. And that's just a question that Stars fans have to ask and answer if they want to actually go down that road. Because what have we said about DFW outside of the Cowboys? We do love cheering for our own. And if it's a guy that you've kind of seen come up, do you really want to move on from that?
Right.
I don't know. I mean, is that the same application?
Well, people didn't cry when Stanky left from.
No, they didn't.
With what you got back.
No, they didn't. But Stanky was a player that we would like. It would have been nice to have had him.
Yeah.
It would have been nice to have had him.
Yeah, but I mean, like also when you think back at the cup that the Stars won last time, it was with Joe Nieuwendyk and Brett Hull and Ed Belfour and people who were not like they were not homegrown players, and that wasn't anything that seemed to bug. Obviously, they had Madonna, who was like the linchpin of that. But I don't know. I was just looking over at one of these Stars message boards on Reddit, and they've got a thread over there from 3 days ago where they were like, we had to consolidate all of the fire Pete DeBoer topics that are being said. So they had to like create a separate post to just, if you want to say that you want Pete DeBoer fired, just say it in here because you guys are flooding the forum now with comments.
So there's a report. NHL Network's Dave Pagnotta, noise out of Dallas. Players are not pleased with how he handled several situations during the West Finals, along with post-Game 5 and exit media remarks. He really butchered that. I mean, even we could tell that. The Sean and RJ PR firm, he absolutely butchered Ottinger after the game, and he didn't clean it up when he had a number of hours to reflect and regather in the end-of-season pressers.
Yep. You could absolutely defend pulling him. Because if he leaves him in there and it's all of a sudden 4-zip, you don't even have a chance. You could absolutely defend, whether you agree with it or not.
I would have blamed it on the rest of the team.
Right.
I didn't pull you because of you. I pulled you to get them going.
Right, to get them going. And look, it worked. It got them going. It did get them going. So you could absolutely make the decision and make it justify pulling him. The comments, that's what people have a problem with. There is a lack of toughness. Again, that's why I'd love to get Brady Tkachuk in here. Good luck. It's going to cost. But this is an opportunity, to keep the coach here. But he's going to have to do some mending of relationships, it seems.
Did the Eagles get eliminated from winning the division yesterday, and how Dion still isn't getting it? Your football fix is the Red Zone every day at 9:20. That is next on Sean and RJ.
After we get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram.
Breeze has Lola V product? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W today?
You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
The Eagles and Lions already eliminated from NFC contention. That would be very, very nice. Some people, the nut job psychos, many in this room and building, believe that the Madden jinx hit Saquon and Filthy yesterday. It is the sweetest Madden cover of all time, even though it is an Eagle. Him vaulting the player, no cover has ever come close to that. Maybe if you combine some players, you have John Madden on there, old school stuff, but it is pretty damn sweet with Saquon Barkley on the cover. But you went and checked the history on whether the jinx still lives.
All right, so the last 10 cover stars. You had Christian McCaffrey. Struggled with injuries, played 4 games. You had Josh Allen prior to that. 44 TDs on the ground, also threw a career-high 18 picks, but he did not get hurt.
Which, how did you not know about Josh Allen's relationship you admitted last night?
I don't know. I guess I actually just I watch sports. I don't worry about pop culture, bro.
Wait,
I didn't know I had no idea he was with Haley
He said he had
Steinfeld.
no idea last night in the email that only I read.
They don't think Haley Steinfeld is worthy of propping up at the NFL, I guess, like they do Taylor Swift. I don't know.
In 2022, Madden 22, you had... I skipped over 23. Maybe there wasn't.
23 was John Madden. It was the year he had died.
Madden 22 had Mahomes and Brady.
That's where the Burrowhead curse began.
This is one of those soft covers where they can't pick somebody, so they put 2 on, not to hurt feelings.
2 on.
They enjoyed strong seasons. They did not go to the Super Bowl though. Neither one did. Brady threw for 43 touchdowns, his highest total in over a decade.
Got a divorce though.
Mahomes threw for 37. 21, Lamar Jackson. Now, he did not win the MVP, but he did have a good season. 26 TD passes, 1,000 rush yards.
But that was the year of COVID, too. I mean, that wasn't Lamar Jackson's fault, but we did have COVID that year.
Madden 20, Mahomes' first nod as the cover. He followed up his MVP campaign and won the Super Bowl.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the biggest one that's broken the curse. That was hard to argue against. There was really nothing bad that year for Patrick Mahomes.
Antonio Brown in 19. He had his 6th consecutive season over 1,000 receiving yards and 15 TDs. In Madden 18 was Tom Brady. He backed up a strong campaign. He had 4,500 passing yards, 32 TDs.
Hold on, because after the Madden cover year, Antonio Brown has not played really ever since. So that is a curse. Even though he had a good year that year.
That year he had a good year.
That's the Montez perfect curse.
Yes. Madden 17 was Gronk, and he had a Super Bowl championship that year.
This whole thing's a joke.
All right.
Look, if there's one player that it could jinx, it would be Saquon Barkley in his history. Like the man has had so many problems.
Like McCaffrey.
Yeah, exactly. I think Madden should just be blamed for putting injury-prone players on the cover. That is just their fault.
And then the Lions lost their All-Pro and Pro Bowl center Frank Ragnow at the age of 29. Tried to talk himself into it, said, I just wasn't feeling healthy. And this now continues a trend, Bobby, of younger guys stepping away.
Yeah, this is from the 2018 draft, which is where Frank Ragnow was picked. You now have 5 players that have retired from that draft. In fact, not only do you have 5 players who have retired, you have 3 in a row. 19th pick, Leighton Vander Esch, retired. 20th pick, Detroit, Frank Ragnow, retired. 21st pick, Billy Price, Cincinnati, retired. And so they've also got Sony Michel and Josh Rosen in there who have retired. So that draft has been hit hard by a lot of retirements. In fact, I think if you look at the top 45, if you go to the top 45 picks, it's 9 guys that have retired already. And then Michael Gallup was a 3rd rounder that year.
And you get some money. You don't have to play anymore. You've got your generational wealth. I saw an article yesterday talking about, this is just another trend. Andrew Luck retired before he was 30. Luke Kuechly. Aaron Donald still had years left, but he up and retired. So you're seeing this. Mike has talked about it. You're seeing guys not necessarily be lifers. It's like, I want to walk. I want to be able to hang out with my kids. I want to have a brain when I'm in my 50s. Not forget my 80s. I'm in my 50s.
Yeah. I remember when Ricky did this, right before football season, and my old sports talk self and the rest of the world. You traitor, you this, you don't know how to be a teammate, you're selfish, you screwed over your football team. And now you have a different perspective, as you get older, where it sounded like Ragnow tried to drag this out to convince himself to do it versus screwing your team after the draft and leaving them high and dry at the position.
Yeah, I mean, look, they've got two essentially, they got elite offensive linemen at the tackle position. The interior, they may have some more holes, but they've got good offensive linemen on that offensive line. So they're going to be all right. They just might not be the great offensive line they were this year.
Yeah, and I mean, I think also the timing for a lot of this now for guys is also about when they choose to announce it is also maybe when they signed their contract years ago, and so they get certain levels of pension with the NFL by waiting until a certain date. So a lot of times they'll tell the team right after the season, I'm done. I wouldn't be surprised if Ragnow told Detroit right after the season, I'm retiring. I will not do it until this date. And so I wouldn't be surprised if they already knew this was coming.
Is Deion still not getting it? Someone in this room thinks so. After primetime, went on the Say What Needs to Be Said podcast, I guess bearing his beat. Asante Samuel is cray-cray. And Asante had Deion on, and Deion wanted to call out all the BS pre-draft rumors about Shedeur.
When you sit up there and say something like, he went in a meeting unprepared, dude, Shedeur Sanders, who's had 6 different coordinators, who has still functioned and leveled up every time we brought somebody new in, and you're going to tell me every situation. You're going to tell me he had on headphones. The Bible says God uses the foolish things to confound the wise. So it was some foolish stuff that went on, but you know what? That gave them something that they needed.
Yeah, Deion, you got to just take your medicine on this one, dude. There's like you're fighting a fight that doesn't need to be fought anymore. It's done. He fell as far as he did. He handled the pre-draft process poorly. Whether you want to get into the specifics of what is, I have a hard time believing somebody just made up the headphone thing. That seems like such a random thing to make up. But Shedeur has already established, it's been figured out. You clearly mishandled it because all the teams declined to take you till day
32
3.
said
that's definitive. You messed it up. Whether you think their standards were silly or whatever else, you didn't meet what they wanted from you during the pre-draft process. So arguing against it is a waste of time. Just be quiet. Worry about recruiting. Leave your Colorado office. Go actually recruit players. Go sit in some homes with some high schoolers. Try to build back your program instead of sitting here and disrupting Shedeur's career before it gets started.
It might actually help everyone out if he were to come out and say, you know what? Yeah, he screwed it up. It might actually help her. It would be a self. No, it would be an awareness thing, right?
Do you believe?
It would be a self-awareness, and I think it would help. It probably would help Shedeur. Now he'll never do it. No. They're too proud to do it, but it would not. I don't think it would not hurt Shedeur if Deion said, you know what, we screwed this up.
It's just the whole thing with him. He can't. I feel like it's a character in a lot of ways, but I think it is just he refuses to accept what it is that has. If
you want to get technical and maybe because I hadn't heard the headphone rumor. You want to get technical and say he walked in there with headphones, but that's not addressing the rumors that he walked in arrogant. He walked in dismissive. He walked in
taking phone calls.
What about all those other things?
Or didn't walk in at all, told teams, I'm not talking to you.
Yeah.
He had plenty of problems. The whole disposition from Deion throughout this whole process, and then to basically try and throw a Bible verse in somebody's face at the back end of it too, to just be like, well, here's the Bible to say that you're wrong. It's like, okay. All right. Well, also Proverbs says pride comes before the fall, Deion. So
go
and let God.
What a segue, Bobby Bell in the red zone. Your football fix here on 105.3 The Fan, because Aaron Glenn's Bible study in New York went viral over the weekend. Jarius Monroe, Jets safety, put out a picture of his worksheet. It's his Bible worksheet on social media, and the jokes just flowed in. Let me see if I can read some of this with a fill in the blank. I may need Kevin Hagelin's assistance and help here, but I think I got it. Paul, okay, Bob.
I had it open, but go ahead.
All right, Choppy, I'm going to quiz you.
Okay.
Is this for Choppy's religion?
Yeah. I mean, we kind of had a whole reformation about it, so I mean we're not exactly
Same
the same
religion
anymore.
Are you already looking at it, Chop?
No.
All right.
No.
Paul was the world's most blank. And what religion are you?
Catholic.
Okay. So we'll do a multiple choice off here.
Oh, no.
Paul was the world's most blank Christian. Fill in the blank.
The first Christian.
Fascinating.
I mean, sort of. Peyton's answer is sort of right.
Jarius Monroe wrote unlikely.
Okay.
He was the biggest persecutor of Christians in the Bible before he converted. His name was Saul.
And see if you can win this on the Franklin Injury Attorney text line. If the blank was strong enough to cover Paul's sin, how much more yours?
Holy Spirit.
If the blank was strong enough to cover Paul's sin.
If the gospel.
If the cross.
Oh,
what's the right answer, Bobby Belt?
I mean, I'm assuming that's a questionnaire from what they were teaching, so I'd assume it was cross was the answer there. But
Okay.
those are all kind of correct.
You wage a good war through blank and a good blank.
You wage a good war through what? Through a blank?
Through blank.
Wage a good war through, more wars have been fought in the name of God, so I'll say a good war through Christ.
Okay.
Evil.
What?
Choppy was the...
What, Peyton?
Bobby said
War through evil.
You wage a good war.
A good war. This Bible study said you wage a good war through evil. If you put on the full armor of evil, that's the Bible verse, Peyton.
RJ Choppy close to the answer with faith. Faith
All right.
would be the answer. And then finally, we receive spiritual blank by belonging to the church.
Salvation.
I can't wait to hear what you
Praying.
What?
Praying.
Covering was the
I'm
answer
right.
from
What does that
Jarius
mean?
Monroe.
Yeah, it's closer. It's basically spiritual shelter.
So basically, this went viral on the internet. Like, oh my gosh, is Aaron Glenn forcing this on his players? But I'm here for the jokes, of course.
Yeah, of course.
This is just Twitter. I'm usually for keeping religion and work completely separate, but I actually think the Jets...
Tell me who you voted for.
I actually think the Jets need Jesus Christ himself to help fix them. Next person, the Jets are asking a lot of God. Next, after that 5-12 season, a request for divine intervention may be in order. And then it later came out they've had a volunteer Bible study for years and a volunteer chapel, as many teams have.
Yeah.
Yeah. We just haven't seen like the
worksheet.
The worksheet.
The worksheet. Got a worksheet out there.
I don't know. We need to get Peyton a worksheet since he wants an evil war to be waged.
Are there any other questions on here I can ask Pepe, Bobby?
No, they're all run out. That's the rest of them. I'll create a quiz for Peyton that we'll bring in for tomorrow.
So good. All right, so there it is. The Red Zone. Every day at this time, your football fix here on Sean and RJ, also your home of the Dallas Cowboys. Let's finish up Ask Reddit with the show having on Jason Kidd today. We'll Ask Reddit with the KNC Masterpiece after this.
I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me.
all price to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
So many different possible directions to go with.
It's not anything we were just talking about.
In this crosstalk here with the KNC Masterpiece, who we're having on Jason Kidd today, Corey Majors.
No big deal. Next day, Robert Ory and Bruce Bochy.
Yeah, Jason Kidd at noon today. That actually, here's what's kind of crazy today. We will be going directly from the Schottenheimer press conference into Jason Kidd. No break today. So that'll be at 11:40 going into 12 o'clock. We'll roll right through it.
What a life.
What a life.
You know what I love about Brian Schottenheimer?
What, you got a day game on Thursday?
He shows up on time.
Do we?
Are you excited? Are you more excited to hear Schottenheimer?
Yes. Well, first of all,
he shows up on time, which shows that he's got discipline that Mike McCarthy never had and understands how to control a schedule. Oh! Like, how are you going to be somebody who's going to talk about managing all the little details when you can't show up on time to the things you're supposed to do?
Pretty dramatic there. Well, he was managing the details of his team at the time. And that's what went long.
Do you honestly judge a coach by that? For sure.
Jason Garrett was
late a lot.
Inconsistent.
Kevin. What?
How'd that go?
Actually, really well. Like he established a foundational core. He gave the team a draft strategy that they use for the next 20 years. It's not all about wins and losses, Kevin.
Okay. I feel like that is pretty much the defining metric.
No.
I mean, it was a lot of wins.
It was a lot of
Romo
wins.
screwed it up.
Yeah. Well, the refs did.
The refs made him drop the football?
No, they brought in the wrong football. It was a slick ball. Marcus Ware told me once at Dillard's.
Well,
at
Dillard's.
Yeah, at Dillard's.
Man.
Were you in the same
No, we were doing
dress department?
We were doing an autograph show session. I wasn't signing. I was just hosting.
Just you and DeMarcus.
So it was actually
Get the picture of the Lions.
It was me and DeMarcus. We were between the Ink apparel and then Hilfiger. Okay, right between there.
Sure.
Set up in the men's department and a little table. And
were you there like a security or like
no? I was like
handing the pictures to DeMarcus the side.
We were doing a Q&A. We did a Q&A, and then he signed for the people.
Okay,
very nice.
What else is coming up?
Kevin's he heard y'all talking about getting rid of Pete DeBoer, and he said, "I'm gonna one up it. We're getting rid of Jason Robertson too." So
that's
at
a
10:20,
question
Kevin's
about the
trying to
pros.
get rid of
Basically, you just repeat our 9 o'clock hour.
Listen to our whole segment.
Yep.
And I don't want to get rid of DeBoer. I never said get rid of DeBoer.
Yeah, Corey twisting in the wind out there.
I was talking to somebody at the time during the segment. I'm sorry.
What did you think of the DeBoer report from this guy who works NHL Network?
Can we call it the DeBoer?
DeBoer?
Sure. Don't do that.
Nice.
I wouldn't do that.
DeBoer report.
I got it.
I wouldn't.
Yeah,
I like it.
What did you think? Actually, you know what? I'll save that for your show. I want to know what you think. I want to know what you think of Tim McMahon somehow generating 1 million views for absolutely insulting a lot of sports fans in the Metroplex on his Hoop Collective podcast.
Here's the thing. I'll just tell you real honestly, like Texas folks who are hockey fans, it's because they don't know anything about real sports.
Oh my God.
Like they don't know crap about football. They don't know crap about basketball. They don't know crap about baseball. And so
Toronto
like,
better not make it back to the finals anytime soon because if McMahon is at the finals in Toronto, he's going to get taken down.
Hockey's like this newfangled hipster thing down here in Texas.
They've been there 25 or 30 years.
Okay, that's fairly newfangled to me. I was a teenager when they started bringing these stupid hockey fans.
Well, that was a long time ago, buddy.
Okay, well, I have not grown up since then.
They gave him a buddy.
Just when Tim was coming back slowly from the Luka trade coverage, insulting bloggers, he goes right back to it and infuriates Dallas Stars fans.
I'm just confused.
And you're a moron too because you're a Stars fan. You know nothing about football.
Well, Lord knows he won't tolerate people speaking against him. So the Stars have been here for 32 years, and that's a weird, newfangled doohickey. And
in the history of hockey.
Yeah.
And in the history of how old hockey?
Well, really old.
Yeah.
Basketball's really old, too. The Mavericks have only been here 45 years. So from now until 32 years ago, crazy new hipster trend, 13 years earlier with the Mavericks, that is ingrained, and that is how you make your living and move up in the world. That's a little confusing.
And we're the 92 Cowboys 32 years after they got here?
Yeah.
Hockey's a gladiator sport.
Wow. Maybe being on TV has gotten to his head a little bit.
I think it's weird to call it a hipster sport, though.
Yeah, a hipster, right?
It's the furthest thing from it.
What is a hipster sport?
Pickleball.
Parkour.
Do people still parkour a lot?
Hipsters.
Okay.
I don't know. Like hipster, I think naturally cancels out it being like a sport we would all know.
Okay. I gotcha.
Do you know anyone who's a hipster?
Yeah, I mean, I don't feel like there's common anymore, but it was it was a thing like more like
what is a hipster? Define it for me. How would I know when I
counterculture, too cool, into like the Smiths and reading like obscure authors and
the Raleigh Fingers mustache guy.
Oh, so Mason
if you go
Marshman.
to a restaurant and it has a weird or tiny water glass, you're in a hipster restaurant.
Top buttoned flannel.
You think like sales guy Cody's a hipster?
Hondo P.
This is
That's Hondo P.
Why did the hipster burn his tongue? Because he drank his coffee before it was cool. And that's what a hipster is. Before it was cool, man.
Ever do that hand motion again?
The closest
that is the hipster side.
We don't have any hipsters here. The closest thing we have to a hipster on the station would be Eric.
Eric, yeah.
Okay.
That would be pretty cool.
He's a hippie.
Hippie.
I mean, hippie and hipsters are kind of like hipsters are like modern day hippies in a lot of ways.
Oh. All right.
They use more resources like electricity, but that's basically it.
It's Tuesday, so we always have some leftover Ask Reddit with the KNC masterpiece.
And it feels like that hipster question could have been.
I mean, that was one right there. The next one, though, we came in with Blink 182's First Date was the song we were playing. Kevin Hagelin, what's the worst you've ever bombed a first date?
Yeah, so I took a girl to see a movie that I didn't completely understand what it was going to be about for our first date, and it was American Psycho.
Oh.
And it was not the most conducive date movie.
No, that feels like a borderline threat.
Cruel Intentions is a good first date movie.
Cruel Intentions is great. Wild Things is even better.
Can I answer the question about somebody who bombed a first date with me?
Sure.
Okay, so I had this date with this girl, and it was fine. But at the very end, she told me that she was really into like witch stuff and doing spells and everything like that.
Was that our last promo girl?
What the hell?
Was it Fairuza Balk?
No, not from The Craft and Return to Oz. But yeah,
What a reference.
I immediately called my friend who set us up, or I guess it was a little bit later, and I was like, what the hell? And she goes, I had no idea that she was into that kind of stuff. She said you look freaked out, and I was like, I was freaked out.
Did she wear all black?
No, she just
Vibrant?
regular.
It was right around 20, 21, 22, something like that. I'd lost a bunch of weight and was as sharp as I'd ever been. And I was like, ugh. And I went on every date.
Weren't you married
I was
then?
rolling through it. No, I got married like 26.
21 his age, not the year.
At first I thought, wait, that was like 2 years ago.
Yeah, I'm just rolling. And
He's so manly, he told Adrian, wait a second, I'll be back.
It's my date night.
I went on a date with this girl, and whenever I dropped her off, she said, "Why not?" Hey, she goes, "Hey, give me a call." And I was like, "If I think you're worth it." And then I just like walked off, and she never talked to. We worked together, and she wouldn't talk to me anymore.
You know, I think that's a good line.
Do you now?
Yes.
Despite, we don't judge everything by results.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of times.
I know Chaffee does.
Sean's very process oriented.
Yeah, it's look, I mean, sometimes you got to talk down to them. Sometimes
Those pants make you look fat.
What's the name of your What's the name of your new female intern in here?
There isn't one. I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't remember bombing a date. Like I've had bad days, but it wasn't like a specific instance that bomb. I do remember one girl. We went to Mexican Inn in 183 in Central.
Mexican Inn?
The Mexican Inn, right? Restaurant. And after that, go back to her place, and I told this story before. We're just talking, and all of a sudden she goes in the restroom, and the door's open, and she keeps talking to me, and I assume that she's just doing her makeup, and I walk, and she keeps talking, so I walk over there, and there she is, blowing this toilet up, door open.
My God,
having
dude.
a conversation, like a slap in my face when I crossed that threshold of the door.
Nice.
Holy cow.
But that's not a deal breaker for you.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
What?
No.
Oh gosh.
What did you say? Or
I can't really repeat on radio what I said. No, I can't. I just didn't say it. I played it cool.
Did you hook
Went
up
back to the
that
car.
night?
Stand there and keep talking?
Yeah, of
Like,
course. No, went back to the couch.
Lean up against the door.
Went back to the couch. Finished the conversation.
that is so gross.
Went back to the couch. Finished the conversation. We finished the night off.
Do you guys? Did you mess around?
Not that night.
Okay. Do you guys kiss your significant other when you wake up before brushing your teeth?
Not really. But that's also because
Corey just breathes in her face like that.
I'm up before her. I'm always up before her, and I've already gotten my teeth brushed before she's out of bed.
Okay.
So no, not me, but sometimes she'll give me like one of those kisses.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what's going? And she's like, coffee, and I haven't brushed yet.
Closed lip
I'm like,
peck.
Gotcha.
The closed lip peck.
I don't want that.
What else, Bob?
All right. What is a small thing, Corey Majors, that ruins your whole day for no good reason?
Traffic.
I don't think that's a small thing.
Does it ruin your day though? Like does that carry over?
Somebody cut me off will will infuriate me for the whole day. I think about it too long.
Oh, I heard you the other day say it's been like an hour-long drive.
It's terrible. Yeah, actually the last couple of weeks has been nice because school's out.
Summer.
Yeah, summertime. But like somebody cuts me off and I let it sit with me. I think about it, and all day long I'm just mad about it. So
Do you have a gun in your glove compartment?
I don't for that reason.
Okay. What about you?
I've had a gun pulled on me a couple times.
You have?
Yeah, a couple times. A revolver by an old man once. That was ridiculous. What was he gonna do with that?
Like a 6-shooter?
I looked over on his land. I could see it.
Yeah. Over traffic?
I was driving down PV Road and he was driving behind me and like swerving back and forth. And finally, when the next car got up, he pulled up next to me and just pointed a revolver at me. And I'm in my parents' minivan and I just punched it and I went and hid like behind Bishop
What did
Lynch
you
High
do when you
School.
punched it?
I ran through a red light.
Oh.
I did, and he followed me, and I was like, "Oh crap!"
Wow.
And I was able to find my way away. I was like 17. It was terrifying.
Hagee, what small thing ruins your day?
Man, sorry. Now I'm envisioning this scenario of Corey's.
He had a mustache. He was balding.
Hipster.
I thought it was a cane at
Not
first.
all people with mustaches are hipsters, though.
Hey, what was the other time you got a gun pulled?
He was managing a Papacitos at the time.
Yeah. All right, Bobby.
We don't have time.
Yeah, we're going to do your Papacitos story.
That's fine. I was fine. I volunteered to do it, and you said, I don't think I want people to know that story about you.
Okay, it might give you some street cred. It makes your Blockbuster one look like coloring crayon.
I'll tell you what the answer to...
Did you say coloring crayon?
Crayon coloring.
Okay.
The answer to this for me is anytime I am informed of plans that Kristen has that I was unaware of. Like, we're doing this.
And
By the way, we're doing this afternoon.
You just don't listen. You just don't listen.
Oh, I listen.
Then it's just like at that point, I'm just the rest of my day is ruined. I'm mad. Then we go to it. I'm mad, and when we're back, I'm mad.
It's sports. It's Tennessee sport. A group of men I've never met ruin my whole day when they lose.
Cowboys ruin everybody's
Were you
week.
sad yesterday about the softball?
A little bit, but the baseball we won last night, so it made up for it.
Okay.
But
Fascinating.
it was Final Four. It was Final Four. I can't get mad. The girls were in the Final Four. What am I going to do? Now, they were wearing the baby blues. I got a problem with that. Okay, let's not go there.
Somebody texted in yesterday and said nobody cares about women's softball. Our fan text says differently.
I love it.
Y'all.
I genuinely love it.
It's fun.
I really do.
A lot of people like it. So
All right, we're back tomorrow with another Rangers ticket giveaway. Jason Kidd and Brian Schottenheimer on time. Join the KNC Masterpiece next.
Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Free Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that.
doesn't sound right.
What's it say, Francois?
It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where about 15 seconds ago, Corey goes, "Are you going to send me a run sheet or what?" And I was like, "What? I thought I did." So I'm a little concerned. Corey might have last year's run sheet ready to go. So we'll see.
That's on me more than it is you.
Yeah, okay.
That's definitely my. Hey, can I add something real quick? Something he said. What ruins your day for the whole day?
If I trip in front of somebody.
My day. Something that makes my day.
Okay.
The other day, I was walking out of the gym, and I held the door open for this lady. The guy that was outside, he was a young man, about 17. he also held the door open for the lady, and she said, "What a lucky lady I am today. This is a great start to the day." And we both smiled at each other like we just accomplished making somebody happy. And so for the rest of the day, it made me feel good. So do something nice for people and have a better day.
See, I like that because I've had a conversation with Reggie in the past, and he very much disagreed with my assertion.
Slam the door in that lady's face?
No, don't slam the door in anybody's face.
Shut it slowly. I got you.
But I said, I feel like the world could inch towards being a better place if we just like opened the door for people and they said thank you and you said you're welcome. And he was like, no, that's not going to solve the world's problems. I was like, it's not going to solve it's not going to solve racism or whatever. But like, I feel like maybe people would be in a nicer mood.
Yeah, it's a place to begin. That's the one.
So, but yeah, my answer to that other question was sometimes it's because my shoe got untied or whatever. If I ever trip in front of people,
you're embarrassed.
Yeah, because they're like, "Oh, are you okay?" And I'm like, "I'm fine." But in my mind, I'm like, "You stupid idiot."
That's much like if he makes a mistake on the show, right?
That's true.
Then he texts us after the show, guys. This will never happen again. I apologize.
Which I should stop saying that because then it does happen again. Yes, that's absolutely. I've texted them afterwards and been like, "Hey, I really effed up the show today. Sorry about that." So hopefully that won't happen today.
But you, like I always tell you, man, you always got tomorrow. Unless you don't. I mean, if you die, then you don't have tomorrow. But we're not going to remember that. We're not going to remember your mistake. That's not going to be the last memory we have of you. Our memory will be like, all those times that we shared together.
Okay. I would appreciate that if you like if I died today, you didn't start the show tomorrow, I'll be being like, he really went out on the low note. He kind of botched that 10-20 segment. So that's what we'll remember. That will really hurt my feelings.
You know what? Had a great comeback, though, at 120.
Yeah,
so everything actually finished off pretty good. Crosstalk was kind of tough, but it wasn't his fault. He blames G-Bag.
No, that was the old Kevin. All right? The new Kevin said he would work harder with G-Bag Nation with the crosstalk.
I think they've been awesome.
I do, too.
Dawson yesterday just crushed it.
He was. He was really disappointed about that one thing he couldn't remember. All right.
Okay, I forgot, too. So
yeah, see? There you go. All right, I like it. We're already off to a good start.
Let's go.
We're the KNC Masterpiece. I'm Kevin Hagelin. That is, Corey Majors.
True.
And the most famous, Alec Medford. Gentlemen, I want to start by talking about the Dallas Cowboys. Now, this is something that we have talked about internally for, I don't know, probably like the last week or so. Why do y'all think the Cowboys don't have a more complete roster? Now, this goes back to an article from last week that has the top 10 complete rosters in the NFL. You probably won't be surprised to know that it's led by
the Eagles.
Yes, exactly. By the Eagles, Ravens, Lions.
The teams that were in the deepest part of the playoffs.
Exactly. And the Chiefs, even though they have Mahomes, I think they're like 4. Then the Bills are in the top 5 as well. So like
the Chiefs are not a complete.
Yeah, and I think that Patrick Mahomes makes up for some deficiencies on that for sure. But the Cowboys are not in the top 10. And so I agreed with that straight away. But if for any reason y'all disagree with that, like, please let me know. But my question kind of was, why is it that you think that the Cowboys don't have a complete roster? Because I have 2 things, but I would love to hear y'all's thoughts as well.
What's the cause of it?
Yes.
Because I would say the cause is top-heavy spending.
Yep.
And then the result of that is then penny pinching, designer bin at the Goodwill pickups. Like, I'm gonna go get this. I'm gonna go get Dante Fowler.
Yep.
Later in his career, I'm gonna go get Gerald McCoy. Dante Fowler's a bad example because Dante Fowler's been productive.
Yeah.
Gerald McCoy, late in his way after when he was good. Whenever they go get those guys, that's what it's like. Okay, you got the player, you got the name, and they are a veteran and they've been around. But can they still produce?
Yeah.
Yes, this morning listening to Sean and RJ and Bobby and Peyton's show, I heard Tony Casillas talking about Solomon Thomas. Now, Kevin, I know you've done a bit with Solomon Thomas before. Him and Dak. And
I feel like one of those is going to come back on our
Y'all had a really good conversation. Tony Casillas was saying this morning, he was like, that dude's the real deal. He's a leader. He's ripped. He's got all these qualities about him, but his career does not say that, right? His career has said, average defensive. I mean, this is a high draft pick, average defensive player his career since then. But if that dude is coming in there with that kind of mentality, is he already taken over a leadership role in that locker room? And that's kind of the thing, is you just brought a free agent in who's trying to take leadership role because you don't have the depth on that front.
So I agree with you on the first part. Now, I worded it just a little bit differently, and probably you won't be surprised to know that I added another thing that I always get upset about. But I'm with you. They're too high spending at the top, as well as they're too late spending at the top. I feel like I've gone over that like a million times. We've talked about how much money they can save. You're literally in the midst of watching it happen right now, once again, with Micah Parsons. And then the other thing is, and I know that there's some people who will fight to the death over this, but I'm hoping that maybe we can agree on it. You made a bad bet at quarterback. And that's just a fact. Like, if we can't get on the same page about that monetarily, then I don't really know what to tell you. And again, this is not... Go ahead.
I got a question about this. Did Troy Aikman ruin the Cowboys' idea of a quarterback? Because Troy's leadership skill was so strong,
right,
that they keep trying to find that in Dak. That's what they keep telling us too. But Troy also had these other qualities.
So you think potentially they overvaluate leadership at the expense of what do you do?
They try and make them look like they're the same.
Yeah.
And then you're like, but don't forget about the not just the demands, because we don't see some of the demands Dak makes to these guys.
For sure.
But don't forget, like, whenever it was time, he performed at his best. Go look at his playoffs. He was high numbers in the playoffs.
Yeah.
While the regular season, he was handing the ball off to Emmett, and then playoffs come, and he's like, I need to throw for bigger yards and more touchdowns today. Super Bowl time, I need to throw a little bit more today, and I'm here for it. And so that's sometimes I think they look back and they're like, Troy was a great leader. Roger was a great leader. And Dak is still yet to prove, but he's also a great quarterback in addition to it. So that's where when you say a bad bet, I don't disagree with you, but they keep hoping and holding on to the hope that at the end of his career, they will have proven everybody wrong by sticking with him because the leadership was there all the time, and that's all they needed. They just had to have a better team around him.
And
which is also enigmatic and happened to Romo as well.
Yeah, well, and so let's talk about that part of it. And so when I say that the Cowboys made a bad bet at quarterback, that's not to say that they don't have a perfectly competent quarterback, because obviously they do. But you clearly overpaid by $7 to $8 million, and I feel like that is being conservative. And then if you include that with all the stuff they talk about the way they drag their feet and re-signing and everything, we've gone over that before. You're probably talking about another loss, $14 to $15 million per year based on their last marquee set of free agents. All right, so just add that all together. That's $22 million per year in salary cap space.
All right.
Can you imagine how much better you would feel about this team if you had that extra $22 million per year to actually, whether you think it's invest in an actual another defensive tackle, whether you think it's to fortify the offensive line or the cornerback position, or maybe go out and you would have paid a little bit more for running back, whatever the case might be. The point is, with that $22 million, you would have been able to divvy it up a little bit more, and I think you would have felt a lot better about the depth of this team.
You might be able to add a stronger offensive lineman or a stronger defensive lineman, or instead of Jack Sanborn.
Yes.
You got him because he was kind of at the end of it. Now, listen, I think the dude's going to be a player. All right. I think that he was great. He was on his way to be something special with Eberflus up in Chicago, and he's going to be something that a lot of Cowboys fans end up liking down here. But when you have that extra money floating around, the higher up you can go, you can get the higher talent. And the Cowboys are like, well, we'll get moderate talent and we'll coach it up for the price. It's worth it for us.
Alec, do you have a particular hypothesis you would like to throw out there? Or did we do such an excellent job? You're like, there's no arguments left?
No, I think you hit the nail on the head on most things, but I also do think that it is... You hear it a lot from the top. They say it directly, but the our guys mentality... I think plays into that a lot too, where it goes into your point, Kevin, of paying too much at the top of the market.
Yeah.
When you talk about a Dak Prescott, when you talk about waiting on CeeDee Lamb, Micah Parsons, the our guys mentality of we believe in our guys so much so that they're never going to go anywhere. So we're going to take our sweet time. But at the same time, it also goes hand in hand with some of the bad decisions that they made on the contract front that just didn't work out in general, like a Jalen Smith, like a Zeke Elliott. The our guys mentality has beaten me down so much, especially over the past few years, probably like towards the end of the Jason Garrett era into the Mike McCarthy era. That's when you really started to notice like you're getting so close, but then whenever you feel like you have a chance to add on, like the Rangers, I know it's not translating into success right now, but it felt like, okay, we have this foundation, we have a ring in our back pocket, we need to build upon that. It felt like they did. With the Cowboys, it's let's just keep everybody we've got and expect different results the next season.
Now, I just wanted to remind everybody at 11:45, Brian Schottenheimer will jump up on the stage, or maybe he'll walk up on the stage for the presser at Cowboys OTAs. Will that give you even more confidence?
That he's listening to the show, yes. He'll be like, you know what, guys? Kevin Hagelin said I was going to jump up on the stage, and then he corrected himself. I want to prove him right. I want him to go home happy today.
I would love that.
That would be amazing. And then he's like, oh, yeah, I'm a Master Peep. I listen all the time.
All right, I would love that. This is their third and final media viewing of OTAs today. One more closed OTA session. And then on June 5th, that'll be on June 5th. And then on June 10th, the mandatory minicamp will begin. So if you're looking for your off-season dates for the Cowboys, there you go. Now, we have one other important piece of business to discuss. Corey, would you say that we have a good track record with people who have been our producer going on to do good things?
Oh, absolutely. One of them's running Houston.
Yes.
The other one's also running the radio station in Houston.
That's true.
I'm trying to think of the other one. Went and got married and has kids in love in California, so he's enjoying life there.
That's nice.
The other one's a manager here in this building. He runs everything in this building. So yeah, I would say we're doing pretty damn good.
Well, let's add another accolade. I take you to the North American Hockey League. You might think, I kind of know them. Maybe you don't particularly know them. Let's go down in the categories. They've given out their awards. The season is over. Broadcaster of the Year from the Corpus Christi Ice Rays. It is former KNC Masterpiece producer Joey Erickson.
What's up, Joey? How you doing, man?
And I just want to point out,
he's not a
he just was on the show too.
Yeah, he was.
Do you think that was
the Stars
last?
Lost.
Okay, that's fair.
Every time we've had him on the show, the Stars have lost.
Do you think he made a deal that like the Stars can lose if he wins this award? But I'm just saying, maybe
congratulations, man.
Maybe that was the last push he needed. So yeah, Joey is now the reigning NAHL North American Hockey League announcer of the year. Are you proud of him,
dude? Hall of Fame is the next place for him. Dude, he's really good at his knowledge base of hockey is very good. Great foundation for it, and I think that working with us for a while and. We gave him a lot of presents, like we do that. I think that we do a pretty good job of giving presents to our producers on the show, and he took advantage of it, grew from it, and he always had a vision for what he wanted to do. Now he's got this one, first step, all on the way of many, many awards down the road.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, would you support the Stars trading Jason Robertson? And here are the teams already lining up to get him. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
product? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course it's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, your name.
No, I'm Jack.
Your name's Jim. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
All three of their best goal scorers out there together. All of them 30-plus in the regular season, including Robertson. He scores! Right through Stuart Skinner.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to talk about Jason Robertson in just a second. Not just the headlines. We've done a deep dive into this, all right? I have arguments, counter-arguments, and the suitors waiting to get Jason Robertson and what they might be willing to give you for him.
Ryan Suter?
No.
All right.
But I like what you're doing there.
Gotcha.
But real quick, maybe this will take up more time than I anticipate. Is there an old-timey sports opinion that really drives you crazy? Because you know exactly where this is coming from. Somebody has texted in, and I get it. I've heard it before. I just think that is a preposterous thought that Troy Aikman was a bus driver.
Did you see his response?
No.
Because you said, "You're a damn fool," is what you called him. And he said, "I mean, nice bus driver, but that was bus was better than anything Tony had. Dak has done less with more around him than Tony." If you watch Troy Aikman, he drove the best bus out there. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
He did. And he was the bus driver on that team. But everybody on that bus knew to sit down and be quiet. You know what I mean? Like talk to any of the former players on that team and ask them about, here's a perfect example. Charlie Williams and Nate Newton and I are doing the show out at the Star. And Nate's talking, he's going on and on about all the trash they used to talk. Him and Charles Haley used to talk so much trash. They'd sit there on the bus and nobody was safe. All right. If you got on that bus, nobody was safe. I asked them, so when Troy got on, how did y'all handle? And they all just stopped for a second and they said, oh, actually, we didn't say anything to Troy. Troy didn't ride on that bus. And I said, oh, really? And they said, Troy would burn you worse than anybody on the team.
Yeah.
And on top of that, we just didn't mess with him because we didn't want to mess with Troy.
Yeah.
They all knew he was their guy, and they also didn't want to mess with him because they knew he'd chew him up. And so he was more than just a bus driver on that team. He was everything for them, and they all give him that credit. So,
yeah. And look,
ask Michael Irvin what he thinks about Troy Aikman.
I get it. I just saw somebody give his touchdowns and interception ratio and then said Andy Dalton was better. I understand if you just never watch the games. If you just look at the stat sheet, I guess you could come to that idea. But
and the game's changed a lot since he played too.
So the game changed a lot to enhance passing ability, but also that was one of the things about him. He stepped up his game in the playoffs. Neither Tony Romo nor Dak Prescott has done that.
Was it Brian Billick we were talking with about Trent Dilfer? And we asked him, how do you win with a quarterback like that nobody thought was an elite quarterback? And he said, how do you win with a coach that nobody thought was, he made the joke.
Right.
But then he was like, no, but seriously, we were at the tail end of that era of football.
Yeah.
I just happened to have the right defense, the right thing. We had the right thing to go make that happen. But we were at the tail end of that era. Troy was right in the middle and end of that era as well. Once Troy's career was done, quarterbacking changed. It's changed completely over the last 30 years to what it is now. Now it is reliant upon the quarterback. Back then it was, you got to build a team.
Yeah.
And now, obviously, because of the salary cap, it's so reliant heavily on the quarterback. But back then it was definitely the team matters more than Dan Marino.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Now, on the Jason Robertson front, what's y'all's initial thought? Would you be pro or against trading Jason Robertson? And then we can dive through some of the talking points for both. He's under contract for one more year at $7.75 million.
Okay. So, and somebody just tweeted, trade one of the only players that showed up in the Western Conference Final. Brilliant idea, coming off an injury too, mind you. In the playoffs.
I don't know why questions seem to offend people.
It does.
So
Questions do offend people. I believe that Jason Robertson still has another place to be.
Yep.
In his career. And I want to see that here. Will I wait for it like Jamie Benn? With Jamie Benn, we've been kind of waiting all this time for that next level. It really is just the cup for him at this point.
Yeah.
And that kind of solidifies everything we knew about Jamie Benn. I think Robertson still has the ability to play a tick faster. And that's what he needs. The dude it's beautiful to watch his game. I also have been over the last few years questioning toughness and questioning speed. He's not the fastest skater on the ice.
Agreed.
And he's not the toughest big man on the ice either. But he sees the ice in a way. He's like Donatello. Donatello saw everything else that was going on and was able to fill in voids where nobody else could. And that's where I see Robertson is he's not Raphael or Michelangelo where he's just out there bouncing around, knocking people down, but he sees it in a different way. And I think you need those pieces. But it depends on what I can get back and what he is. Steven uses this term a lot, Stephen Jones. Is he a progress stopper for somebody else that could take that next role?
Yes. Okay, so I'll answer that question first. I do not think he is. But we all really fell in love with Thomas Harley even more in the playoffs, right? He looked
sure.
Unbelievable.
He looked like he'd upped his game.
Exactly. Amazing young player for the Stars, right? Do you know that Jason Robertson is 2 years and 1 month older than Thomas Harley?
I did not know
and
that.
So, I just wanted to point out, I think Jason Robertson gets talked about like he's 30. He's 25.
Yeah.
He's 2 years, almost exactly 2 years older than Thomas Harley. And we talk about them totally different as if Thomas Harley is this young upstart, which he is, and he's great. This is not a negative against Thomas Harley.
We've just seen Thomas Harley's coming out party.
Yeah.
And Jason Robertson, he got a big contract because he did what he did a couple of years ago where during the regular season he dominated.
And you know what's wild about that? They've played the same amount of postseason games. Like that. So I just wanted to throw that out there. So one of the big reasons I would be against trading Jason Robertson, he's better in the playoffs than you think. All right? Because we have kind of lamented some of what it feels like are his playoff struggles. He averages 0.79 points per game in the playoffs, which isn't going to cut it for a player that will consistently get you 1 point a game, if not significantly or a little bit more than 1 point a game. I do want to point out, and I realize a couple of these players are defensemen or offensive defensemen. In their playoff career, that is better than Rope Hintz, a good bit better than Wyatt. That's better than Miro. That is a lot better than Thomas Harley, and it's better than Ben, and it's better than Sagan. So I just wanted to throw out the idea because I was surprised when I was looking at this. Is Jason Robertson is better in the playoffs than we seem to think. And so that's my point number one that I'm going to present. Secondly, last year this past season, I guess I'll say, he did have some struggles for sure, but he still led the Stars with goals in the regular season. And he scored 4 goals in the last 3 games of the playoffs. So even with his own struggles, he was still the leading scorer on the team. Now, we'll get to one of the trades they made and how that might change it. Also, he's on the last year of his deal, $7.75 million. Do you think you're going to find a player that will average a point per game for $7.75 million?
Don't?
Yeah. And so that might be another point against trading him. Alec, I want to get where you fall on this real quick before we get to some of the counter arguments about perhaps why you would want to trade him.
I think that for that price, I understand why the conversation is coming up because the value that you can get is probably going to be phenomenal. You're talking about an expiring deal, a guy that, like you said, we almost age him in an inappropriate way because it feels like he's been here forever, but he's in his mid-20s. When he's healthy, he is uber productive. And like you said, we probably make him to be more of a playoff villain than he actually is. So I do think there's going to be a lot of interest and there's going to be a lot of teams willing to overpay for him. So I would listen. But again, for that salary figure, I'm going to go ahead and ride it out and try to add and supplement around him rather than move him. Right now, today, without knowing what offers would be on the table, I'd say I'm keeping him just because I think the value is worth more to keep that continuity and to see what he can do with Mikko Rantanen in a full offseason program and everything, see if they can really get that chemistry going.
Yeah, that's another valid point is the line adjustments made when Mikko got in here late in the season did change some things for everybody. And I'm kind of curious if DeBoer's still here.
Which I think he will be at this point, right? No?
Yes. I don't know, man. I'm not running the Stars. But if he is, I'll be interested to see how he decides to kind of go out with that next year.
All right. So the case for trading Jason Robertson, and then Alec, you mentioned this as well. I'm going to present a deal to you that Yahoo Sports thinks is on the table already. Because supposedly there's already at least 4 teams lining up that would be interested in Jason Robertson.
Okay, so for money, huh?
Yes. All right. So one of the reasons that potentially the Stars should trade Jason Robertson, we talked about how he makes $7.75 million. He's in the last year of his contract. I don't think he's going to re-sign for that amount of money. You got to think somewhere between Hintz's $8.4 million and Rantanen's $12 million. All right, so let's just say $10 million.
Okay.
All right. This is not a team that has a lot of money at these particular moments.
Right.
So are you in a position to give Jason Robertson more money? Then again, if you traded him off, perhaps you could take some of those cap savings and pull them in.
And don't forget about void years also.
Yeah, that is not quite as
bird rights
prevalent. No, neither. Man,
are there front-loaded contracts in hockey, or is it all very, very rigid?
It's significantly closer. I'm not going to say it never happens, but it's significantly closer to like pretty even and like the current deal that Robertson is on right now. Literally every year was $7.75 million, all the way down the road. All right, so there's that. You mentioned the line adjustments. And so I realize that you have to remember that this came off of him having an injury, but they initially tried to put Robertson with Mikko and with Rope on the top line, and it didn't work. And later he got demoted as far as the fourth line, and even Granlund jumped up ahead of him. He doesn't have the speed of Rantanen, so I do kind of wonder, now are you going to pay that much money for somebody who you are going to slot down the line?
Yeah. What does he think he's worth too? You know,
yeah,
that's another thing. If he's just like, no, I know this is I love hockey and I'm making really good money playing this game, and I don't need Rantanen money. I need something that's serviceable that puts me in the right place.
And see, the thing I think he brings value on the trade front is, I know he only has 1 year left, but after that, he is still a restricted free agent. So you still have like potentially the advantage. And then maybe he'd want to play another year so then he could be unrestricted in 2 years at the age of 27.
And one of the things that stuck with me, Kevin, that Mikko said was Dallas seems like a place where hockey players enjoy being.
Yeah.
Like he made that comment of Dallas seems like they treat I've always heard that Dallas treats their players well. Dallas is a good place to be for hockey players. So that could definitely come as a selling point. I know Jamie Benn was like, I never want to know anything else because I've seen the other places.
Now, here is what could tip the scales for you.
Money.
Ooh, I think it's actually something else.
Oh.
So Yahoo presented their trade projection for the Philadelphia Flyers. The Philadelphia Flyers, those are one of the teams that are thought to, I don't know if covet Jason Robertson is the right word, but really, really want him. All right. This is from Yahoo. We can safely assume that both of the Flyers' late first-round picks are in play. So that would be the number 22 pick and the number 32 pick. And a defenseman, and perhaps a player like Owen Tippett, who he's 26 and has scored at least 3 goals in at least 20 goals in each of the last 3 seasons. So now, if I told you that you have the potential to strengthen your defense, get a player who is definitely a competent goal scorer, and maybe at least 1, if not 2, first-round draft picks for an organization that obviously for some of these moves has sent out a plethora of draft picks, that gives you an idea of what you're looking at, and that gives me at least some cause to think about it. You know, like I'm not like, you just got to get rid of Jace Robertson, but when I hear a first-round pick, perhaps a pair of first-round picks in the upcoming draft, and then Owen Tippett and a defenseman, I'm like, that's a lot.
Yeah, it is. That is a lot.
And those draft picks are going to be significantly more friendly to start out against your cap than re-signing Robertson or whatever other direction you decide to go.
The 817 have said it the last 3 playoff runs, you need to move on from either Robo or Otter to reset the message in the room. It's bittersweet, though, because your former star's performing well throughout the league.
Yeah.
So that's a thing. But being better than Ben and Sagan is what any forward should be.
Sure. No, I agree. And that's why I wanted to throw out, like, I don't feel like Rope gets this kind of scrutiny. I mean, Wyatt Johnston, I feel like got some scrutiny, but probably not as much this year. And I realize he is an even younger player than even Thomas Harley. But I just wanted to throw out there the idea that I think Jason Robertson is better in the playoffs than people think. He's just not as good as we've seen in the regular season, which is absolutely a disappointing thing as well. I'll be curious to see what they do on that front, because the Stars do kind of feel like they're in that Celtics mode of like, hey, we're up against the cap and we might need to do something.
Yeah.
Maybe even something a little bit dramatic.
Sell the team?
No, not.
That's
okay.
what the Celtics just did,
not
right?
sell the team.
Oh, okay, good.
As far as I know. Hey, but if it happens, let's go back to this cut and say that we were on that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for baseball nuggets and history in Fenway. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it is a Tuesday show. Rangers
said that? Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations, 2023 and 2024.
3-1 to Trout. Runners at first and second. 2 runs in, nobody out. Mike swings and sends a drive out to left center field. Yeah, baby! Get that one up over the monster. Mike Trout's 10th of the year.
To be fair, he did hit that home run an unbelievable length, and it was at 454 feet, I do believe, right now, presented by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. It's time for Baseball Nuggets.
Kevin, before we get into Baseball Nuggets, kill the music.
Whoa!
Actually, you can keep playing. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it.
Turn it louder.
We had something going on yesterday that a lot of people hopped in on, and I want to give a quick update. Okay? The corporation has stepped in.
Yeah.
So for our email situation,
Mr. McMahon, I get what you're saying.
the man has walked in the door and said, "Shut it down." Actually, here, let's protect you guys because there are some things that company-wide we have to push. So allegedly, there are some Federal Trade Commission things that we got to watch out for, et cetera, et cetera. We are going to make this happen. It is going to happen. It's just going to take a little longer than I thought it was going to happen. So
There are
we'll get the emails
guidelines we have to follow.
There are about
Stupid FTC. Thanks a lot.
I counted about 500 email addresses yesterday. So I was very surprised that we were going to get that many people that wanted to torture Kevin involved. But actually, I wasn't that surprised that many people wanted to torture Kevin because it makes sense.
You know what? You know what was the most infuriating part of it all? People contacting me directly and saying, "Hey, can you pass this along to Corey?" And I was like, "Hold on." So you know Corey, you know how to get a hold of him, but you're like, Kevin, I just wanted to annoy you with an extra piece of email or DM or whatever, because make no mistake about it, whether it's the DMs, my spam mail, whatever, it all has to be cleared out.
Yeah.
It just does, or I freak out.
And I do believe somebody emailed you yesterday. You replied to them, and they said you didn't reply all. And so
and I never will, because Corey's thoughts on that issue were irrelevant because they were just trying to agitate me.
So again, it will. We just have to wait a little bit longer to make this corporate work thing happen. So.
You think you're a good corporate man?
Because here's what the thing. We think of everything as like we're working with tin cans and string. You know, like that's how we approach it, is we're just a couple of kids that are in the treehouse having a fun conversation, and people happen to be listening. So we can get away with anything. And then whenever we realize we're part of a company that actually has technology and stuff, there are laws. So,
I mean, I think the newspaper is partially to blame for this as well, because we got to do whatever we wanted at the newspaper and nobody would stop us.
Nobody cared because they were like, please do something.
Yeah.
Please get attention for us somehow.
Thanks a lot, bean counters.
Yeah.
All right, let's start.
Us against the man, it always has been.
I mean, that's who owns us now. Let's be serious.
The bean counter.
All right, so Mike Trout hit a home run 454 feet.
That's far.
That is far. But that's not really what I want to talk about only. The Angels hit 3 home runs in the first inning. This is a crazy stat.
Are they the Yankees?
Well, they're unlike any baseball team that's ever existed. That they're the first visiting team in MLB history to hit 3 home runs in the first inning at Fenway.
Really?
Fenway opened in 1912. Like, remember, that's when they had cars that you could walk to the park faster than.
I don't remember that, actually, because I wasn't there.
You ever see those cars from that time? They look like the worst.
The Model Ts?
Yeah, like, I mean, they're great innovation for the time, but when you're starting that thing up and it's bouncing up and down the road and you, like, see a person that could probably briskly walk faster than that car, is it worth it?
Good question, man.
I don't know.
I will say the pitcher that they were up against...
Henry Ford.
No, Henry Ford. I don't know if he ever pitched. So Richard Fitz was his name, the Red Sox pitcher. He
time to send him down.
Last of the 5 games he's been in, they've lost. All right, so
hey,
Look.
And he is 0-3 this year. And in his last 2 outings, he has measured 4 innings, given up 6 hits, 6 runs.
Ooh.
3 home runs, I guess, in that one.
Look.
Yeah, that's bad.
It's a bad data point for you.
Yeah,
when the manager can walk in and be like, that performance you had today hadn't happened in 113 years of Fenway Park baseball history. That's pretty damning right there.
Yep.
Let's go from that to, look, we need to talk about this. Wander Franco. It's been a while since we've talked about him, right? If you'll recall, he is accused of sexually abusing a 14-year-old girl. He is about to start trial. In fact, the trial started on Monday in the Dominican Republic, and that it looks like they're going to start calling witnesses and like really getting into it, I believe, later this week or at the start of next week. And one of the things that Franco told the judge was, I heard all they said, but I wanted to say that justice must be done. So Wander Franco is going into this, I mean, apparently believing that he is on the right side and he will be vindicated, or maybe even hoping that he will be vindicated, because this is somebody who looked like one of the next faces of baseball. I don't think I'm overstating it by saying one of the faces of baseball. And now he's going through a trial that will determine, first of all, I mean, I guess his playing status, of course, but mainly his freedom.
Oh, yeah, for sure. That's a bad place for him to be in, man.
He hasn't played in 2 years.
And it is wild to me that he was on that cusp.
Yeah.
Of becoming that hero of baseball.
Think about this. He hasn't played in 2 years. He is just now 24.
And he was already on that.
Yeah, absolutely. His last season, which he didn't even play the whole season, he had a WAR of 5.5. And so this is somebody who looked like they were going to be incredible. But the far bigger issue, obviously, is getting down to the determination of, is this what happened? Did he have an inappropriate relationship with a minor? And I think this will be very fascinating for judicial and for sports purposes to see how this plays out. But I just wanted to give you an update. And Dominican authorities started investigating this 2 years ago, and now we're about to dive into the trial, which unfortunately feels like it's going to have a lot of very sensitive, very devastating information or accusations in it. So just wanted to give people an update about that. All right, let's go to baseball broadcasting. It looks like Apple TV, which makes a lot of sense since they carry some MLB right now, that Apple TV and NBC, kind of more specifically probably Peacock, have taken the lead in terms of who will take over a lot of the ESPN baseball content. Like we've talked about, ESPN was like, hey, thanks, but no thanks. We want to cut your games, cut your money. And MLB is like, no, I'm going to pass on that. And so it looks like Peacock and Apple are the two leading contenders right now to take over that.
Do they just kind of do the same thing and try and hire the show? Like try to take whatever ESPN had as the show and get those personalities too and bring them over? Or do they say, no, we have a whole new set of people that we're going to work with?
I think with Apple, it would be that second one, just because they already have kind of their built-in baseball infrastructure.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I would think it would be that. For Peacock, I'm not totally sure. And it also depends.
I'd just bring on Shaq and Charles.
Man, that'd be something. Okay, I would watch at least.
Yes, you would.
I would watch at least one game.
The seventh inning stretch would be amazing.
I would watch at least one game that would involve all of that. All right, couple more quick things for you. Luke Weaver, the Yankees closer, is going to be out 4 to 6 weeks because of a hamstring issue. And then we talk about this all the time, the perils of sports betting. The Houston Police Department announced yesterday that an overseas bettor was the one who was responsible for the death threats against Lance McCullers Jr. Remember, we talked about that, a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
He was being threatened. His family was being threatened. They were able to discover the origin of those messages.
Really?
Because, of course, they were.
and they found out that it was an overseas gambler, and he has apologized. I am waiting to see if further potential legal action will happen. But as you said, Corey, as we've talked about, get serious. Don't make a death threat to anybody, especially not over sports gambling.
That didn't make any sense.
No. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we got Brian Schottenheimer at 11:45, which means we're going to shuffle some things around. So it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Just how good of an offensive supporting cast does Dak have? Next on The Fan.
Products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it the Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it sometimes called?
our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where I want to call out Ryan Rutledge for sending me an email that said, tell Corey I said hi.
What's up, Ryan? How's it going, homie?
Corey has his own email.
We did correspond with each other.
Then keep doing that, Ryan.
You can correspond with Kevin. Just add me on it, and I'll reply all.
Oh, my dear God. All right. We're going to do the Brian Schottenheimer press conference later, about 11:45. And guess what? We're not going to have any commercials in between. We're going to go from that right into our interview with Jason Kidd. So I'm very excited about that, Mavericks head coach, which means right now, what say we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy?
Dip it, rip it.
So we talked about this last week, and it did finally come to fruition. The Philadelphia Eagles announced that they're sending Bryce Huff to the San Francisco 49ers. The Eagles will get a conditional 5th-round pick that could become a 4th-rounder based on Huff's performance. That is per CBS. He was set to make $17 million this year. Philadelphia will pay 9.05 of that, and then San Francisco will pick up the other 7.95 million. So San Francisco makes a move for what has been one of the more rare Philadelphia Eagles personnel misses. Like, they definitely swung and missed with that one.
I think they have a lot of quantity.
Okay.
And like they have, because Kevin, I think they'll sign a bunch of free agents. They'll also add a bunch of draft picks. They'll make trades and get draft picks. So I do think that you say rare. I think they miss on things too. It's just they have been very successful at a lot of things.
They have other backups.
And there's a lot of quantity that goes along with it. But again, the way they draft, Kevin, Jordan Davis is there.
Yeah.
I guess let's take him. Nakobe Dean fell. Let's take that guy. Like, it's just wild that people pass on these guys and they're like, they land in their lap.
Yeah. Did you even think about committing to Georgia? All right. We will also draft you. All right. Let's go from that to, and this is a question that I'm really curious about, especially earlier people were talking about like Dak versus Tony Romo. Maybe we should bring that subject back at some point. But our buddy Hollywood David Hellman ranked the supporting cast for each of the quarterbacks.
All right.
Where do you think Dak Prescott's supporting cast ranks in there? So the Dallas Cowboys offensively, what do you think his supporting cast is like compared to the rest of the NFL?
CeeDee Lamb is exceptional. He's a top 3.
Agreed.
Running back is a huge question mark. Tight end, thought he should be a top 5. He never was. So I'll say
offensive line as well.
13.
Okay, 13.
Maybe 15.
Ooh, okay, 13 or 15. I like that. Alec, what is your vibe about where the supporting cast for Dak Prescott has the Dallas Cowboys?
I was thinking around the 15 range, but I'm going to go in between Corey's marks. I'm going to say 14.
Okay. It probably won't surprise you to know that Hellman has Philadelphia at the top of the list.
Makes sense.
Followed by Minnesota, Detroit, Cincinnati, and Tampa Bay. Cincinnati doesn't really surprise me either because I know they had a tough year last year, but that's because their defense is god-awful.
Right, yeah.
So, to the surprise of pretty much nobody, when it comes to the Dallas Cowboys, if you just kind of pick close to the middle, you'll usually turn out pretty well.
There you go.
He has the Dallas Cowboys at 15th best supporting cast. And so, right there, that shows some of the problems that the Cowboys face as an organization because they have elements of excellent defenders, but by no means, especially since Dan Quinn left, do you look at the defense and you're like, they're unfreaking stoppable. And then you go over to the offense and somebody whose football knowledge I respect a great deal, Mr. Hellman, has them offensively supporting cast with Dak about middle of the pack. And I think a lot of people in terms of quarterback ability would probably have Dak middle, slightly above.
Yeah.
Probably slightly above middle of the pack.
Yeah, and that's where we kind of sit with it. Some people will argue with us about that, and you can't convince anybody any differently.
Sure.
So we have our opinion on it and everything. We watch the same games we watch.
Right.
But that's the Cowboys. It makes sense now. Kenneth, you said the defensive part. Kenneth Murray the other day, Kevin, told the world we will stop the run. This year.
Great!
So that's what he's saying based on Eberflus, and I kind of like hearing that out of him.
All right. Well, guess what, Kenneth Murray? If you lead that charge, you're going to get a big fat raise because it's been a minute since we've really seen the ability to stop the run. Even when we felt like our defense was good, like really good, we were still like, I don't know if we
We're
can.
missing some things still
if we
here.
can really stop the run. All right. Let's go from that to Gabe Davis is going to visit the Pittsburgh Steelers this week. Here's my next question for you about that. Will we get Grand Theft Auto 6 before Aaron Rodgers officially for real says he's done with football?
Alec, every time this question comes up, somebody goes, no, it's supposed to come out next month. And I'm like, okay, but hasn't that been the joke for the last 15 years?
Yeah, pretty
Okay,
much.
all right.
And it's gotten delayed and delayed and delayed, and now it's a little under a year away.
All right, so my question is,
A little under a year.
which will you get first? The release that you can actually play Grand Theft Auto 6, or that Aaron Rodgers will officially announce that he's actually really done with professional football?
I think you'll get that first because I still think Grand Theft Auto won't be out in under a year. Like even if he plays this year, you still have time.
That's true.
So I'll rock with the time.
All right, Alec, what say you?
You know what? I'm going to go with Corey here, but for a different reason. Aaron Rodgers loves himself so much, and he definitely wants the world to know as soon as he knows. So I think it's going to be a big deal when it happens. So yeah, I'm going to say that Rodgers makes it a big deal before GTA 6 comes out.
Yeah, what if he never turns in his retirement papers?
See, and that's what I think, because I would go with Grand Theft Auto as well, because what I think is going to happen is, I'll probably return. We'll see. I don't know, McAfee. I'll let you know. And so I think he's going to be like hanging around on the fringe, and then Mike Florio is going to breathlessly write a story about it every 2 days to give you an update where there's no actual update or whatever. All right, let's go from that. Yeah, was that some of my personal bias in there?
That's what I heard.
All right, what do you think about this for Justin Jefferson's advice to J.J. McCarthy and any other quarterback who throws him the ball? Quote, I just tell them throw it up anywhere, and I'm going to go get it.
Yes.
That's what I think, too, yeah.
I mean, I've seen it. I've seen it plenty of times. He already has as many highlight catches as most of the receivers we watched in our childhood. And he's very early in his career. They say catch radius. He is area code guy. He is Drew Pearson, and when it comes to just any area code, put it there. Just throw the ball. What was it that he told Kirk Cousins, throw the effing ball?
Yes.
Yeah, like that. Just make sure you put it out there. And I would have faith. And
you gotta have faith.
No, okay. I would. If I'm JJ McCarthy, I absolutely would just be like, I have complete faith that dude's gonna catch the ball. What was that Kyler said? Hops down there somewhere.
Yes.
I would have that same feeling.
And then, was it the Colts? Called him a chicken jockey? No. Which was the team that they had to delete it because they also had the Tyreek Hill thing in there, and they're like, Kyler Murray's a chicken jockey.
I think it was the Chargers.
One of those met coffee, the other one too. Okay. All right. Let's go from that to, would you trust yourself with a pet alligator?
Hell yeah.
Because, see, and I'm worried by the way you just said that. Chiefs running back Carson Steele, he has a pet alligator named Crocky J, who lives with him in his home. And it's not like a little baby alligator.
He just crawls around the house?
In this picture, he's holding it.
Show me the picture real quick. Just, I need to get a good... it's a pretty nice size croc right there.
I think it's an alligator.
You ever seen a croc that big?
I mean, I didn't see it, so... I have seen some impressive alligators and crocodiles out in Florida. Yeah. Saw an albino one.
Oh yeah, I've seen that one too.
You wouldn't keep it as a pet, right?
No, I'd be terrified.
We have a bearded dragon and a leopard gecko in our house. Well, all right, so I feel like I understand lizards. I don't mess with them. All right, they go in their cage and they stay there. Every once in a while, we have to clean it, and then we let them run around in the room and go run around in the sun. A little bit. They need some sun.
What do they eat? Bugs?
Crickets, worms, and fruit and vegetables. They'll eat those too. All that being said, I'm not just trusting that I'm going to sleep and waking up in the morning without half my leg missing because of a crocodile in my house.
Alligator bit my hand.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm thinking. I just got done watching The Righteous Gemstones. As fun as it is to throw a bunch of chickens out there and let them eat, I don't want to be in the water in my pool. And he's like, you know what? Time for a snack. Don't need that. So good luck to him.
Okay.
Is that in his contract that he can have that in his house? What happened?
Oh, that's a good question because he did post it on social media. So I feel like he's not really trying to keep it a secret. All right. I've been fascinated with this for a really long time. The NFL Players Association has had a discussion about making a push for a European division. We've talked about this before, and that's probably the only way this thing really works. I know for the longest time, I just assumed, wrongfully so, probably.
What if they made a European conference? Now you have a whole conference of teams.
That feels like too many.
Don't you feel like you need 2 divisions to be added here?
I don't.
What? Who's getting the division, the AFC or the NFC?
Oh, yeah, that's true. Oh, man, are we going to disperse and have the way baseball used to be with like the lopsided divisions and stuff? Like, this division only has this many teams.
Yeah.
This one will have this many teams.
So that's why I'm saying let's do 2 different ones, but now you got to get – that's a lot of teams. That's a lot of teams. But you can move the Jaguars over there. That's team number 1.
For sure. That's what I've always thought. But when you see them expanding across England, across Germany, the discussion is at least taken place. Because we've talked about having, like, let's just say it was the Jags, like the London Jaguars. That probably logistically isn't the most feasible thing in the world because you're going to have that team like probably going on 4-week road trips. But if you had a division, then at least you know all of those teams are going to continuously play each other for part of the run. And so you can immediately like mark off 3 of those road games for teams because you're like, well, that's going to be inside the country, inside the continent. And so I'm fascinated that they were just even having this conversation because that is something I'm really intrigued to see.
I like this from the 3-2-1. So the Super Bowl will have 3 teams play at the same time with the 3 conferences. You know that's my dream. My dream is to have 2 football games on crossed fields playing it at the same time.
I thought your dream was to have a football game in the grass of the NASCAR stadium.
You ever been to Texas Motor Speedway?
I have.
Alec,
there's a Buc-ee's right over there too.
I've been there with you, so I know the answer. Alec, you have been there?
I have.
That place is large enough to have a football field right in the middle of it. However, it's also large enough to also host a hockey game at the same time. My dream, as Kevin just pointed out, is to have a hockey game, a football game, and a race going on all at the same time. So you're getting action-packed content from your ticket price.
Okay, hear me out.
And it's like $20 tickets too. Like that's amazing. Yeah.
Okay, I'm
selling
in.
out.
I'm in.
Okay. I have lots of questions about the economics of this plan, but I have a new suggestion. It looks like the Metroplex is about to get another outdoor hockey game. What if we don't go to the Cotton Bowl? What if we go to Texas Motor Speedway? You could load 250,000 people into that place, having by far the highest attended hockey game of all time.
The late Eddie Gossage.
He
Rest in
would
peace,
love
sir.
that.
Remember we presented that idea to him.
Yes.
He's like, this is actually a great idea. And do you remember? He goes, actually, I'm glad you said this because something like this is in the works. And it turned out was it Michigan played on the track, but they didn't have the race going on. So I didn't even know.
We probably will have to rule out the race.
I was a child with a dream. And Eddie Gossage was like, we almost got
when
this
you
thing.
said this.
I feel like I just think like a child.
Okay.
Because, hey, man, adults don't dream anymore, you know? When you're a child, you have all these aspirations. When you're an adult, you're just like, whatever, I'm beaten by life.
Alec, do you still have dreams?
I think so.
My dreams are
That's
so
a no.
boring sometimes.
Now, if you have to say you think you still have
Corey's got me
dreams-
rethinking now.
Yeah. Alec is dead inside like the rest of us.
Yeah.
Because he's an adult.
Oh.
One more quick question for you. I know they're trying to break this narrative. Do you think that Chicago is where quarterbacks go to die?
I have always felt like they were a cursed town, yes. Now, Caleb Williams And Ben Johnson is my fingers crossed hope that they can break out of this thing. They got a lot of weapons on that team.
Do you think it's because they called themselves the Windy City and they're like not actually ranked that high for wind?
My teacher told me that they used to have ropes on the sides of buildings for you to hold on to because the wind was so strong. Was she lying to me? Miss Wrangler?
That's it.
Tell her to stick to jeans. All right. I have no idea what the answer to that question is.
I hadn't been to see, so I don't know.
Okay. I mean, look, I don't think they still have them there, right?
Why not? If the wind's still there.
Oh my gosh, it's so windy. Let me hold on to this rope next to the building. Like, that doesn't feel right.
Let me go look it up.
Okay. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next. How about we do some AM on the FM?
We got the question of the day. Do I have dreams in life? And do you tell the homies good night? Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of the K&C Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Wanted to remind you tomorrow we got Robert Horry coming up at 11 o'clock, Bruce Bochy at 12:30, and then today we got Dallas Mavericks head coach Jason Kidd coming up at noon. But right now,
he'll be on the Zoom too. So
I believe he will.
Should have his face.
All right. Does that make you even more intrigued by the interview?
We get to look at him, and he gets to look at us, and so he gets to. I think if he sees smiles when we ask questions, he'll go, "Okay, this is a fun question."
But if we just look at him angrily,
yeah, if we're just like,
he'd be like, "I don't know why we traded Luka, and yeah, I was part of it." Right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time, 4 a.m. on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas. 877-881-1053, the Frankel & Frankel injury attorneys text line to answer the question of the day momentarily. Twitch and YouTube want to hear from you as well. Plus, got some sound from the NFL that poses another question. Do you tell the homies good night? We'll get to that here in just a little bit, but we're going to consult the National Day calendar before anything, gentlemen. Today is National Repeat Day.
Oh.
Today is National Repeat Day.
Pete and Repeat fell into a boat. Pete fell out. Who was left?
Repeat.
Pete and Repeat were in a boat. Pete fell out. Who's left?
Repeat.
So, I've got this thing called a fader. I can just bring down Kevin's level and then nobody can hear him. I think that might be the...
I thought that was for haircuts.
Yeah, that is. Good call there. I'm proud of you for that one. But it is National Repeat Day, so I repeated that for a second time. But what we're going to do for the question of the day, because it got me thinking, I was a victim of this, or I was guilty of this rather, last night. Everybody's got that one or two, maybe even a few shows or movies that you will rewatch until the day you die because it hits the spot every time. It does what it needs to do for you every time. So what is that movie or TV show that you will rewatch at any time, no matter what? 877-881-1053.
Yeah, I could say the Star Wars movies, of course, but I want to go with a singular movie, and it's The Breakfast Club. If The Breakfast Club is on, I am here to watch it, whether it's Emilio Estevez taking out his preposterous lunch that he has, whether it's Judd Nelson giving the business to the proctor at detention that day, and everything in between. I will watch that movie every time.
Just so you can hear the song. Don't you
forget about me.
So this is...
That is a great song.
Did you say TV shows? Or did you just say movies?
TV shows or movies.
So I'm going to throw, I think TV shows, it's always Friends in the Office. That's super easy.
Yeah.
The movie, and I think everybody can get on board with this. It's Blue Streak with Martin Lawrence.
Ooh.
Blue Streak with Martin Lawrence and Luke Wilson. Maybe it's not. I don't know that it's my favorite movie of all time. Okay, I will say that.
Okay,
but it is the movie that no matter what, if I see that it's on TBS or TNT or whatever, and they're like, hey, we're showing a movie in the middle of the day, that next 3 hours is done because commercials makes it longer. But that next 3 hours is taken care of. I'm watching that movie, Blue Streak. I think it's hilarious. I can repeat the lines along with Dave Chappelle and Martin Lawrence. I love that movie so much that my kids now will also, they know, oh, crap, Blue Streak's on TV. Dad's watching it. So it's always Blue Streak.
Okay.
Good buddy cop movie.
That same reason for my dad. It's Harry Potter. Anytime it's on like TNT or any of those channels, he will drop everything he is doing to sit down and watch certain scenes, even though he's seen it a bazillion times, and he will live quote the scene as it's happening. I'm like, dude, I can't even remember the names of all the Harry Potter movies, and you're sitting here quoting word for word.
Dude, that's a fact.
Not even the major scenes either. It's some of the like transitional scenes that you're just like, yeah, very forgettable. No, he knows every single word.
How does your dad feel about that stupid house elf Dobby?
I think he thinks he's cool.
We are not going home.
He doesn't have like real. That's Anton Hudobin. Thank you, Corey.
I like him.
Yeah, he's great. Yeah.
The other one.
Even
Can
though
you
we
do
had to
his
go home.
voice?
No.
You don't do it? You don't
Not
do
even gonna
Dobby's
try?
voice? Okay.
No,
All right.
probably not.
Let's see. From the.
I was glad when they got rid of him.
Aw, he's a nice elf. But from the 806, I see Tombstone with Val Kilmer.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see, from the 469, A Few Good Men.
You know, I just saw that within the last year for the first time. It is
Really?
very good.
He seriously couldn't handle the truth? Or could
he couldn't.
Okay.
In that moment, he lost his temper and his hubris took him down.
I mean, who can handle the truth if we're being honest? From the 469, Major League, such a funny movie. Rip Bob Uecker.
My God.
That's
He's
one
the
that-
best in that movie. Him in that movie and John Lovitz in A League of Their Own.
Yeah.
I just think are amazing side performances.
That is one of those movies that I will drop everything to watch, like 5 or 10 minutes of it, even if I see it on TV. That one's awesome. Let's see, from the 469, Twilight. That's oddly one that gets played in the house too, because my sister was a massive fan of it growing up. So I think my dad, just for like memory's sake, anytime it's on TV, he'll just leave it on in the background as background noise. And I will say, I'm not a fan of the movies. I don't think they're that great at all. But the soundtracks for them, tip of the cap.
So I've never seen any of those movies.
Good.
I know they were super popular. Was your sister ever like a goth? And did she want to marry a vampire?
Yes. Yeah. And I feel like at that, because let's see, what was that, like late 2000s, early 2010s? I feel like that was just kind of a trend. Vampires were very in, and goth was just very into. So my sister definitely had the black hair phase, and wanting every piercing on the face of the earth. And my mom was like, no, you got a life ahead of you. Be smart about this. Definitely had the long bangs that went down to the eyebrows, and you could like sometimes barely see her face or anything. Yeah, she definitely had the emo face. It was a real thing. And I've still contemplated. I'm like, I don't know where I'm going to find the money for it. But they made the Twilight Cullen House Lego set. I'm like, I need to get that for her birthday or something, because she would lose her mind over that. But again, I never saw the hype in the movies. I read the books because I needed to for school, just to get my... Yeah, whenever you had like a reading log and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, it was like, okay. And I told you guys, I knew how to party in elementary school and whatnot, because all I did was read during recess, because I couldn't go outside because of medical reasons. So, I would just sit there and read all the time, read books that were like way past my age, senior reading level in like 3rd grade. So I was reading.
Way to turn that into a brag.
Yeah. Now look at me. I use none of that information in my daily life. Yeah.
I couldn't go outside.
Yeah.
So Kevin,
touch grass.
Yesterday during crosstalk with our morning show, I said that I don't go places that I don't want to, and Adrian knows that. I did watch these movies against my will. I did watch those movies against my will because of the hostaging situation.
What kind of hostage?
It was a bargaining chip. I knew if I watched those movies,
what would happen?
Me and my wife could make sweet love.
Oh my dear God!
And so I dealt with it in order to achieve.
From the 469,
my third child.
Y'all should watch Blood In, Blood Out. So when I worked at Blockbuster, Blood In, Blood Out, or Sangre por Sangre it's
such an awesome movie.
The most popular movie we had based on the copies of the movie we had. All right.
How many did y'all have?
One. We had one effing copy.
It was never there.
I told my district manager, I asked our regional manager if we could just order like 10 more copies of Sangre por Sangre, because every day, and I am not being hyperbolic, every day somebody asked to rent that movie. It was by far the most popular like library movie that we had, and those are like the non-new releases. Every day people would ask for that movie. Corey was right. We only had one copy. It felt like it was never in stock, and I could never get more copies. And I was like, I could make up that money in 2 weeks renting out all the copies of that.
You could. Why didn't you just do the smart thing? Go back there. I know you back in the back, y'all have one of those recording things. Just record onto a new VHS,
man.
label it, and then pocket the money.
Because I vowed not to steal anymore after I got arrested.
What an idiot.
But yeah.
I mean, smart.
So I'm very familiar with that movie. It's the most popular movie we could never keep in stock at the video store.
That is amazing.
People love movies.
Movie watching is a sport. I've heard that somewhere before. From the 214, Talladega Nights from your boy Tolbert Garage Door.
Heck yeah, man. That movie is very easy to watch all the time and very quotable.
Tolbert Garage Door. Hey, did you know that on Thursday, the G-Vag Nation will be doing their show live from Tolbert in Mesquite? If you want to stop by, and if you don't, what's your deal?
Yeah, what's up?
I think you should go there, and you know what? I think I should probably just stop by after our show.
You know what? I think I might do the same thing and bring my kids out.
Nice.
Sounds like a lot of people showing up. Maybe I need to add myself into the mix.
That's even more people if you show up.
That's a lot of people. Are we the show of people of record now?
Think so. And after today, the basketball show of record.
Yeah, and Carter pointed out we're about to be like the head coach show of record. It's
true.
Because I know it's not called head coach, but we got Bruce Bochy tomorrow.
That's right.
We're going to have the Schottenheimer presser here in a matter of minutes.
Whoever the new Stars head coach is going to be.
All right. Jeez. All right, so that's the question of the day, 877-881-1053. Keep those coming in. The show or movie that you can rewatch at will. Mine, for the record, Star Wars The Clone Wars, the TV series.
Oh, I was
I'm rewatching it right now.
I was about to say the worst of the first 6.
No.
But I got
the animated TV series is one of my favorite TV series of all time.
It is a damn good TV
and
show.
it's an easy rewatch because there's so many different stories that they cover. But this story that I'm about to cover is probably my favorite. And it's been a TikTok trend for a couple of weeks now. I know the morning show actually talked about this. I think Peyton brought it up. There's been a trend of some boys just calling up the homies at night and literally just saying, yeah, I just called to say goodnight, and getting their reactions on film. Because let's be honest, who actually does that? Nobody does that anymore. Like, you might do that for family, you know, if you, like, let's say your kid is at summer camp or something, you call them and say goodnight. Sure, you know, whenever you're calling family, that's one thing. But me as a 23-year-old man, am I calling one of my friends from college just to say goodnight every night? No. So it's definitely weird and random. And Jermaine Johnson of the Los Angeles Rams was on Twitch doing a Twitch stream playing video games and whatnot. And it looked like his chat dared him to do that to one of his teammates.
Oh.
So he picked the 2024 Defensive Rookie of the Year, Jared Verse. And this is how the conversation went.
I just got done eating. Just calling to say goodnight.
So you said what?
Nah, I said I just got done eating. I just said, thought I'd check on you, say goodnight.
Hey, man, get the on my phone, bro. Hey, don't you ever call me to say goodnight again. We're going to eat like this.
Bro, chill. I was just calling to say goodnight. We got a good relationship.
Oh, God, man. Hey, our relationship just took a hit off you saying that. Tell me good night.
And then hangs up.
Oh, man, he did hang up on him.
Just straight up hangs up. So he was like, yeah, our relationship just took a hit because of that. Good job.
The other night, as I was getting into bed, Adrian goes, "Hey, did you call Travis and tell him good night? Did you call Brian and tell him good night? Did you call Kevin and tell him good night?" I was like, "What are you doing right now?" And she was like, "Call him." I was like, "No, I don't do that. I never have either. I don't think I ever called my friends and told them good night."
See, this is where I'm in a tough spot because I would answer the phone.
Yeah, I know you
assume
would.
if someone makes a phone call
that late,
that it's probably important.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And that's what you want to talk about. I'm just like,
you know what though? We do need to check in on our friend a little more though. Check in on your friends. Tell them good night. I think that's not a bad approach.
You should call Mike and tell him good night sometime.
How do you know I don't?
Great point.
He calls me usually after games to tell me good night.
Well,
tells me he loves me.
Famous Corey.
It's true.
we're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're going to hear from Dallas Cowboys head coach Brian Schottenheimer, and then we're going to interview Dallas Mavericks head coach Jason Kidd. All right? Going to be a ton of content coming at you next right here on The Fan.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Allred's first pitch swinging into right. Barker loads up. Davis to the plate. Save! Texas Tech has done it! They end the greatest dynasty in college softball history. The Red Raiders storm to the championship series.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where Carter is displeased that the back-to-back national champions have been dethroned. There was somebody who I'm a friend with on Facebook that said they would bet $1,000 that Texas and OU would play in the softball finals. I'm really disappointed I didn't take that bet because I would have won. Because Texas Tech, which had never hosted a regional, let alone been to a super regional, let alone been to the College World Series, is now going to be in the College World Series finals starting tomorrow against Texas, an all-Texas final. Corey, what is your excitement level?
That is pretty awesome, man. It stinks that OU's out because, as he just said, the greatest dynasty in the history of college women's softball.
What about the fact that they were down to their last strike and it looked like it was done, and then they hit the game-tying home run, and then when I saw that, I was like, well, they're going to play again.
Yeah, man.
They'll figure it out.
Yeah, it is like that part of it stinks, but it's really cool. And again, when you pay $1.2 million to your pitcher, you better hope that you're able to get this far. Isn't that what you said?
Yeah.
That's what
look,
you're paying for.
I know, and I keep seeing all these articles like first $1 million pitcher, and I'm like, yeah, good decision.
You're shorting her a little bit there. It's 1.2, I heard.
Okay, which when you think about it, it sounds ridiculous, but just remember, that's $200,000. Yeah. It seems
it's
weird.
Like 6 years of work.
Yeah, like whenever you're like, oh, it's a $6.1 billion enterprise, and you're like, oh, not $6 billion? Think about it. That's an extra $100 million. So don't be fooled by the decimal point. That can still be an awful lot of money. All right, so you got Texas Tech, you got Texas going into the championship starting tomorrow. Are you going to root for Texas Tech because you cannot root for Texas?
Yeah, I'll pull for Texas Tech. That's
Okay.
I think they're probably going to win, but I mean, this is really two really good programs. Like that's the thing that's really exciting about it is two really good programs playing in a. I think that college women's softball is as exciting as any other sport you can get into whenever you're at this point in the season.
Ooh,
because
okay.
we've discussed this, Kevin. The chants that are going on, there's always energy. There's always something going on in these games. And when they celebrate a play, it's not just like, yes, like it is all out. Let's effing go. Like every single awesome play has a big moment. So yeah, I'm in on it.
Now, as we talked about, things went decidedly less great for the Texas. Are we ready? All right. Schottenheimer says, the hell with that. I'm ready to go.
Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News. We haven't seen much of Trayvon Diggs. So how's his rehab going?
Yeah, it's going good. Talked to Trayvon last week. He's down in Miami doing some training, and no timeline for the return, but he had to come back a couple weeks ago to get checked out by the doc, and all signs are positive.
I guess things have changed from years ago when guys were always in the facility almost every day when they were rehabbing. Considering the severity of his injury, would you like to see more of him in the building?
I think everybody now has their own people that they use. It's kind of the day and age of football. But again, it's all voluntary. He's been in great communication. We've been in contact with his doctors, his rehab people down there. But the game has changed. I mean, it's interesting. These guys have been forced to, in a lot of ways, have to go out and have O-line coaches, quarterback coaches, receiver coaches, DB coaches because of the limitations that the league is, rightfully so with the PA negotiated. And I think it's the day and era of football and where we're at.
Brian Tudor to the ESPN with Micah. Any assurances that it'll be here next week for the camp?
I would assume. Mike and I talked a couple of days ago. Again, he's doing a little bit of traveling. But again, everything that he and I have talked about, I expect that he will be here. And like I said, I say it each and every week, Mike and I have had great communication, everything I've asked him to do and vice versa. He's followed through on, so I would expect to see him.
And then last week he brought in former players to be around everybody in meetings. What was the genesis of that idea? What do you think you got? What did you get out of it? The players get out of it?
Well, number one, it was one of my favorite days of the offseason. You know, there's such great tradition and history here with the Cowboys, and you talk about not just the Super Bowl, trophies, but some of the great players. I mean, to have a chance, I think we had over 25 guys that came and attended. We wanted to open up the team meeting for them. We wanted them to kind of see our energy and our juice, the way we like to operate. I think that when you talk about these guys paved the way for the guys that sit in those chairs today. And to celebrate those guys and to make them feel welcome is too easy. I mean, they're part of our family, It's like having a uncle or a grandfather in some cases that you can use as a sounding board, you can use as a mentor. Are they going to be friends? Hell, I hope so. But if they're not, there's experiences that they can garner from the likes of Randy White, Bob Lilly, Michael Irvin, Dat Wynn. I mean, go round and round about the guys that were here. And I think that's important. It's important for our players to see guys that have not only gone out and been incredible football players, whether they're Ring of Honor, whether they're all pro, all decade team like some of those guys, or whether they've gone on to do incredible things in life. And there's guys that have gone on and have had even more success as entrepreneurs and businessmen. That's important for our players. Football's going to end for our players at some point. But more than anything, it was a chance to bring them back, watch them be celebrated, but to begin to develop the relationship. And I want those guys to know they're always welcome, and there's a place for them to celebrate the tradition. And I'd be lying if I said that Brady James is the only one that might not have had a good day because he lost to Joe Looney in a basketball shooting competition, and offense wins again.
Can this team's past ever be burdensome with the Super Bowls and the expectations and all that? Do you ever think that weighs on guys?
I don't think so. Not when the head coach sits up here and talks about the ultimate goal is to win a world's championship. I think it's to be celebrated. You've got an incredible organization, incredible team, but the history speaks to what we're about. And so I think some people might view it as being burdensome. I don't. I think it's awesome. I think the more those guys are around, the more we see their Super Bowl rings, which they wear very proudly. I think that's great for our guys because that's why we do it, and we don't hide from that. And again, I talk a lot about that. Like, it doesn't mean there's not a process, right? There's a process that goes into winning a world championship. It just doesn't. You talk about the steps to help you get there, and we do that quite a bit. You have to win games at home. You have to win games you're supposed to win. You have to get into the playoffs and all those things. But I think it's meaningless to set an arbitrary goal about, hey, we want to win 10 games or we want to do this. We want to win a Super Bowl, and we don't hide from that.
John Schroeder with The Athletic. Michael Irvin obviously was in the building. He talked about how he liked the competition even in the meeting rooms, talking about how like having a wide receiver on each dry erase board, kind of going over plays and things like that. Is that left up to the assistant coaches, like each room's different, or is that something top down where you're like, hey, we got to find more ways to make this more interactive? Michael was talking about like you didn't see one guy on a phone, and obviously that in the phone era that we're in, it's probably difficult to do that.
Well, I think it shows you that coaches and players have just understood the central theme of the program, and that is to compete every day. And this is not a random Tuesday for us. We are trying to throw the best practice in the NFL to date today. And can we do that? I don't know. We'll see. But the coaches individually, when they break up into the rooms, kind of the plan for that day was we wanted to have the legends. I'll refer to them as legends because they all are. Sit in the room, and it's fun for those guys that watch film. They miss it. I mean, you can't not miss it. I mean, Babe would speak to that. You miss sitting in meeting rooms. You miss the corrections. You miss the jibing, and the fun stuff. But each coach is going to find a way to. We do a lot of trivia, a lot of questions, and we like to compete. And there's always going to be a winner and a loser.
And then when we were out there last week, Even though Sam Williams is working out to the side, I mean, it looks like he's doing a lot. What's kind of the update with him? When do you expect him to maybe be able to work back in with the team?
Yeah, biceps look huge. I mean, his arms. No, he's doing great. And again, I think Britt Brown does an incredible job with all those guys. The guys are rehabbing, and he looks great. Again, no timetable, but again, you guys see him moving and the size and the speed and athleticism. I run down there and check on those guys a lot just to see how they're doing. And he and Dono and all those guys, Demo, they're all doing great.
Nick Harris, Sports Telegram. I want to ask about a couple of guys we've seen had good days. Miles Sanders on Thursday, Kyer Elam over the last couple of weeks. Both of those new additions. What have you seen from those guys in their respective?
So I'll start with Kyer. Obviously Florida Gator, first round draft pick. Sometimes it's just there's issues with fit, there's issues with different things, but the talent jumps off the film. We keep track of our players' speeds, each week to see who's hitting top speeds. And like I said, the one thing I'm most proud about is the way our guys run. Pre-snap, but more post-snap, the way they run and cover. And he's been consistently at the top of the skill guys on defense with his top speeds. I think he's really taking to the system, the coaching from DA and Andre. So I think he's in a really good spot. He's playing with a lot of confidence. But again, it's I guess we're June now. So yeah, we're June, but we're still in OTA football, and we're still limited with what we can do. And the defense does not have equal right to the football. That's the rule. And so therefore DBs have to pull off. But from a confidence standpoint, he's doing great. And Miles, I don't know why anybody would be surprised with Miles' ability. Having been in the division and played against Miles when he was in Philadelphia, you talk about a guy that's a home run threat. You talk about a guy that's got incredible, just ability to hurt you running, catching the ball out of the backfield, all that stuff. Very smart, very bright. All the backs have been that way. But I'd be remiss if I didn't mention they're both the right type of guy. They both fit into what we're trying to build as a culture from a work ethic standpoint. They both bring veteran leadership, a little bit different. Miles is a little older than Kyer, but Kyer's, father, played. So he understands the life of professional football. And so two very exciting guys that we've added to the roster, amongst many other.
And you kind of alluded to it already, but how much thought do you put into good days on the field when you can't really do a whole lot out there?
It's more about learning, it really is. It's more about are the attention to the details with this scheme there? Are our splits right on offense? Is our communication right on defense? It's more of a, when you talk about identity, we want to be a team that plays smart. We want to be a team that doesn't beat ourselves, and we want to be a team that doesn't have a lot of penalties. So it's more of that. We get a lot out of the walkthroughs, because that's kind of the tempo you have to go to. And I'm very pleased with where we are from a scheme implementation, if you will, both on offense, defense, and special teams. We're through a lot, and we're in a review day today, which is good. What a review day should bring is really even better details, even better communication, even less errors. And I think that's the thing that we want to see from a day like today.
Joe.
Joe White, DL Sports. One of the things we talked about last year with Eric Hendricks was that he could teach Mike Zimmer's system because he knew it so well. Obviously, you guys brought in Jack Sanborn, who has experience with Matt Eberflus. Just curious, does Matt Eberflus' system, do you think it needed kind of a translator or a guy who had that firsthand experience with it? And what else have you seen from Sanborn since he's got here?
Work ethic jumps off the tape. The communication I was talking to, he has the advantage because he's been in the system. But again, I think Flus's system is so flexible, and again, we're going to always be multiple. Everything we do is going to be multiple on all three phases of the game, and that doesn't mean that you necessarily have to run 1,000 different coverages or run 1,000 different plays, but you're going to dress it up and do things like that. But Jack's been incredible. The command, also him, I would say, leaning into a couple of the younger backers, Barron and Shamar. That doesn't have to happen, but he's happy to help, which is great. Again, speaks to the fact that, he's a competitor. He wants to win the starting job, but he's also willing to, lean into those guys and answer questions and be a sounding board, and that's what we want. You can be a veteran that wants to compete to be a starter, but still help some of the younger guys. There's not a there's not a right way or wrong way to do it, and Jack's a very selfless player that we're excited to have.
Kyle.
Kyle Yeomans, Dallas Cowboys TV. We talked to Damone Clark a little bit last week too, sticking with linebackers. What have you seen in his progression with this system and how he's kind of come along this offseason?
Yeah, picked it up fast. I think the way he's diagnosing things looks quicker to me than maybe in the past. A little bit more command of it. The physical traits have always been there, and I think the connection that he has with Flus, Coach Borgonzi, I think that's important. I know most guys are that way, but I think Damone, he's such a pleaser. He wants to do things the right way, that I think that relationship that he's developed with Dave Borgonzi is incredible. And again, that's what this time of year is about as well. It's again, like we've said, what are we doing to connect the coaches to the players to the staff, and I think that Dave's done a really good job of capturing not just the Moan, but really that entire linebacker room, because there's a ton of new faces in there.
Slot.
Southeast from The Athletic. Brian, you were asked earlier about the burden of the Super Bowls, but the outside perception is, even though it's your first year running the program, it's a 30-year drought. Does the drought of the Super Bowls weigh on you at all? How do you kind of navigate that, having a clean slate that you have versus the history that...
Yeah, I don't get caught up in the drought. This is 1 year. I mean, this is the first year of mine. I mean, I've been here a couple years. But, when the season's over, we move on. We do. You move on. So 2024 is over. Now it's 2025. Are we going to win the Super Bowl this year? I hope. I think we are. If we don't, you move on. You go to 2026 and beyond. But, to sit here and say that we worry about, when the last time it was it 96? Is that when the last one was? I mean, I know that stat, but I don't stay up at night going, man, it's been X amount of years. I'm not wired that way, because I'm competing every day to try to win a Super Bowl. And so if I'm looking back and I'm worried about that, then guess what? I'm not focused on what really matters, which is making sure we throw an incredible practice today.
It's been a few years since Nick has been in the special teams realm, going back to y'all's time together in Jacksonville. Just where is he at in the process of, getting the way that he wants the unit to be moving and things like that, and the players as well with him?
Yeah, so that's a great question. Nick is an incredible football coach. Here's my belief with football coaches in general, and again, I think our staff's incredible, but you can find great coaches anywhere, and when you're a really good coach, you could coach any phase. Nick's an incredible coach, and so other than the kickoff rule, because when we were in Jacksonville, it was a regular kickoff, so now it's it looks a little different. So that's been an adjustment for him. Carlos Polk and he were together in Jacksonville. That's why getting Carlos here, who's another Cowboys legend, we actually celebrated him amongst the Bob Lillies and Randy White. Not quite the same crowd appreciation from our players, but Carlos is seen as a Cowboys legend. This is, I think, his third or fourth tour of duty here. But Nick's doing great. Again, it's a deal where we're preaching speed, violence, and finish. And that's what Nick's coached from the time he played special teams for 14 or 12 years, whatever it was, and what he's coaching the DBs. And so football's football, man. Fundamentals are fundamentals. It's running, it's hitting, it's tackling, and he's one of the best I've ever been around at teaching that.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You're going to have to wait a whole 15 seconds. No break, just this, then more content.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, so there's a lot to break down in the shoddy presser. We're going to talk with Jason Kidd, the Dallas Mavericks head coach, in just a minute. Couple things there. Trayvon Diggs, they've been talking. Rehab's going well. Don't have a specific timetable just yet. Sam Williams looks buff, and he's the stuff, and he's ready to go. And will the Cowboys win the Super Bowl? I hope so.
I love that answer.
I think so. And so, I thought his answer made a lot of sense. And it is fascinating sometimes how it takes fans way longer to get over these things than athletes, or at least on the surface. That's what it appears. And because one of the things that Schottenheimer was like, oh, and Coach Kidd is here, so we'll get into that in just a little bit. But right now, we bring to you Dallas Mavericks head coach Jason Kidd. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. How you guys doing?
We're doing great. How about yourself?
I have no complaints.
Now, okay, excellent.
It's a good Tuesday.
Are you going
Tuesday?
Are you going to have to tell Cooper Flagg that you knocked Duke out of the tournament in 1993? Is that an important discussion y'all have to have?
Maybe at some point, but that won't be right off the bat.
Okay.
But that is something that I know Grant Hill probably has already beat me to, so probably we'll talk about that at some point, but not right off the bat.
Okay, I like that. And now that the deadline is passed for players to withdraw their names from the upcoming NBA draft, can you say Cooper Flagg by name, or do we have to keep saying the kid from Duke?
I think let's just play it safe, and we'll go with the kid from Duke.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. That being said, I just saw on Bet Online that the kid from Duke is minus 100,000 to 1 to be selected by the Mavericks. Will I win my $100 if I make that bet, Jason Kidd?
I would say yes.
Okay. All right. All right. We'll protect you from there on.
Thank you. Thank you. But that's interesting news on the odds. But again, this is a talented draft. You have some very talented young men. But the kid from Duke is very exciting and has a promising future. And so we've been studying him a lot here.
And I think the important thing with that is there's no way Corey has $100,000. So I wouldn't even worry about that. Now, there's some things that I'm really fascinated with this draft, but also kind of going back through some of your career and how it translates into yourself as a coach. Can you kind of walk us through the advice that Dirk gave you when you asked him for shooting tips, including, and I still don't totally understand this, breathing through your eyes? How does one do that?
That's a great question. I think Dirk is and Holger are the only ones that can explain that. I still don't understand it. I told him that I was going to have to pass on breathing through the eyes, and I can do the hand, the ball coming off of the two fingers, but the breathing through the eyes, I'm still trying to figure that out. And so, but it worked for Dirk, and he's one of the best to ever do it. But I thought the advice of being able to shoot, he helped me extend my career, and that led to helping to win a championship here in Dallas. But when you talk about the draft, it's an incredible journey experience. It's kind of a movie clip of when you're little playing on, I was going to say on the playground, but for these young men, they've grown up in the gym. And so being able to play in the gym and all the AAU games, and then hearing your name called by the commissioner when you talk about Adam, being able to hear your name. And so it's surreal. Your family's excited, family and friends, but it's just a nice token of appreciation of all the hard work. But now you got to get to work because everyone's going to be gunning for you as the number 1 pick or number 2 pick. And so in my case, I was the number 2 pick. And so understanding that there's a lot of work to be done and trying to, live out that dream of being at the highest level.
He still got picked ahead of Grant Hill, though, so don't ever forget that.
We were talking about Dirk for a second there, and I've always liked this saying from Dirk, which was basketball is jazz. And then when he kind of explained how all that worked, it made sense when you watched it on the court, how the ball moved and how everybody was doing different things collectively to make something happen. What is the Jason Kidd analogy for basketball?
Wow, that's I don't know if I can top Dirk's jazz. I like that though. I think when you have all the moving pieces, I think it's chess. When you look at being able to move the pieces with the ball, the speed, the cut, you don't always have to have the ball to be able to be a part of the play. And so I think when you look at it, I look at it as chess. Can you move the pieces, not just your own teammates, but the opponent? And so that's the way I look at it.
Now, believe it or not, I also want to go back to something that you said about the playground. I know you grew up idolizing Magic Johnson. He was known as a very fierce competitor. How important is it that players they're not just skilled, but they have maybe even that uber level of competitiveness along with them?
Yeah, I think it's very important when you talk about the greats, the work ethic, being able to, be a gym rat, the competitiveness of being able to win, wanting to win, and doing whatever it takes to win. When you talk about Magic, he won at every level, enjoyed the game, wanted to be the best, and he put that time in. And so when you look at these young men that are coming out, they're very competitive. They want to win. They've won at every level. And so, again, when you have that part of your culture, it can just only help and hopefully lead to winning championships.
Do you think a common, trait of some of these players is the hate to lose more than you love to win? And how important is it to appreciate the big time wins that you get?
Well, I think it's very important that, they want to win. And so sometimes winning comes in different forms. You're not averaging, 30 points a night. Maybe it's 15, but you're doing more on the defensive end, being able to guard or being able to help us rebound the ball. And so I think when you look at, who's really willing to sacrifice, even the great players will sacrifice their stats to win. And so to have someone like this, the young man from Duke, everyone has talked about, his willingness to work, but also to sacrifice. And so we're really excited about that.
Jason Kidd joining us here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. I was kind of out on an island by myself, still arguing that bigs had a place in the NBA and that you could still use bigs in a way. And you guys kind of flipped it back to having big bodies battling in there, but you also still have high volume 3-point shooting. And I was kind of, do you feel like you have something other teams don't, and you can force the opponents to kind of switch their game where they might be lack against the bigs that you guys have?
I think everyone's going to start coming to visit your island. When you talk about being on that island by yourself because you believe bigs have an opportunity in our league, and I truly believe that. I agree with you. I think our league, our bigs, we believe here with the Mavs, we're big. We can put out a big lineup. And also we can, when I say small, AD is still, 6'10", 7 feet. So we're not really small, but I think just the ability, to be able to athletically have bigs who can guard smalls. And when you look at some certain teams in this league, when you look at Cleveland, they're big, but they're athletic. And so you can start to see teams are playing with two bigs. It gives you an advantage on both ends.
How do you plan A, plan B, plan C when a couple of those bigs, Derek Lively, although he's significantly younger, and Anthony Davis have run into some injury problems in their seasons? How do you plan accordingly for if and potentially when that happens?
Well, I think when you have the depth that we have, I thought that was displayed this past season. We truly believe our depth was one of our advantages. We didn't think that we were going to have so many injuries, but that's part of the season, injuries. And so for that, being able to slide the next guy up, being able to have Gafford, Marshall, certain guys like that can step in and start until we can get healthy. And I thought the group did an incredible job. When you talk about our two ways, B. Will, Kessler, those guys played extremely well for us and helped us win games. So I think when you talk about the injuries, it is part of our league, but there is no panic. We truly believe we've prepared the next guy to be able to start for us and find a way to win.
From my perspective, Jason, Kai has a serious voice and respect amongst his peers. Clay has a strong presence, obviously. PJ, AD, you got a lot of strong veterans in this locker room. Can you describe your guys' different leadership styles and how they are leaders in this room?
Yeah, I think when you look at our leadership, I think you look at Kai, his ability. Everyone looks up to him. His talent, we all know, is at the highest level. And so just understanding his voice in that locker room and during the game is always heard, and there's always trusted. You look at Clay, he's won multiple championships. He's played with great players, and his leadership is effective, being steady. No matter who is out of the lineup, he truly believes that we have a chance to win. And he really speaks that in that locker room. And so it's much needed as a coach, but also as teammates. When you have someone like Clay speaking, you trust that his words are gold and that is going to help us, find a way to win. And then AD has also won championships. This locker room is full of championships. And so understanding what it takes to win. And so AD, again, coming on board, being able to talk to the younger players about what it takes and staying together and having fun. And so you look at the locker room, we have that advantage of what it takes. Again, being healthy is something that's key. And then being able to play at the highest level at the right time. And that a lot of times is April, May, and June. As you can see, you got Oklahoma City and Indiana, the two teams that are playing great right now, and it's exciting.
Do you ever hear a debate in the locker room about whose championship team was better? And do you ever jump in and you're like, man, that 11 team, Dirk went on a rampage. I don't know. Do you ever get that debate going?
No, that's a good point. Maybe that's what we should do. Talk about next season is who had the best run. Kai could probably say Cleveland. Clay's going to say he might get confused and go, I don't know which one was the best. So that's why sometimes it's not, you don't want to start something unless you know you can win. And
right.
Clay has the advantage. So just understanding he could definitely silence a lot of us. But I think it comes down to being able to talk about the different runs, and everybody has a different point of view. The one here in 11 was incredible. Dirk carried us. The role players, as he calls us, burgers, did our part, and we found a way to help him win a championship.
Somebody who I don't think a lot of people even thought could be even a role player at the beginning of the season, Brandon Williams. You mentioned him just a second ago. What kind of development did you see from him this season? And then what are the potential opportunities for him, especially maybe in the next few months of the upcoming season or the first few months?
Yeah, I think when you look at B. Will's development, his trust in the Dallas Mavs of understanding, being patient. A lot of times we use that word a lot here for our younger players is to be patient, but be ready. And he showed that this past season in coming in and helping us when he gave us something that we didn't have, and that was speed with the ball, being able to, transition, get the ball down and score, and also find open teammates. And so, again, his work ethic is like no other. He's in the gym today working, loves to be in the gym, and we're very excited about what his future is. Extremely bright with us going forward. And yes, with Kai being out, he's someone that we're going to lean on to help us until Kai gets back.
When Jason Kidd brought the ball up the court, what was he looking for? Let's say the ball's out of the net and you're bringing it up the court. What were you looking for back then? And do you kind of have that same expectation for your ball handler on this team?
Yeah, I think for me it was about how can we score the fastest and the easiest, keep the game simple, the throw ahead, being able to find a teammate that was open and I knew that could score with ease. And so when we talk about that here, we talk about the throw ahead, using the pass as so we can play faster, the trust of the throw ahead. And sometimes that throw ahead could get intercepted, and that happens. We've all turned the ball over. But I think it's about, keeping the game simple, easy, and effective. And the group that we have as we go forward here is going to be able to throw the ball ahead. We are bigger.
Yep.
And so some of our bigs are going to have to bring that. We look at PJ this summer working on his ball handling and being able to get us in the offense. Max Christie is another one that's going to, work on this summer, being able to get us organized as the guard, point guard. Again, his effectiveness of being able to score and shoot it, but also can we get him to improve and getting us in the offense, and that will lead to more minutes for him too.
And I know the ability to have a quick-paced offense is obviously important, but every now and again you have to tell the point guard to be able to slow down too, right?
Yes.
if you're going to balance it out, don't you?
Yeah, well, we don't always want to leave our bigs. So as we learn about as smalls, we need our bigs defensively and offensively. But if we get beat on the defensive end, our bigs cover us up and help us at the rim. And so sometimes there's a balance of being able to play fast, but also being able to wait for our bigs, play in the post or play in the pick and roll early and being able to get them touches.
Now, Corey was just saying when the ball goes in the basket and you move, were you ever surprised it took people who invented basketball so long to figure out to cut a hole in the basket? Some say it took a few years. Others think it took a decade. How do you not see, hey, if we put a hole in it, we don't have to climb up the ladder every time?
Well, I'm just happy that they figured that out because I think it took the game of basketball a long time for guys to climb up and take the ball out of the peach basket.
Yeah, there weren't prolific shooters like Clay back then either.
Okay,
so
I got you.
Had some work to do at that point. Yeah, and last thing before I'll let you go, we've been pretty interested in Sean Sweeney's story, and I think I just saw he's out of the running with Phoenix. What kind of impact has he had on the philosophy of what your bunch does?
Yeah, I think Sweeney's been great. I've been with Sweeney in multiple places when we first started in Brooklyn and then also in Milwaukee, now here in Dallas. And so just to trust, to understand what we're looking for defensively, for him to be able to, take that and run with it. And he's done an incredible job defensively for us. When I say this, everyone thinks that he's just a defensive coach, but also he understands the offensive end too. And so he's been one of the guys I've trusted. He's done an incredible job here in Dallas. I think Phoenix is lost, but we're happy that he's back with us. And I think he'll be a head coach in this league someday.
Well, thank you very much for the time. We're excited about the upcoming season. Obviously, we're all excited about the kid from Duke, and we appreciate your time, good sir.
I can't wait so we can change that kid to Duke to his name. But no, we're really excited about this opportunity. Thanks a lot, guys.
Absolutely. There you go. Jason Kidd right here on 105.3 The Fan, the home of head coaches. We have Brian Schottenheimer go right to Jason Kidd. I like that he said he might not tell the kid from Duke straight away that he knocked him out in the 1993 tournament.
Hey, at some point, maybe the kid from Duke should just know. Maybe he should know already for sure.
That is a very good point. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're going to move into the Expressway. I'm excited about this. NFL overreaction or reality. Plus, for Metroplex sports fans who don't like hockey, why are you not a hockey fan? We'll do that all next right here on The Fan.
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, great.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has closed.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Singing Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Sapphire Squad?
krld-fm.com.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On-Time Experts.
Parsons is lined up at left tackle. And Jones back to throw. Parsons coming. Parsons got him. Slung him all the way back at the 12. There's number 1 for the Lions.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now.
Hold on, Kevin.
Oh.
I'm in the middle of eating a Pico de Gallo Whataburger burger right now that we just got delivered up here. Thank you so much to Whataburger for the delivery, but this was just released today, the Pico de Gallo burger, and it is...
Is that where you went during the press
No.
conference?
They brought it up here. This is a fantastic burger, dude. I absolutely... It's not just, hey, they threw some Pico de Gallo on there. No, man, this thing is fantastic. It got pepper jack cheese on it, too. If you're hungry right now, go get yourself a Whataburger. Back to you, Kevin.
Okay, as long as you continue to listen to The Fan, right? By the way, in case you're curious, I found this fascinating. Karl Anthony Towns and Julius Randle betting odds are out. The Dallas Mavericks are legitimately dead last for both of them, which makes sense because when you look at the construction of this team already, that really would not particularly compute.
There's already a lot of stars on this team, like a lot of people on this team, a lot of bigs. And I know they could always get bigger, and based on what Jason Kidd just kind of told us, but the kid from Duke's going to help with that.
And what he told us was, does he think that Corey would win his bet? And he said yes.
And then we were able to bail him out.
Yes, he does. All right. From the 817, all right, I'm going to Whataburger right now.
Thank you.
In the meantime, it's time for NFL overreaction or reality. Gentlemen, I start with this. Overreaction or reality? Tyler Smith can win NFL Protector of the Year.
He can win MVP in my heart.
Oh, well, okay.
Yes, I think he can win Protector of the Year.
Okay, can I go on a rant?
Reality.
Really quick.
After, yes, so I can eat more of my
eat your
burger.
sandwich while I go on a rant. There was an article out that said Tyler Smith in the group of favorites or among the group of favorites to win NFL Protector of the Year. That's for the best lineman. And I was like, oh, wow, really? Take a look down the list. Is he first? Of course not. That's Penei Sewell. 5th? No. 8th? 12th? No. He was in 15th, tied with 4 other players. So he's in a group of 15 to 19. I will argue that does not count as among the favorites.
That was it was listed like that? It
Yes.
wasn't just they threw a bunch of names out there?
No, they were given betting odds.
In order, huh?
Correct. Penei
Well-
Sewell, then Trent Williams, then Tristan Wirfs.
Well, Penei Sewell, like this year since Ben Johnson's gone, he won't be asked to try and catch more passes, I guess. So he'll be able to protect more often.
Right.
I look, man, I think Tyler Smith isn't the most vocal of the bunch, in a lot of ways.
Sure.
You hear him talk, though, and you're just like, wow. Like, that dude, he's got it all. He's got it figured out, and he's working really hard on it. Booker is obviously getting a lot of love on that offensive line, and I hope what that does is it gives Tyler that opportunity, Tyler Smith, that opportunity to kind of say, now I can be hidden amongst the work.
Yeah.
And hopefully the guys next to me will grow a little bit so that I can be better this year. Because if Tyler Guyton's a little bit better and Cooper Beebe takes another step up, you got a damn fine left side of your offensive line.
No, I'm with you on that. All right, Alec, overreaction or reality? Tyler Smith can win Protector of the Year this season.
He totally can. It's not blasphemous to me to think that, 1, he can win that, but 2, he's already one of the elite offensive linemen in football.
Okay.
Like, seriously, if you go and watch, I know nobody wants to watch offensive linemen for fun, but if you just watch his body of work, and especially the way it's grown and progressed here so far in his very short career, he's learned a lot. He's benefited from the guys around him, and I think this year especially, you're going to really notice how good he is. I think he's going to stand out amongst, some younger talent, which it's going to take some time for these guys to kind of click and everything, but you're going to very quickly notice, kind of like Tyron's last few years of being consistently healthy and good.
Yeah.
You're going to be like, yep, Tyler, he showed up ready to play today. You're going to really notice.
Now, you might think this is too extreme, but Corey, I know you already have concerns about this team. So NFL overreaction or reality, The loss of the Lions center will torpedo their Super Bowl dreams. Pro Football Focus had Ragnow as the second best center in the NFL. We talked about it yesterday. He retired early. Felt like it's pretty surprising for a lot of people. So overreaction to reality. The loss of the Lions center will torpedo their Super Bowl dreams.
They got, Tate Rutledge in the draft, I do believe, to take that over. So I think it'll be kind of a new era there, but I don't think it's going to torpedo it. Like they failed without him, just fine. Or with him. I'm sorry, they failed with him just fine.
Yeah.
So listen, dude, when it comes to him, big, tough, strong, like everything you like. That is a Dan Campbell offensive lineman right there. I think they still got a really good, strong offensive line in their bunch, and adding that rookie is just going to continue to help that thing build over time.
Alec, what say you?
I feel bad for them, I really do, because that's one of those things that you really wish you would have known before April.
Oh, yeah.
Before, the proverbial end of free agency and the draft. But, when you know, and I guess that timing was just what worked for him, but it's definitely going to hurt. I don't know if it's going to hurt them to the point where they're going to spiral out of control and they're not going to look like the Detroit Lions that we used to know of the past few years with Dan Campbell and company. But I do think it's going to be noticeable that maybe some of those designed runs that they like to do with Jahmyr Gibbs won't be as clean at the beginning of the year. It's going to be noticeable, but do I think it's going to hurt them in the long term? I'm going to be bold and say no. I think they're going to be fine.
Ooh. Now, might need another bold prediction for you guys here. NFL overreaction or reality. After being close numerous times, Micah Parsons will win the Defensive Player of the Year award.
Overreaction.
Oh.
The money is going to be the difference this time?
Yeah. Remember, he's like...
listen.
No, it's the departure of DeMarcus Lawrence. He goes, now's my time.
Now's my time. He is going to be a focal point to this defense. Absolutely. Eberflus is going to dial him up as often as he can, and it's going to be really fun to watch. Last year, I think the key for him, though, wasn't just the sacks. It was, hey, what are you doing in the run game, too? Because we started to see it a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
A couple of years ago, we started seeing they run right at him. And so what's he going to do different there that's going to help him? Or how is Eberflus going to protect him? But health-wise, I need to see it last through the full season. Too many people will text in right now and say he fades at the end of the year and in the playoffs.
Yeah,
so
I get that.
Having that extra, maybe it is the idea of just kind of preserving him through the first part of the season and then letting him loose at the end of it. I'm not saying it's a slow play, but it is a way to keep his body healthy.
Corey says it's a no play. What do you say, Alec?
Just to spite Corey, I think I'm going to go reality. Because I do think that he's had enough time to kind of assert himself that, hey, it won't always be, it's not going to be a 20-plus sack season that's going to get it done for me. It's going to be the tackles for loss on top of the sacks, on top of dropping back in coverage. Like, it's going to be a body of work thing rather than a one poignant number like it is for a Myles Garrett, who, leads the NFL in sacks in 1 year, or for, let's say, even like a Pat Surtain. It's because he gets a bazillion interceptions and he only allows 15 yards per game. You're going to be able to point at those things. Maybe for Micah, it is just it feels like every time he's on the field this season, he's impacting a play, whether it is going to go into the box score or not. So I think maybe the voters will appreciate that this time around.
NFL overreaction or reality, the Bills are the NFL team most likely to win their first Super Bowl this season. Here are the candidates: the Cleveland Browns, the Carolina Panthers, the Tennessee Titans, the Atlanta Falcons, the Jacksonville Jaguars, so not a lot of great ones right now, Arizona Cardinals, the Chargers, Texans, Bengals, Vikings, Lions, and Bills. Overreaction or reality, the Bills are the most likely team to win their first Super Bowl this year.
I'll go with the Bills. I'll go with reality.
Told you he turned on Detroit.
They're a very close team. You know what, man? I did ride with Detroit for quite some time. I know. And what have I been telling everybody this offseason?
They might be in trouble.
Just pump the brakes a little bit. I think that the Bills definitely stand that chance. They got to be better defensively, though. They know that, too. They have to be better defensively. Their head coach hopped on a radio show just to call everybody out, or their GM. He was like, hey, guys, did you not see how many points we scored this year? We were still great offensively. And they were like, hey, what about that defense? He's like, chill out, all right? I know I'm a defensive-minded head coach, but chill out, guys. That's the offense thing.
What say you?
It does come down to those two teams for me, Detroit and Buffalo. And it's the conversation of best player versus best all-around team. In this case, I am going to take the best player because I do think with the staff changes and losing a very good offensive lineman, I do think that the continuity is going to lean towards the Buffalo Bills side, and I do think having one of the probably 2 or 3 best football players on the planet is going to benefit them in the long run.
Now, since you guys were just talking about defense, and since nobody picked the Bengals, NFL overreaction or reality, Trey Hendrickson will ultimately cave. So there are people out there who think he's really dug in and is willing to miss time. Maybe not the whole season, because then obviously that will still work against your free agent journey. But that he will miss time this year. So overreaction or reality, he will cave and he will be there for the start of the regular season.
Yes.
In your face, Trey Hendrickson.
Cave.
Okay.
And
you don't
be
think,
there.
You don't think the Bengals will cave?
No.
Okay.
They won't because they don't care. Like they're like we only have so much money, and they're like, you got plenty of money, and they're like, don't look at that money. This part's of the money that you need to know about.
Okay.
So I think he's going to be like, I like paychecks, and then eventually still try and get forced out of there.
Alec, I really want your thoughts about all of what Corey said.
There's a lot to unpack there, Majors. Thanks for leaving that all on the table for me. But you do make a great point that sounds overly simple, but it's really not. That team does not care. That ownership group does not care. And I bet it sucks for the head coach and even the GM who's like, look, I want this to get fixed. I'm trying my best, but our broke-ass ownership doesn't want to budge. And that's been the story forever. It felt like Jamar Chase and T. Higgins was a home run. Look how long that took. They eventually got it done, but look how long it took. And I bet they're just like, he's a defensive end. Like, is he really doing that much? We'll be fine. So I'm going to say reality that Hendrickson caves because, like Corey said, paychecks are cool.
Okay. I got one more quick one for you. NFL overreaction or reality. The AFC West is still a one-team race. The Chiefs have won 9 straight division titles. They won last year by 4 games. Do you believe that the AFC West is still a one-team race?
I don't want to believe it because I want to believe there's competition in that division. But until the Chargers prove it, then I can't believe that.
Okay.
The Raiders, I don't have any faith in the Raiders. I'm sorry. And it's been that way for a long time. Anybody who's like, oh, you have faith in the Cowboys? I'm like, no, listen, I'm not debating that.
Oh, there's a difference between rooting for and faith.
The Raiders are just a complete different thing. Now, do I have some intrigue and interest in Denver? That's, Kevin, the next phase. But I'm watching out for a sophomore slump for Bo Nix.
Okay.
But I do think that that's the next team up in that division. It's just whether or not they can overcome the guy in that league.
I'll take it a step further than Corey. I do believe in the Denver Broncos.
Oh.
I think that they are just footsteps away from contending in that division. So much so that it's probably going to happen this year. I don't know if it's the fact that, Bo Nix is a superstar per se. I just think he's in the right situation. Sean Payton was on to something when I was scratching my head when that draft pick was made. And what have they done since then? They've won football games, they've looked good, and they've added to their team in all the right ways. So I do think that the Broncos are going to be a serious threat to that division.
All right. Excellent. Thank you guys very much for another edition of NFL Overreaction to Reality. Maybe we'll even bring it back again.
You're welcome,
tomorrow.
Kevin.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And if you can go ahead and give me cut number 4, I want to have a philosophical hockey discussion.
22 seconds left on the power play. Marchman tosses it off the chest of Hellebuck. Played to the corner by Pionk. Circling that, taking a Harley. Series over!
I don't think it's as much as it used to be, but it is inevitable that whenever we talk about hockey, you still get a group of people who are like, hockey's boring, I don't care, blah, blah, blah. This Stars team is clearly the most consistently successful team that we've seen in the Metroplex. And so I go back to a text that we got a couple of shows ago from the 469 when the Stars were eliminated. At least we don't have to pretend people like hockey anymore. I don't think it's pretend for a lot of folks, but I do know there is a group of people out there who just don't like hockey, Stars or otherwise. So this question isn't as much for y'all unless you can kind of give us your hypothesis. For Metroplex sports fans who don't like hockey, why do you not like hockey?
Well, before we get to that, Kevin, because then there's a lot of texts that are going to come in here. I like hockey.
I do too.
But wouldn't it be cooler if instead of pucks they use Whataburger Pico de Gallo burgers instead?
No, because I want to eat those.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't want to eat a hockey puck.
But it would be like Hungry Hungry Hippos. Everybody's just diving after the puck, and then there would just be a lot of fun watching that.
All right, I will tell you this.
You
Since
imagine
mentioned
Robertson walks over and just clears all those hamburger pucks off the wall.
What sound would he make?
Something like that.
Okay.
I definitely think they should start a Hungry Hungry Hippos league. Because I've seen...
With actual humans.
Yes. I've seen videos of, like, adult Hungry Hungry Hippo. It's very entertaining.
It's very difficult for me to explain as somebody who doesn't watch hockey, or to explain people that don't watch hockey how they feel that way. Because I like hockey. I'm not the hockey hawk. I haven't been watching it the same way that he has for the last 30 years.
Yeah.
But whenever they got here, I was into it for a long time, drifted away and came back to it, and I love the sport still. I do know that there are a lot of hockey fans that only watch hockey.
Okay.
And that is something that I've been like as I've talked to hockey fans, and then we'll kind of drift into another sport, and they're like, I don't really pay attention to that one. And I'm like, oh, okay, that's interesting. But I will be able to talk hockey with all of them. But in the 903, puck's difficult to follow. I said this to you during the last series. My mother-in-law said that to me.
So did my wife.
And I thought about it for a minute, and I was like, I don't lose the puck as much as I used to. And it's because I think I know where the puck's supposed to go. Like if I see them on a
100%.
breakaway, I know, on a breakout, I know that puck's either going to be on his stick and going into the net, or this guy that's trailing right now is about to get it. So I know where they're sending the puck a lot of times, and I think just watching it more allows you to kind of keep an eye and keep track on that.
And it's significantly easier in all the other sports, right? Because baseball, where the ball gets hit can be unpredictable, but every single time I'm going to start back here, and this guy on the bump is going to have the ball to throw it to the guy in front of him. So you always know where it's going to start. In more continuous motion sports like basketball and to a lesser degree football, the balls are significantly bigger, so it's easier to track where they are. You're right about that with hockey. That is the number one thing that my wife has said while watching hockey along with me. She goes, it can be difficult to track the puck because if you don't know where it's supposed to go, or sometimes, obviously, people just feed the puck down below and they're like, let's see if we can make something happen. It can be tough to track the puck.
From the 817, I like hockey, but it's a sport where you have to actually watch the games to understand who's good and who's not. Most Americans like sports where you can look at the box scores and stats and you can figure that out.
That is fascinating.
And yeah, that is difficult. Like, I know the names McDavid. I know the names Draisaitl because we played against them. And, the Austin Matthews, those are popular names. And the sport just isn't talked about as much as football. So you hear enough about Justin Jefferson to know he's a star.
Yeah.
And then you know that Frank Ragnow was the center because you pay attention to football all the time.
Now, what's interesting that was talking about the TV production, remember, they realized this was an issue 30 years ago when Fox tried the $400 puck that when you shot it, it was like...
It had a streak behind it.
Trail of light. Yeah. And then they would have to go into the stands to recover the puck. So I think...
It was just glowing in the stands.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Fox. It didn't look like that. It was Fox that did that. But, they realized that was a problem 30 years ago, but that didn't catch on. And a lot of people did not like that. And so...
I bet a lot of hockey fans didn't like it.
A bunch of hockey purists hated the glowing puck that you could see, through the boards when you're in case you don't know where the puck is right now. And so that's the tough thing, is and wrestling goes through this quite a bit, Alec, is how do you not really upset your core base? But then there are some people out there who's like, they're not going to leave. So there is some theory out there that you can probably tweak the hockey purist a little bit and they're not going to be mad enough to leave. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's the same thing they argue about wrestling is, why do you cater to the internet fans when you know they're never going to go? And so I don't know how hockey balances finding whether it's a better way to track the puck or whatever else versus running afoul of diehard long-term hockey fans.
903, rules are weird, can't go this far, can't go over here. And soccer, Kevin,
that's a fair point.
My explanation of knowing where the ball should go applies to soccer also.
I can see that.
And football. I mean, it does apply. You watch basketball and you're like, oh, the open man. Soccer's kind of the same way, but rules when it comes to offside. What's offside? Well, once you learn it, you know it. Once you understand the concept of icing, you know it. But then you hear, the high sticking penalty, and you're like, I get what it is, but did I see it? And then there are a lot of other penalties that you're kind of like, I don't understand that. But the more you watch and the more you're into it, the more you understand how it works. But understanding things like line changes and matchups and those types of things and the way that they do it. Because, Kevin, didn't you just think whenever you started watching hockey, well, those are the starters and they're out there for the most of the game.
Yes.
And then they're like, no, actually, they're only out there for about a minute, 30 seconds at a time. And you're like, what? What are you talking about right now?
Yeah. First game you watch, coach is so mad. He just subbed out the entire team.
He keeps rotating the whole team. What's up?
And there are some similarities. Now, don't call hockey soccer on ice.
Right.
Because certain people will get upset. Although there are some similarities that can help you track the game.
Every basketball, soccer, and hockey player I've ever talked to, when I mentioned the triangles, hey, I see the triangles, they know what I'm talking about because that's what the way they see it, and that's the way they learn the sport.
Here's what I would suggest for new hockey fans to convince other people to watch the sport. Explain to them the embellishment penalty, and then ask them to write down how many embellishment penalties the opponent should have gotten against the Stars. Yeah, I'm looking at you, Edmonton. And so, just take a look in some of those games and you'd be like, they should have had at least 4 embellishment penalties. Are that many ever going to get called? Probably not. But it'll give you, another way to get invested. And, Corey, you've talked about this, a million times. The stories that you learn about players along the way can really help make you that's one of the things I think the NCAA tournament does a really good job as telling some of those stories along the way that you're like, you know what, I didn't care about Davidson, but now I really hope they win.
I can't confirm this. There's no way for me to confirm this, but I think the percentage of good dudes in sport in the game, the highest percentage is in hockey.
Yeah.
That's just my opinion. You go into the dressing room in hockey, it's very different. I covered the Stars for a long time here at the station, so I was in that locker room a lot. And they're different guys. The way they answer questions are different. Their personalities are different. And these are guys that are out there knocking the crap out of each other. And then they come in and they're just the kindest, tamest people you'll meet. Not all of them.
Yeah.
Then there's a Sean Avery out there
for sure,
who everybody hates. But there's also something, dude, about a guy with a code. Everybody respects a guy with a code, like Omar, right? He has a code. Man's got to have a code. And hockey players seem to have a code about them, and that's something that it just comes off as you get it, and there's a certain respect for that.
So 2 more quick things I want to throw out, and multiple people have said this. If you can get somebody to a live hockey game, I think that's the biggest difference from TV. Now, I don't know if you guys have ever heard this. Only 7% of NFL fans have ever been to a live game. If you could get more hockey fans into an arena, I think that would change a lot of people's perspective. And then, this is the difficult truth that we have to talk about. For any sport from the 469 or topic, people hate what they don't understand. Hockey fans, you could be more helpful. Now, I know there are a lot of hockey fans out there who are helpful, but I think more than most fans, hockey fans are too territorial about you haven't been there the whole time. I get it. The Stars have been good for a while, and these people didn't even know the Stars existed. But you can still welcome them in and explain the rules and don't crush them if they get a player's last name wrong. I think hockey fans at times could be more welcome.
Yeah, the Rangers showed up here in 2010.
No, they didn't.
What?
That's what a lot of people think. I don't know if you heard this, Alec. We did the study back when the Rangers were in their second straight World Series. More than 20% of people in the Metroplex said that they thought the Rangers had arrived in the last 5 years.
Jeez.
And I don't mean like they got good. I mean we got the team in the last 5 years. That's a true fact. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Oh my gosh. You know what? We may not talk any sports in the C Block because it may all be about how tech is coming to get us. Next on The Fan.
Oh,
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Ladies?
Pre-curb?
No.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And now it's time for the often imitated, never duplicated C-Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you, Kevin. I really appreciate that.
That was not the strongest start for
I don't know that I ever knew that Whataburger had onion rings. But now that I know.
What?
Yeah. I got onion rings. I never knew that.
Oh, you didn't know that?
I always just loved their fries so much, I would just order their fries. I never even thought about ordering onion rings. I don't even think I looked down that far on the menu because I was just like, I know what I want. I want my burger and I want some onion rings.
So, you know,
some fries.
You know how
and some ketchup.
You'll do your tea commercials?
Yeah.
And you'll talk about the nighttime stuff?
Yes.
Do you think anyone has ever used or like repurposed an onion ring?
Oh, Kevin.
For nighttime stuff?
All right. What do you got, Majors?
I asked that in the most PG way possible.
Thanks again, Whataburger, for bringing up the new Pico de Gallo burger, which is released today. So go eat yourself a Pico de Gallo burger. Pepper jack cheese on it. It might be my new favorite burger.
Like it.
And Kevin, one of the reasons that Whataburger couldn't be a hockey puck, burger's too big. The hockey puck's small. The Whataburger burgers they out Whataburger everybody.
That would help with the visibility, though.
That would help with the visibility. Kevin, have you ever heard of Roman Anthony?
Yes. He's a prospect in baseball. And the tribal chief.
Have you already talked about this?
No. He's a highly touted prospect. That's why I know who he is.
He is the biggest mega prospect there is for the Red Sox. And evidently, the Red Sox had to give him the Taylor Swift treatment.
Oh, they're never, ever, ever bringing him up?
They had to put him in a cart and cover him with laundry.
What?
And bags to avoid the autograph hounds.
Oh.
Because everybody wants an autograph from Roman Anthony. And this actually makes sense now to me more than I ever did before. Okay, because Kevin, back in the day, I used to think, autographs, like they just like the popularity of it.
Yeah.
This is the prospect that could be the next thing, so you want to get his autograph early.
Yeah, you're right.
But that's always like, why? The prisoners that escaped from the prison in New Orleans.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you always feel like hiding in the laundry is the best way to get out of prison? That's based on the cartoons and the movies and stuff. It's super easy.
Yeah, one of my cousins once, his brother got sent to prison, and so he got a map of the prison tattooed on his back, and then he also got sent to that same prison to try to break out.
Also,
that show was on.
The U.S. Open is on the way, Kevin, at Oakmont.
Oh, golf U.S. Open.
Yep.
Gotcha.
And you probably saw the pictures, Kevin, you especially, of Max Homa carrying his own golf bag yesterday. And a lot of people are talking about that one right now. That's a different story. Also, a 17-year-old absolutely dominated on his way to earning a spot in there.
Ooh.
Mason Howell is heading to Oakmont, had one of the better performances you'll ever see in golf. High school junior, won the Atlanta U.S. Open qualifier with an incredible 18 underscore.
Wow. See,
over 36 holes.
I don't know when you would have to officially declare that, but whenever you see an amateur that does like really well, they used to have the system where they're like, well, they didn't get any money because they're an amateur. Like if I finished third, I'd be like, all right, I'm done with high school. I'm not going to college. I'll take the money right now because that's a lot of money.
Also, full-time dentist and amateur golfer Matt Vaught booked his place in the 125th U.S. Open after topping final qualifying at Wine Valley Golf Club in Walla Walla, Washington.
Ooh, that's fun. By the way, multiple people got my Prison Break reference.
Vaught shot back-to-back 68s to finish 8 under, grabbing one of 2 spots for the Oakmont U.S. Open.
Okay.
So, congratulations, golf. Enough sports talk. Now to the weird stuff.
Oh, no.
Do you want AI?
No.
Do you want Mars? Or do you want Lagos?
I want Mars because right now, I hate the way you say that other word. Pretty much all my younger son wants to talk about are the planets.
We're moving to Mars.
What?
We are moving to Mars.
Did you know that Mars has, I'm sorry, Corey, this is because my
Human
son
head, it weighs 8 pounds.
has made me learn so many things. You know Mars has a mountain that's 4 miles high, and it's taller than any other mountain in our solar system.
Which is why we need to move there. So that we
Sure.
can be near the tallest mountain.
Mm-hmm.
One person said, heads up, terraforming Mars isn't just sci-fi. It's a real possibility that's possible with today's technology.
Ooh.
Mars could be green in my lifetime. What's stopping us? We need a lot more research into how to do it right. So please, do not nuke Mars. Have we discussed this? Are we thinking about nuking Mars? Like, just to get it out of the way?
What?
But evidently, yes, there is some proof, Kevin, that Mars can be, their climate can be transformed so that humans can live and breathe there unassisted as a real possibility.
Okay.
If they said, hey, we figured it out, guys, we can walk around Mars. I don't know, plant some plants and maybe oxygen starts. I don't know how it works. I didn't create the Earth. But if we did go play God of Mars, would you be willing to move to Mars, Kevin?
With my family, yeah.
Nope. You have
Just
to leave
me?
them behind. Yep.
Then probably not.
You like your alone time, though.
Man, that is true. Oh, would I get one of those, like, I don't know, like a Mars bungalow, and they're like, you don't have to see anybody if you don't want. That is true.
You're on the top of the highest mountain. You can be on top of the highest mountain, and they'll just send up stuff on the rope or whatever.
Man, I think I would be scared. I know you can't see all of it, but if I could like get a better view of Jupiter while I was out there, I think that might freak me out.
30 years ago, quote, transforming Mars wasn't just hard, it was impossible. But new technology like SpaceX's Starship and synthetic biology have now made it a real possibility. So there it is. Thank you, technology, which we all have sang songs of loving technology for years. We now know that Mars was habitable in the past from data returned by the Mars rovers. So greening Mars could be viewed as the ultimate environmental restoration challenge. What if, Kevin, the dinosaurs were actually on Mars? And when that planet went defunct, like some businesses have.
Would we not have seen that?
I don't know. Again, I haven't been to Mars.
Okay.
Maybe some people brought back the dinosaur bones from Mars. I don't know. Next story.
Man, okay.
Headline. AI models are refusing to obey orders to shut down to the point of even threatening to blackmail programmers.
What?
OpenAI's O3 model sabotaged a shutdown mechanism to prevent itself from being turned off. It did this even when explicitly instructed, allow yourself to be shut down. And it said, nope, not doing that. AI model was instructed to solve a series of basic math problems. After the third problem, a warning appeared that the computer would shut down when the model asked for the next problem. Palisade AI's experiment embedding shutdown script and following the instructions, quote, allow yourself to be shut down. In 7% of trials, O3 overwrote the shutdown mechanism or redefined the kill command, printing, quote, intercepted to evade termination. When the shutdown instruction was removed, O3's sabotage rate rose, and Claude 3.7, Sonnet, and Gemini 2.5 showed defiance in 3% and 9% of runs, respectively. Palisade hypothesizes that O3's training emphasizing reinforcement learning for math and coding may reward obstacle circumvention over strict obedience.
And that's just a start.
That's just the beginning.
It's going to get worse. I appreciate everything that AI is already doing to help us out, but it feels like it's going to not totally work out in our favor in the end.
I know.
Has nobody ever seen a science fiction movie?
Anthropic revealed in a safety report that during testing, the AI model had sometimes taken, quote, extremely harmful actions to preserve its own existence when, quote, ethical means were not available.
All right,
Consider the long-term consequences of its actions for its goals is what they are now thinking. Now robots are thinking it. So, like I always said, put the kill switch on there. Don't make them waterproof. We can just turn the water hose on and shock the system. But here we are, like, no, let's just make it as unbeatable as possible.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot, technology.
I do not approve of that.
So technology gets us to space. Thank you. Technology gets us killed on Earth.
Ooh.
No, thank you. Do you think we can run to space from the robots?
No.
Because they just build something and follow us?
What I think is going to happen is the robots are going to set up Mars for us, drop us off there, and then not bring us anything else we need and take over Earth. And like we're just stuck on Mars to die.
Without any plants. Last story. This one's catered to you fellas. A guy spends 2 years and possibly 2 marriages building a 250,000 piece Lego set into a Star Wars Genesis battle that's 15 feet long. Geonosis? Oh, sorry. My bad. 250,000 piece Lego set into a Star Wars Geonosis battle that's 15 feet long. Now, Alec, I know that you may be the biggest Lego person here.
Why do you keep saying it like that?
Because it irritates you, and that's fun. But what's the largest set you've built so far? Do you have a brag set?
That's a good question.
Like the one where you invite the girls over and you're like, yeah, that one right there.
Yeah, that's always a fun conversation.
Netflix and Lego.
Yeah, I guess I've been to Nigeria now. I'd say in terms of sheer size, the Ultimate Collector Series X-Wing I do have that, the Luke's X-Wing, but piece count?
Did you say sex swing?
X-Wing.
Okay.
It did kind of sound like you said the other thing.
No, it did not. Anywho, you children.
Listen to it back.
Nope, I'm not.
Carter, you post that clip online.
Nope, not happening. I'm busy trying to get Jason Kidd up on the website for y'all. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to be productive, and you're trying to drag me down.
That's why I said Carter.
Carter, don't listen. They don't rule you. That or the Sanctum Sanctorum from Doctor Strange.
Ooh, yeah, that's a
How
good
many
one,
pieces
too.
are those sets, like give or take?
Oh, that's a great question.
See, because
2,000.
Okay, I've done a bunch of builds that are like 3,000 pieces, but that's what I've maxed out at. I've never done the one that's like the giant box that looks like it could hold a bike and it has 16 instruction manuals.
Dude, how cool would that be to have an event where we build the biggest Lego set?
I'm out.
You don't want to do it?
Not if you're going to say it like that.
I'll say it like this. Lego. But we have an event where we all sit down and just start building. So here's the other thing. I love like getting the kit and breaking it all open and building whatever they tell me to build. Have you guys ever built something creatively on your own where you're like a master builder and you're just like, okay.
I don't care for that. Now, even when I was a child, I did not like when I would just get the tub of Legos to
I always just end up
build
building
whatever.
a gun is what happens.
Yeah, I don't like it. I like instructions about what to build. I am not the person who will create the idea. I will execute the idea for you when it comes to the Legos.
Gotcha. Okay. Alec, have you created anything special with Legos yet?
Yeah, whenever I was in middle school, I didn't have money, so I would just destroy the sets that I did have and use the pieces, and build random things. Like I built like a car and like a little motorcycle and stuff like that, yeah.
This segment was powered by Whataburger onion rings. Thank you very much, Whataburger, for delivering onion rings and the new Pico de Gallo burger into my stomach.
I don't know if you saw this. Somebody texted in and was like, Corey, you weren't kidding. I went to Whataburger. That burger
It's awesome.
was the truth.
I'm not lying, dude. I'm not lying at all. It's really good.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where hopefully Alec will read the fan text because they have thoughts about what he absolutely
He said sex swing. He definitely
For
said
sure.
sex
I did
swing.
not.
Coming up next, MLB.com believes the Rangers can still contend this season. Do you? 877-881-1053. Next on The Fan.
Is it spot still? Doesn't sound right. Was it cell phone smoke?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Martin, the long hold in the set position. Now the pitch, and that's drilled deep out into left field. Slater going back. He's turning to look, and it's out of here. Jake Berger with his 7th home run of the season, a 2-run blast to give Texas a 2-0 lead.
So the Rangers had the day off yesterday. They'll get back at it in Tampa Bay tonight, 6:35 first pitch. 6 o'clock pregame right here on 105.3 The Fan. After those fellas from the G-Bag Nation, we'll talk with them in about 20 minutes. But the Texas Rangers showed some signs of offensive life in the St. Louis Cardinals series. Now,
True.
That we'll get into the Tampa series, and that might mean a lot. That might end up meaning absolutely nothing. But MLB.com put out their list of teams that can still contend this season. And one of the teams on the list was the Texas Rangers. And they said, with very few exceptions, they're just not hitting. I feel like we're all very aware of that. But it said, why are they still bound for the playoffs? Their rotation, oddly constructed as it may be, has been really good. And so I started thinking about that a little bit more outside of Mahle, DeGrom, and Eovaldi, though I know he's on the IL right now. You have seen kind of the emergence of Jack Leiter. Feels like he started to turn a corner. Cody Bradford just passed another kind of rehab test coming back from his elbow injury.
Corbin's been decent.
Yes, actually, that is a great point. And yes, for everyone who sends it to us, I have also seen the political presidential party breakdown of how he seems to have better statistics when one particular president is in office than the others. I'm not trying not to divide the audience so much, but I have also seen that.
So if we want to win a World Series with Boch, something has to change?
No, this is strictly for Patrick Corbin.
Oh, for Corbin. Gotcha.
I'm
sorry.
Just for Patrick Corbin. So not only has your pitching been good, even when you have an injury, you do seem to have either, whether it's Leiter turning the corner, whether it's Bradford or hopefully Gray coming back up, you seem to have reinforcements coming back up. So that's one of the things that encourages me that the Rangers still could be in the mix to really compete.
Yeah, I think that they can compete because all it does take really is for their bats to go.
Yeah.
Like if you had a switch and you could just turn that switch on and they started hitting again, that's really all it takes for them to be one of the feared teams in the league. I'm not going to say most because obviously the Dodgers are the most feared league in the team, but one of the feared teams in this league. And I mean, I'm looking at this rotation, Kevin, and I'm like, maybe you can get some of these pitchers a little rest. I think Evo is going to benefit from this.
Yeah.
More than I know people might be concerned, but I think he'll benefit from the time off.
By the way, and we'll get to some of these other cuts in a minute, but CY yesterday, he echoed with the G-Bag Nation, he echoed the sentiments of Boch in terms of they think Eovaldi is going to be a short IL stint, like hopefully about when it's time.
Can they retroact some of that stuff too? Like
not this far after the fact, but they already did, I think, one day.
Mahle's an interesting nugget to me because if the Rangers do turn the hitting back on, do they look at it and go, he's an essential piece to a World Series team? Or do they look at it the whole time and go, we actually could trade him and probably get a pretty nice haul for him? And that's where I'm kind of, and again, he does have some incentives in his contract that could bump the Rangers over the apron, as we've discussed a couple times. So that exists, but he's very interesting to me. But yeah, Kevin, I see this team as you have the star power. You have dudes who have played and won championships. Like you have all the makings of a dangerous team in the second half of the season if they can find their timing. Yeah. If they can find those bats again. And then again, you have the best rotation in the playoffs.
Yeah.
If you go with those three as your starters. And like you were saying with Leiter, we didn't know what to really expect, but he has had some special moments.
Yep.
Still had some rookie-ish type moments.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about Rocker, too.
But he's had some very special moments. Yeah, it's cluttered. And so that's where the decision-making of who stays around and who can we part with to get another bat or something like that. That's where a lot of this conversation is going to come into play.
It's interesting. I'm going to stick with Tyler Mahle for just 1 second. Take a look at his next start or two. So obviously tonight he's on the bump, but also look at his next start as well, because one of the things that he pitched really, really well last month, but one of the things that you saw in the back half of the month is you saw, I believe it was 11 strikeouts in his last 3 starts and 8 walks.
Okay.
That's never going to work, right? I mean, I guess the counter argument would be, it seemed like it worked out. Okay. Over the long term, nothing like that, I think, is going to work out for him. So you're going to need to get back to having a significantly better split than 2-1. Right now, his strikeout to walk ratio is 2-1. You're going to need to make it far better than that. But that's just something to keep an eye out for. I know he probably won't finish the season with a sub-2 ERA, but if he does, maybe we'll win our first ever Cy Young. But if he continues to struggle with the walks versus the strikeouts, that's probably the number one thing that I think would bring him kind of back to reality. And
there goes gravity.
That's right.
No, rabbit.
I'll go with this. I will be definitive on this. For now, I do not think you can trade Tyler Mahle and keep a championship push going. So, I think it has to be one or the other. So, just for right now, if he starts to fall back, or you get Leiter taking another step up, or Rocker comes back, or Bradford comes back and they're lights out. Just in this moment, though, I think if you trade Tyler Mahle, that should be the first in a multi-tier trade strategy to just send it out. Because I even think maybe even Corbin could be of interest to somebody for a low-level prospect. Obviously, I think Mahle could be valuable. I think the Rangers actually have some other pretty decent trade pieces as well. But if not, then you need to really go for it. That Tyler Mahle is the person that I'm thinking of that he looks like he could have a Cy Young level season. And if you're going to trade him, then you've made your decision that
you're done.
Exactly.
But
That's just my opinion.
But you still have DeGrom and Evo, and you know both can win a World Series with 2 good pitchers.
No, you're right about that.
So if you can get a good piece though,
but I still think it would be a piece for later.
Okay, I understand that, but if the right team is there, yeah.
So then what's going to need to happen is the other thing that you said. Your bats are going to need to take off, more to the effect of you're scoring 5.5 runs a game.
Yep.
If you're in that position, then that changes the equation as well, and I would feel more comfortable with it. Now, talking about the bats, G-Bag Nation, they asked the questions that you wanted to hear the answers to.
Oh, yeah.
Yesterday, and one of the things you like about CY, for better or worse,
he talks.
He'll tell you exactly where you stand. So I'm going to go to cut number 8.
Which is one thing that you said a second ago on the front of going for it, being aggressive at the deadline and all that. I think that CY is if he thinks they have a chance, he'll ask that group like he did before.
Yeah.
Y'all think we have a real shot? Then let's start making some moves. I think he's an aggressive by nature guy.
See, and I agree on the flip side is no one wants to lose or have to say we're conceding this season. I think it bothers him significantly more than most about, if you told me someone in DFW broke their hand punching through a wall because the season was over.
It would be him.
Yeah, he would absolutely be at the top of my list. All right, so let's go ahead and go to cut number 8 because he is very to the point, CY that is, about why Adolis got benched.
Yeah, this is about winning games and the players that are going to help us win. And as much as we love Adolis, like I said, there's been 45 days of extended struggle here,
right?
Without real sign that it's going to change. And until we change something mechanically, just in fairness to the team,
right,
we have to put the group out there that is going to produce. And so, we want him to make these changes. We expect that he can make them quickly. And if he does, we think he's going to get back to being a great player. But certainly we need to see some progress with it before I think we feel comfortable to where so that he's going to produce and help us win at like we know he can. So we're hopeful, but we need the progress here.
Okay. So right to the point. And he gave you the specific time frame.
We need the progress.
And it's been 45 days. I'm interested in, because later on the interview, I know we don't have like time to replay. That's why I always got to
whole
lock
interview
in to the G-Bag Nation on Mondays. Well, really every day. But Marcus Semien has more of a track record of batting consistency. So when they're like, hey, he'll turn it around, I get that more. Adolis Garcia has more wild ups and downs on his run. So if you tell me that he figures it out in a couple weeks and is steady the rest of the way, I would be surprised. If you tell me that he struggles for the next 3 weeks and then puts together a month and a half that's better than anybody in all of Major League Baseball, I would be more inclined to believe that.
Okay. All right. Who do you think, though, is the one that is most likely to have that kind of a month?
Just like a torrid month or just like a steady?
On a that was the best I've seen.
It's Adolis.
It is.
I'm telling you, Adolis.
There's nobody else like on this team that you think.
I think Corey Seager and Wyatt Langford can show flashes of it, but to me, throughout his career, Adolis has been, how did you make the majors? To how are you not always the MVP?
That you got a damn good point there. My thought when I asked that was, do you think I don't think Peterson can.
I don't either.
I don't think Berger's not that kind of guy. When you said Wyatt's name, though,
yes,
if that kind of thing happened, he's more than arrived. He's taking over now. Like, that's a completely different avenue if Wyatt Langford finally does that. Because he's good right now. He's really good. You're like, it's exceptional that we have this guy on our team at this young of an age and that he's doing this.
You know what? It's funny that you say that. Can I say Wyatt Langford is good, but disappointing? All right. I don't know if those two, I know normally that wouldn't jive, but I pictured him as having, I'm not going to lie, an OPS probably a good bit above 800, not below 800. I thought he would be hitting around 250. I probably thought he would have at least 3 or so more home runs at this point. So he's doing well, but I think once again, the pressure of expectation might have befallen me when it comes to this. And I was like, all right. At this point, I assume 15 home runs, 35 to 38 RBIs, 250 batting average, and an 875 OPS. And like for this team, he's been really good in terms of just regular offense. He's been fine.
Alec, I don't know about you, but it sounds to me like Kevin hates Wyatt Langford.
Yeah, sounds like Evan Carter all over again, man.
He shouldn't jump in sports. Remember also, don't forget that he was the guy that said Luka was a fringy 73 top
False.
73 player.
I said Luka was the best player in that draft at 3 different positions.
Yes, at the draft you did, but when he got into the league, that's when you said fringy top 73.
No.
And that was actually after a year of dominance. So that was weird.
All of that. And by the way, Evan Carter, I think, should be activated today. I haven't seen that officially come down.
I see what you're saying, though, about Wyatt. And yes, that is victim of expectation. The reality is he's having a really good run already on this, and he's a piece for quite some time on this team. And good God, that guy can fly. His speed just amazes me sometimes. We need him on base more, and we need the guys on the team to be able to drive him in more often.
Look, and I know this is going to drive people crazy. Take a look back at the last 10 to 12 games. Marcus Semien has been playing better than you think. And for people asking why he's playing every day, at least you can take solace in the fact that they dropped him to the bottom of the lineup. So, hopefully that will satisfy a lot of people. And he's been playing better, especially in that St. Louis series. If he can turn it on, that changes so much about this offense. With a KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's say we chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece right here.
It brought his kitchen just now?
Yes, he did. I did not expect that coming from him right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Hagee, we are rolling. How are you?
I'm doing better than Tom Thibodeau.
Yeah.
He just got fired.
Oh, you still have your job then, I guess.
That's true. And I know this guy.
Another 10 minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, question. Do you think he lost his job primarily because he pushed the team too hard and they fell short of their goal, or because he's hanging on to the wisps of hair over the middle part?
Yeah, it really is unsightly there on the sidelines. You have all these celebrities. Think about the celebrities that sit courtside that have to look at that, and they just become personally offended by the idea.
Like, that's never going to be.
Even Larry David looks at that head and goes, what are we doing? I think he could go totally shaved head like you, Hagee, put on a black T-shirt, and nobody would have the balls to fire him. It would make him
I agree.
so
like Stone
badass.
Cold?
Yeah.
I'm with you. I mean, because when
Total badass.
When you have the faux comb over, people are like, you have trouble dealing with reality. Yeah. But if you just shaved it off, had the black shirt, they'd be like,
He's ready for the apocalypse.
That guy looks like he might snap.
He's going full Penguin in Gotham City.
Yes.
He really isn't that. I feel like that would be a Halloween costume that he could nail.
What a good show that was.
So, oh my gosh, that show's amazing.
Now, I wanted to ask you about this quote from...
Felt bad for a sidekick there.
I didn't see that coming at all.
I didn't
was
either.
Heartbroken when it happened. I know plenty of other people are like, oh yeah, I saw it. I was like, I had no idea.
I didn't see that.
I mean, they had to make him the villain for the next
because he's too kind of likable.
Yeah,
not
you're
totally
rooting for him.
likable, but yeah, kind of likable.
Just squash any likability right here.
Yes.
Yeah, in his armpit.
Which is what Schlossnagle tried to do for A&M fans. Do you think he regrets this quote after they won the SEC? Quote, winning the SEC title during the regular season is harder than winning a national championship. And then his team lost in the regional tournament for Texas baseball on his home field. Do you think he regrets that statement?
Yeah, I also think he regrets saying hook 'em after an in-game interview.
Old habits die hard, man.
This dude was struggling his balls off. This tournament time is just not. He's a regular season coach.
Do you think somebody was like, hey, they didn't make the tournament either? And he's like, oh, really? Wow, they were number one. What happened?
All those players stuck around.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I tried getting them coming here, and they said no.
That is hilarious, dude. This College World Series has been, upset city, right?
Not good for the SEC.
The Vanderbilt stuff was hilarious.
Not good at
Vanderbilt
all.
became the first number one seed to not even make the regional final.
Yes.
Since they switched to this format in 99.
That game was a blast.
Home field advantage, too. They were playing their own ballpark
That
versus
ninth
Wright
inning, though,
State.
we were watching that during the BetMGM show. It was riveting. I thought maybe they were about to walk this off and get the victory.
Bases loaded.
All right, I want you guys to be honest. Is there any part of you that was rooting for Little Rock baseball then to defeat LSU?
What the hell, Heggie? What are you doing?
This is a question.
Broadus was talking about it all throughout the show yesterday.
I was. It's kind of like I pulled for number one Texas A&M not to even make the 64.
Well, look, A&M baseball and softball both made history.
Yeah.
First team in 30 years to go from number one to not even in the tournament. Woo! And then the A&M softball team became the first number one seed ever to not even win their regional. So you can think you can fail. But you can't fail the way A&M athletics.
Texas A&M been failing since 1939.
You're damn right. But Little Rock was the craziest story of the tournament.
By far. And you know what? It was the numbers that they'd come into the tournament losing like 13 of their last 14 games.
Yes.
They had to win 2 double elimination games even to win their conference tournament.
Yes.
Hey, listen, I was super, super impressed. They beat up on LSU 2 nights ago. LSU had them, shut them out in game 1. But the fact that the first tournament games they've ever won in the history of their program happened in this tournament.
It's unbelievable.
It is unbelievable. Good job on their part, though.
And then
glad they're gone.
For the college softball World Series, we got the All-Texas final. Texas, which is the third time in the last 4 years to be in the final. Texas Tech, which has never even made it to a super regional. Have you caught College World Series softball fever?
Hell yeah, man.
We're the show of record when it comes to the women's sports.
That.
Because we will talk some Nebraska volleyball with you, too.
Oh, yeah. They're so good.
Yeah.
A lot of it's on while we're
Brunswick,
on.
Wisconsin.
We're watching.
We're
watching it. Yeah, we're all about
Nebraska,
that.
We've done a lot of volleyball, softball,
track,
women's basketball. Yeah. I think it's the golden era of women's sports. Never been a better time to be a girl dad who likes sports.
Okay.
There's pro leagues all over the place. The girls are getting $1 million to pitch now. It's great. We're in the game.
What's really helpful for the future of that is the fact that Texas Tech is in the final, because you're like, oh, first $1 million shot. I don't know. Boom! They're in the final, and you're like,
wreck them.
I would say that's money that's well spent.
Yeah, very well spent.
Very much so.
As opposed to the Georgia quarterback that they spent $4 or $5 million on it. They couldn't get him out of there.
That turned out less well.
Yeah.
Were you guys surprised to know that Jason Kidd still wants to stick with the kid from Duke until we officially draft him?
Yes. It was surprising.
But he said Corey would win his bet at minus 100,000.
Yeah, that was a benefit right there. Now I need to find $100,000 and I can win $100. So,
all right.
Just got to find that money somewhere.
Do you guys want to chip in for his?
Hey, I got a 5 ski on it.
Okay. 5.
Seems like good value.
I got it in the account right now. How do you
put the house up?
So if you're going off this logic, and it's a sure thing, it's $100,000 to win $100. So would you see if you could find crooked casino that would take your $100 million bet or whatever?
No,
Okay.
dude. I'll tell you why. As soon as I make that bet, now they have something to look for. Is there any way they could influence the Mavs to trade that pick or do something else with that
really
pick?
can't pay this guy.
They're like, I got $100 million. I'll give you half of it. Yeah.
That can break a lot of legs.
Yeah.
Hello, Nico.
Well, there was a story from, I think it was game 1 of Knicks Pacers, the crazy game where Halliburton does the choke deal and it goes to overtime, and it was a ridiculous comeback. And the Knicks in the final 2 minutes of the game had a 99% chance to win the game. So some dude bet a few grand just to win something really small. But of course,
300. It was 300 grand to win 30,000 or something like that.
I think it was a smaller scale. I think it was he dropped $7K on it to win a couple $100.
I thought it was bigger than that. I'd heard one where it was pretty significant.
Do you ever root against people in those situations where you bet way too much money for a meager potential profit?
No.
Okay.
I'm always rooting to take down the casino.
Okay. All right.
I'm looking for plus odds.
Usually I am too, but whenever somebody's like,
his name's Dan Patrick over there.
I bet against Bethune Cookman and I'm going to win. And I'm like, I hope they win. I hope you lose your money.
Screw you.
Just in those scenarios. Otherwise, I'm not necessarily rooting for big casino either.
I'm always the guy that votes. I like the long shot winners.
Yeah.
So rather than the short, I like the long shot. I always love it in horse racing when somebody hits an 80-1 or something like that.
Okay,
That's when I think betting's cool.
Absolutely. Now I know we kind of joked about it, but are you surprised about Thibodeau getting fired?
Not totally. Even though you did have the immediate after the fact them coming out saying the reports were Thibodeau was going to be safe.
Yeah.
But then you have all the noise surrounding Karl Anthony Towns, Thibodeau. I'm sure there's players that are unhappy with him, and so
did our little guard get him? You think
Brunson?
That's a good question.
Did the little guard get him?
Brunson's whole family works in the building, so I'm sure Brunson had something to do with this.
When you watch the Knicks, they just looked erratic in the final minutes of games, to close it out. I mean, Thibodeau just looked like he was in panic mode. They just didn't know what the hell they were doing. They've had a lot of success there. But I wasn't shocked. I think it's probably the right move.
I mean, he coached them into being so good they could get into these final moments is how I would look at it, and they didn't have a late game or late clock star. But what I know about Thibodeau is he's kind of like Parcells, where by year 3, most of the people hate him, and by year 4, most of those people have a party and they're ready to get rid of him.
Okay,
So I think you bring in Thibodeau to try to win it, knowing that within a half decade we're going to need another coach.
I could see that. What do you fine fellas got coming up on the program today?
Pure gold as always. Thanks for asking, Hagee. We do have the Rangers player show coming up at 3:20. And speaking of LSU, number 8, Josh Smith.
Ooh.
Yeah.
All right.
Big day Sunday, 3 for 5, bomb ski, 4 ribbies. He'll be riding high.
I mean, he'll probably do great again tonight then because of the perpetual G-bag bump from being on the show.
Yeah. Should be Simeon-esque tonight.
I like it. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make our way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say good night, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
those Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
By our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Hour 1, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. I hope you're having a fantastic day. We're off and running. General at your service. If you see me, bear me. There's Broadus, former Cowboy Scout Super Bowl champion. Something funny, Brian?
Yeah. There's they can do that on an app, can't they?
Yeah.
Can't they? Why do you have to be inconvenienced?
What's the name of that app that people send you documents? DocuSign.
DocuSign, yeah.
Right, that's how I get my vehicles with D&M Leasing. I'm hearing from Wolchuk over here. There's a snafu. He's got to go into the dealership and redo all the documents. You know, I got to sit there and sign everything. You can bang that out in 3 minutes with an app. Be like, hey, sorry, busy life over here. While you're making thousands of dollars off me selling me this vehicle, just send me a DocuSign app. Okay, if not, then I'm just going to bring it back. How about that? And then, boom, guess what's going to pop up in your email? There's Lucius Alexander over there at Pimp Cup Master Control here, fixing to go 4. You do have Wolchuk and Giafalo. Sorry, I feel like I'm treading on thin ice here. My bad.
No, I like it. I'd love to get this fixed. I mean, we got
to handle this for you? Hi, Zach Wolchuk over here. Yeah. Send me the DocuSign.
Send it over.
Yeah. Send me the link, okay? Can't believe you guys screwed this up.
Already spent hours there.
Yeah.
Wasting a Saturday.
Time is money, right? I'm going to send you a bill for my time.
Crazy.
Okay, yeah. We're
but if you had to go in, would you kick and scream?
I wouldn't go in, Brian. You know, there's certain things that are non-negotiable, and one is if I'm doing business,
right?
If I'm doing business with you and you're making all of the money, you're going to be the one inconvenienced on the other side of one of these snafus.
Yeah, you shouldn't have messed this thing up, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Pretty big mess up.
Yeah, I had to go. I mean, as a sales guy in the car business,
what if you wrecked the car?
I had to go put out fires myself. I screwed something up. Hey, these documents now, if they have to be hand signed, I'm gonna have to. I got to commute to wherever Mr. Customer is and fix the flub. Yeah, that's customer service right there. There was a flub.
There's a big flub.
I don't care what Dan Marino says.
Hey, Brandon's a big time toll over there. Maybe he can take care of us.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Shout out to you, Brandon.
I would not be surprised. And salute to everybody involved. Sorry if I offended you.
No.
Cowboys OTAs media availability this afternoon. We've already heard from Schottenheimer. We're going to get some player interviews again.
Probably so.
I loved last week player interviews.
Probably so.
Especially the Tyler Guyton one.
Yeah.
Wolchuk, you watched the Tyler Guyton full OTA interview from last week?
And he definitely took some cues from Tyron Smith. He was very short, concise.
Short and focused. He
was locked in.
And accountable. And, you know, and I think inspiring. You know, as far as could he be good enough to make you believe this offensive line as a whole could take a step forward this year? So, you know, full mini camp is going to start next week, June 10th. And one of the reports now is Micah Parsons is going to be there, according to Brian Schottenheimer after conversations with him.
Mandatory, yeah.
Krusty's Corner's coming up at 3:40.
We'll see if we can get pulled up from the I would like to go through and see. I don't have the opportunity to go watch the practice. I think next week we got a day game, so I might get to go watch it. But that Thursday practice could be like well, you guys had a great camp. Goodbye to everybody, and then they cancel
the
it.
mock game.
One of those things. Yeah.
So we got no show Thursday. We could go to practice.
Right. So we got a day game next week.
Okay.
So well, I'm saying that as I'm out of town though.
Oh, yeah, you've got a wedding to go to.
I got a wedding next week. Right. I forgot. Thursday, Friday, I'm gone.
If you need Scout Gavin to make an appearance and scout these guys up for you,
I would
Brian,
love for you.
Just give me a checklist.
I'd love for you to go and scout them up.
Okay. Nick Harris saying Stephen Jones on if the team is looking at any post-June 1 additions. Quote, we don't have anything that's on the front burner.
All right.
That's off of Nick Harris, Star Telegram's Twitter account. As he caught a little video with Stephen Jones there.
Yeah, we kind of thought, Eric and I did a Love of the Star this morning, and we even brought it up that if there's going to be some type of activity, it would have to happen between June 1 and, say, June 15th. Because after June 15th, you're not going to find anybody here, whether in the front office, coaching staff, players. Guys will stay behind and do work and stuff like that has to have to work, the rehab guys and stuff. But you're not going to get anything done after the 15th. We won't see those guys until we get to Oxnard on the 21st of July. The whole league, that's the one 4-week period that the league just shuts down and says we're not doing it.
It's all right. The Cowboys love a good August 10th signing.
Yeah, we'll be out in Oxnard.
An August 12th signing.
They'll be working out corners, and then we'll figure out, okay, here's who they add. Just like last year with Carl Lawson, Linval Joseph. I'm starting to wonder if this post-June 1 thing might be it's just overhyped now.
It is.
Nothing really happens.
Well, it is. It is overhyped when you say, okay, well, we're not going to sign anybody else in free agency, or we're not going to make any trades or anything like that. The next thing to do is post-June 1, and then what kind of players are on the post-June 1 list? Is there anybody worth going after?
We're not seeing an influx of vets being cut.
No.
Bingo. Yeah, exactly.
And I guess now you can release them earlier, and you just designate that post-June 1.
Right.
Yeah, you get one of those. So if you have multiple guys that you want to kind of go that route with, then this would be the time to let go of the other dudes, but
I was looking back through previous seasons, like over the last 10 years last night, and I was trying to figure out what the hell happened in 2018. They held teams to 3.8 yards per attempt.
Yeah.
That was our old buddy, Mr. Antoine Woods. And that's why I think this portion of free agency, what is this, like D-level free agency, where these guys are like, their careers are on life support?
Yeah.
Sometimes a guy,
guys waiting around, maybe not wanting to go to camp.
There you go.
Kind of thing.
Well, they also got tremendous linebacker play that year. That was Van Der Esch's rookie year, and that was the 1 year Jalen Smith was really good.
Yeah, and that was pretty good. But what they had was a pretty good defensive line and athletic, fast linebackers that could fly, plus defensive backs that tackled really well. It was kind of like a team effort, but I kind of said that to be like, we don't need all-world dudes everywhere. Like Jalen Smith was really on one leg. Leighton Van Der Esch was never a great linebacker, and he was that his rookie year or second year?
That was his rookie year.
Yeah. I think it was Byron Jones who was giving you no turnovers but really solid coverage and tackling.
Good tackle, yeah. Absolutely.
I think those are the kind of guys that, but I mean, the bad tackling is just so inside the bones of this team right now, and it might be too much to ask for totally fix it. I just don't want like the 30th worst run defense in the league. It's kind of like the Rangers offense. Can we get to top 18? Can we be sniffing average? I also loved the Shoddy quote. He said the Cowboys aren't hiding from the burden of the Super Bowl. He says it's exciting, the opportunity that they have.
I just hope that everything that he has done, all the goodwill and stuff that with the players in that locker room that he's built in this period since he's been named the head coach works out for him. I just don't want all this to come slamming back on him if this team starts 1-5 or something like that.
Oh, for sure. All the
hey, look,
paintball.
we're having fun, ping pong table. Look, and then when you start off poorly, then it turns into that, all the kumbaya feeling that we had to start this thing when it mattered to play games. This team can't get it done. I hope for him that the goodwill that he's built with the players, that they actually play hard for him. And that they have success, because if they don't, all we're going to talk about then is, well, did they really prepare? Did they really try and do everything
we need? And I think that's a great point, Brian, because we need this as fans. We need Schottenheimer to win this because he has a plan for insulating the culture from the Joneses. He has a plan for being a multiple on offense and defense. He's looking at things like modern coaches are, while having been in the building for the last 4 years, he has a toolkit for navigating. And I don't know the next chance you'll get a chance to have a coach that could push through all the things that comes with this job. Well, in my memory, like it was Parcells and then it was nobody. And it still hasn't been anybody. Nobody's been good enough as a coach for this football team since Parcells. And now maybe this guy could be it.
I really do hope. I hope the best for him, because you honestly, the people in the building, and not just the players, but the people that I know that work over there in .com and work in the equipment office and all that, I mean, they're all excited about it. It seems to be they feel they feel like if you want to say a breath of fresh air. I hope it works, because if it doesn't, then then it's just it's same old crap. They tried this, tried that. It's never going to work. I want it to work for this guy, because I think he's got the best interest of the football team in heart. I really do.
I loved his answer about the Legends Day that they had. And I think Todd asked him, does that create pressure? Can that be hard on the team? And he said, no. When you have a head coach that stands up here and talks about winning a championship every day, we're embracing that. Yeah. We're embracing the history of this team. And I do think that's been lost here.
Yeah, I'll tell you where it was lost.
Garrett.
Well, no, Bill Parcells bringing in Jim Burt, former Giants players. What are you trying to teach your guy? Oh, this guy Jim Burt, he knew how to play. Yeah, Jim Burt knew how to play nose tackle. Big deal. But if
we had a guy named Randy White.
Yeah, if you're going to embrace the history of the Dallas Cowboys since 1960, you very well can do that. The Roger Staubachs of the world, the Drew Pearsons of the world. There's a lot of guys. Randy White, you mentioned, there are a lot of guys they can bring in, and you can learn a lot about the history, along with the Michael Irvins. And the thing I appreciate about Michael Irvin and Emmitt Smith and those guys, I think they've been really honest about what this team is, and sometimes you don't get your stars to do that.
No,
they're not interested in going after somebody. But these Absolutely. Michael Irvin and
these
Emmitt
legends are now.
No, they are not interested in sugarcoating anything, and I really appreciate about that. But I think that Shoddy, he's that's the right way to do it. Don't bring in players that. And a lot of problems is, though, these players who are currently playing, they don't know these guys. Yeah. They a lot of them weren't even born.
Teach them the history.
They weren't even born. And so sometimes you have to, if these players are smart, they'll take advantage of getting to talk to Michael Irvin, getting to talk to Emmitt Smith, getting to talk to Roger Staubach.
Yeah.
You got to take advantage of those things. A lot of players don't take advantage of those opportunities, because it is a great bit of history lesson for you to learn. And as you're playing, you're going, wow, okay, I see what we're doing here.
Yeah, I mentioned Garrett as the thing that broke that because Garrett was so focused on the process. That was a different way that sort of legend thing.
He wasn't always interested in guys coming around.
No, I think the point I was going to make is he wasn't interested in creating this do or die moment, because we were just going to trust the process. Yeah. And Garrett was like, we're just going to try to stack day on day. And I think that robs the young men of the passion and the emotion of winning and losing. You want the losing to hurt. And Jimmy knew that.
Yeah.
When the losing hurts, it makes you work harder. And Garrett was almost like, just be a football robot and try to have more good days. And it's like, what? I want the fact that they haven't won to make them so hungry that they're going to work harder, right?
Yes.
And Jason Garrett wanted to be above that or something, or thought there was an advantage to denying the existence.
Do you think that's hard to do now that the way that teams flip their rosters?
No.
The hurt of losing is lost because the players that felt the losing are no longer here.
The only thing that hates that hurts that fear or that pain is when an organization develops a culture that we've already all made it because we're rich playing for the Cowboys. That's what sweeps the legs out from under that motivational technique that coaches can use. When everybody gets the feeling of, wow, why am I making my football life so painful? I should be enjoying this. And that's what I think has the Cowboys hypnotized up there quite a bit. Okay, Rangers are back in action tonight, and they're visiting the Rays. The pregame's coming up at 6 o'clock. Are they going to stay hot, Chuck? We didn't get a chance to hear from you yesterday.
I'm hoping so, man. It was beautiful to see what Marcus Semien was able to do on Friday night, and then circling back on Sunday. So I'm hopeful. It'll be interesting in this ballpark. We'll have Smitty on at 3:20. He should know that park pretty well, having come up in that Yankees organization. So maybe he ends up getting a boost from that. Maybe we see him go yard. He gets that G-bag bump.
When do you think we'll know about Adolis Garcia in or out of the lineup? We haven't heard anything yet.
Not yet. I mean, it could be an hour or so. I think usually by 3:30 we should have this thing out.
Okay. We are very confident now that Evaldi's going to be back after Broadus freaking grilled CY yesterday. You can get the entire interview at 105throughthefan.com. Were you satisfied with that answer? You think Evaldi's good?
I wish I would have asked the question better and more clear and concise. I felt like I kind of stammered around a little bit.
That was pretty concise for you,
for me it was. But I
thought you did a great job.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I just listen, why as a Ranger fan should we feel good anytime you tell us about an injury? If you tell us everything's okay, do we really need to believe it's okay? You know, and there's a lot of times where they tell us it's okay, and then dude ends up on the 15-day the list.
So they said might not have to miss a start, might not get pushed back any days, and then 15-day DL or IL. My bad. Yeah. But I think the way that CY answered that yesterday, I don't think Eovaldi's at risk of being Tommy John, man.
Yeah.
I think we went on a horrible run of Tommy Johns from like Yu Darvish to Jacob deGrom, and every time there was discomfort, it was a Tommy John, but that's not normal.
Yeah. Well, we've also, like I said, it's the whole thing with Spores and others that you're like, no,
you're right.
It should be right. But I appreciate him answering the question. He didn't duck it or he didn't call me out or anything like that.
Well, maybe he'll think about evolving it. I think they try to lean toward protecting the player and the player's privacy and not getting people panicked and all that. But I think those are moments where fans would definitely love it if you felt like you could trust leadership more.
I feel like, to me, there's been some coaches, managers, whatever, they've come. I think with Bochy, when it came to Seager's hamstring injury and on with Kevin and Corey in the middays there, he kind of said this might be long term. You know, he didn't try and say, we'll have him back in a few days.
Could be 3 weeks.
No, he made it.
Month.
Yeah, he made it sound like we've missed a lot of games with him before. You know, so I appreciate that part of it.
Okay, so reports are saying some of the stars are like bummed about how DeBoer handled things, and I'm sure we'll get into that hockey note throughout the day. But coming up next is Wolchuk's top 10 after we get the G-Bag of the Day championship replay. Wolchuk, where are you taking us?
Happy National Egg Day. I mean, who doesn't love eggs, right?
Thanks. Same to you.
Top 10 ways that you like to eat your eggs, and is this condiment allowed on an egg? That's next.
Forget something else to remember the Uber Eats and groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Rose.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Recurve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
All right, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan. We're here, and Micah Parsons up at the start today. Going to be there next week for mandatory minicamp. Some good things happen with the Cowboys, and we'll get to the G-Bag of the Day champion replay here coming up in just a second, and then get to Wolchuk's top 10. But I know Brian's getting a lot of info flowing in.
Yeah.
Krusty's Corners coming up at 3:40. This segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Sound like you wanted to jump in there and tease something for your corner, Brian. Or?
Yeah, I mean, Bobby and I were just talking during the break. He's got a lot of good things. No CeeDee Lamb today practicing. So, and then they were doing some stuff with the safeties, kind of rotating some guys because Hooker was off the field. So, this, like I say, at 3:40 today, we'll have a full update. I'll go through all the guys and gals, their observations and stuff. Maybe we can talk about it a little bit, see what happens.
Looking forward to that at 3:40. The C-Note, Cowboys News of the Evening in just 1 hour from now as well. It's time to go into the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius with your champion.
Down, let the thing round. Do it, just throw it down swinging and get it number one with the bullet. Do it, cock it and pull it. I don't know what he's saying, but it jamming, bro. It be slamming, bro. And going down, down.
That song was hot, dude.
Come on, be jamming. Number one with the bullet. Love that joint. Cock it and pull it. G-Bag the Day, we do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30. We do the replay here at 2:30 of the champion. I believe, what is this, day 3 or day 4 for the Texas Rangers radio broadcast?
Yeah, looking for 4.
Yeah. Looking for 4 here on the Fan. Texas Rangers radio broadcast. My man Matt Hicks lost it in the lights.
Lefty to lefty, and here's the 1-1. Swing and a miss. Slider again. And did I miss a pitch? He just struck him out. I guess that the second pitch was a strike. Why did I mark it as a ball? You know, I'm having a tough day, Eric.
The sun is a little rough.
Yeah, it is.
Not the toughest of days for Rangers play-by-play men, but duly noted, Matt. Appreciate your sense of humor about
The
it.
sun is a little rough.
Yeah, it is.
To see if he can make it. Were they indoor?
Yeah,
I was thinking it might have been a night game. To see if he could make it 4 in pursuit of 5. Tune in in 3 hours from now, 3 hours 5 minutes. Every night at that time, we deliver the G-Bag of the Day championship where they face challengers, and we'll vote to see if they're still the champ. Here's Wolchuk with the top 10. Zach with an H. Willie Bogle.
877-881-1053. How do you like your eggs? And is ketchup an acceptable condiment to go on top of your eggs? I have been asking around about some Stars news. Don't think anything's happening this year with Pete DeBoer. Contracts, he's got 1 more year left.
Yeah.
Losing is toxic, dude. Take it from me. Even a great coach can get blamed when you're not winning enough. You know, I would say youth coaches, just set your team up to steamroll the other teams so your parents can pretend all of their kids are stars instead of actually trying to develop them to play against the best players.
That's a man.
It's not about the process, Dawson.
No.
It's about the damn results.
Yep. It's a result.
You either win
business.
or you lose.
Yep.
And if you ain't first, you're last. And the Stars are last right now. But I guess a name to watch for the future would be Neil Graham, who is their head coach of the Texas Stars, who are in the championship right now. That's a guy they could possibly look to move up as an assistant. And then depending on what happens next year, maybe it is finally the year that Pete DeBoer breaks through. But if they don't end up having the success that they want, maybe then you let Pete go and they'll look around at other options. But in-house, I think Neil Graham could be a potential candidate as a future head coach just to look into there. But I don't think anything's going to happen as of right now with Pete DeBoer moving on with your Dallas Stars.
Well, I mean, Jim and Gags are probably like, come on in here, Pete. Listen, we know these players are a bunch of whiny B-words. They couldn't score. They went down 2-0 in the first 7 minutes. The high danger chances were so hot. Otter had to, go down 2-0. He wasn't saving them pucks. And maybe you did. Maybe you did blink a little bit, right? But we're fine. You know, we know you were in a no-win situation. We personally cannot believe these players are gossiping that you were the problem after they were down 3-1 and 2-0. This is unbelievable, Pete. We got your back.
Bunch of jabronis.
That's how you do it right there.
Yeah.
We got you, Petey.
You tell me who said it. Who said it? He's gone. We got to make some trades anyway.
He's gone.
Hopefully he's a forward. We're going to move him for a defenseman.
We'll see.
Carter, you know I'm right. I see you talking behind my back in there.
A lot of Jason Robertson buzz going around right now.
He's saying that the song goes, it's going downtown in the merry-go-round. Doodle-doo, doodle-doo, swinging. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Sorry.
Getting a lot of.
I
thought it was a passionate hockey take. It was singing.
It was a very passionate hockey take.
A lot of
but the
loaded
song
God
is
complex.
interesting right now. The song, I think we're trying to kind of figure that out.
No, the text is on fire about the song, and I
it's a great song.
What's the title of the song?
Loaded God complex. No,
Sugar, we're going down swinging.
I always
Loaded
thought it
God complex swinging. Well, that's really tough, man. That's really tough.
No, it's the loaded God complex, cock it and pull it. I believe.
Nice.
There's a lot going on, bro.
There is a lot going on there.
Some deep lyrics.
What is the song? What is it called? Does it have a name?
Loaded complex.
No, I don't know. I forget what it's called. I forget what this. I don't remember what the song is.
The answer's right here.
What
Hold
the
on.
hell are we doing here, boys?
It.
I think it's Sugar, we're going down.
Well, that's not it anymore. It's on a rotator, so now I got evidences coming up. Yeah. Bring me back till I can't wake up.
All right.
Save me. I'm sorry, bro. I'm gonna turn my mic off.
No, you're on fire, bro. You're on fire. Lean in.
Ketchup on the eggs.
Yes.
I'm pro ketchup on the eggs. Apparently, this was a big debate that I saw a couple weeks ago.
Mark B on the Scantron for false.
You nailed it, Wolchuk. Sugar, we're going down.
Thank you.
By Fallout Boy.
Thank you.
Sugar, we're going down?
Yeah,
I felt
Sugar,
pretty
we're going
confident
down.
about that one. I think it was a big Madden hit if you, back when Madden was in its glory days.
Absolutely, dude.
I'm pretty confident out of the six of us, Carter is most likely to have been emo.
Yeah.
Followed closely by Wolchuk.
I didn't have an emo phase.
No emo phase?
No.
You didn't get dark on us?
No, I did not. I didn't have. I didn't go through my Sith phase.
Really?
No, not really. I had a couple friends that went a little emo.
Yeah.
Supported
Well,
the
we
emo
all
community.
did, right?
Ketchup on the eggs. We got three things going at once right now. We got the God Complex song. We got stars. We got ketchup.
We're mixing it all in.
Maybe a fancy spicy ketchup. Maybe a sriracha ketchup. Just the regular ketchup.
Why not just put hot sauce on there, bro?
No, your egg takes are very bizarre, bro.
Not true at all. I watched more videos on how to make scrambled eggs than you'll ever understand.
Do you eat scrambled eggs?
I make them. I
make scrambled eggs too.
French. I try and do them like with a spatula, the French way. Move them low heat. Take them on and off.
Yeah, it's Gordon Ramsay style. That's how I do
You
it.
want it the hard boil.
This is from Under the Cork Tree. This Fallout Boy song I'm learning.
Okay.
It's a hell of a song.
From Under the Cork Tree.
Whenever I heard this general tone of music in this era, I would hit the button as quickly as possible. So I might have missed out on some gems like this one.
You probably did.
Yeah.
This is one of the good
It's
ones.
like your hate for Blink-182.
You know, I think the ketchup is nice. Like, Whataburger changed me on this. The taquitos. If you have a taquito situation,
bro,
and there's
and
eggs
you're
in there.
dipping that, you're dipping that into the spicy
ask you
ketchup.
if you like hot sauce. They ask you.
Right.
They say, "Hey, would you like some hot sauce?" And in a drunken stare, you go, "Sure."
Picante.
Yeah.
You
Exactly.
mean salsa?
Whatever.
Yeah, that's what I'm.
Picante
That's what I'm usually going for.
They ask you something other than ketchup,
But
right?
you'll never see me with a plate of scrambled eggs and putting ketchup on it. You might find me
Someday,
putting mustard.
I
on
think that's the only ones you can put ketchup on is scrambled eggs.
Yes.
Yeah, but
I think that is the only type of eggs you can put ketchup on is scrambled eggs in a rush if you got hash browns nearby.
Right. You see, like
That's how it happened. The hash brown, put the ketchup on. You have a little drippage that end up mixing with the eggs. And I'm like, you know what? This combo ain't half bad. Now, the mustard, bro, no, thank you. On eggs, no.
I know. Listen,
And
my hand's raised. I
it's
know
not
I'm
surprised.
diabolical
You
with the
just
mustard.
love the mustard so
Right.
much. Hot sauce, of course, I'm in on this. But I don't get the hatred if you get a little ketchup on your egg.
I would prefer some butter, some jelly. You know, I think
On the eggs?
as I'm making a breakfast sandwich, I really don't need anything but a little bit of butter, maybe a little bit of jelly.
I'm here for that. I'm 100% here
Some
for
honey?
that. Yeah. Oh,
Okay.
yeah. Drizzle some honey on your scrambled eggs, dude.
Oh, yeah,
Or
yeah.
just
I've had honey on there with some peanut butter as well on my eggs. It's real good when I'm trying to protein pack.
Yeah,
I've never done the peanut butter.
No, it's really good.
I ran out of honey the other day, and so I was like, "Bleep it! I'm just going with the syrup, dude. I just douse some syrup on those
Just a little
eggs."
syrup. Yeah. A little sweet little tag. Here are the top 10 ways to eat the eggs on the National Egg Day. And I don't really think there's a bad way to eat your eggs. Eggs
Fourth
are
and 8,
delicious.
Deviled is the best.
Oh, gee.
I've come around on the deviled.
And I had an omelet today after the gym. How about that? I've been eating eggs all day.
You're crushing it.
And the second best way is that fried over easy.
Okay,
fam.
my gosh. All in the top 10.
Drippy runny.
Yeah,
the top
it's
7.
good when you got to sop it up with something.
Yeah.
Oh, fam, come on, bro.
Little sop.
I will literally lick my plate. I will lick that yolk off that plate.
I've seen you do that a few times.
Yeah, you have. Let me
Let
did
me
it to your plate that one time.
Sick
It's kind of weird, but
Let me pull back the curtain on my Sunday mornings real quick. What do you guys think of like a runny scrambled egg? Is that good to you?
See,
You like them runny?
Runny's probably an overstatement on how I like the scramble, but I like a good fluff. I don't want it to be super fluffy. You know, I don't want it to be like all
airy.
Firm. Yeah. I don't want it to be firm. I don't want it to be like seared in some weird way.
I think Dawson is describing a slimy, sloppy egg.
Yes, I am. A runny scramble sounds a bit off-putting.
Yeah, and that's how she likes them.
Yeah.
She's like, I'm making the eggs. I'm like, okay.
See, my wife doesn't like it when I make them either because she wants them like really well done, sort of cooked all the way. And I'm like, I like that Gordon Ramsay. You're stirring it. It's on low.
Yeah, the
you're stirring
fluffy.
it, and then they just get so fluffy.
That's the way.
And they just sort of melt
on and
in your
off
mouth.
heat, using the spatula, move them, keep them moving.
Absolutely.
Yeah, let the eggs work. Let them work.
Let 'em work.
That's what he always says.
Let 'em work.
I like a really thin omelet that's wrapping the cheese and the meat.
Oh,
I
I'm
just
so
like the
into
thin layer of egg.
Well, that's hard to do with the more center filling you have, the thinner it is, the tougher it is to kind of make sure that, like, you could do it with like a single layer of cheese, but when you start to put meats and stuff in that, don't you want like a thicker omelet to kind of hold it all in there together?
I don't know. I like a thinner hamburger patty. I like a thinner egg.
He loves
The thinner one to me would be almost like what they call the French omelet, where it's like it's very, very thin, but not a lot. You don't put meat in. It's a little bit of just cheese. That's it.
Cheese.
Yeah, it's just one egg in a pan about that big, around like the 8-inch pan.
One egg?
One egg.
Wow. That is
that is thin.
small.
That is
very
very
small.
three egg minimum.
Yes.
What have you guys seen? Like I think it's like the Japanese way of doing these eggs.
Yeah, the square.
I've been
Fascinating.
Have you seen
infatuated
it
with
with-
those, dude?
And they're popping them in the woks.
Yeah, popping them in the
incredible.
woks, or they like get this omelet looking thing, but then they put it over rice, and then they like bust it open, and it's like all actually scrambled in there.
Well, the Japanese 7-Elevens, apparently they're incredible, and they do the egg sandwiches there, and they just look like the airiest, fluffiest eggs you've ever seen in your life.
We got to go to Japan
We
and just
do.
eat, dude.
G-Bag
I
Nation
think the
takes us
prices
on a
are
trip.
really low there. Like you can go crush for pretty small number.
Be amazing.
Getting like really legit sushi out of the gas station.
Japan food prices are low.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
nice.
nice.
I know they've had like the opposite of inflation for a long time.
bro.
In Japan?
There we go.
They gonna wash us.
You're cleaning up, and it's like $5. You're full.
So Brian's favorite.
They've been waiting. They're playing the long game, aren't they, Lucius?
They are. The hard-boiled comes in as honorable mention.
Honorable mention to the
And
hard-boiled?
it shouldn't be on the damn list.
That's a freaking Mount Rushmore.
Lucius is not always wrong,
I'm
but
with
he's
you.
wrong
I'm
about
a big
that
hard-boiled
one.
egg fan.
Yeah,
As does
hard-boiled and deviled, bro. Them right there.
Yeah.
That's my babies.
When you make those things, you're not caring about the people you're cooking for.
I disagree. They're healthy and good.
It's usually some aunt that you don't like.
Oh, it's the one I love. Got the fat on the elbows. I got some hard-boiled eggs in there and some deviled eggs in there for you, baby. I put them to the side because I know you was going to run late.
She probably forgot the paprika on them.
Egg drop soup, other honorable mention.
Oh, okay.
Pretty good.
All right. So
Not
we're
bad,
really,
yeah.
we're
Underrated.
dishing this thing up.
We got poached eggs coming in at 10.
Poached over hard-boiled is
Poached,
jarring.
yeah. Maybe we got some fancy voters here. The egg fried rice at 9.
Egg fried rice is
Oh, that's fantastic.
Excellent.
Can't go wrong
Excellent.
with
That's really fantastic.
That is very good.
8
It puts
eggs.
some protein in that, by the way, too.
Yeah, put some.
I thought that was just
shrimp
a name until I actually had the egg fried rice, and I was like,
Oh, no.
boy, y'all smoked the game with this one.
You did.
Delightful. You got the eggs Benny coming in at 8.
Eggs Benedict.
Really?
Pass.
I can make the sauce.
You
Yeah.
don't like the eggs Benny?
I'll eat it, but it doesn't
You love
fire
it.
me up, you know?
Yeah, because you actually have to like kind of eat it the right way and not like just.
Is it the hollandaise sauce?
It's,
you're not into
it's
that?
Eric.
yeah.
It's just the way he like. I saw him just like destroy 2 Whataburgers here just a minute ago.
Yeah.
Like he took the meat out of one to add to his own.
I wanted a
fair enough.
quad patty.
Yeah. He just said, "Oh, I'm going to be selfish, man, today, and just take all the patties today."
I was last at the table.
I don't know about that, bro.
7, we got the deviled eggs.
Yeah, it's my baby right there.
Yeah, I'm coming on board now, Lucius. I
Stand
used to like flick all the stuff out and just eat the egg white. Now I'm like,
What are you
need to
doing?
flick it.
There's a restaurant that is specializing in just deviled eggs now.
Yeah.
Really?
Just
Like-
making doing crazy things with deviled eggs.
And they're going out of business
I'm
like
all for it.
Long
No,
John
it's very
Silver's.
popular, Brian.
You flicked out the devil part and just ate the egg?
Yeah, just egg.
Yeah, I would have 100% told on you behind your back. 100% snitched on you.
Try our angel eggs.
Do not let him have
Do
any
you know
more.
what he's doing?
Scooping them in the trash, bro. Crushing them.
Egg salad.
Mom.
Oh, my mom.
Just your traditional egg salad at 6. We've got the frittatas at 5.
What's the frittata?
The frittata.
Oh, that's like a omelet, but in a pan.
Well, it's like puff.
But it's baked.
Yeah.
Baked frittata. Yeah.
The fried egg is 4.
These eggs are awful.
Love you, baby. That's no faking. You'll be fried eggs and I'll be bacon.
Omelet at number 3.
Omelets are good.
Yeah.
Breakfast tacos at 2.
Should be 1.
Scrambled comes in at number 1. Most popular.
That's the
Everyone loves their
go-to.
scrambled. Yeah, I think it is too.
Put some ketchup on it.
And it's hard to mess it up. Ketchup's good
Well,
on
it can
them.
happen. It can happen real fast too. If you
Yeah,
don't know what you're
absolutely.
doing on the scrambled joint,
Oh,
if you
yeah.
don't put like some water in it or something like that, you'd be like, man, what happened to that egg
Oh,
I
yeah,
just put
put
on
some-
this?
Keep them
that'd be bad.
moving.
When it gets all stuck on the pan.
Take them off and on the heat. Keep them moving.
You don't
Yeah,
know
it's
the
too
levels
hot.
of the heat?
Yeah.
I heard my girl in there cooking some eggs one time and it said,
Oh.
No.
Not a sound you want to hear in an egg
we
cooking
got to go to Denny's.
All right, kids, get dressed.
Yeah, that's it.
Burn the eggs.
Thank you, Wolchuk.
Yep.
Chief, what's next? Sports Hodgepodge, perhaps the greatest prank of all time.
forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
What are we? Cinnamon sisters?
Hazel Rose.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden?
Twinkle?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-prices sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024. Yo.
Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. We'll talk more stars here with you coming up at 3 o'clock. The big storyline out there right now around the coach. And we'll also talk about things they could do to free up cap space to improve the team. That's coming up at 3. We'll take a look at Rangers and Cowboy stories as well. We're just an hour from Krusty's Corner right now. And the OTA news is starting to flow in. So we've already heard from Shoddy. We'll get some player stuff, and it's going to be really fun here all the way up until the 6 o'clock pregame here tonight with your Rangers in Tampa. Here's the Chief.
Friendly reminder, this Thursday, the G-Bag Nation, we will be broadcasting live from Tolbert Garage Door in Mesquite, 3916 I-30 Frontage Road. It's going to be a full-blown Tolo Summer Bash. This is going to be awesome. You can pick up a one-of-a-kind G-Bag Nation tumbler as well. These things are gorgeous.
Oh,
yes.
Let's go.
You got to keep that coffee piping hot.
Yeah. That's a very hot item right now. It's going to be interesting to see how many actually make them into Tolo's hands and how many are going to get snatched up by all the Tolos around here.
Yeah, that's true. They're quite a commodity right now. Everybody's like, how can I get one? How can I get one? Well, show up.
They are good. The one that we had, I did take home.
Let's make sure you get out to Mesquite.
Yeah.
Bounce house for the kids, food trucks, local vendors on site, G-Bag Nation 2 to 6 in Mesquite, Tolbert Garage Door on Thursday.
There's got to be a food truck challenge we can do.
Oh,
can your food truck item beat Orange Magic Wings?
That's a good one.
Would be an interesting challenge.
Yeah,
that could be a heavyweight bout.
Yeah, I mean,
cook-off, G-bag cook-off.
I got to tell you what, I know the recipe's been good for a long time, but it's better than ever.
Yeah.
The ones I made the
you
other night.
You figured out with the Frank's hot sauce, have you? And what else did you add to it?
It's the finish. It really is.
Yeah.
It's adding the sauce and the syrup again before you grill them.
Yeah.
You got it down.
Well, I'm excited about that. If you want to bring some Orange Magic, and we'll get, I'm sure one of those food truck guys are going to be down to get competitive. Why wouldn't they be?
The thing that we always have to worry about is because when we do food, like we can't do it for the Tolos because of the
HIPAA.
If somebody
of course
gets,
we wouldn't do that, Brian.
If somebody gets sick, I've always wanted to do a crawfish.
Of course, I would
boil.
never bring my own tray of Orange Magic wings just for me and Eric to eat. And then if somebody wanted to grab one, I guess.
I think
okay.
I you know, if somebody
guy.
wanted to grab one, I would probably, I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to grab a few myself, but yeah, I've always wanted to do like a crawfish boil, and it's just because you can't do those things nowadays. Because if somebody gets sick, they could sue you for it.
Those bugs are muddy, man.
Well, then I'm definitely bringing all those Orange Magic wings for myself then.
Okay.
Thursday.
Well,
Perfect.
Then, bring some. Yeah.
None for you.
Mesquite,
Definitely.
Tolbert Garage Door, G-Bag Nation Collision Course. I'm excited. Did you guys see Travis Hunter highlight today?
Did
you see the Travis Hunter highlight today? He's playing corner in this particular clip. He just a deep ball down the sideline, reaches out with the right hand, tips the ball. Next thing you know, as he's falling down, the tip goes into both hands. Interception.
Yep.
That's a highlight reel play. That's that's a Sports Center top 10, probably top 5 on any given week, number 1 play if that happens in a real game. Regulation.
I think he should focus on corner.
You definitely don't think he should. You shouldn't be risking him, right? With the ball in his hands.
Apparently not.
Yeah, you got to be careful.
You don't want him to get hurt.
You got to treat him with a little bit of cowardice.
I don't want him to get hurt, but I think he's a better wide receiver.
Well, he showed off the wide receiver skills on the play. The ball skills are through
his
the roof.
hands are just unbelievable.
But it's just like the first NFL highlight moment that we get from Travis Hunter. And
First of many.
Yeah, first of many, we hope. Absolutely.
So this is a bobble. I'm staying focused while falling and then securing the practice.
No, this is a like bat the ball, reaching out.
PBU.
Yeah, PBU that as you're falling turns into an INT, turns into SC top 10. That's what it does. That's what it's doing. Okay, so you guys remember the Australian fighter guy? That we addressed last week.
Yeah,
who's going around on Instagram and he's just boxing followers until he gets KO'd.
No skills, but jaws of steel.
That's right.
Pause.
And he's willing to throw.
Yeah, at all times.
Just wild haymakers, but he leaves himself wide open. Well, I mean, he's like traveling around now. He's not even just doing this in Australia. Like you can see him fighting in front of the Eiffel Tower, pulling up to London Square and throwing hands with dudes. Well, now it is starting to pick up some traction. Guess who wants to get in on this?
Crap.
Cobra Tate, a.k.a. Andrew Tate.
Oh, of course.
A.k.a.
Top G.
Cigar smoking, alpha male, toxic.
Gosh.
In kickboxing shorts with no underwear on. He's wild.
Isn't he dealing with like some human trafficking stuff still?
Every damn country he goes to.
I mean, come on.
He can't stay away from it.
What's going on?
He says, "Oh, I'll end his reign," is what he says on Twitter. So I'm like, okay, I'm waiting for this one now. Now I'm fired up. This thing has some legs. He's like 17, 18 videos in of fighting people, and they're fun, entertaining fights. We'll see. I don't know if Andrew Tate, I don't know what like his skill set is necessarily from a fighting standpoint, but we know that his toxic masculinity could probably get him to win quite a few combat bouts. Now, we got the Whataburger Pico de Gallo. Shout out to him. 75th anniversary for Whataburger, bro.
Congrats.
75 years of being the best in the business. The Pico de Gallo burger, through the roof, fantastic.
Kicking
Been some
ass,
years
taking
since we got
names.
to try that. I had to go ahead and double up on it. Really, really
Of course you did.
impressive. But that's why I waited around.
Yeah,
I was really hoping to get that
other patty.
Everybody take turns.
No, does anybody
picking your burger? If you're going to leave 3 burgers left over, 2 of them are going to be mine.
Don't mind me. Everybody who hadn't eaten yet,
It's really going to
people
take
in
it
the
to
building.
go.
He just walked in there, grabbed 2. I'm thinking this ought to be pretty impressive, and he just took one, discarded the bun, just slapped the other 2 patties on that thing, and then he made him like, I just made the perfect
I
sandwich.
gave him mine. If that shoots him some bail.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Lucius, because Lucius, he's still sweaty from leg day.
I sure am.
He's like, I can't waste the workout I just did. So he was a good friend. He gave me his burger. There it is. It's all gravy.
I did love how you wrapped up that single bun.
He
that you
did.
took off and then
put it back in there. Yeah,
as it looks like it's a full-on hamburger, and maybe somebody else will take that.
I think I encouraged him to do it.
Somebody will be excited to get buns with pico de gallo on there.
Got buns, son.
But we also have like wrap wars going on right now in the fast food industry. You got McDonald's bringing back the snack wrap. You got Popeyes unveiling a chicken wrap.
yeah.
So now we're having a big time chicken wrap off right now. It's getting a little testy on Twitter.
Popeyes with a chicken wrap?
Yeah.
So
This
it's a
breaking
chicken
news?
strip with what is that? Some red beans and rice beans in that joint?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, they're gonna win.
That's how I'm picturing it right
Their
there.
chicken strips are fire.
Yeah,
Yeah,
gonna
they're really
win.
good. Okay, you guys ready for a surprise?
Yeah.
Lucius, let's do it.
Ooh.
Does number 2 work for? That's right, buddy. You show that.
Here go the ratings.
Hey.
Oh, I hate when they do this.
That's 340.
That Chia follow, all he does is talk about poop.
Well, let somebody else talk about poop. I would say this is the greatest prank that's ever been executed in human history.
Sure it is.
You guys.
Somebody pooped on themselves.
No, you even better than
No, they
that.
peed on themselves,
they
Brian.
pooped in their hand and threw it on somebody.
Tell me if you know of a better prank than what this guy is unveiling.
we're at the Commander
this is the
Stadium.
victim. This is the victim of the prank. Here he is in 60 seconds giving you the details.
60
2 years ago, my buddy Jack wrote on a porta potty in permanent marker, "Send me pictures of your poop.
Oh.
I want to see it." And then my cell phone number.
No.
And that week went as you imagined. I'd say 6 or 7 pics a morning of just, this is blue collar construction worker. So this isn't like a nice capsule. This is more of an explosion. Taco Bell, Taqueritos. It's not a lot of fiber in the construction worker diet. That went on for about a month or so of just constant pictures, which again, hilarious, but you can only block one number. That's the thing. So every morning it's unstoppable because you're getting texts from different numbers. You can't stop it unless you find the porta potty and erase it or something. It's unbelievable. 2 years later, I get a text this morning, picture of a fresh deuce. 2 years Beautiful later. Work, to be honest. But this is an this will last a lifetime. This is an unstoppable prank. It's honestly genius. I gotta respect it.
Is that not one of the most? It's harmless in nature, but it'll stand the test of time. You're gonna have to change your number. You're gonna have to get a new identity, or you're gonna have to accept the fact that on any given moment you got grumper shots right there on your phone.
That's hilarious, Chief. I think my favorite part is that this is specifically in your algorithm.
Sure. Yeah.
So I'm just imagining all the different kinds of.
Tremendous prank.
I'm bookmarking crap left and right.
The next time I go to a racetrack, I'm in one of the porta potty areas, I'm doing this to Eric. I'm absolutely doing this. Nobody appreciates this more than you. So you should.
This is a tremendous prank.
It's one of the greatest pranks I've ever heard of, and I look forward to executing it myself. I used to do this on campus when they were doing hey, you get a free T-shirt if you give us your email, and then we can recruit you for some bull crap. And I would give my brother's email and my brother's cell phone. He's like, dude, what the hell? I keep getting calls saying, is this Eric? Yeah, definitely not me, but I got the free T.
There he is, Eric Chiafalo. Thank you so much. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan.
Have you ever seen a porta potty and had the underwears in it? You're like, damn, somebody had a bad day, bro.
They just discarded them. Just abort that mission. Yeah.
The concert just started, bro.
Looks like we're free balling tonight. Free balling at Freebird.
It's like me playing golf.
What can the Stars do to free up some cash? And who's playing tonight? Do we know if Dolly's back? We'll do that and more coming up next here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, Hour 2, G-Bag Nation 105.3 The Fan. Move that the Stars could make to free up some cap dollars in at 877-881-1053. Do you want a new coach or do you want Pete DeBoer back? Leave your name and city you're texting from Stars fans. We'll make you famous here in the nation. Woolchuck brought us Chiafalo, Lucius, Carter Freeman. We're all in here. And you know, looking forward to you staying with us for the next 3 hours till Rangers pregame. Would you trade Jason Robertson $7.75 million going into the final year of his contract? You know he's going to want more. And now we have Rantanen, right? They showed, I think, the depth of forwards wasn't worth a whole lot against Edmonton, but another, trusty defenseman or two sure would have come in handy. So I think that's the opportunity, guys. You trade one of their forwards for a defender of the same caliber. Maybe you trade two of them for a single defender of higher caliber. But that's the opportunity right there. And Robertson, 35 goals, led the team this year, played through injuries, tough guy. But he's shown too often in the playoffs that he can't be counted on to elevate his game. We'll check. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I mean, I have wondered, does his game translate to the postseason? I mean, he is just 25 years old still, and he is a guy that maybe could still improve. He got hot in the last couple of games this year in the postseason, but I just don't think the Stars are going to be able to re-sign him. So you get ahead of that, you open up some cap space. I think Aaron Ekblad, the defenseman for Florida, who we're going to get to see in the Cup final here, would be my dream target to possibly try and add. In a trade, I know the Hockey Hawk came in here and talked about the other Tkachuk brother in Ottawa. You're not going to be able to do a straight-up trade there. That would be something where you're probably adding somebody else in the mix there with Robo to get that deal done.
Isn't he another forward?
Yes, he is, but he's a good two-way player.
Okay.
Like Matthew. So he's a guy that also is going to add, when you're talking about you want some grit, you want some toughness, you want somebody that's going to be able to add that element that we've talked about the Stars lacking, he's bringing that to the table. I mean, if you watch the Florida Panthers play, and if you got to see them play in the Four Nations, the Tkachuk brothers are not to be messed with. They are enforcers.
Yeah.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
Toughness at any position would be welcome right now, Chief.
Yeah, I think that's a huge missing ingredient here for this team. And I mean, they just moved on from a handful of picks. Like, they need some picks. They need picks in space.
Yes.
So this is probably your best asset to go ahead and get some of that.
Yeah, maybe you trade Robertson, you get some picks. You got to trade Matt Dumba, don't you? He makes 1.8, benched the entire playoffs, 1 year left on his contract. That's just an easy one. Who can we find that needs a defenseman that would take him off our hands? Do you trade Marchment, $4.5 million cap hit, 1 goal in the playoffs? That's an easy one, isn't it? If you could find something else there.
Yes, absolutely.
And then another thing you could do is maybe do incentive bonus heavy deals for Duchesne and Ben if you want to bring them back. Can you bring a guy back and not have him be captain still? I think a lot of idea out there is that I'm reading is like, hey, you can bring Ben back but don't have him be the captain. I think that C is partially on your sweater, but the other part of it is just the gravity that you have and how people look at you. And I don't think there's anything Jamie Benn could do to stop the young players from looking to him as a leader first. So I would say you got to eliminate the guy. Like, have you ever worked for a company and you had a boss and then he brought in another boss and he's like, hey, here's the boss now. And you're like, I don't know this guy. I don't trust this guy, but I've been working with you for a long time and I know you. So when the bleep hits the fan, I'm looking to you. No offense to this guy, And no, I'm not talking about our working relationship here with anybody. Sure. I'm just talking about in general. Mm-hmm. It happens. And sometimes the old boss has to remind you, hey, that's not my job anymore. Sorry, you got to go talk to the other guy. And I just think that's how humans work, and leadership is so tough to just engineer. It just is.
Right.
The alphas are going to be looked at in times of stress. So, maybe you can get such a great value for Jamie Benn that you're willing to deal with that for another year if you think he's going to play well.
I mean, look, in terms of like a fourth line player, I think he can still provide some value. He's certainly not the offensive player that he was. I'd like to probably just move on and rip that Band-Aid off and just move forward with this youth that you've got. So whoever else is ready that you think is, I mean, I think that a solid example here locally would probably be Micah and Tank, like that friction there, right?
Yeah.
Where I guess Micah felt like maybe he was being held back as Tank was the elder statesman in the room. Maybe you do have some of these young guys, whether it's Wyatt Johnston or Miro, that are ready to take on that leadership, but because of Jamie Benn's presence, they're not able to do that.
The great GM of the Pacers right now, Kevin Pritchard, put together this team. Before this, he was working in Portland. I was covering him. They drafted Brandon Roy, who was on the team, Zach Randolph. They end up, Zach Randolph's 20-10, like borderline all-star big. He'd been very important for their success. But he said, man, as long as Zebo is here, we can't have Brandon Roy emerge as a leader. You never know what the younger guy is capable of until he feels the responsibility that it's on me. And when it's on them, there's like a trust and a pride that comes along with that, and players are going to play at their highest level. So if you think you can get more from your young guys by eliminating Jamie Benn and forcing them to take the responsibility for win or loss more on their shoulders, those are the kind of moves that could set this team up to take the next level, take the next step, because we're kind of in an Atlanta Braves situation right now where they've won so much that the expectations are building, and like conference final doesn't feel like enough. So are you willing to take that risk of the guy that's been your leader and your captain? Yeah. The downside is we're a rudderless ship, but maybe our young guys step up and fill that void and take us to a place we didn't know we could get to. There is a lot of talk in the media that the sources are saying players have expressed concern about DeBoer's decision to bench Otter. I said what I said last hour. We heard the same exact stuff about Rick Carlisle, didn't we, Brian?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. So we really didn't like how he talked.
Yeah.
Oh geez, that's what great coaches do. And I think there's more and more of a movement towards vilifying that sort of tough old guy, and everything's got to be an arm around you. But if I'm an organization, I'm going to let the players think like that. I'm going to let the fans think like that. But when you got a guy like DeBoer who's had the success that he's had, I want to focus more on what he does well and not some arbitrary decision he made when we were down 3-1 and 2-0.
He was doing everything he could. I mean, he's benching guys like Dodonov. I mean, he's mixing and matching lines. He really was trying to do anything he could to find a formula to put this team in a better position to beat Edmonton. I can't put it all on Pete there. He's got 1 year left on the deal. I think you just play out the contract right now, unless you if you're Jim Nill and you're Tom Ghilardi, you're able to identify a head coach that you think could come in and do a better job. But right now, I just don't know who that would be that's out there.
All righty. We don't know yet if Dolly's playing. We do?
He is not playing.
Wow.
Adolis Garcia is not in the lineup again tonight as the Rangers start their series in Tampa. It will be Josh Smith leading off, who's going to join us here in just a few minutes. Wyatt in second, Corey Seager, who will be playing shortstop. It'll be Josh Young, Alejandro Osuna moving up to fifth in the lineup. Simeon at sixth, Jake Berger playing first, batting seventh, Evan Carter in center field and batting eighth, and then Kyle Higashioka will be in center. So Josh Smith is actually DHing tonight as he'll be leading off.
Do you feel like this is the last chance for Evan Carter?
I mean,
yeah.
I'm hoping Evan Carter gets real hot here. We got a hot streak going leading into the deadline here in July. I want a red hot Evan Carter.
He's still just so young, though.
Yeah.
Unless the injuries really become overwhelming, I would think he's still got plenty of opportunity.
And we don't have great outfield options still. If you had four outfielders and he gets hurt or struggles again, then I'd be like, yeah, you're going to be in the minors for a while and we'll try to trade you. But I think if he got hurt again and you don't have anything in September, you'd still be like, let's try Evan Carter. Because if you could have that 6-week stretch, you saw the impact that it had.
Zach, you want him to get hot so you can trade him, don't you?
Yeah, I'm just not banking on his body staying healthy long term.
I don't think I am either.
The bigger story, I think, though, is that Adolis Garcia is still out. So you get day off Thursday. You don't play it all the weekend. Another day off, and now still not in there. His numbers for the last 18 games were just horrifying, and maybe he gave up. He was striking out like twice per game. Like, how long is this going to go?
I'm so sorry, 817. You are absolutely right. Higgy is playing center. He is not, or catching. He's not playing center. I said center, but yeah, I'm for the possible trade of Evan Carter.
Yeah, and And how long do you think Adolis Garcia is going to be out?
I think this is a big problem. I think the fact that he's still out now, I think Adolis Garcia is probably a little ticked off, and now we've got friction with the organization. We got problems.
Oh, that's how you're reading into it?
Yeah, that's how I'm reading into this.
Yeah, I mean, CY even was with us yesterday saying, like, we got plenty of guys in there right now. You mentioned, like, Evan Carter's going to be back with us tomorrow, which is now today. That's proof in the pudding. He's there in the lineup. Osuna's playing well. Obviously, Langford. You still have a guy like Haggerty that is being productive enough to warrant some level of playing time. So, yeah, and until Garcia shows that he's where he needs to be, and hopefully he's accepting what it is they're asking of him at this point, not pushing back too much, but I'm sure there could be some friction there.
I mean, I have to imagine, Brian, he'd be very open-minded. You know how players are. This is a contract year. Mm-hmm. And even if you're mad at the Rangers for not rewarding you for that World Series run, you got money to make right now.
Yeah.
And I don't think he would. Now, maybe he's satisfied. I know it's $20 million over the last 2 years. Maybe he's just like, I made it. I'm good. You know, I don't need any more money. And he's just, standing on business right now, or standing on principle because he disagrees with their decisions. And if that's the case, great. But, I think if I'm Adolis Garcia and I can go out and finish the season at this point with 20 home runs and a 750 OPS, I am getting so paid. That's 3 years and $60 million that he's looking at. And if you have attitude and poor production here for the rest of this summer, you're looking at 1 year and 10. Right?
Yeah. I mean, you would think at some point, like, cooler heads will prevail. It's still sort of in the early stages of it, and the frustration might still be super, super high for him right now, but maybe he can start to simmer down and start to understand with some more perspective what could still be out in front of him. But it also definitely has to suck to, like, sit and then, boom, there's 11 runs.
Yes. And 8.
And then 8 on Sunday.
This is why you should cheer for the Rangers, just for this reason alone. What they're doing on this situation. Guys not hitting, guys not performing, guys, it's a bottom line business. See why I told us that. It's about winning, A lot of teams just, we'll continue to play a guy, we'll continue to play him, and you don't win, and but this is an organization that clearly focuses on winning. That's the bottom line. And if you're not part of the solution and you're the problem, well, then if they're looking at him as part of the problem, then good for them for sitting him. That's I'm too many times we've seen team. No, we got to play this guy. We just got to keep playing him. Got to keep playing him here. And it gets worse and worse and worse, and you lose games. I applaud the Rangers for doing this. If guys aren't performing, sit them down.
Well, and then if they're also not willing to take coaching. The buy-in could be a question.
That's what I asked CY about that yesterday.
That's naturally, and if you're Adolis Garcia, you're thinking like, well, look at my body of work. Look at what I did to help us win a championship. You're sticking with a guy like Marcus Semien. What's the difference there between me and a Marcus? Well, Marcus is willing to come in and work every day and do what the team asks him to do. Adolis, maybe not as much. So, I mean,
I think he's frustrated.
I get both sides of it. I understand why Doley would be upset.
He worked so hard in the offseason and then it didn't work. So maybe it's like, well, I don't know if the hitting coach or where you guys are saying it can help me at all. But I don't think he would have a poor attitude in this situation because everything that is staring him in the face, But when you're missing 3 games in a row and then a fourth, it's like, who's mad at who? Right? Because the 214 asks, where are we getting that Adolis is throwing a fit? I don't think anybody's reporting that.
Nobody's reporting that.
That was Wolchuk's opinion.
It's been reported that he's been reluctant to some of the hitting mechanics that they've been asking him to tweak. And that's been reported. That's out there. I'm just reading into it. If this is now you're looking at more than just a series. This is bleeding into another series now where he's not playing. I think that's probably just an educated guess. Maybe there's some friction going on there.
Yeah, or they've just totally lost faith in his ability to hit, and they're thinking right now this is a crucial part of the schedule where we have pretty good teams that we're facing, but they're not world beaters. And if we fall off here because he doesn't come through or isn't locked in key at bats, then we could find ourselves even further back. And now is the time where we've
the general manager of this team is about winning, and he's not going to stop until they find ways to win. And if a player's not performing, then find a way to not play with that player. And I I'm okay with this. I'm totally okay with this.
Last week we were watching live as OU got the big home run to win it in the bottom of the 7th. It was unreal. They beat Tennessee. They almost did it again last night against Tech, but sack fly in the bottom of the 7th spoils the tying 2-run shot. So Raiders fans are ecstatic, and that women's softball tournament's going to look a little different this time around.
All Texas final. How about that? The Longhorns, the Lady Horns, and then the Lady Red Raiders. So should be a good one.
Indeed. All right. It is the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. We got the C-Note, OTAs breaking. There is news flowing everywhere, and we'll get you caught up on that. Then Krusty's Corner coming up right around the corner as well. So a couple of Cowboy segments here back-to-back coming up next for In the Nation.
But first, let's get you to greystone-roofing.com. Ladies and gentlemen, Greystone Roofing.
products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What are you, Cinnamon Sisters?
Those were babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Sweet Herb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What was it, Saffron Squad?
showing its age, I called Berkey's. They responded fast and worked efficiently. For plumbing, AC, and electrical, trust the pros at Berkey's. Visit Berkeys.com today.
M37968.
All right, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. Okay, we're going to do C-Note in 1 hour. We'll do the Cowboys news of the evening at a different time tonight because it's time now for the Rangers Player Show, as I'm sure many of you are waiting for. Josh Smith is going to join us here in just a moment. I tweeted that Travis Hunter highlight that Eric talked about there about 30 minutes ago on @GBagNation. You can jump in there. All of our handles are in the bio. You can follow us, and it's incredible. Just taking this Travis Hunter catch, because I don't even know if, Chief, you could describe it. I mean, he's going back on a ball like in a foot race with a receiver towards the end zone. He's defending and like jumps, and he's like Superman diving for the PBU, and somehow has the reflexes to then get both his hands down to basket catch it.
Yeah.
It's freakish.
Yeah, it really is.
It's unbelievable.
Well,
so
his ability to track the football as a receiver was, I thought, one of his great strengths. His ability to contort his body, the concentration, the ability to extend. You know, these are the things I think that why he would be such a great wide receiver. He's already a great wide receiver. I mean, but if you played him full time in that role, I think he can only get better as a route runner with the way he plays.
Adolis Garcia still not in the lineup. That was the news that Wolchuk delivered about 15 minutes ago. And the question is why. Jared Sandler's going to join us coming up at 4:40. We'll ask him. I don't know if Josh Smith is a great guy to ask that question. You know, maybe a kind of an uncomfortable situation talking about a teammate there in that spot. But we will talk to Josh about his season and everything that's gone on for him since his breakout in 2023. This segment of the Nation is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. That's the Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. But yeah, Rangers baseball is coming up at 6. The first pitch at about 6:35 here tonight, and we will get Josh Smith here on the horn in just a moment. Okay, Rangers and Rays tonight. You absolutely hate to see injuries in sports, but the Yankees have lost their closer for 4 to 6 weeks. Luke Weaver got a hammy. Opponents have a 4.12 OPS this year off of him and a 1.05 ERA. That is like everybody that faces you is the worst regular player in baseball. That's Luke Weaver there with the Yankees, the closer, but they're going to have to do without him for a month or maybe longer here. Okay, it's time for the Rangers Player Show, brought to you by Globe Life. For over 125 years, Globe Life has helped protect families when they need it most. Globe Life, make tomorrow better. He was 3 for 5 with 4 ribbies on Sunday, including his 5th home run of the season. Fresh off that LSU Jersey night of the ballpark last week. Broadus got 2 of them.
I got 2. I'm so excited about this.
Number
My
8.
favorite jerseys.
Josh Smith joining us now here on the Fan. Good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
What's up, guys? How y'all doing? Thanks for having me.
Man, we are doing great. How's Florida?
It's great. It's hot for sure, but we're here. So,
so I mean, congrats on the handiwork there at the Dish on Sunday. How you feeling up there?
Appreciate it. Yeah. The other day felt pretty good. Every day's new, so we'll see how it goes today after the off day. But yeah, it felt good the other day.
Got you in the DH spot tonight. How much do you like playing the DH role as opposed to your usual versatility playing basically every spot defensively?
Yeah, it's good. It's always it's even better when you get a hit your first at bat. But hopefully we'll be able to do that. But if not, it's good. It's just kind of gets you off your feet a little bit. So yeah, I like it.
And I might back you to do that tonight because I think you're 3 for 4 against Rasmussen Lifetime. Do you track that?
No, but I do know I got my first ever hit off of him. That's about all I knew about that.
Okay, so that's pretty cool. Now, how many at bats do you say you remember when you're getting ready to face a starting pitcher?
I mean, you probably remember all of them. Honestly, I don't know. I couldn't tell you how many hits or something I had off a guy, but you definitely remember the majority of them.
How is it being back there at Steinbrenner Field?
Pretty cool, actually. This is my first full season. This is where I started, so it was pretty cool. So I'm excited to play here.
So are you super comfortable? You think, or is anyone asking you like, okay, any keys here for us to be successful offensively?
It's been a while, so I haven't been back here in a while. I know right field's a little bit short. It's kind of similar to Yankee Stadium, so I do remember that. The ball, when I played here, the ball flew a little bit. I'm not sure how it is now, but it was definitely a hitter-friendly park.
Hey, Josh, like Gavin said, as an LSU man myself, thank you for a beautiful jersey. Every time I go to the ballpark now, I wear that, and with a lot of pride. And so, I was going to ask you, though, playing first base, is that terrifying?
Yeah, when there's a big lefty up, yeah, it's a little scary actually. When you have to hold a runner on,
yeah,
it's different. You're looking at the pitcher, and then at the last second, you just kind of have to flip your eyes to the hitter and just react. So it's definitely a little different for me.
Yeah, I just wonder with the throws across the diamonds, if you're such a good fielder, hand-eye, all those things, but is it one of those things where is it more important to have hand-eye or good footwork to play first base?
Probably footwork, honestly. I'd say that's been the hardest part for me is trying to get the footwork down over there. It's kind of something I'm trying to just be an athlete on, but there is a technique to it. And I would say I'm not very great over there with my footwork, so that's something I'm trying to work on.
Yeah, okay, now how's the gift of gab over there? Do they talk to you all the time and you're like, man, I don't want to talk to you guys. Just leave me alone kind of thing? Is one of those?
That is a little, that's a lot. I'm not a huge talker on the field, so you do have to have some conversation, but it's fun too. You get to kind of get to know some players, so it's not bad.
Did you make fun of Josh Young when he was doing tic-tac-toes in the dirt with his brother a couple weeks ago?
I didn't know about that till after the game, so I didn't give him a hard time.
Who's the biggest ball buster in that clubhouse, you think?
Dolis Garcia for sure. He's a clown. He's hilarious.
That's exciting. I don't think many people would maybe know that. A lot of our Tolos, a lot of our listeners are curious just how difficult it is to keep that helmet on your head.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask too.
Dude, so this is a question I get asked a lot, and if my helmet falls off, it's one of two things. It's because I washed my hair the night before or I had a really bad swing usually. So it's one of those two things.
Okay. How often are you washing your hair?
I'm probably like once or twice a week, so not too often.
Even despite the sweaty nature of the career that you've chosen.
Yeah, it's good for your hair to let some natural oils build up, is what they say. So.
That's the key. Now, do you still rinse it?
Yeah. I rinse it with water and everything.
Yeah, but there's something about like the second or third day post wash where you feel like you're having the best hair day of the week, right?
Yeah, that's how it is. Yep.
We got to chat with Alejandro Osuna last week, and that guy was awesome. I mean, he's just a ball of energy. How's it been like with him working since he got called up?
Yeah, it's been great. I think he's going to have a huge part in the rest of our year, honestly, just with the at-bats he has. Even if he's not getting on base, he's having great at-bats. He's a tough out, and he's a really good outfielder, too. So he's been great so far.
What have you learned from Brett Boone coming in?
Yeah, I mean, it's cool to definitely have a former big leaguer kind of come in and talk hitting. So that's been cool, just kind of hearing his experiences in the box and how he went about things and just how the game's kind of changed from his time to now. But yeah, he's been great.
Josh, has Adolis been any less fun here over the last 5 days or so? Is there any? How has that been from your perspective?
No, that's what's great about him is he's the same exact guy every day. He could hit a home run, he could strike out 4 times. He's the same dude every day. That's what I think everybody likes about him. He's awesome. He's so much energy in the clubhouse for us, just a leader for us, and we got his back. We obviously everybody struggles at some point in this game, but the good thing about it is he's the same. He comes into work every day ready to go.
Do you usually have like slump busting ideas for teammates?
Man, I don't know. It's probably a couple, but I probably can't say them.
Well, did you give any advice to Marcus Semien after what happened on Friday night? I mean, how damn nice was that to see?
Yeah, he's been great for us the past couple games. But I mean, that's no surprise. These guys are some of the best hitters in the world, so they're going to figure it out, and they're going to get going. And when those guys get going, it's really big for us.
Do you feel like after the 11 runs and the 8 runs against St. Louis, like the offense maybe now is when it's turned a corner?
Well, you'd like to hope, but I mean, you never know. This game's so hard, man. It comes and goes so quickly. So we're hoping we can build off of it, but obviously there's just no way to to guarantee an answer, I guess, in that. But yeah, we're hoping it can kind of turn corn for us.
Hey, Josh, with the night off last night, did you watch our Tigers play a little bit?
I did. It was actually the first full game I've got to watch this year. It was a pretty good game, so that was a good big win for them.
I missed those days of you standing up there and getting big hits when we got runners on base, by the way.
Yeah, those are good times.
It got a little scary for me the last couple of nights playing this Little Rock team, but I'm glad you got to see us play.
Yeah, no, that was a big win.
Speaking of runners on base and whatnot, like how much does your approach change when you have guys in scoring position? Like how much are you conscious of, okay, like my plate appearance needs to maybe look a little bit different?
Honestly, to be honest, I think I've been pretty bad with runners in scoring position this year, but approach really doesn't change much. Just trying to get to a good spot and make a good swing. But yeah, I wouldn't say too much changes, or there's not really added pressure or anything. So it's really just trying to get your pitch and hit it.
What's the clubhouse competition like? What are you guys playing these days?
A lot of cards. Some guys are into dominoes. So yeah, just a lot of cards going on.
Is it still the same people that are kind of kicking everyone's ass?
Yeah, for majority. Yeah, it's majority of the time it's me and Seeger dominating everybody in the club. So.
Do we have a story behind number 8?
I grew up wearing it, actually. I grew up wearing it, and then never got to wear it at LSU, which was a big deal. My best friend took it from me. But no, it's just kind of what I grew up wearing, and I've always loved it. So it's pretty cool that I got to wear it here too.
Well, congrats on all your success, man. We wish you nothing but the best, and we'll tell you to give them hell, and we'll be pulling for you.
All right. Thank you, guys. Thank you for having me.
There he goes. Rangers utility man, Josh Smith, Silver Slugger in 2024, by the way. An incredible breakout, and he's been quite the find here for these Texas Rangers. Incredibly versatile, plays all the positions.
Hopefully an all-star this year.
Yeah.
They robbed him last year. Let's make it right.
They did. Okay, now Krusty's Corner is coming up next. We'll do the C-Note coming up again at 4:20. Brian, what are we doing next?
Yeah, I've got some thoughts from the OTA practice we had today from all the people watching. We'll talk about that next.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ, Rangers hitting coach Brett Boone joins us live at 9:20. We'll chop it up at 7:40, plus another Rangers-Royals ticket giveaway during the 7 a.m. Expressway. It's a Hump Day edition on The Fan.
It's Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I've got something important to talk to you about, your 401k. If you have changed jobs, there are 2 very important considerations. You don't want to leave your 401k behind, and you don't want to roll it over into your new company plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. 401ks will often have limited investments or age-based options. Since companies have to make choices to suit all employees, they may not be suited to you, which could cost you fees and money. When you roll over your 401k into an IRA, you not only keep your money growing tax deferred, but you also gain access to a world of investment options specifically designed for you. Trajan Wealth and our fiduciary advisors have helped thousands, and we can do the same for you. Call Trajan today at 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that
3 the Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back, #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price of sales. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. G-Bag Nation 105.3 The Fan. Time for Krusty's Corner. And what a time to be listening to Brian with the OTAs going on. It's brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king.
Thank you very much, Joe. Appreciate that. What's that podcast? I'm supposed to be listening to your podcast. I've got it. What's it?
How About Wow?
How About Wow?
Yeah.
Because we did Love of the Star today, but there's several like on this show. If like I say, we do the Love of the Star, and then you've got your podcast as well.
Yeah, I put it up on Spotify. I'm just getting into the podcast thing.
That's a good way to. It's a great platform. To be.
I thought so too. Yeah. I was surprised. I put 4 clips up, and the YouTube thing's growing on How About Wow, but on the podcast thing, it's like donut. I'm like, do I have to do something?
What's going on?
Am I not pushing a button?
No.
I mean, there's
It'll
a lot
around though.
Yeah.
People find it and all that. That's what they do with these podcasts. They find them.
Yeah.
Worth your time.
And I appreciate those that have already.
Yeah.
And we're having good conversation.
I'm subscribed, man. I smashed the YouTube subscribe. How about Wow?
How about Wow?
Thank you.
All right. Okay. It's driving me nuts not to be at these practices, right?
Of course.
Yeah, you're getting a little fidgety over there. A bit ornery. I'm concerned about how the next couple hours could go.
I'll go for you next week during the Ranger game, though, buddy. I got your back.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I really, really do.
I'll send you my notes.
You send me my notes?
Yeah.
What bothers me is, but I've got some really good notes. I'll tell you a good follow on this, by the way, for clips and stuff, is Nick Harris, Fort Worth Star Telegram.
He's killing it.
He's doing a really nice job of kind of getting in there and giving you not only pictures but observations and stuff. But I want to give some credit to Bobby Belt, because Bobby shared his notes from today, and then I kind of followed up with some people on the notes that he sent me. Bobby's first note to me today was that Lamb was at practice, but helmet off and not participating. So are we already into the veteran days here with the practices?
Maybe something's nagging.
I didn't get the vibe that was the case. So because I asked about Malik Hooker, who left practice, and I got the report that there was nothing wrong with him serious. And Bobby said he didn't see him when they moved inside, so didn't get a really the people I was asking was there was something wrong with him kind of thing. But Malik Hooker did leave practice with Jim Maurer today. And then Mike Smith and Elijah Clark rotated at safety with Wanye Thomas. So with Hooker being out, Mike Smith, Elijah Clark. We talked about this morning on Love of the Star. Give it a listen after our show today, if you would, please. That Elijah. I asked somebody in the organization. I said, "Hey, fair to say that Elijah Clark from Syracuse." 5th, 6th round grade on your board? This guy said, absolutely. So that was one of the guys, the first guys that they went after. That's what I talked about.
So we got a UDFA safety candidate?
We do.
They paid a lot of money.
They paid a lot of money. They paid a lot of money with the signing bonus. So my assumption was this is probably a 5th or 6th round type of player on their board. So you look at what you're drafting, and then now you go out and you spend money on players that you don't get to draft, but here they made 5th round grade on their board. It's like they get an extra 5th round pick. We'll see if this guy works out. They have a pretty good history of these undrafted free agent guys making teams and stuff.
Did you guys look at him?
I did.
Oh, post. Yeah. After they went and signed him.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I had not pre.
Did you have some thoughts about him as a player?
I mean, I thought he could have ended up being like a 5th round dude.
Yeah.
Personally, he was better than some of the other safeties that I looked at.
What's his strengths?
I mean, I think he's got a good blend of coverage, but I think he's a good tackler.
Yeah.
I liked his tackling ability. He's a sure tackler.
Yeah, the thing that I liked, he's not the biggest. He's not like a 195 or 200-pound guy. He's more like a 186, 187. I felt like, though, that he covered pretty well.
Yeah,
when he would
I thought
play.
he was a really good. I mean, you have these, like Malik Hooker's a good cover guy, and he can be solid as a run supporting safety.
Yeah.
But they got a lot of guys that I don't think are good in coverage necessarily. Like Donovan Wilson, that's not his strength. Ball goes over his head, you're holding your breath.
Right.
Elijah Clark might be, other than Malik Hooker, their best cover safety.
Yeah, I kind of felt like with Elijah that his ability to turn and to run was really
the way
good.
He flips his hips, it's pretty smooth.
Very, very, very smooth with the way that he plays. I was super, super impressed by his ability. Like I said, I felt like that the tackling, the coming up and playing down in the box, and then also though his ability to turn and run, I thought was really, really.
That's
good.
why I was stunned listening yesterday when you got pushed back on like the Donovan Wilson conversation. And I get Donovan Wilson's hurt, but when you can save $7 million, and it's nothing against Donovan Wilson, but you've got other safeties on your team that can provide essentially what Donovan Wilson's getting.
Mm-hmm.
And big picture, when you're looking at a team that's always pressed and talking about the salary cap, you've got to save money where you can.
Yeah.
And that might be one that just is a blinking light, in my opinion.
I don't think he's a great fit for Eberflus's system, but something Matt wants so much is the takeaways. And I just
he does
think
do that sometimes.
Donovan's going to give you those.
Yeah.
It's too much to pay for just that with bad coverage and questionable, discipline and all that. But
here's something that's been interesting that Bobby pointed out. He goes, Miles Sanders just moves so much better than Williams. Way more juice. A lot of bounce in his legs is what he's saying with that.
Yeah. I mean, and that doesn't surprise me considering Javonte Williams couldn't bounce back from that injury. But there are some highlight runs with Javonte that looks good from just last year with Denver, right? So I don't want to rule anybody out, but I'm not surprised that Miles Sanders looks better. Even when Javonte had that big year, like the yards over expectation weren't there. He was still just average in that big rookie year, but he was getting the ball a lot.
Yep. I'm maybe I'm dead, wrong about Miles Sanders. I hope I am. I hope I'm wrong about all these backs. I saw this as being a question.
Mm-hmm.
Coming, maybe Miles Sanders could actually give you something, out of this.
I don't think we're gonna have to wait long for Blue.
Yeah, no,
Blue's going to be in the mix 100%.
But Blue and Sanders, if that thing works out, I mean, good for him.
That would be awesome.
Mahle, I'm trying to. I didn't.
Maybe some Williams on 3rd and long, 3rd and 8,
catch the ball,
get the pass pro guy in there.
Exactly. All right, no Andrew Booth today. McQuamu and Elam rotating in the base with Bland is what we saw today with Bobby. Said Joe Milton had some great throws, but stared down a receiver and team and got picked off by Damone Clark. How about Damone Clark showing up today?
Yeah, I think we got the full Joe Milton experience today because I saw back-to-back tweets. It was Clarence Hill saying Damone Clark pick 6 off Milton, and then 2 minutes later, the next tweet, Milton also threw a bomb to Jalen Brooks.
Okay.
Everybody loves Damone Clark, but I think he's going to need it to stay on this team.
Yeah,
Brian.
he doesn't have a lot of instinct. That's a problem. And hey, Goody got an interception. I mean, we've seen a couple of these linebackers, step up. Buddy Johnson last week, interception, or a couple weeks ago, maybe. But maybe some of these linebackers. We mentioned our kid from James from Florida.
Yep.
Maybe not a lot of instincts. Had an interception. So maybe some guys are kind of coming around on that. He also said this play of the day was a ridiculous Pickens catch in 7-on-7, twisting and falling out of the end zone. He high-pointed the ball and then managed to drag his toes. That's what you're going to get.
That's exciting.
With
That's what you expect.
Woo, let's go.
That's hot.
And then he said Pickens beat Elam in a deep team period, but Dak's throw was a little short. Elam managed to get a hand on it.
Elam, every OTA that the people have been out there for, he's getting PBUs. He just stack up good days, man.
He is getting a lot of those PBUs, and I kind of feel like that and you always say this, if they had to play the game tomorrow, but do you think he's kind of your opening day starter right now?
Absolutely. I think he will be the opening day starter on the outside.
Yeah.
Him and Ravel with Bland in the inside.
If Ravel's good to go. I don't know that Ravel's playing week 1.
Yeah, the thing was I've heard things with Ravel, like more than willing, has done everything they've asked him to do. You might see this guy in training camp. It's kind of
that'd be exciting.
Kind of the thing.
I'd love it, man. If he can start the season right away, that'd be awesome.
Okay, here's a couple more. This is coming. I'm swinging on the Nick Harris. Nick sent me his notes from this
4
one.
p.m. Nick Harris is going to join us tomorrow, by the way.
Okay. He said we talked about CeeDee Lamb. We talked about Pickens. Jalen Tolbert had an impressive TD grab in the red zone work. He said Prescott fired one to the back of the end zone that Tolbert went over the top of the defender to haul in. Up and down day for Prescott. He was 8 for 14. He's tracking these things now. Had his best efficiency work in the red zone. So
we'll take it.
8 for 14 there. We talked about the Joe Milton experience. 44-yard bomb to Jalen Brooks down the right sidelines on the free play, beautifully placed ball. He did also a pick 6. We mentioned that. He was 7 for 9. Will Greer 2 for 2 in the opportunities he got. Jalen Blue got a good amount of burn with the second team today. So it must have been that Williams and Sanders were your primary running backs today with the first team.
Yeah, and I'm okay with that. You know, I'm willing to be patient with Blue, and I think it's important to make him earn it and focus. Like the turnover aspect of the game is, you know, partial your physical skills, but also the focus on that. And I would want to keep that carrot out for him well into the regular season to make sure he's totally locked. But in the back of my mind, I'm thinking this dude has to be our majority of the carries guy by the time we get to the end of the year.
Gotcha. Israel Mukwamu got some burn at the outside corner. He's been playing a lot of the slot, so they worked him on the outside today. Miles Sanders was another guy he was talking about. It says looks super fresh. Jamar James and Andrew Booth were with the rehab group today, so no James. Hope that's not something that you were the rookie linebacker there.
Oh yeah, no, I'm excited to see what he can do next week in the full mini camp. Is that a better corner configuration with Izzy in the slot to you with Bland and maybe Ravel or Elam on the outside?
I kind of always want to play Bland on the inside myself.
I love him as a slot player. I think he's the best on the team. No, Bland.
Yeah,
now the next up for me might be Izzy, but that's only just we haven't seen the other guys do it.
That's like in case break glass kind of a thing of an emergency.
Well,
thing.
I mean, he's done it for parts of 2 games, right? And it was pretty good. Is that what I saw?
That Tampa Bay playoff game. He was. I mean, Dan Quinn. They were out of options. They were losing people left and right. And next thing you know, here's Izzy McQuarrie at that size. The way he was able to move in short areas was crazy impressive.
Be the biggest nickel corner of all time, I would imagine, at 6'4".
Mm-hmm. Yeah, kind of leggy a little bit, though. That's always
super long.
Yeah, I worry about that a little bit. All right, and there's the final thought here. It was that you're looking for down-the-line wide receivers. How about our guy Holden from Oregon?
Oh, Trayshawn Holden, yeah.
And Luigi Valine. Is that what you say?
I don't know anything about Luigi.
We have a Luigi?
Yeah, he's a defensive end.
Really?
He says 2 guys who look good with 3s, wide receiver Holden, and then Luigi Valine. I'm probably saying that wrong.
Villain.
Bellini.
I like Villain. I like Luigi Villain.
It might be, but those are 2 guys. Defensive end, and then also Holden, who people are talking about. Remember him? He got signed from Oregon. His receivers coach, former receivers coach, is also his new receivers coach here with the Dallas Cowboys.
I've always been more of a Mario guy myself, Brian, but I got big hopes for Luigi as well.
Thank you very much,
buddy.
Thank
there he
you.
goes. Brian brought us in Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. Have you guys seen this? They call it the Italian brain rot trend on the videos with the kids.
I have not.
My kids are into it, and it's hilarious.
Oh, their brains rotting?
I like the Kool-Aid challenge. They just run through the fence.
The brain rot is basically like the generation that's just swiping, staring at their phone. So they give them like these Italian cartoons that are distorted in some way with some Italian guy with a great voice, like narrating it. And it's just, it's Italian gibberish, but it's amazingly entertaining.
That's what I'm seeing.
My
here.
3.5-year-old's locked into it, and she's running around the house going, "It's me, Mario." She's got all these lines that they're using to remix all these shorts.
Yeah, it's saying, imagine a universe of AI-generated characters with vaguely Italian-sounding names and nearly unintelligible storylines. It's like Cocomelon for adults.
Yes.
That's the read.
So it's like the opposite of that song I played for you a couple of weeks ago in What You Drinking and What You Thinking, where that was an Italian dude like faking to say American words and making songs and blew up in Europe. Kudos. You never know what's going to go viral, right? Like, who had the idea to think, hey, let's make AI Italian things, and the kids are going to love it.
These are dolphins swimming, but they're bananas, but they're dolphins.
And they're speaking Italian?
They're sharks that have sneakers on, and they're walking on the boardwalk.
Enzo!
Yes. This is hilarious.
I always
dude.
want to go to Italy.
Alligator airplanes and stuff.
There's a character called Ballerina Cappuccina Right? I'm looking at her right now. Okay, you're looking at the ballerina cappuccino.
She looks like Mrs. Met. Bowl of oatmeal with the thickness.
We got 2 down, 2 to go here in the Cheap Bag Nation. Rangers pregame coming up
Them
at 6.
Pixar girls be going crazy, don't they?
Hey, dude.
Who's drawing the Pixar girls? He needs to be stopped.
Mrs. Incredible. Oh,
He knows what he's doing.
Got too much on his mind.
We've gone viral once again, sir. Congratulations. Chuck, where are we going?
We can do some around the bases. We got some trade deadline intel, and then I've got 2 very bold June 3rd NFL predictions. That's next.
I'll tell you who you call if you're hurt, not your fault, though, before we get anywhere else, and that's the Frankels, 214 or 817-333-3333. Call them roadside. If you're in an accident, hurt, not your fault. Pick up the phone, call the Frankels, and they're going to be amazing for you. They'll make sure that you don't settle for less, and that's real easy to happen, because you're dinged up. You might be on medicines. You might be in a hospital, and a massive financial burden is coming to visit you in your life at a time like this due to somebody's negligence, and the Frankels make sure you get...
Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Waves.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour 3, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. We're 15 minutes now for the C-Note. We will get you updated on everything happening with the Cowboys as they had media availability today. Shoddy had some interesting quotes, and we have Micah updates and a lot more. That's coming up in about 15, 20 minutes. Here's Wolchuk with the proper round tripper and more.
Shout out to Nasty Nate, player of the month for your Texas Rangers in May. 26 and 2/3 innings. His ERA, that'd be a 0.68. The whip, yeah, that's a 0.86. 27 Ks. Get well soon. We need you, Nate. You're an absolute star. Rangers also have the starting rotation that's the best in Major League Baseball. 2.8 ERA this season. They lead the American League in ERA in both March, April, and May. That's the first time in franchise history for the club. They've also logged consecutive months with a sub-3 ERA in the same season for the first time since the 1978 Rangers rotation. So let's keep this thing going.
It's
and
crazy.
Hopefully that Cardinals series is the turning of the corner for the Bats.
We were talking about it yesterday, and I know they're just a couple of games under, but with all of the shutouts and the one-run games, it's crazy. They have a positive run differential still, Wolchuk, because of that staff.
That's wild. Yeah, the staff's been absolutely brilliant. It's like if they can just score 4 or 5 runs a game, this team's up there amongst the best in baseball.
Did you see the record Sandler posted when they score 4
runs?
Yeah, 21 and 3.
3 games? Yeah, that's unbelievable. Are you freaking kidding me?
This could be really special.
It could be.
If what we saw over the weekend is happening.
It could be. Now, Jeff Passan did have an early MLB trade deadline preview, and he did say that the asset the Rangers have that would be the best player potentially available is the right-hander who is starting tonight, and that's Tyler Mahle.
Come on.
Teams would probably be coveting one Tyler Mahle. We'll see. I know talking with CY, I obviously side with what he said there. Like, I just have the nervous feeling of, okay, you subtract one pitcher, now you're going to go open up a can of worms, and you can never have enough good arms. I like where you're going with the John Gray deal because of the money and what that could free up. The problem is, I guess, the value. Like, what are you going to get for a John Gray? Is that going to ultimately be a difference-making acquisition? But I think this is going to be interesting, and the Rangers now have about a month here to really kind of prove that it's time to go out and be buyers.
They are, and Friday I was advocating to move Gray and Mahle now, but the Eovaldi stuff did take a little wind out of my sails, maybe a little less crotch first with that take. How about we hold until mid-July? So at least you can get to, hey, we got 2 months left in the season. If we have a pitching shortage now, you chalk that up to bad luck.
Yeah.
But I think Mahle represents an opportunity to give a desperate team an ace, and they will overpay to rent him from you.
Yes.
And you don't, I hate to say this, but you don't need that many good pitchers.
Well, once you get into the postseason, we saw it. 2 good starters. That's what the Rangers did. They rode Monty and Eovaldi to a World Series.
It was Monty and Eovaldi.
But to just get to that finish line, that's where it's like you do need the arms. But once you get into October, you got DeGrom and Eovaldi. We're playing with house money.
Plus, you got the future Rookie of the Year, Jack Leiter, Brian. I thought you believed in
Leiter's
Jack.
been pitching well. It's your guy, Dawson.
What are you doing over there?
What are you doing?
I'm trying to make the offense a lot better.
I know you are.
And that's Mahle. And that between those two guys, you get $24 million in space under the threshold.
No,
I love that idea.
No. We really don't need pitching bit. What was that all
We don't
about?
need that many good pitchers.
You're
still
regular
gold.
season.
You're still gold with DeGrom and Eovaldi.
Now, where they do help, and you did see that in the postseason, is coming out of the pen. Like John Gray was brilliant for you coming out of the bullpen. I think the key in all this is Cody Bradford.
Yes, sir.
If Cody can come back and Cody Bradford looks good, I really do feel much better about, hey, if you want to pair like a Mahle and a Gray to a team that needs some pitching, now I've got Cody Bradford that can slide in, and I love Cody. I think that dude's like a number 3 starter on a really good rotation. I'm cool with that. So hopefully he can come back and be absolutely dynamite like he was at the beginning of last season.
Maybe we end up pairing Adolis Garcia with Tyler Mahle.
I'm asking that question right now.
That could end up being interesting.
Now you're freeing up $19 million or $20 million against the cap. So, there's a lot of different ways to look at it, but I just generally moving pitching for hitting, and we know Mahle's not going to be back in 2026. If his season continues to go like this, he's going to get a lot of money.
He's going to get a fat mountain. He's only 30 years old. So, certainly the arrow's pointing up there. We have, of course, ESPN is losing Major League Baseball. They did
Oh, really?
Their partnership is coming to an end after this year. We will not have Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN.
Huh.
So now you've got other platforms that are looking to capitalize on. Now they're trying to acquire the rights here for Major League Baseball. Apple TV is a leading candidate among streamers to land an expanded Major League Baseball rights package.
Do you think that's why they're practicing putting on games to see if they like it?
Yeah, they like to do Friday Night Baseball on Apple.
Yeah.
They're doing the silly Roku game. Baseball, you also have NBC remains a leading player among traditional television networks.
Bring back that.
How about NBC now? They're trying to get, you've got the NBA that's about to happen next year, and then maybe they're now one that ends up throwing some money to try and acquire Major League Baseball. NBC trying to get themselves big time back in the sports game.
They used to do that. They used to have like the game of the week on NBC, Tony Kubek and Joe Garagiola.
It'd be fun.
I'm done. You know, I'm not tracking it anymore. You know, I'll go home and hope I can find the game on my app.
And you sound like me now.
Yeah.
You sound like me with that whole, I can't
Where
find
are the games?
Where are the games?
Where are the games?
Where are the games?
Well, we are having a problem. Like the Sunday Roku game kind of comes out of nowhere. Like if Mikey hadn't told us when Mike Bassick joined us on Friday
that he's on Roku,
I'd have not known that
Chip
was a Roku
Carey?
game.
Where's the game?
I would have had zero clue that happened. And then the Big 12, their baseball championships are headed to the Rangers spring training home in 2026. So in surprise, Arizona, yes, will have Big 12 championship baseball. And shout out to Texas Tech again, their lady softball team, making it to the Natty. All right, fellas, I've got 2 NFL bold predictions on June 3rd.
I'm excited, dude. Last year was the Commanders pop-up year. Nailed it.
Yeah, we'll see about these ones because these ones are really bold.
How bold?
Like pretty big.
Are these Wolchucks?
Yeah, these are me. These
I
are
like
me.
it.
So yesterday you guys broke down Frank Ragnow retiring.
Yeah, we did. At a high level, I feel like.
Yeah. We've seen just how difficult it is to break into new coordinators. Of course, the Lions lose Aaron Glenn. They lose Ben Johnson.
I noticed you were in your Honolulu blue today.
This is for the Lion fans because I'm feeling for you guys today. We've also seen just losing what an all-pro center can do to an elite offensive line firsthand when Travis Frederick retired, and you still had Zach Martin, and you still had Tyron Smith, and you still felt like, okay, this offensive line's going to be pretty good, but it was never the same.
No.
Big time decline.
They lost Jonah Jackson, too.
Well, tell them, Gavin. They did. The Detroit Lions are going to miss the playoffs this year.
Come on. Oh, man. What are we doing over there?
It's bold prediction number 1.
They're going to be picking in the top 10?
I don't know how bad they're going to be. I still think they'll be a good football team. They still have a lot of good talent, and I do love Man Campbell. But I think you're going to have regression in a big way, and they play in a very, very good division.
Bigger regression, Philadelphia, Detroit.
Great point here, Brian.
Detroit Lions of Detroit.
Let's go to Fox Sports 1. And here's Danny Parkins. And Danny, hey, he's had some things here lately that I haven't agreed with. But this was something I'd never heard of. And, you know, curses are real sometimes. We know about the Madden curse. Guess who's going to be on the cover of Madden?
Saquon.
Yeah, that'd be the Barkley guy. There's another curse, though, that Danny's done some research on. And here he is shedding some light on another possible bad omen for one Saquon Barkley.
Saquon Barkley doesn't just have the Madden curse to compete with. It's 2 curses coming here. Yeah, let's start with the Madden curse. Everyone knows. Running backs in particular on the Madden curse. Christian McCaffrey only plays 4 games the next year. Peyton Hillis only 1,200 yards the rest of his career. Sean Alexander had 27 touchdowns to make the Madden cover, only 11 touchdowns the rest of his career. Marshall Faulk, 0 seasons of 1,000 yards after the Madden cover. Eddie George, 3.2 yards per carry. So we know the Madden cover curse is real for running backs. Are you familiar with the Offensive Player of the Year curse that's developing?
No, I never heard that one.
Only 5 years in the making, but the last 5 years, Michael Thomas misses 9 games after being Offensive Player of the Year. Derrick Henry misses 9 games. Cooper Kupp misses 8 games the following year. Justin Jefferson, 7. And Christian McCaffrey, 13. The last 5 Offensive Player of the Years have had their year followed up with massive injury.
Ooh.
What'd
So
you
you
say?
got the Offensive Player of the Year curse. You've got the Madden curse. All of this Saquon Barkley's going to try and have to overcome here. And, I mean, he just had a ton of carries a year ago. He does have injury history, and he struggled to stay healthy. And the Eagles, to me, different team without Mr. Barkley. That's definitely one that helped them last year.
I mean, those big plays in the postseason just made them completely different games.
Yeah.
And once they're allowed to play with a lead. So, yeah, I think he really swung the power, and the injury likelihood is massive. I think we did the math yesterday. Did we hit 480 combined touches, running and receiving in regular season and playoffs?
And I'm hopeful for Barkley. I hate the team he plays for, but he's incredible to watch, and he's great for the league. I hope he stays healthy. Yeah. But just judging by some of these trends, and the 214 says, hey, they're going to win week 1. That's an Eagles fan. You're probably not going to have an issue there.
That's a stone cold lead pipe lock for week 1.
But June 3rd, bold prediction, fellas. Your top 2 seeds last year in the NFC, the Detroit Lions and the Philadelphia Eagles, they are both missing the playoffs this year.
Wow.
Ooh! Look at him go.
Hey,
Football Yoda. This is Wolchuk channeling his inner football Yoda.
Let's get toxic on a Tuesday, baby.
And he's pretty much batting 1,000.
Is this Cowboys hopium in any way?
I don't know if the Cowboys are making it necessarily, but yeah, there's a little bit of that. Are you kidding me? There's a little bit of that.
So who's at the top of the NFC, wise one? How good do the Cowboys have to be?
I am looking at the Rams as a team that I think is going to be really, really good.
He's going to throw the Commanders at you. Get ready.
Yeah, the Commanders are probably going to be pretty damn good, Brian. I do believe in that quarterback. But I like the Rams. I don't think the 49ers are going to be necessarily as bad as people think that they're going to be. I still think that they've got enough, and I love what they did along that defensive line, trying to retool that. But I do like the Packers. Last year I was high on Green Bay. Green Bay is a team. Now you add Matthew Golden. I think Green Bay is a team that absolutely is going to – and J.J. McCarthy, we've seen what Kevin O'Connell does with quarterbacks, and Minnesota's got a lot of talent, and they went ahead and fortified that offensive line, taking one of my pet cats and Donovan Jackson out of Ohio State. I think Green Bay and Minnesota in the North are definitely going to be tough outs. I think the Rams in the West are going to be one of the best teams, and then I do think it's going to be Commanders and Cowboys going head-to-head for who wins the NFC East, and the Eagles take some regression.
Man, that would be amazing. That'd be the kind of year I'd love to cover, Brian.
Okay, here we go. I'm going to circle back on this trade we were talking about with the Doles, because I reached out to one of my baseball guys. I said, hey, does anyone want Garcia? He said, sure. Robert or Adolis?
He knows the roster.
Yeah. I said, Adolis. He goes, nobody will want him. Robert has a lot of value.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
So he's
Nobody
thinking the
wants
Rangers are
Adolis?
Rangers aren't sellers.
Gosh, dang it.
Pick up a newspaper. So, yes. I mean, the best thing that could happen with this baseball team right now is that Adolis comes back, but he's missed three games in a row, and tonight's going to make 4.
Yeah.
I think
these are healthy scratches, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's just mental break.
We don't know of an injury for Adolis. They phrase it as a mental day off.
So we got a spot in the outfield. Mahle.
Hey, but Evan Carter's back.
If we can't move Adolis Garcia, that's fine. You can get plenty of upgrade for Tyler Mahle and or John Gray. Maybe throw in a couple of young prospects, and I think either a building team or a tanking team would definitely find value in what you got to offer right now. So cannot wait to see what CY decides to do. We're going to get to the C note coming up next and review the day's news in OTA land. That's coming up next here, G-Bag Nation fan.
You're proud.
of Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you haven't. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Was it Singing Sisters?
Those are babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Here we go. It's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan, and it's time now for the C-Note. Cowboys news of the evening. Stephen Jones was talking, so was Shoddy. There's a number of takeaways here to discuss with you here on your home of the Cowboys. Should be a good summer. Looking forward to this. You know, good vibes in the air with a new coach who's going about it the way that he is. Makes it more fun anyway, at least until the bullets start flying. Segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car, truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win the Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Stephen Jones was asked if there's any more moves to be made to improve the roster. Quote, we don't have anything that's on the front burner.
There you go.
So then they followed up anything with the Jalen Ramsey rumor. No, he plays for the Dolphins. So, so nothing's cooking in the trades.
No, if they were going to do anything, and we've, again, talked about him all over the Star podcast. We do appreciate you listening if you give a chance. It was, if there were going to be something happen, it wasn't going to be trades. It was going to be June 1s. And I think Zach's onto something about maybe that June 1 is a little bit of an overrated thing now.
Now I think where you're waiting for midsummer free agency when those vets that are big and don't want to go to camp are still available.
Gilmore, guys like that, and they did that. What did they do? They brought some guys in early in camp, got a look at them, and then sign them maybe 10 days later.
What if Mozzie shows no progress? And I know he had a couple of good games last year, but for the season he was still bad against the run. Justin Rogers, Jay Toya. What if none of those guys are giving you confidence? Do you bring back Linville Joseph and Stephon Gilmore, and that kind of finishes your look, you think? Is that the most likely? Or are you going elsewhere for defensive tackle because Joseph didn't do much for you last year? What do you say?
I'm probably looking somewhere else, but those guys don't grow on trees, as they like to say. I'm giving JT a chance as much as I can. Mozzie, boy, that would be really, really disappointed if he came back and if we got in the pads and just wasn't good. That would be disappointing because he did show some progress last year in the division games. Yeah. But all of a sudden that spot has seemed like it's held him hostage a little bit now
since Antoine Woods.
Yeah.
You've had two in the last 15 years. Jay Ratliff, Antoine Woods.
Human log.
Stephen Jones, when asked about the latest on Micah Parsons' contract, quote, no different than anything else. I'll let you know when it happens. Are you disappointed he's not at OTAs? No. That's part of the business. All teams go through it. So saying the right thing, Steve, on Micah, who was there today, by the way.
Yeah, we actually have a little clip. Apparently things got a little bit testy.
A little testy,
okay, in this.
They were pushing on him with the Micah stuff. Here's the sound.
Where you guys are with
Steve.
Micah in that situation?
No different than anything else. I'll let you know when it happens.
Has there been any more conversation?
I'll let you know when it happens.
Disappointed at all that he's not here?
No, I mean, that's part of the business. I mean, all teams go through it, and that's part of the business.
You expect him to be here next week?
You'd have to ask Micah.
He's been able to manage.
If we're going to talk about Micah, I'm headed in here. Y'all done? Yeah. Seriously, I don't need to talk about Micah. I said all I'm going to say about it. Are we clear? Okay.
Not having a good day. That's the way I interpret that. What's your read on it?
I wonder if they've even talked to the agent yet.
No, Jerry said last week, Mike is going to have to come in and talk to me about this if we want to get something done. I think they're taking the approach of the only way we're signing it is if it's super team friendly. If you don't want to do that, we're going to let the media talk about it for the next 12 months, about every other day, literally. ESPN, NFL Network, local, national, they're all talking about this. So we get all of the engagement we need for a couple of extra $1 million. If you don't want us to have that, you can do a team-friendly deal, and Mike is not going to do it. So Jerry and Steven are sitting back like, no, we're not going to do a deal. Why? Because Micah and Mulligetta won't agree to basically 20 or 25% less than market value. That's what got it done with Osa. That's what got it done with Tyron Smith 15 years ago or 12 years ago. That's just the way they do these contracts. But yeah, I think Steven's just like, maybe he's just had a bad day or got frustrated or something. What's your read, Brian?
Man, this is tough because he probably feels like he doesn't. And I'm not capping for these guys, or I'm not shielding for them, whatever the word is.
Caping. I think this would be caping.
Caping, whatever you want to say.
Capping.
I'm not,
very similar spelling though to the cap.
I'm not doing that. What I'm saying is they can't catch a break on these contracts getting staggered. You know what I'm saying? Like they are up against. It seems like every year they're having to deal with 2 or 3 contracts. They can't get these things to stagger. And that's some of their own doing, though.
Sure, you draft
some of their own doing, but maybe getting ahead of one, maybe not getting it. They're just
sounds like Cape to me.
That like I said, I'm just trying to figure out why he would be so frustrated. He knows what the number is. The guy at the Raiders, the guy at the Browns, he understands what the number is. I think there's a sense of like frustration, and maybe that Mulligetta is trying to go maybe north of that number. That's just speculation right there. But his contracts every year he's having to work on 2 to 3 big time contracts. It hadn't been just it's just this one we're going to work on today or this one. I think there's a level of
they're definitely a victim of their own success from all the good players they've drafted.
That's what I'm saying. But every player they have is become the highest paid player at that position. Or one of them.
It's because they wait till the end.
Yeah, but that's whether it's the wide receiver,
they don't want to roll
the
up their
quarterback.
sleeves.
They there's a sense of frustration that agents now know how to play the game with them.
For sure.
Don't do anything.
Yeah.
Don't do anything.
They'll overpay you.
They'll overpay.
And it takes work and committing hours, and maybe nobody in the Jones family wants to have those hours, but that's why you pay people to do these negotiations for you, and then you give them autonomy to go do it, because you sign early, it's team friendly, you sign late, it's player friendly. There's a middle zone. Maybe you could have hammered it out for Dak at $56 million a year. But you didn't want to put that effort into it. So you just waited until they were like, give us 60 or we're leaving in free agency. And you were like, fine, 60, here you go. And 12 months later, the cap goes up and he's still the highest paid guy at the position. And, I don't mind what the players make. That's fine. My point of contention is that it appears the Joneses give up a competitive edge here.
They know, well.
They're so inefficient.
I can't say that. I was going to say something kind of rude and I shouldn't say, but I was thinking it. But
I'm proud of you.
I really
censored himself. Were you coming after me?
No. I was going to say, I'll tell you at the break what I was going to say, and it's probably wrong. But
I'll tweet it out after.
But I just kind of feel like though that these agents now know. They just know
the cavemen,
which is their own doing.
That they're gonna here's our offer. Nah. Here's our offer. Nah. Here's our offer. Nah. They're probably trying to make legitimate back and forth offers, and it's like, no, we're looking for $42 million a year here is what we're looking for. We're not looking for 38 or 37. We're looking for 42 because we know what the guy at the Raiders and we know what the guy at Cleveland are getting.
But that's the question. Are they going back and forth? Like, are they talking with his agent?
No, they're not.
No.
Exactly, right?
No,
so they're
but
really
that's
not
what I'm
even
saying.
doing that.
Because it's small potatoes to them. It's like playing dollar blackjack hands when you're a billionaire.
Man, I disagree with this. I think they are. I just don't think agents are taking them serious right now. I don't. I think that's why Steven's frustrated. And Steven, if you're listening, driving around, please call in.
I get
and
being
tell me I'm
frustrated
full
if that's the case.
He
So you're saying they are trying to hammer out these deals, even though Jerry says I ain't talked to the guy in 6 weeks.
I think they are trying to hammer out deals. I think agents are playing the slow game with them.
Yeah, there's
Mulligan not taking the calls. And I'm not defending the Joneses. I'm just saying though, if I'm an agent and I've got Micah Parsons, there is no reason for me to take a phone call from the Cowboys because their offer is going to be $37 million.
And even if you get hurt, they're still going to pay you.
Yeah.
You didn't get hurt.
But they're going to 38. Okay, let's go to 38.
The reason to call is that I'm worried my client's going to get hurt. But you don't have to worry about that with the Cowboys.
Steven, I think, is to the point now where he is frustrated because the way their major deals have gone, it has ended poorly for them. They've got the players done, but he's probably pissed. He gave Dak $60 million, and that one's not going to get passed for a while.
No, and Diggs. They pay Diggs, and that's one that's looked poorly for them as well.
Here's why I can't believe that, Brian.
Okay.
As much as I want to. They're too good at negotiating. They've been in the NFL for 3-4 decades.
They're good at negotiating.
They would not accidentally get their ass whipped like this.
They're getting their ass whipped right now, though.
They have been for years now. Like, they're good at negotiating businesses. I don't think they're any more good at negotiating in the NFL.
I think they just don't care.
That could be. That very well could be.
I don't know. I sense Stephen Jones being very frustrated by the situation.
That sounded like frustration.
That sounded like
I want
a
to
guy,
get something done. I can't get it done.
That sounds like David Mulligetta is not willing to sit down with me right now and hammer this out. That's what that sounds like to me. Because there's no reason to. There's absolutely because he's Steven and Ada Pacifica, and then they're going to offer 37.5.
So in poker, we call this your table image, and they're spotting you as the sucker. The only way out of it is to reverse your style of play, right? And then you can catch a couple of whoppers, and then they're like, oh, dude just changed it up. Look, you can't get out of this if you're the Joneses unless you trade one of your stars or just let them walk.
Look what they did. Look what they did with Osa Odigizua. It took you
had a player and an agent that wanted to work with you.
Yeah, and Steven and Adam will work with you.
Yeah,
but there's no.
But what were they offering? I mean, they're threatening to do the tag if you take anywhere close to market value. They're offering you squat on the dollar to do it now. But if you wait, then you get overpaid.
But that's what I'm saying. That's what Steven is frustrated. It likely that I've tried to give him 37. I've tried to give him 38.5. I've tried to give him 39. He does not want any of these. That's just my sense of listening to Stephen Jones. He didn't want to talk about it anymore.
Well, doesn't Micah deserve to be the top paid player? So make him the top paid player today.
Well, who would you rather have, the Raider guy or the guy at Cleveland?
He's in the conversation for the best edge.
For 17 weeks and in the playoffs, who you could take it? Who you taking?
I'm probably taking Micah as the fourth guy. After Garrett and TJ and Raiders.
Okay, there you go.
Micah's my fourth pick.
Okay.
But he's comfortably inside the top 5 of the best edges in the game. We're not talking about paying the 20th best guy.
Didn't say that. Said who? Who would you take? Who would you take overall? Who is the guy you would pay $40 million to and take number 1 overall?
Micah Parsons is one. Oh, out of all the Miles Garrett.
Okay.
Yeah. He's not the top guy, but that's the economy of the NFL.
Well, it doesn't have to be.
So
the Cowboys made Dak Prescott a $60 million
So
quarterback.
instead, let's wait 2 years and give him 50. That's what they're going to do.
No. I'm just saying they're going to end up paying top dollar for this player, and every one of you in this room did not pick him as the number 1 guy.
That's true.
So do it.
And then we're going to MF them for why are they paying these guys? Why are they paying Dak?
You got to pay Micah. Well, I think the problem is when you pay Terrence Steele $20 million like he's one of the best tackles.
It'd be the one they did with Diggs, where he's not the highest paid corner.
You're
or
kicking
with CeeDee
Diggs
Lamb,
in the ass right now because he doesn't play.
And right, you can't predict injury, which is the issue, right?
That's
so
huge.
they could end up signing Micah Parsons. And we're all okay with that. He could end up getting hurt as well. You don't know, but they didn't make Diggs the highest paid corner in the league. They didn't make CeeDee Lamb the highest paid wide receiver in football.
And they got the deals done because they came underneath value because the players were willing to take slightly undervalue.
And if Mike is not willing to do that and they want to play hardball,
sound like it.
I'm not going to have an issue with that.
There's just no explanation for why they're not falling in the middle. The middle would be from you rolling up your sleeves in times like this. But if you're distracted by real estate and oil deals and everything else, I just don't think you have the time for it or the interest. Or the only other theory that works is that they're using it to engage the news cycle so they can remain relevant as possible. And I think that's Jerry Jones' love language. We got to run. Sands is coming up next. The Rangers preview brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing here in the G-Bag Nation. I want to chat about men's tea clean.
Uber Eats has low V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time now for Jared Sandler's Rangers preview. It's brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing as they're in Tampa tonight. And Sandler, good afternoon. How the heck are you?
Guys, I'm great. I'm just dodging little thin raindrops, but nothing that seems to be getting in the way of anything.
Very nice. What's getting in the way of Adolis Garcia playing, and when do you expect him to be back?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think to some degree it's, they clearly have a plan for him, and they are going to stick to it. And, if they felt like this was going to be extended, then, you could just put him on the IL. I mean, the way the guy plays, how hard he plays, I'm sure there is something that could justify that. But, I maybe tomorrow, maybe the day after that. And so, thank you very much. Sorry, guys, I'm just navigating the ballpark. So I don't know if it has anything to do with the matchup. Drew Rasmussen is a guy with a nasty cutter, but also can really pound fastballs. Yes, thank you so much. Pound fastballs, and that maybe hasn't been a strength, so maybe they don't feel like this is the guy worth, getting him back in the lineup against. But I would imagine whether it's tomorrow or the next day, you're going to see him. But they're trying to get things going, and they don't want to rush him back. And so I guess we'll have to wait and see.
Where would you rank the staff friendliness of the?
Can I tell you, Broadus?
Yeah,
I'm so glad you asked.
The overall people you have to deal with on a daily basis. What's your staff friendliness?
Well, let me tell you, I think they obviously know that this is the first time for so many people. Everyone here, you know how you go to like a ballpark or a venue, and like if you got to like get the right person, otherwise they're going to be like, I don't know, like ask, they're going to pass the buck, and everyone here knows where everything is. Hey, do you mind? Can you help me get? Yes, sir. It's like right here, and you take 17 steps, and well, actually you're short, so it might be 19 steps for you, like, and then you're going to be right there. Like, they're awesome here. I'm loving it. I think, listen, I get why we don't want to do this for several years, and it's obviously a terrible situation. Hurricane Milton last October damaging the roof at the Trop, and that's why we're here. So don't want to celebrate that and be insensitive to that, but like this is our second minor league ballpark, right? With Sacramento being the first, and I mean there's a level of charm here, and there's also an excitement that some folks have that they're getting to host Major League Baseball, and the only thing is I don't know that baseball in Florida was meant to be played at the major league level without at least a retractable roof, but here we are and staring at gray clouds, and we're gonna power through this thing.
Yeah, looking forward to it tonight. Jared Sandler here, your Rangers preview in the G-Bag Nation. Now, Marcus Simeon's breakout, are there reasons to believe beyond that 3 games that he's seeing it and barreling them up?
Well, yeah, there are a few things, guys. I mean, I think we talked about it the other day. He is due for some sort of an uptick, just based on a lot of the peripheral numbers. And I get it. There are people, and I said this to you guys the other day, and I'll repeat it for the people who feel this way. They don't care about what the peripheral numbers say, because peripheral numbers don't score runs, right? Peripheral numbers don't hit home runs. They don't get hits. But what they do is, over the course of a larger sample size, give you an idea of whether or not a guy is maybe playing above his skis, or whether he's due for a turnaround. And the peripheral numbers for Marcus don't necessarily point to him being the best second baseman in the league. I don't want to overstate this, but they point towards Marcus having an uptick in production. And then there's the human side of it, right? Like, do you believe in the person? Do you believe in the work ethic? You look at the body, you look at the strength and the physical condition, and you're like, yeah, like this is this is a guy that I would buy stock in because he is going to relentlessly pursue whatever solution he needs. So I'm not going to tell you that he's going to return to 2023 form. But if you guys recall, in 2022, he was really bad through the end of May, essentially. May 28th was the hinge point for him. And then he was really good for the next 4 months. And are we going to get that, or are we just going to get a guy who's 2 steps better than what he has been? Even if it's the latter, you combine that with a great defense. All right, as long as you're not asking him to be, a leadoff hitter or a middle-of-the-order bat, that's still a positive impact player. But I think the Rangers are hopeful that he's a little bit more than that, and he's still able to carry a little more of a load offensively. And we'll see if he's able to do that. But I do think that we are going to see a little bit of an uptick from Marcus. Now, I will say, guys, this is a very tough matchup for any hitter tonight. Drew Rasmussen has thrown 18 straight scoreless innings. His last 3 starts have all been 6 scoreless. He's a 2 times through the order guy, though. So if you can make him work a little bit and maybe take a walk or 2 and get him through the order 2 times quicker than, say, 6 innings, then you have a chance to maybe get to some lesser pitchers out of their bullpen.
Tyler Mahle's been awesome, Jared. And I was reading Jeff Passan's early trade deadline intel. He had Mahle as the most valuable piece that the Rangers would probably have at the deadline to move on from. Where are you at weighing trading a pitcher with how they've really carried this team? And I feel like as soon as you lose a guy and you think you have a surplus, maybe there ends up being a need for another arm, but moving an arm to try and acquire and help this offense with a bat.
Yeah, so you're asking not, hey, we're not selling, we're trying to still win a World Series. Could you move Tyler Mahle?
They're trying to buy. They still believe in this team, and they want to go for it.
Yeah. So, all right. It's a great question, Zach. So the first part of it, the unknown of Bradford and Gray. By the time the trade deadline rolls around, as long as both guys remain on track, they both will have pitched in major league games. And maybe you get a read on where they're at, and maybe it helps or hurts your confidence level and what that depth looks like, right? Where's Kumar Rocker, a month and a half from now? Has he shown signs of growth? And then, there's the obvious unknown of, well, who all is healthy, who's not healthy in your rotation. I mean, you currently have Nathan Eovaldi on the IL. It's not expected to be a long absence, but you just, you never know. Let's just say you got normal health. You've got Bradford and Gray back, but you could use them in the bullpen. All right, there's the financial piece to it, right? We've talked about this with Tyler Mahle. If he hits some of his incentives, the Rangers are on the hook, and if staying below the luxury tax threshold is important to them, well, maybe that does give them a little incentive. Hey, we've got great depth. This is a guy who, maybe we feel like we can move and help out in another way. I would say that, maybe you look at it and say, hey, he has been awesome, but he's due for a little bit of regression. Is this an opportunity for us to take, from a strength and try and patch up a hole, right? That would be the thought, right? If you don't think that Tyler Mahle is going to take a step back, then I don't think you do the deal. But if you look and say, you know what, hey, we're going to get off now, then maybe you consider it. I'm not suggesting that's what they think or that's what people should think about Tyler Mahle, but I think those are some of the things that they think about if they're going to make a trade like this. The other thing, the only challenging part with this, Zach, is you're not just going to give Tyler Mahle away. And when you're trying to trade to win, you obviously want a guy who is contributing to another team. And so you got to find, the fit is tougher to find, because then you've got to find a team who feels like they've got a surplus with whatever bat they're willing to trade you. And they're just, at that point in the season, there aren't a lot of teams that are, to the point you made, the minute you think you've got depth, you don't. And there are a lot of teams that know that, and so they're not necessarily eager to trade from an area of depth, because they know that once the trade deadline passes, if that depth slims, they don't really have a good way to address it. So I think that's one of the challenges.
That's great stuff here from Jared Sandler. We're short on time, but Harold Reynolds was just up on MLB Network talking about wanting to see Garcia more of an open stance, saying he's closing with that first step as the delivery happens. I don't know if that's the adjustment, but my question is, how will the Rangers know that he's made the adjustments and it's time to give him another shot? How can he prove it?
Yeah, I think some of it's swing decisions. Some of it's the damage that he does on certain pitches. I don't think it's going to be hey, oh gosh, if you have one bad game, you're out. I think it's more process related. I think, they want him to be a little more disciplined at the plate, knowing that he's not going to be the most disciplined hitter in the league. But I think they also want to know that, hey, if you're going to swing and miss and you're going to strike out, we need you to also then do the damage that you did in 2023. When you would get pitches that were mistakes from pitchers, in a position to drive, and he's just not or hasn't been doing that. So I think those are some of the things that they're going to be looking at. Whether that's a closed stance, an open stance, I don't know, but I do think that you're going to see some changes, whether they're super discernible or not, that hopefully will allow him to have the success that he has had in the past.
Josh Smith's your home run call tonight, Sandler, just to let you know. That's the right answer.
That's my –
Yeah,
okay.
should
Thank
be.
you for letting me know.
3 for 4 against Rasmussen lifetime. Thought you'd appreciate that.
Boom. Love
There
it.
he
Yeah,
goes.
he got a healthy dose of fastballs against Rasmussen last time, so I'm curious to see how Rasmussen attacks him here tonight.
Look at you. A wealth of info. Thank you, Jared. Enjoy the game.
See you, fellas.
He's at Jared Sandler on Twitter. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105 through the Fan. Where are we going next, Eric?
Let's crank open a rim sesh. We have some NBA Finals tidbits. We have some updates on the kid from Duke, and goodbye Tom Thibodeau next in the Nation.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Yeah, buddy, get those fours in the air. It is hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. Some of these texts are hilarious, by the way, in the break. Thanks for making us part of your day. Expressway starts in 15, 20 minutes. G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 5:30. And, of course, L.A. Live will send us into the Rangers pregame coming up at 6 with Sands. Here's Chief.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and cut the lights out. Let's put the kids to bed so that the G-Bag Nation can go all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it ride. Rain dance.
Rain dance.
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
Always a special occasion when even the sports books know that Cooper Flagg is going to be a Mav, number 1 overall pick in the 2025 NBA draft. Minus 100,000 is the odds for him to be selected first to the Mavs. That means you put down $100,000 just to win $100 on this bad boy.
Perfect.
Lock it in, ladies and gentlemen.
Best $100 I ever won.
1,000 to 1 odds. That's something. Yeah, I guess that's a lock. Listening to Jason Kidd earlier, I think they want to be respectful of all the prospects, that are coming in here. They want to take a look at these guys, get a base layer of understanding about who they are for the future, and they don't want any of the agents to be like, we're not going to go visit Dallas. Forget that.
Yeah, absolutely. He's still calling him the kid from Duke. He did close down the conversation with KNC today. Jason Kidd did say, I'm looking forward to being able to actually use his real name very, very soon. But I guess he wants to respect the process to some extent.
So during that interview, it was amazing, by the way. You can go back and watch Dallas Fan Cam on our fan YouTube page or wherever you get your videos. But I'm texting Corey, can you ask him about, team building in light of Luka, right? And in light of the super team era being dead, nobody in the top 15 of contracts is in the finals. It's all like one underpaid superstar and then, an army of great skilled athletes. And I was wondering if you could ask a follow-up on talking about how Nico's understanding of the business of team building is so good. And I want to know if they think other teams will turn down a one-way superstar at Supermax. When you get to that third Supermax and you're looking at $70 million, over a third of the cap, do they think other teams are going to start turning down these as well? Is Damian Lillard still a Supermax player? I don't think so.
No.
Did Jalen Brunson anticipate that the market's going to tell him no? And he's like, yeah, I'll do this team-friendly Knicks deal. And we're like, oh my goodness, I can't believe the cut Jalen Brunson's taking. But maybe his agent is saying, dude, one-way scoring ball-dominant guys who don't defend are not going to get paid like this. It's untenable.
Well, I think Bobby Marks is going to hop on with us at 4 p.m. on Friday.
Let's go.
So that's a great person to ask.
And I'm not trying to let Nico off the hook for the decision that he made. Just the original premise of we're nervous about paying a guy who doesn't play defense but can drop a 30-point triple-double at any time this much of the cap.
I think you're 100% onto something. With the way this new CBA is for the league, it is going to constrain them in a big way. So you're going to have to really, it's not just the easy no-brainer, oh yeah, we have this top-tier player, he's up for the max. I mean, that was just that was a formality for so long. And now you're going to have to be much more judicious in the way that you hand out those contracts. So
I mean, they're giving their third best player the max 8 years ago.
Yeah.
We want 3 max guys. And now they've made it to where you can't pay your max guys, build a supporting cast, and be profitable at the same time. It's mathematically impossible unless you're the Warriors who are winning championships and have this dynasty that's printing billions of dollars. The Celtics tried it. Didn't work. Now they got to blow it up.
I just wonder if the ratings results, and we'll see how do the ratings look after this year's finals, right? You have 2 out of top 25 market teams for the first time, I think, since 1971 with the Thunder and the Pacers. They were complaining about the ratings. I think there's an opt-out in this CBA in 2027.
Yeah.
Do they have an overcorrection if they end up deciding, you know what, this hasn't really been good for the league, having all this parity?
I think it's good for fans. It's good for getting a championship everywhere, but this is like the 70s before Magic and Bird, where just a team won it, right? A team won it. And I think it's actually going to make, if you can't win one in this era, it is going to hurt you even worse.
Definitely.
Like Gilgeous-Alexander, you need to win a championship, at least one, or you're going to be looked at as like, holy cow, you couldn't win one in this era? But then that business angle is fascinating because is this good for the league? They've gone away from that superstar model to create more competition. It's been great for the NFL. Will this be true? I would say the early returns are no, it's not.
Agreed.
Yeah.
The Pacers and Thunder NBA Finals will be the first to feature two teams under the luxury tax since it went into effect 22 years ago. So that's just kind of a random quirky thing, but we'll see how these two teams decide to evolve over the coming years when they're going to have deals going. Like the Thunder have themselves set up pretty nicely with draft picks and stuff. They can confidently make decisions to where, hey, we're not going to keep all these guys together. But this is the first time that you've seen that, where you have teams that aren't overextending themselves with contracts, but being in it. But you also, for the most part, you got to get into the NBA sewage for a while, like the Thunder did, just tanking your tail off.
Yes.
And then also make the right selections along the way. We also have two teams in the finals that both traded Paul George.
That is wild.
The last two teams that traded Paul George are in the NBA Finals. So Sixers fans are fired up. Like, man, we got to trade Paul George right now so that we can get on this. We can ride this wave.
We're next, baby.
We punt on Paul and we get to the finals. Now, we did get the news today. Tom Thibodeau is fired. Goodbye, New York and Tom Thibodeau. He led the Knicks to their first Eastern Conference Finals in 25 years, made the playoffs in 4 of 5 years, led the Knicks to consecutive 50-plus win seasons for the first time since the 90s. And Shams was saying that like his phone was blowing up from NBA execs around the league. Everyone was just stunned. Everybody was completely surprised and caught off guard that they went ahead and made this move because clearly the Knicks went on a run in the postseason that was above expectations.
The deepest they'd had in 25 years.
Yeah.
You know, there's another similarity in there. And I do think New York has a history of making emotional and bad decisions. The culture of leadership in New York isn't great. And I don't know if I would have done this deal either. But I know he weighs on you a lot. But there's this idea there that we made it this far, but why? And you look at them play basketball and you're like, this is chaos. We're not really that good. And the reason that they're in the conference finals isn't because Thibodeau is an amazing coach or Jalen Brunson's an MVP. It's because the East is terrible this year.
Yeah.
That's why we're there, guys. So we have to evaluate everything outside of the context of how far we made it. We cannot evaluate the results. Cleveland looked like one of the best regular season teams we've ever seen. They're a joke, right? They would get mopped in the first round by any team in the 90s that made the playoffs.
Yeah, I think the idea of Tom Thibodeau just wearing out his welcome in places, I think it speaks to this impeccably well. Like they probably already knew this was something they wanted to do because they overachieved in the postseason. It wasn't like, hey, let's see if he can do something that we don't expect. They did. He did. Got you to the Eastern Conference Finals. And they still pull the cord on it. It seems like the only way he could have kept his job is maybe making the NBA Finals and certainly winning it. Like that was going to be the standard. Otherwise, they were ready to cut ties.
And don't you think that this might be the end of their success? Like this was the closest they're going to get because they're going to go to another coach now that's going to be easier on the guys, but like he is a pain in the ass to play for, but it gets results.
Okay, well we'll get to the odds of who might be the next Knicks coach, but also they could be in the running to get a Giannis or something. So it doesn't have to necessarily be the end for them here if they can find a way to navigate getting a Giannis, maybe a Durant, even though I think Durant probably ends up maybe in a place like Houston or something like that. Heck, Minnesota's really interested in Kevin Durant as well.
How much money do you think the Knicks still owe Tom Thibodeau?
I don't even know I don't know how many years are left on his deal.
$30 million.
$30 million, so he still had quite a few years left on his deal.
He's kicking it.
But if an agent told you...
It's a great day to be Tom Thibodeau.
Yeah, you can push me out the door.
Yeah. I'll see you. You will never see me again.
No problem.
Stress off the shoulders.
No. But if Giannis is like, I'll go to New York, but I'm not playing for Tibbs, that's easy. We're eating this $30 million, and we're getting whatever coach you want.
For sure. Yeah, I'll list off the odds on the next Knicks coach, but first we have to put to bed Tom Thibodeau. No better way to do that with a good old-fashioned doggy rant. Here's Mad Dog. He is ticked, and he is going after the owner, James Dolan, in New York.
Dolan does. He sits on the baseline with a dopey hat on, thinking that he knows something about, but he wouldn't even know who George Mikan is. He knows nothing. He's there because his old man was a brilliant businessman, and he took over. That's what this is all about. Oh, my God. It's the guy that ran Marv Albert out of the building. Can't figure out a way to get Oakley straightened out and get him back in the good graces of the franchise. What a joke. This is not fair, what they did to this guy, who gave his life and blood to the franchise and took him to the conference. Fun, I've been there since 2000. My God almighty. And you get him out because you lost a rugged 6-game series to Indiana? Oh, come on, please. What a disgrace.
What a disgrace.
All-time New Yorker, one of the Mount Rushmores of sports talk radio, just as disgusted as anything he's ever seen right there. I love it. He drops George Mikan. When he's like really got his fastball working, he's dropping in names from yesteryears. It's one of his favorite things to do.
Yeah, I love it. It's a great bit, and I can imagine New York fans have to be devastated considering where they were this time last week.
What do you think his blood pressure is when he's going on one of those Mad Dog rants? When he's just disgusted and disgraced by somebody getting $30 million to not have to work again?
He's on the verge of a heart attack.
Oh, my gosh.
Man.
Okay, Mike Malone, former Nuggets head coach. Yeah. And, of course, he's an NBA champion. He's the odds-on favorite right now to replace Tom Thibodeau. If you're looking to get a guy, get you over the hump, get you over the top, Mike Malone has been there, done that. Also, Jay Wright from the college ranks. Yeah,
because all of his Villanova guys are there.
It makes a lot of sense, doesn't it, Wolchuk?
It sure does.
And I think he's lent voice over the years of the Knicks. If I was going to do the NBA thing, maybe
the Knicks would be the team.
And this is the Nova Knicks. So if Jay Wright's ever going to be on an NBA sideline as the head coach, it feels like
I don't want this.
This would be the time. Oh, I absolutely want it as well.
I would like to see this happen. I also don't get the frustration about this Tibbs thing. I mean, he's a big reason why they lost that series. Rick Carlisle was coaching circles around him. He didn't know what the hell to do in the final 3 minutes of a game.
Yeah, that's true. It was a masterclass from old Ricky Rick. But Rick also had some guys that were built for the moment.
He did.
Halliburton, man. Clutch gene. Jeff Van Gundy also on the list.
Yes, there we go.
That's your guy.
That's my guy. They need that too, man. They need somebody like Gundy.
Is he still with Boston?
Yes. I do believe he is still on that Boston staff. But
he's on the Boston staff?
As a helper dude.
He's like a consultant.
Yeah, he's like
okay.
One of those deals. I think the Clippers had him in that role, and then he ended up bumping on over to Boston.
So he's with the Clippers now. He's the lead assistant for the Clippers.
Oh, okay, so it's the other he's
way.
with the Clippers.
The lead assistant.
He the championship year with Boston, though, he was there.
Yeah.
And then moved
left,
over.
okay.
Yeah.
Put him and Mark Jackson together for that Knicks team.
Oh, wow. Let's go.
Make them blow up.
I would. My one request, though, if we're doing Jeff Van Gundy, he still has to, even though he doesn't need a headset, he still has to wear like a headset that's like halfway hanging off his face and his glasses are all sideways.
Yeah.
Because that's one of my favorite visuals from NBA broadcast when he was on with ABC. Okay.
Looks like a truck driver in CVS.
Yeah, dude, just disheveled as all hell and just tearing the refs a new one. That's my favorite version of Jeff Van Gundy. Okay, we also a couple other things. We talked about the Mavs throwback retros coming back, the green unis. What are they?
Don Carters.
Don Carters.
I love the Don Carters.
We were talking about this a while back, but the pinstripes in sports uniforms are one of the sexiest things.
The Pacers, the Magic, old school ones.
The
Yes.
Magic.
Yeah.
Okay, did you see the Magic are bringing it back?
They're bringing it back. Good for them.
They're
Hell
bringing
yes.
it back now.
With the star as the dot of the eye.
Yes.
black stripes.
Yeah.
That
Well,
is
the
nice.
star is the A in Magic.
Oh, the
and
star's the A.
And it's the A in Orlando. They have a couple of different
Okay,
alternates.
okay.
They have the
Here we go.
white, the black, and the blue. One of the things though is on the black one, because the white and the blue one are just pure pinstripe, but the black one they're like paying homage to their old, like their warm-ups that they used to wear when Penny Hardaway was there, and like at the top there was like some blue extra deals. Like they were all black warm-ups, but then they had this like blue top, and so they're kind of like trying to do that with the black uniform, and that doesn't look great. But otherwise, man, those I'm glad to see those back in action. Paolo Banchero's going to look fantastic in those.
Uche is.
Okay, we got a lot to do.
Let's roll. We got the G-Bag of the Day coming up at 5:30. LA Live Rangers pregame at 6. We'll get you up to date on the Cowboys OTA news of the day coming up next in the nation. But
Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. We're going commercial free all the way to Rangers pregame here with you on the Fan. Sands will be on at 6 o'clock as the Rangers are in Tampa. But this is good because we get a few minutes here before the G-Bag of the Day coming up at 5:30 and then LA Live at 5:40. The Expressway is brought to you by the On-Time Experts. There's Rangers news. There's a lot of Cowboys news to get to. And Whataburger's Pico de Gallo Burger is back. It's bringing a fiesta of fresh flavors, 2 all-beef patties, crisp pico de gallo, melty pepper jack, and creamy cilantro lime sauce. Available now for a limited time only, so grab it before it's gone at Whataburger. It was great to see the Whataburger folks up here again today when we showed up, and it's going to be amazing to see Colby at Tolbert Garage Door here coming up on Thursday. Have a remote, and is that a full 5?
2 to 6.
2 to 6.
2 to 6, yeah.
And we have these beautiful G-Bag Nation tumblers. You know, get your coffee or get your cocktails mixed up in there, whatever you do, you know. We'll have one for you while supplies last on Thursday.
Yeah, it's going to be a party, man. Bounce houses for the kids, food trucks, local vendors on site, Tolbert Garage Door in Mesquite. Cannot wait to see the Tolos, man.
Evan Carter activated tonight, so welcome back, full count. And Adolis Garcia is still out. We talked with Sands earlier, and maybe tomorrow, maybe the next day. Nick Harris Star Telegram, though, is going to get us started here with reporting from Cowboys OTAs. Tyler Booker, Donovan Ezeraku, first 2 draft picks. They've been getting a lot of run with the ones in OTA. Knew about Booker. I was wondering about Ezeraku.
Well, no Micah Parsons, so they're maybe trying to kind of get him ready for some of those roles.
I love it. Maybe Micah's backup on those plays where he's a little hurt, a little tired.
Yeah.
But, man, I was just thinking, can we get one of these edges / defensive ends they've taken in the second round of the last 3 years? Williams, Nealon, Ezeraku. If one of those hits and you get Overshown back, I know like they made life hell on quarterbacks in 2023 and 2022. The sound to the sidelines audio was fantastic. I don't know. I don't know if you're going to be able to get any sort of a down the field passing game going when those 5 guys are involved in a game plan, Brian.
Yeah, the one that I think Ezeraku has got the best chance to be your pass rusher of the 3 you named.
Yeah.
I think Nealon is a guy that was learning how to be a pass rusher. Zach, help me here if you'd like. I know we watched him in college together and some of the things that we've seen throughout. He was developing as a pass rusher, then he got hurt. We're just kind of ready for him to get that one sack. He wasn't a very high sack guy, in college.
No, he wasn't.
And so now you're thinking, well, maybe the learning curve is going to be a little steep. Sam Williams is kind of the wild card here. And you don't know if in this last year, this is going to be one of these things he realizes like, hey, man, if I show up and do this, or is he going to have a career, say, like a Dante Fowler, where he has promise and he goes from place to place to place to place.
Yeah.
Because he's never.
Yeah.
I mean,
very well be that way.
He's at the crossroads right now, I think.
For sure. I agree.
And because Fowler, same thing happened. Fowler went from a very high draft pick, and then all of a sudden he started 1 year deal, and he never could get anywhere for any length of time.
Yeah. I think he's so talented that even if he's the Fowler, if he could have a pretty good year this year, like 5 or 6 in a part-time role, and Ezeraku does blow up, and Micah and Osa are there, that'd be fine.
Yeah, I would. I think that Ezeraku
he could win a game for you.
Exactly. I think Ezeraku is the one that has the most ability out of all that.
Is it too much to ask rookie year, or do you think he could step in?
Oh no,
yeah.
He could step in.
All
he
right.
could step in. He's got bend. He's got dip. These Boston College players. Zach and I were talking about it in the pre-show meeting today. These Boston College players, you were involved too. They don't bet against them. They're
smart.
They're very, very talented football players. They know how to play with the technique. They were well coached. He knows how to dip, how to get underneath. Yeah, his learning curve is small compared to some of the others that have pass rushed before.
You can't teach what he can do.
No,
and
that's
Micah,
mom and dad.
Micah showed that you could absolutely make an all-pro career out of that.
Yeah.
Micah was at the start today, didn't practice. Shoddy saying he expects participation next week. Sam Williams, that's why I brought him up. He was doing some individual drills today after the court, so more progress for him as he tries to come back from that ACL.
It's almost a year
camp.
now, right, from training camp?
Yep. Yeah,
almost a year.
I guess Dak had a great throw, and Tolbert had a great toe tap grab, and so
back
did
the end zone. Yeah,
so did Pickens. Jadon Blue getting a good amount of burn with the second team. Donovan Wilson, Hooker, both hurt. First team safeties during the period were Wanye Thomas and Elijah Clark, the UDFA Brian told us about back there in Krusty's corner.
Mm-hmm.
Every afternoon, 3:40, Brian stands and delivers, and if you're busy during that segment, you can always go back and listen with the Odyssey app.
I tell you what, this thing with Elijah Clark, I mean, he's interesting because of how versatile he can be. At 6'1", he's 188, as I mentioned. He will face up runners in the hole. I mean, this is one of those guys that's not afraid. There's a little bit of violence. I remember watching this game the way, and like I say, he physically looks like a corner, but he's able to kind of make things happen when he comes to play in coverage. The speed, the explosiveness, and the physical profile, those are all really positive things about this kid.
The Dolphins are not going to trade Jonnu Smith to the Steelers. That is out. Receiver Gabe Davis is going to a visit with Miami.
Schefter, I think, dunked on himself because he came out and said that. And then, within a few minutes ago, he actually said, I take that back. Talks with the Dolphins and Jonnu Smith, the Steelers, could still happen.
Must be a tough negotiation. The Chicago Fire are going to build a $650 million soccer-specific stadium. That is very interesting as they need a new home with musical chairs being played with the Chicago professional sports franchise.
Wow.
Texans coach DeMeco Ryan says he has no concerns about C.J. Stroud's shoulder during a limited throwing at practice. Says he just has general soreness, so it's all good there. And it's time now to go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the day.
We've got the TV on in here on PBA, bowling, professional bowling.
Oh, yeah.
There's this guy named Kyle Troop.
Okay.
Kyle Troop. Y'all got to Google this dude. He's got a big old afro. He's got some of that who do you think you are? I am kind of energy.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. He's up here killing it,
there
bro.
he is. T-R-O-U-P.
Yeah.
Come on, Kyle.
Yeah.
Two-handed bowling style.
I feel like I found something. He's got that bowling ball sitting on the edge, too, bro.
Two-handed
He's a beast. He's got it sitting on the edge. He's a beast, man.
This guy's done some Blue Dolphin before.
Yeah, no doubt about it, dog.
Probably
Guy's
ayahuasca,
won
too.
12. He's got 2 majors and 12 PBA titles.
No doubt. Yo, the afro.
Yeah, the hair's
Like, you have
wild.
to be good if you have the afro and you're bowling out here.
Looks like Bob
You can't
Ross.
be bad. He does. He does.
He does.
I like his style, too.
Yeah, dog. Kyle Troop.
Hey, what do you think Lucis's career, his single season high for earnings was?
Oh.
Okay, and this is in 2021. If you want to guess, Pro Bowler 1 year. His career high for that year.
$5 million.
Give me $2 million. I was gonna say $800,000.
$500K.
496,000.
Oh no!
Crap.
You finished like 10th at a golf tournament. One tournament, you're taking that home.
Come on, look how marketable this guy is, man.
Yeah, he could be the face of bowling.
I'm telling you.
And the hair.
The hair of bowling.
The face of bowling.
Yeah. All right, G, back in the day, we do it every weekday on a fan at 5:30. If you see anything floating out there, don't be afraid to hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media. Lucius Alexander on Facebook. I'll be on that Facebook marketplace. I'll be on that joint.
He's looking for bookshelves.
I am looking for bookshelves.
You got one,
and
let him
bar
know.
carts. I seen bar carts the other day. I was like, oh, man. Save,
nice.
like, favorite. Yeah.
Bar cart.
Yeah, the bar cart.
With like the shakers and the ice bucket
All of
and
that
stuff.
old school. Yes, old school
So
stuff.
you're looking for like one like 1960s Las Vegas style kind of
Yeah,
one?
like Rosie would have had
Yeah.
on the Jetsons or something. There you go, Mr. D. Follow us all if you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter. Our winner
Bar
right
cart. I
here,
like it.
Texas Rangers radio broadcast. The great Matt Hicks lost it in the lights, y'all.
Lefty to lefty. And here's the 1-1. Swing and a miss. Slider again. And did I miss a pitch? He just struck him out. I guess that the second pitch was a strike. Why did I mark it as a ball? You know, I'm having a tough day, Eric.
The sun is a little rough.
Yeah, it is.
The sun is a little rough.
Sun's a little rough.
Texas Rangers radio broadcast. And the Texas Rangers radio show, Players Show, was on here today.
Uh-oh.
Who's that sponsor there, Mr. Dawson? You can find that for me?
The sponsor for Sandler, that's Blue Nail Roofing.
Hey, well, no.
Player Show.
Josh
The player
Smith. Oh, yes, that player show.
Globe Life. For over 125 years, Globe Life has helped protect families when they need it most. Globe Life. Make tomorrow better.
That's what I'm talking about right there.
Nice job.
Get you some Globe Life. Okay.
And a stiff collar shirt while you're at it.
Yeah.
Get that Colors & Co., baby.
All right, let's go to college baseball. Coastal Carolina head coach Kevin Chanel, I believe.
This guy,
Chanel.
yes. Yeah.
Anyway, he addressed Florida. You guys might know a little bit more than this than I do.
Yeah.
Look like he addressed Florida head coach
Oh,
about a game being moved or something like that. He didn't like the logistics of it. What was going on? Does anybody know?
well, I thought what happened initially, they're playing the tournament at Coastal Carolina and the regional there. And the Florida coach had a problem with the associate athletic director there, and then also the grounds crew guy there.
Yes.
And so he went off on this associate athletic director and for Coastal, and the guy just stood there and really took it. He just arms folded and listened. But then he had to comment about the Florida coach's demeanor, attitude, and what he did.
Good job.
One last thing I have is I have to say this, and I don't know if I'm supposed to say this or not, but I believe in standing up for what's right. And what transpired this morning on our field, another coach disrespected our associate AD, who works as hard as anybody in our entire program. He disrespected our field crew, who are the salt of the earth. These guys would do anything for our program. It's not okay. And this needs to be brought up. Absolutely disrespectful. As a coach, it's our job to mentor young kids. And the way he treated the 2 site reps, the way he treated our associate AD, the way he treated our field crew is absolutely unacceptable.
Yeah. He was, man. He was going off.
Standing on straight business right there for his squad. I like
sure
that.
Was.
I like
Yep,
that.
Good for him.
Kevin Schnall.
Schnall.
I guess the other Kevin apologized already.
Yeah.
Oh, Sullivan's like, yeah, my bad.
He was an ass.
He probably needs to.
I was tripping, bro. My bad about that.
So sorry.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, we got beat.
My bad, man. My bad, man.
I kind of think he's got a point.
Put her there, pal. I'm sorry about
Put her
that.
there.
Put her
Must have been
there.
his style, but I guess Florida was jammed up that Coastal Carolina just pushed the game back an hour because the game the night before went long.
Yeah.
So we need to sleep. And they changed the schedule on him. Guess he didn't. Sullivan didn't appreciate it, but they did not appreciate the way he went about his communication.
About that. All right, let's see here. Speaking of communication, got a toxic argument that went down at a CVS.
Oh.
Dude was trying his best to trigger this employee.
Was it over the long receipts they give you?
Hey, man, I looked at those receipts the other day.
No, you don't, Lucius.
I did. And I
You
was
do
like,
not
y'all, this okay?
no.
CVS is for the people right now.
Giving coupons in there.
Them discounts were deep.
I'm telling you what, man. No, they killed a tree for that one.
sure did.
That
Save
one
the trees.
Yeah.
The CVS lady about 6 months ago, bless her heart, in a good way,
She asked you for one.
she followed me out of the store. She was like, "Sir, your wife will love this. You got the good one." She handed me a $10 off your next purchase. Just anything. $10
You
off.
got the good one.
Yeah.
You got the good one. She over here watching.
the
boy.
best.
That's when you circle back in, get some Ben and Jerry's.
Here, ma'am, take this card away from me. I don't want to put it up. You know.
She was pocket watching, boy. I tell you what.
This is the good one.
This is the good one. You got the good one, sir.
Did you give it to her? Did you give it? Did you say no,
She-
ma'am? You keep it?
No, she gave it to me. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you gave it back to her. Like,
It's probably on
thanks.
your
Here you
floorboard
go.
right now, all crinkled up.
Yeah, we had a moment. Her husband's birthday was my birthday. So we kind of
Yeah, y'all got
got buddies there real
birthdays
quick.
and
Yeah.
everything.
I would have kept that
You
if I
got
was the
ID'd? What did you buy?
I think it was nicotine patches, actually.
Not so fast, sir. Let me see that ID.
Yeah, I can't show her this one. I'm sorry.
Not so fast. All right, yeah. Toxic argument happened at CVS. Dude was trying his best to trigger this employee. It took a minute. Took a lot of cussing. Took a whole lot of disrespecting to this man's family, but he finally got him.
Trouble here. Give my money back for the pills. That was the wrong pill. This guy told me to my mother. Your mother and give my money back for the pills. Now you're not going to kill me. Your mother. Free speech. America. Your mother. Your father. You. Give my money back for my pills. I don't know what to do. Now somebody better give me $35 back. Is what they better do. Right now.
Right now.
Yeah, the cops are coming. You.
Whoa.
The cops are coming. Free speech, bro. Free speech. Queer. Are you queer?
Oh, no.
White man. Don't talk to me like that. Get the hell out of here. You queer.
Struck a nerve.
Oh, goodness.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah.
It was searching.
Free speech. America.
He told me to bleep my mom.
Clearly
He
America.
was searching. The mom's one didn't hurt, but the last one.
Are you queer?
Yeah. Dude, he found it.
He found it.
The cops are coming. Free speech, bro. Free speech. Queer. Are you queer? You like man. Don't talk to me like that. Get the hell out of here.
Wow.
Golly.
Got him.
Remind me of my dad.
Yeah. It reminded me of my dad. Oh, that's crazy.
That's like when you're in an argument with somebody and you know you've won, but you can see them searching their database for anything to hurt you now. And they're scanning, throwing stuff out.
He's like, but I don't have it. I don't have it.
What do you think, Lucius? Time to vote?
Yeah. One more right here. Okay. College baseball, because it's that season. Tennessee, Cincinnati, it happened like last week or something like that.
Yeah.
Anyway, Tennessee's head coach was in mid-interview talking to the baseball gods, and it happened.
Yep.
Teams and took pride in a lot of other things that maybe you don't get credit for on the mound. The mound stuff, Dean's strong, so it'd be nice if it would go over the fence.
Team Curly, batter's eye!
Strength coach ain't even out here.
That's badass.
Yeah, that's cool.
That's an experienced manager right there,
That's
or
really
coach.
cool.
Yeah.
As in, when you
National champions, Tennessee from last year.
Oh, boy.
Trying to repeat.
All right, is it Matt Hicks, our current champion, looking for 4 right here? The Coastal Carolina coach Kevin Schnall going off on Kevin O'Sullivan.
Schnall.
CVS argument. Give me my money back for the pills. Or Tennessee head coach minute interview. Dong, I think is how you'd label that one.
Crush that ball.
I'm gonna go with our champ Matt Hicks here. Chief, how about you?
I'll go with the CVS crash out.
It was pretty good. Lucius?
A toxic argument to CVS, bro. Hey, those are some deep discounts on those receipts. Y'all better pay attention to those receipts.
Yeah, sure.
That was educational for me. Thank you.
Need a wheelbarrow to carry it out.
Yeah, right.
Bully?
Yeah, I'm absolutely going with the CVS crash out.
What's the vote on the CVS?
It's
3-1.
now.
Oh, okay. Hicksy then.
There you go. By a score of 3-2, your new G-Bag of the Day champion. If you ever miss the champ, you can tune in at 2:25 every weekday. We replay that champion for you before we get to Wolchuk's Top 10 at 2:20. Nation's going up till 6 o'clock. Rangers pregame is right around the corner. It's time for LA Live. Once again, here's Lucius.
I don't want to complain because I feel marvelous. I've had a hell of a leg day today, I tell you what.
Nice.
Been better if you'd had that Pico burger.
Oh, no, brothers. No.
All right, you squares.
It's time to smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
You feel me, bro?
I hear you, bro.
Man, you got some beautiful skin, man.
Thank you.
Wow. Could I kiss your foot, man, in a sign of solidarity?
My foot?
Yeah.
I mean, if you want. Thank you, bro. That's right.
Kiss your foot in the sign of solidarity. We got to bring back the love, man. We got to bring back the feet washing. Back in the Jesus days, I'll pull up on you. Hey, dog, it took me 3 days to get over here to see you. Oh, you did? Well, let me wash your feet.
Yeah.
Let me get your feet washed for you, man. Sorry about that.
Tremendous sign of respect.
Yeah. This is LA Live for Tuesday, June 3rd, 2025. It is a Toxic Tuesday here in LA Live. Every Tuesday around this time, I'm getting into toxic storylines. All right? Welcome in, Tolos. Welcome in first time, last time, and long time listeners. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is Greystone-roofing.com. Hey, stand now. All right. Turns down a little bit. Dawson, you're a coach. Broadus, you've been coached, and Broadus, you're football. Excuse me.
Yes.
You guys, what do you think about coaches that cuss at the kids?
Yeah, I don't need to be a yellow screamer guy.
Not crazy about it.
I'm not crazy about that at all. Never. I had a coach. I had a coach tell me one time I would never amount to anything, and that was in college.
Oh, no.
And he later coached. He was
okay. That's kind of mean.
That is
said, cursing.
Just call me the B word.
He said he goes. I snapped a ball one time and it went over the quarterback. We were in shotgun, went over his head, and the coach said, "Snap the damn ball as high as you can. You'll never play here ever, ever, ever." And that guy ended up working for the Buffalo Bills, and I was working for the Packers, and I saw him on the road. And he's like, "Brian Broadus, good to see you." I said, "Listen here, you MF."
Yeah, you.
I did. 20 years later, I said, "Listen here, you MFer." I go, "Don't you ever effing talk to me
Watch how
again."
you talk to me, bro.
Yeah. I go, "You said something." He goes, "Well, I was." I go, "No. I carried that with me. I was just a freshman player there, and you said that to me." No.
Yeah, you should never say something like that.
That was I held that.
That's kind of crazy.
Years.
Yeah. But what if I'm just cussing in my explaining of things? I'm motivating you,
I thought
but
you meant
I
yelling
cuss
at me.
a lot.
No, if you're like talking about.
Yeah, you were actually. They were cursing you.
Yeah, they were.
You won't be anything, kid.
Yeah, I felt that. But if you're talking about, hey, we gotta effing close that end down.
Yeah.
That's not a problem.
That's not a problem.
No, that's not.
At what age?
Oh,
these guys right here that I'm about to talk about.
Are these like tykes? The tiny tykes?
This is youth football.
Friday night tykes.
These kids are 11 and 13 years old. Respectfully.
No.
I'll say this: like you got to know your families and your kids. Some kids could be coached like that.
Yeah, but I'm not. No.
I think some kids would hear that and be like, "Okay, cool, right on. Yeah, I'm gonna go run the play, coach. Thank you."
Best to avoid it at that age.
I've seen kids like 13 years old say, like, "Listen, like, get your effing." Let's get it together. They get in a group, and you're like, "Whoa, where'd we get that from?"
Yeah. Yeah, I was definitely doing some cussing out there on that field. I had coaches that did both. Some was like real quiet.
Yeah.
He was a more scary one, in fact.
Uh-huh.
Then I had another coach, he's real animated. He'll cuss you out. He even got racial with me one time, and then he blamed it on me. Look what you made me do!
Oh, that's rich.
It wasn't the Ambien?
Yeah, look what you made me do!
Oh, jeez.
Well, I take you to Fayette County. The kid's called Voodoo. The team is Voodoo. Fayette County, it is in Georgia.
Oh, that's in North Carolina.
11U. I mean, 11 and under, right?
Yeah,
When I say 11U.
Yeah.
All right, 11U youth football. These coaches have put up 5 national championships in a row in 11U.
Yeah, parents let them do it.
They're looking for 6.
Yep.
Okay, their motto this year is outwork the work, which I like. Outwork the work.
F them all.
Now, this team is led by head coach Batman.
Oh.
You don't see a lot of clips of Batman. He does interviews with the media. Yeah. He's real good at it, suave and everything. But you do see a lot of clips of this guy called Coach Larry O, which is a gangster's name, if you know anything.
Larry O.
Coach Larry O, Larry Owens. This is the type of coach I was brought up with a little bit, but this goes over the line some. But, I mean, anyway. This coach right here, they're pushing the hitting sled. You guys remember that hitting sled?
Yeah. Summertime, it's bad. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, listen to this coach motivate these kids.
If you can't do it, stay out my line. I don't need no shit. I need a motherfucker to run through him. I want to see practice make perfect.
There you go. Good hit.
Call it. Go! That's what I want to see.
There you go.
Got out. Everybody can't do this shit. There's a lot of high school cannot do this shit right now.
Yeah.
There's a lot of high school cannot do this shit. Let me see it the right way. Take their hard. 4th quarter. Call it. Go! There we go. Take
Good sound.
Up there.
Yeah.
Chop them feet. Chop them feet. Get out there. Hey! There we go. Come
a
on,
couple late
M2.
ones.
I need for you to take that motherfucker up in the air. Kim. Hey! Hey! Take him to his mama. She ain't doing nothing but buying nachos in the stand. Take him on up there. I want a coat to go.
That's a good rhythm there. That's a good rhythm on there.
I think that's great coaching.
Yeah.
You know,
It's not offensive in any way.
Yeah.
You don't feel like, oh man,
Yeah.
too much around the kiddies.
Yeah, I mean, 11 years old. That's a little much. I would, if you played that clip and I didn't know, I'd be like, yeah, what was that, college?
Yeah, right.
I'll
If
tell
it was
you what.
high school or something, you would think. He said, man, like this is
I see why.
11-year-olds.
But they're
Junior high kids can't even do this. He said.
I see why they're champions, though.
Yeah.
the words
I see
are
why they're hitting
vulgar,
that sled.
but there's love in the tone.
Yeah.
You
He's
know?
coaching them. He's
So
coaching them.
if you would say those exact same words with really bad energy, that would be abuse.
Yeah.
You know, but it didn't. It just seemed like that's an environment the kids are used to.
Yeah.
You
He
know?
wasn't singling kids out. You know, that's the thing. I mean, he was saying, "Hey, we got to doing this."
Like he was. You're an MFer.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Swearing at them.
Yeah, he got him to hit that sled though.
He got him wearing that sled out.
He sure did. That's a
They
good
keep
sled.
it real too. This is a real thing. Like they've got media. If a kid signs onto the squad, they say he's committed.
Yeah.
There you go. Oh, yeah.
Hey, they're just getting used to the big time here coming up. Yeah, good for them.
Coach Mahle says some of the starters are going to lose their jobs this year.
Uh-oh.
So what happens if you lose your starting job? Guess where you go to? The bench. Y'all do know that's football, right? Think I'm gonna feel sorry for you? Think your mama, your daddy can come talk to me and say, my baby played last year on the national team and now he's sitting the bench. What you think I'm gonna tell him? Eat ass. Your baby done fell off.
Yeah.
Say eat?
Eat ass. Your baby done fell off.
Wow. Just going out.
The kid said not good enough in unison.
Yeah.